Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. In the 10th year of the apocalypse, a filthy woman lay silently amidst the ruins. Quickly, over there! There's a fresh one, though a bit emaciated, it's still meat. Indeed, it's a woman, her flesh must be exceptionally tender. With a sigh, the woman, Han Muqing, lamented her inability to survive. After a decade of struggling alone in this desolate world, she found herself at the brink of despair. As she beheld the grimy hands reaching for her, despair enveloped her. In that moment, all she longed for was a clean, swift, and complete death. She did not wish to become sustenance for those wretches, ultimately leaving behind not even a fragment of her remains. Yet, at that instant, she was powerless to resist, her body devoid of strength even to lift a finger. In her moment of hopelessness, a towering and formidable man approached her, his resolute gaze obscured by a mask. Like a deity, he strode towards Han Muqing with deliberate steps. He halted before her, his piercing eyes surveying the ravenous crowd with an icy disdain. Leave. A single, simple command sent the onlookers scattering in fear. Han Muqing assumed that this man had rescued her merely to satisfy his hunger, and with a heart full of despair, she breathed her last. As her lifeless form departed, she remained oblivious to her body being prepared as a meal. Instead, the very man who had saved her gently cradled her. His eyes shimmering with an ethereal glow, he found a clean spot to cremate her, subsequently burying her ashes in a small grave. He lingered at the burial site, murmuring softly, "I'm sorry, I arrived too late, you've suffered. Rest easy now, next time. I shall not be tardy." Han Muqing gazed at the heartfelt man kneeling before her nameless grave, her spirit growing fainter as if drawn away by an unseen force. Return come. In the Eastern Lin Kingdom, in the capital, at the Han residence, a woman with bloodied wrists opened her eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings. "Miss, you're awake. How wonderful!" exclaimed a young maid, who then joyfully dashed out. Han Muqing stared in bewilderment at her surroundings: a pink canopy, satin bedding, an intricately carved antique bed, even the dressing table beside her bore a blurred copper mirror. Such sights belonged only to the period dramas of the pre-apocalyptic era. Suddenly, a sharp pain throbbed in her forehead as a torrent of foreign memories surged into her mind, causing her to faint once more. When she regained consciousness, the room was shrouded in darkness. Han Muqing did not call for help. Instead, she lay quietly on the bed, sorting through the memories in her mind. She had been reborn, inhabiting the body of the eldest daughter of the Han family, the Prime Minister's residence in the Eastern Lin Kingdom. This Han Muqing was rather foolish, for she had originally been betrothed to the most favored prince of the realm. Yet, on the eve of their wedding, her close friend and cousin, Huang Wenxiu, had mentioned that a new collection of headpieces had arrived at Jinfeng Pavilion, inviting Han Muqing to accompany her to see it. Han Muqing has always placed her unwavering trust in Huang Wenxiu, following her every word. With her impending marriage, Han Muqing's mother had long advised her to refrain from wandering about and to remain at home in anticipation of her nuptials. However, spurred by Huang Wenxiu's encouragement, Han Muqing evaded the watchful eyes of her maids and stealthily ventured out alone. Yet, amidst the throngs of people on the streets, she inadvertently lost sight of Huang Wenxiu and soon found herself anxiously searching for her. As she passed through a tranquil alleyway, a sudden sharp pain struck her neck, and she was rendered unconscious. When she awoke, it was already the following morning, and she found herself in the Zui Chunlu, disheveled and completely unclothed. Though untouched by man, she instinctively understood the gravity of her predicament. Stumbling home in a daze, she discovered her family in a frenzy over her disappearance. Having spent the night away, she learned that the second prince, who had once cherished her deeply, had come to annul their engagement. The day after the annulment, news spread throughout the capital that Huang Wenxiu had become betrothed to the second prince. On the very day of this engagement, accusations surfaced against the minister of Han, alleging treason, with the informant being none other than Lord Huang, the brother-in-law of Minister Han. Lord Huang claimed that his daughter had visited the Han residence and inadvertently discovered a letter in the study of her maternal uncle, Minister Han. This study was a heavily guarded sanctum, accessible only to select individuals, yet the favored daughter of the Han family, Han Muqing, was among them. Huang Wenxiu had consistently coaxed Han Muqing into a state of confusion, persuading her to search for books in Minister Han's study, where she had accompanied Han Muqing and gained entry effortlessly. Despite Minister Han's fervent attempts to clear his name, the emperor remained unconvinced, ultimately condemning the Han family to exile in the wilderness. Aware that both his family and daughter had fallen victim to the machinations of the Huang family, Minister Han lamented the emperor's lack of discernment. His grievances found no avenue for redress. Upon learning the truth, Han Muqing was overwhelmed with guilt and, in a moment of despair, attempted to take her own life by slashing her wrist. As she recollected her memories, she touched the still painful wound on her wrist. Han Muqing had fought for survival in the apocalypse for a decade, realizing one fundamental truth: strength and power are the essence of existence. Suicide? Such an act was not in Han Muqing's nature. After enduring countless hardships in the apocalypse, what could be more challenging than exile? It was unlikely to be more arduous than her previous struggles. In 2 days, her family would embark on their exile, a journey fraught with difficulties. Thus, she needed to prepare ample supplies. Yet when the day arrived, she anticipated that someone would be watching over them, and even if the higher authorities did not intervene, the Huang family would undoubtedly create obstacles. If only there were a secure place to store their belongings. Suddenly, a chime echoed, and Han Muqing found herself gazing upon an expansive space. It seemed to be a vast courtyard rather than a mere room, for when she looked up, there was no ceiling to be seen, only an expanse of white mist. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that this courtyard spanned several hundred square feet, with other areas temporarily shrouded in fog. In a distant corner, there was a well, from which water had begun to overflow, bubbling toward a nearby small pond. Unable to resist, Han Muqing scooped some of the well water and took a sip. It was colorless and tasteless, yet a subtle sweetness invigorated her, leaving her feeling refreshed. She sensed that this place was anything but ordinary, a subtle thrill stirring within her. Could it be the storage space described in novels? To test her hypothesis, she silently uttered the word out, and with a flicker, Han Muqing found herself back in her own room. As she pondered the origins of this peculiar space, she felt a warmth at her wrist, where an inconspicuous bracelet materialized. This bracelet was no stranger to Han Muqing. It was a relic left to her by her mother, overlooked during the apocalypse due to its unassuming nature. Coincidentally, the original owner also possessed it, having received it from her grandmother at the tender age of 15, said to be a family heirloom. With her exile looming just 2 days away, time was of the essence. If a storage space truly existed, she needed to prepare swiftly. Han Muqing caressed the vanity in her room and whispered, "Enter." Instantly, the vanity vanished, and a vision of the space unfolded in her mind. She repeated the command, and the vanity returned to its original position. Just as she was about to experiment with another item, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside her door. Without a moment to contemplate, she hurriedly dove beneath the covers. As soon as she settled in, the door swung open. "Chai, dear Qing, I've heard you have awakened." Han Muqing gazed at the elderly woman and the middle-aged lady before her, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Before she could utter a word, the middle-aged woman approached with a handkerchief, gently wiping away her tears. "Qing, your mother knows you have suffered, and your father and brothers are equally enraged. However, we are at a critical juncture for our family. You must endure this hardship for now." Chapter 2. Nestled in mother's embrace, as Han Muqing gazed at the woman before her, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her. Before the apocalypse, she had been an orphan, never once held in her mother's arms since her earliest memories. Now, she found herself nestled in her mother's embrace, a feeling of unparalleled bliss washing over her. Wiping away her tears, she hugged her mother tightly, then embraced her grandmother, old Madame Han. Kneeling on the bed, she looked at them and said, "Grandma, mother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disregarded your advice and wandered off. Not only have I lost my virtue, but I have also been jilted, bringing shame upon the Han family." Old Madame Han cast a fond yet reproachful glance at Han Muqing. "As long as you recognize your mistakes, that is what matters. You must not act foolishly again. I have long warned you that that girl from the Huang family, like her grandmother, harbors impure intentions. Yet you insisted on associating with her. Losing your virtue is not the end of the world. In the future, even if you do not marry, your 2 elder brothers will be able to support you. Rest assured, even in exile, our family will not struggle to survive." I have grown weary of this city. Living in a quieter place during these tumultuous times may prove beneficial. As long as we are together, we can thrive anywhere. After sitting for a while, observing that Han Muqing's emotions had stabilized, both women felt reassured. The family's exile was no small matter, and there were numerous arrangements to be made. As the matriarch, Han Muqing's mother had many responsibilities, and now that her daughter had come to terms with her situation, she could focus on organizing their affairs. Once they departed, Han Muqing began to contemplate the larger issues at hand. They were being exiled under a cloud of guilt, and the authorities forbade them from bringing valuable gold, silver, or jewels. The Han family's treasury had been placed under guard since the imperial edict was issued. Even her father, the chancellor, along with her second uncle and 2 brothers, remained imprisoned, and they would not be reunited until their departure in 2 days. With only the women of the family left in the Grand Chancellor's residence, managing such a vast estate was no trivial task. She could no longer afford to linger idly. The impending journey would be fraught with challenges. Although she possessed a space of her own, it was currently empty. Though she had not experienced hardship firsthand, she could well imagine the difficulties that lay ahead. While she could endure some discomfort, her grandmother and mother were not as resilient. Her grandmother, having enjoyed a life of luxury for many years, was now faced with an uncertain future. Her mother, raised as a wealthy young lady, had never known adversity, and Han Muqing feared they might not withstand the trials of the journey. If she wished to ease their burdens, meticulous preparations were essential. Yet they were constrained by their guilt. On the day of departure, they would undoubtedly face scrutiny, and their allowable baggage and funds would be limited, especially since they could not openly access the treasury. The only relatives they had in the capital were the Huang family, but Huang Wenxiu was not her true aunt. While Huang Wenxiu's mother bore the surname Han, she was not a biological child of old Madame Han. She was born of a concubine to Han Muqing's grandfather. After the early demise of her grandfather, old Madame Han had taken charge of the household, and the relationship between Huang Madame and old Madame Han had always been strained, resulting in a rather tenuous connection between the Huang family and the Han family. Madame Huang possesses an exceptional social acumen, adept at understanding the potential of her half-brother. Thus, she consistently maintains a facade of propriety. Fortunately, the other members of the Han family remain unenchanted by her charm, with the sole exception of the naive Han Muqing, who has always believed in the benevolence of Huang Wenxiu and her mother. Despite her mother's disapproval of their companionship, Han Muqing remained obstinate, ultimately leading to her own misfortune. As for the Huang family, while they may not be the pinnacle of aristocracy, their wealth is considerable. According to her knowledge, her unscrupulous uncle is far from a virtuous official. The Huang family has significantly contributed to the wrongful persecution of her father, the prime minister. Thus, she resolves to exploit the Huang family's resources for her own benefit. Han Muqing plans to explore 2 households tonight and her own tomorrow, being cautious not to act too early at the prime minister's residence, lest her actions be discovered. Now, she must prepare certain items. Han Muqing lamented the absence of weapons in her space. Despite its ample size, it contained nothing but a well. How much more advantageous it would be if the space were filled with an array of formidable arms. She mused that she could simply wield a cannon to overthrow the tyrant. Human nature is inherently greedy. In the past, when she lacked a space, she yearned only for a place to store her belongings. Now that she possesses it, she finds herself dissatisfied with its contents. A most unreasonable sentiment. Miss, you must be hungry after waking. Madam has instructed me to bring you some light dishes. Here, allow me to assist you, said the maid. Han Muqing, momentarily lost in thought, noticed the young girl approaching with a food box, which she placed on the nearby table before moving closer to her. Having regained the original owner's memories, Han Muqing recognized this maid as Chunlan, one of the original owner's closest attendants. Chunlan, I am quite all right. I can get up by myself. Please fetch me some water so I may wash my hands, she replied, waving her hand before the maid could assist her. Though unaccustomed to being waited upon, Han Muqing understood the necessity of gradual adjustment. Sudden changes might lead to her being perceived as an otherworldly being deserving of punishment. Chunlan obediently fetched water, and after Han Muqing washed her hands, she seated herself at the table to eat earnestly. She was not at all picky. The meal Chunlon brought, though modest, was satisfactory, given that the Han household, despite its current disgrace, still bore the status of the Prime Minister's residence. Unbeknownst to Chunlon, her mistress had not enjoyed a peaceful meal in a decade. The hardships endured during the apocalypse had instilled in Han Muqing a profound appreciation for sustenance. Picky eaters? After a few years in the apocalypse, one would be overwhelmed with joy at the mere sight of food. Han Muqing consumed her meal swiftly, and before Chunlon could register the speed of her eating, her mistress had cleared her plate with remarkable efficiency. Observing the empty dish, Chunlon anxiously inquired, "Miss, are you terribly hungry? Shall I fetch more from the kitchen?" Shaking her head, Han Muqing replied, "No need. I have just awakened and should not overindulge. Chunlon, please gather my private silver and all valuable jewelry and consolidate them in one place." As Chunlon collected the dishes, she reassured her, "Do not worry, Mississippi. I have already organized the items in your room, and Xiao Yue is currently tidying the small storage room." Our small storeroom is indeed filled with a considerable number of items, especially since the lady has moved the dowry she prepared for the young miss due to her impending engagement. Those possessions are exquisite, yet it remains uncertain whether they may be taken later. When the imperial decree was issued, it was stated that only simple garments could be carried as personal belongings, while all valuable items within the residence were strictly prohibited from being touched. However, I happened to overhear the housekeeper mentioning that Lord Huang would be supervising the proceedings in 2 days. After all, we are relatives. I wonder if Lord Huang might choose to turn a blind eye. Speaking of dowries, Han Muqing paused momentarily, reflecting on how well the Han family treated the original owner. The dowry is certainly comparable to that of a palace princess, and one could see the sparkle in Huang Wenxiu's eyes upon glimpsing it. Chapter 3. The concern for Han Muqing's dowry. That entire collection of dowry represents the affection of her family, and it cannot be left behind. If abandoned here, who knows to whom it might eventually belong? In the past, she might have fretted over what to do with the dowry, but now she has her own space, which remains empty. Not only could she easily store her dowry, but she could also relocate the entire Prime Minister's residence if necessary. After cleaning the table, Chunlon looked at her mistress with an air of mystery. "Mistress, my plan with Xiaojuan is to dig a hole in our yard to bury some of your valuable jewelry for safekeeping. When the opportunity arises to return to the capital, we can retrieve it. What do you think?" "Not advisable," replied the young lady. "It is safer to keep valuable items in one's possession. There is no need to dig a hole. I have a way to conceal the dowry without anyone discovering it. You and Xiaojuan should focus on moving as much as we can. Otherwise, we may not know who might benefit from it left here." Chunlon, being a diligent girl, perked up at the notion of her mistress having a means to secure the valuables. "Mistress, please rest. I shall assist Xiaojuan in gathering everything, ensuring not even a needle is left behind." After Chunlon departed, Han Muqing reclined on the bed for a brief respite. The original owner's body was exceedingly frail, and such delicate health would not fare well during the journey of exile. It seemed she must engage in proper training henceforth. Once she regained a bit of strength, Han Muqing found it hard to remain idle. She had grand plans for the night. Her space could not remain vacant, especially with time running short. Preparations were imperative, particularly for items like climbing tools and lockpicks. Meanwhile, at the Huang residence, Huang Wenxiu and her mother were sorting through the meager dowry. Huang Wenxiu gazed at the dowry before her, unable to suppress a frown as she turned to her mother. "Mother, what is this? Could you not procure a few more decent items?" Huang Madam glanced at her daughter and replied, "Show her. Your dowry is already quite substantial, among the best in the capital. You know your mother's dowry was modest. After all, your grandfather passed away early, and your grandmother was merely a concubine without authority. As a mere illegitimate child, the old matriarch of the Han family was unwilling to provide me with a lavish dowry. Fortunately, despite her cruelty, she was not entirely devoid of conscience and allowed me to marry as the principal wife, becoming the head of the household. Your father and your uncle were contemporaries in their studies. However, while your uncle achieved the esteemed rank of a second-place scholar, your father barely scraped by at the bottom. Yet here we are, having managed to infiltrate the upper echelons of the capital. The wealth I possess has been accumulated through my own efforts over the years, and I must also share it with your brother, who is soon to wed and requires a proper dowry. Being a daughter, you are fortunate. You shall want for nothing in the future. It is imperative that you understand your brother's success provides you with a significant backing. Upon hearing that her modest inheritance would be divided with her elder brother, Huang Wenxiu felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Her mother was well aware that a marriage into royalty necessitated a substantial dowry, for anything less would invite scorn. When the topic of Huang Wenxiu's marriage arose, Mrs. Huang expressed her discontent as well. And what of you? You have yet to explain how it came to pass that while Han Muqing held the title of primary consort, you were relegated to a secondary position. You must realize that a secondary consort is merely a concubine. Had circumstances been different, you could have been a primary wife. Huang Wenxiu bristled at the notion of being labeled a concubine. Mother, the second prince has declared that the favored consort will only grant me a position as a secondary consort. You know well that I am now bound to the second prince, with no turning back. However, do not fret, for you are aware of my capabilities. What does it matter if I am a secondary consort? As long as I garner the second prince's affection and bear him a son, I shall elevate myself from humble beginnings to a position of nobility. To establish oneself within the royal family, one must not skimp on the finances required for managing affairs within the inner palace. My current dowry is woefully inadequate. Mother, do consider that the Han family will soon be expelled from the capital. Han Muqing's dowry must not be allowed to benefit anyone else. Perhaps you could devise a plan to assist me? Mrs. Huang herself harbored envy towards Han Muqing's dowry. This is manageable. Your father was the inspector back then, and with him overseeing matters, they will assuredly leave not a single coin behind. Without financial means, I wonder how they will survive at the borders. Despite her mother's reassurances, Huang Wenxiu remained dissatisfied. Mother, I wish to go myself. After all, Han Muqing and I share a bond as sisters, and it is only right that I see her off. Mrs. Huang affectionately tapped her forehead. You silly girl. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true intentions. It is wise to maintain distance from Han Muqing. My previous encouragement for you to associate with her stemmed from her favored status within the Han family. As long as you keep her in good spirits, the others in the Han family will have no choice but to distance themselves from our Huang household. However, she is now tainted and facing banishment, her life irrevocably marred. Ultimately, she may find herself wed to a servant or a commoner, while you aspire to be a prince's consort. You must preserve your reputation without a hint of blemish. I fear she may act in desperation and utter something she ought not. Huang Wenxiu gazed confidently at her mother. Fear not, mother. Do you not know Han Muqing? With her limited intellect, she will simply acquiesce to whatever I say. If I had not frequently associated with her, she would not have crossed paths with the second prince. Once, my father was merely a minor official of the 5th rank, but now, with a little maneuvering from his daughter, he has been promoted 3 ranks. Speaking of this, Madame Huang has been singing my praises, affirming that my daughter is indeed remarkable. Presently, my father has ceased visiting those little enchantresses in the courtyard and spends his days resting here with me. He has declared that you are his lucky star, and he intends to rely on you to become the esteemed father-in-law of the nation in the future. I'll mention to him that there are plenty of fine items in Han Muqing's courtyard, and we shall ensure that all those treasures are left for you. After toiling away in her storage room for quite some time, Han Muqing managed to cobble together a few usable tools. Once she placed the tools into her space, instead of returning to her own courtyard, she began to meander through the prime minister's residence. Upon her exploration, she found the estate remarkably desolate. Her father, 2 brothers, and second uncle had all been detained. The household was left with only her grandmother, and her mother, 3 women in total. The grandmother of Huang Wenxiu, the concubine, had already severed ties with the Han family even before the imperial edict arrived, taking with her a so-called letter of divorce. Following the turmoil that befell the Han family, aside from a few loyal servants, most of the household staff had departed in advance. Lady Han Muqing's mother, did not impose any hardship upon them. As the journey into exile was fraught with uncertainty and peril, there was no reason to compel others to share in their suffering. Thus, whenever someone expressed a desire to leave, Lady Han not only returned their contracts, but also ensured their wages were settled in full. As Han Muqing wandered into the apothecary, she noted that despite the modesty exhibited by the head of the household, the Prime Minister's residence still possessed a pharmacy and a physician. Chapter 4. The Huang family's affluence. The resident physician, Zhang Bo, an elderly gentleman, was lost in thought while gazing at the medicine cabinets when Han Muqing arrived. Upon seeing her, he hurriedly greeted her with utmost respect. "Miss, what brings you here? Are you unwell?" Han Muqing smiled at Songbu, respectively. "No, I'm merely here for a visit. By the way, may I inquire when you plan to depart? If you have the time, I would like your assistance in preparing some commonly used medicines. After all, this journey will be arduous, and I may catch a cold from the exposure. Especially since my grandmother is advanced in age, it would be prudent to have some essential remedies on hand, as consulting a physician on the road may prove inconvenient." Zhang Bo, encouraged by her words, looked at her with pride, recognizing that his young mistress had matured and gained wisdom through her experiences. "Rest assured, miss, I have already prepared a few items. I was merely cautious not to overproduce, fearing I might not be able to carry them all. Should you find them insufficient, I will gladly prepare more." Han Muqing inspected the various pouches on the counter. "Zhang Bo, please prepare some more. I would also appreciate it if you could concoct some sedatives and common remedies for parasites and detoxification. On this journey, we are sure to encounter snakes, insects, and vermin, so it is better to be over-prepared than to panic later." "Very well," Zhang Bo replied, turning to retrieve several small packets of medicinal powder from his cabinet. "These are some sedatives I have prepared during my leisure time. Take them for now, and I will prepare the rest shortly. I have informed my son that I shall leave tomorrow evening, and the day after, I will see you all off at the city gate." Han Muqing nodded, expressing her gratitude to Zhang Bo, suggesting that he need not accompany her the day after tomorrow, as it was not a pleasant occasion. She assured him that as long as he could enjoy a peaceful retirement alongside her family, he need not worry. She would take good care of her loved ones, and they would eventually return to the capital. As the hour of the night passed, a figure quietly slipped out of the Han residence. Han Muqing hurriedly made her way to the vicinity of the Huang family. She was no longer the delicate young lady of the Prime Minister's household, but had transformed into a formidable queen of the apocalypse, having clawed her way back from the brink of death countless times. The original owner of her body had frequented the Huang residence, and relying on her memories, Han Muqing navigated towards the back kitchen. The surrounding wall was not particularly high, and only an elderly maid kept watch during the night. Han Muqing retrieved her climbing tool, previously concealed in her spatial storage, and deftly scaled the wall. Once atop, she paused momentarily to ensure her safety before climbing down alongside a gnarled tree that leaned against the wall. Since the kitchen was the nearest destination, she decided to explore it first. Having gone hungry for a decade in the apocalypse, she held a deep fondness for kitchens, places where delectable feasts could be conjured. Without hesitation, she thoroughly scanned the kitchen, noting the Huang family's extravagant provisions, shark fins and birds' nests, far surpassing the opulence of her own prime ministerial household. However, her primary objective today was the Huang family's storeroom. The kitchen would be a secondary concern, and should time permit, she would not hesitate to strip the Huang family of their possessions. After leaving the kitchen, Han Muqing resolved to visit Huang Wenxiu's courtyard next. The original owner had often visited this place, and she easily slipped inside. Her choice to visit Huang Wenxiu first was strategic, as the guards were sparse. With only a few maids present, being an unmarried girl, the courtyard would lack armed escorts. Han Muqing discreetly sprinkled the powder Zhang Bo had given her into the rooms where people were present before finally arriving at Huang Wenxiu's quarters. She popped a detoxifying pill into her mouth and swiftly blew some of the sleeping powder into the room. Although she harbored intentions of teaching Huang Wenxiu a lesson in retribution for the original owner, she recognized the necessity of remaining discreet. Her primary aim was to gather resources. She approached Huang Wenxiu's bed, and upon seeing the woman lying there, could not suppress her disdain. Huang Wenxiu's appearance was decidedly unremarkable. With a flat nose, thick lips, and freckled skin, she bore little appeal. Had it not been for her fair complexion, her face would have been quite unappealing. It was evident that Huang Wenxiu had put considerable effort into her appearance, as her daytime facade was drastically different from her unadorned state. No wonder the maids surrounding her were not particularly attractive. It seemed she harbored a strong sense of jealousy. Han Muqing approached Huang Wenxiu's vanity and retrieved several boxes from the innermost compartment. After a cursory glance, she tossed them into her spatial realm, filled with Huang Wenxiu's more valuable jewelry, most of which originally belonged to her. Initially intending to leave quietly, she paused at the door, casting one last glance into the room, leading her to reconsider her decision. In times of hardship, one could never predict what perils awaited on the road ahead. The furnishings within were far superior to those found in a typical peasant's abode. With a decisive flick of her wrist, she mercilessly sent Huang Wenxiu, who lay on the bed, tumbling to the floor, disregarding even the bed curtains and blankets. By the time Han Muqing exited the room, the space was left barren, save for Huang Wenxiu, clad only in her undergarments, sprawled on the ground. Had the structure not been difficult to dismantle, Han Muqing might have taken the very bricks and tiles with her. Leaving Huang Wenxiu's chamber, Han Muqing did not linger. She moved swiftly, sweeping everything in her path. Upon exiting the courtyard, she made her way directly to the study of Golden Mountain. Drawing from her experiences watching palace intrigue dramas, she surmised that the studies of corrupt officials often concealed secret chambers. Navigating her way to the study, she found the guards at the door fast asleep. With utmost caution, she tiptoed past them, slyly enhancing their slumber as she passed. Once inside the study, Han Muqing wasted no time and began rummaging through the room. To her surprise, she indeed uncovered a hidden chamber. Upon opening it, she could not suppress her astonishment. Golden Mountain truly lived up to its name, for within lay an astonishing amount of gold belonging to a mere fifth-rank official. Had he not been greedy, even spirits would find it hard to believe such wealth existed. Previously, Golden Mountain had held the position of a fifth-rank official, but after being reported by her father, the Prime Minister, he ascended the ranks under the auspices of the second prince, now serving as a second-rank dignitary. As Han Muqing gazed upon the chests filled with gold and jewels in the secret chamber, her expression hardened. She would show no mercy to a corrupt official. With a swift gesture, she cleared the hidden chamber of its contents, leaving it thoroughly empty, which greatly pleased her. Exiting the chamber, she proceeded to fill the study with all its books, paintings, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, whisking them into her spatial realm. Suddenly, as she removed the final painting from the wall, a distinct sound echoed, causing several bricks to shift unexpectedly. Once the bricks settled, a small wooden box, measuring roughly 20 to 30 centimeters, emerged from the wall. The concealment of this box piqued Han Muqing's curiosity. She quickly retrieved the universal key she had crafted earlier that afternoon and set to work on the ancient lock, which proved to be quite simple. With little effort, she unlocked the wooden box and, upon opening it, discovered a stack of silver notes worth 10,000 taels on the top layer. Cautiously moving aside a partition, she found an account book and a pile of letters. With no time to delve into their contents, Han Muqing recognized their significance, but knew this was not the moment for investigation. She promptly placed the wooden box into her spatial realm. When Han Muqing exited the study, the once opulent room had been reduced to mere barren walls. Without hesitation, she proceeded to the Huang family's storeroom, seemingly unconcerned, perhaps due to the meager nature of its contents, as there was not a single guard in sight. Utilizing her lock-picking tool with ease, she unlatched the storeroom door and surveyed the interior, discovering a scarcity of valuable items. However, she did not express disdain. After all, her family was bound for the wilderness, where reports indicated that the impoverished were reduced to foraging for tree bark and roots. Though the items in the Huang residence were not of exquisite quality, they were still useful. She was not picky and collected everything portable into her spatial storage. After leaving the storeroom, Han Muqing returned to the kitchen, where she claimed every item, including pots and pans, for future use or potential gifts. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling kitchen was left with only dark walls and a stovetop missing its iron pot. With her sights set on the Huang family's granary, she knew that, as a prominent household, they housed a significant stock of grain. She thoroughly explored both the granary and the apothecary, inadvertently knocking over an oil lamp in the granary. Han Muqing had been pillaging the Huang residence throughout the night, and she felt it necessary to create a sense of urgency, akin to a thief at work. Water's flooding. Quick, someone help. Upon climbing over the wall, Han Muqing glanced back at the commotion unfolding at the Huang residence, nodding in satisfaction. Instead of returning home directly, she diverted her path towards the city, targeting the grain stores and apothecaries within the capital. To her knowledge, the second prince owned a moderately sized grain store and pharmacy. Both grain and medicinal herbs were essential commodities at any time. The meager supplies from the Huang family could hardly fill her spatial storage. And although the current emperor was not particularly astute, the capital's security remained commendable, usually resulting in minimal staff presence at night. This circumstance facilitated Han Muqing's endeavors, as the personnel responding to the fire at the Huang residence had drawn the patrolling guards away. As dawn approached, she stealthily returned to the Han residence, and upon observing her petite figure enter, two men on a nearby rooftop withdrew silently. Both men exhibited remarkable agility. One wore a golden mask, while the other was cloaked in a black scarf. Once they returned to their own abode, the masked man turned to the one in the mask and said, "Master, we have followed her for the entire night and witnessed that little thief emerge from the Huang household, subsequently visiting the grain store and apothecary. However, curiously, she bore no stolen goods. Do you believe she has entered the Han residence to commit murder or arson?" The man addressed as Master pondered for a moment, recognizing the peculiarity of the situation. Since when has such a person appeared in the capital? The masked man, dressed as a guard, contemplated further. Could it be that she is a hero from the martial world? The master behind those grain stores and apothecaries is the second prince, and the Golden Mountain is no benign entity. However, her final destination, the Han residence, without her emerging afterward, is indeed suspicious. Is it possible that the Han family is colluding with the underworld? At this moment, several men from the Han family are imprisoned, including the not-so-bright second Uncle Han. Among the female members of the Han family, aside from the seemingly simple-minded eldest daughter, the two matrons are quite astute. Yet, no matter how capable they are, it is unlikely they have any connections with the underworld. The masked man glanced at his perplexed subordinate and waved his hand dismissively. Since it's puzzling, there's no need to dwell on it. The Huang family has committed numerous nefarious deeds, and this can be seen as retribution. However, the Han chancellor is indeed an exceptional official, and it is quite regrettable that he has to step down. The masked man turned to his own superior, contemplating whether to intervene to save the Han family. Shaking his head, he replied, "No, it is not the right time for us to act. We might provoke unnecessary alarm. The Han family is a contingency my mother left for us, and we cannot act just yet. We will discuss it later. The day after tomorrow, I will send someone to ensure their safe passage to the wilderness. In fact, being away from the capital may not be entirely unfavorable." After speaking, the masked man seemed to recall something, sharply gazing at the masked subordinate. "Has that woman from that day not been located yet?" The subordinate shook his head. "No, my lord. That day you were heavily under the influence of the seductive powder. After I brought you there, I found an empty room to place you in, and then I went to seek a clean girl. To my surprise, when I returned to your room, I found a woman already with you, and you had already begun. That poison is quite insidious, allowing only for union with a woman, and once initiated, it cannot be halted. I did not wish to disturb you, so I sent away the girl I had procured, and she fainted. At that time, you were in a weakened state and needed urgent care. Thus, I hastily wrapped the girl in a bedspread and carried you away. When I returned to the room after ensuring your safety, it was already empty. I inquired with the madam, and she claimed they had no such person in their establishment. However, I found a handkerchief on the bed. And what else?" The subordinate began to speak, but the masked man shot him a cold glare. Under the scrutiny of his master, the subordinate dared not withhold any longer. "I noticed bloodstains on the bedding, and the madam mentioned that it was the sign of a maiden's first night. Thus, I surmised that the girl you were with was indeed pure, and I took the bedsheet with me." After stating this, the subordinate hurriedly exited the room. Even with a mask, the masked man could sense the fury emanating from his master, prompting him to leave swiftly to avoid incurring wrath. The masked man sat there in a daze, faintly recalling that the woman was delicate and beautiful. Chapter 6. Huang Wenxiu in nothing but a bustier and underwear at the Huang residence. A fire broke out in the storeroom, causing the guards and servants to rush about in a frantic effort to extinguish the flames. Golden Mountain, who had just finished causing a ruckus in a concubine's chamber and had finally drifted into slumber, leaped out of the concubine's bed upon hearing of the fire. Exiting the concubine's courtyard, Golden Mountain did not head towards the storeroom, but rather hurriedly made his way to the study. The young servant trailing closely behind Huang Jinshan looked up at his master with a puzzled expression. "My lord, is the storeroom not on fire? Why are we heading to the study instead?" With an irritated glance towards the storeroom, which was indeed ablaze, Huang Jinshan replied, "What worth is there in whatever burns there? As long as the items in the study remain intact, our Huang family's foundation will remain unscathed." The servant nodded eagerly, flattering, "Rest assured, my lord. The Huang family is a prominent figure in the capital now, and our young lady is destined to become a prince's consort. You will surely become a national figure. Which thief would dare to rob us?" As the master and servant pushed open the door to the study, they were utterly stunned by the sight before them. An empty room stripped bare. "Someone! Quickly! Where is everyone?" Huang Jinshan shouted in a frenzy, rushing into the hidden chamber. "It's over. Everything is lost." His panic deepened. He was acutely aware of the valuable items in the study. While gold and silver notes could be acquired again, the small wooden box contained something that could spell disaster for the Huang family. The commotion roused all members of the Huang household, except for Huang Wenxiu, who remained undisturbed. Other concubines whispered about her lack of awareness, yet her mother sensed something was amiss. Knowing her daughter well, she dismissed the notion that such a significant event could occur without Huang Wenxiu's knowledge. Fearing that a thief might invade her daughter's quarters, Mrs. Huang gathered a group of servants and hurried to her daughter's courtyard. Fortunately, Mrs. Huang was astute. Upon reaching the entrance, she instructed the others to wait outside, taking only her trusted maid into the courtyard. However, as soon as she entered, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Why did her daughter's courtyard appear so desolate? She distinctly remembered the vibrant flowers and plants that had once thrived there, yet now even the flower pots had vanished. With little regard for her noble demeanor, Mrs. Huang rushed towards her daughter's room. "Xue, Xue," she called as she flung open the door, only to be met with a shocking sight. "Maid, quickly, close the courtyard door. We must not let anyone enter." Her gaze fell upon her daughter, who was clad only in an undergarment, trembling uncontrollably. The room was stark and empty. There was not even a bed, let alone a wardrobe, or even a rickety stool. In desperation to cover her daughter's modesty, she found nothing to offer and instructed the maid, who had just returned from closing the main door, to fetch clothing from the servants' quarters. By the time Huang Wenxiu regained consciousness, chaos had ensued. Meanwhile, Han Muqing was oblivious to the turmoil at the Huang residence. Upon returning home, she indulged in a restful slumber. The following day, she busied herself exploring every corner of the Prime Minister's residence. With dawn's light, her family was set to embark on their journey, and she was determined to ensure that everything necessary was prepared. Within the confines of the residence, there were indeed guards vigilantly observing. It would be quite challenging for her to discreetly transfer the contents of the manor into her spatial realm. Thus, the act of concealing items could only take place amidst the chaos of their impending departure. After surveying the surroundings and gaining a sense of the situation, Han Muqing made her way directly to the side of the aged matriarch. Upon her arrival, she found the elderly lady engaged in packing her belongings alongside an old maid. The matriarch sighed heavily as she worked, lamenting, "Oh, after decades of residing in the capital, I find myself forced to leave my home. While I would not mind returning to the countryside, I cannot help but feel sorrow for my son, a good official who has met with such misfortune. Now, as my grandchildren are at the age where they should be seeking suitable matches, this delay may render them unable to find good families. My heart aches most for Qing. Since her calamity, she has changed so profoundly. Oh, I wish for her to find a kind partner and live a harmonious life. Should misfortunes arise, let me bear them instead. Rest assured, my lady, the old maid interjected, observing her mistress's despondent demeanor. Your miss is clearly destined for great fortune. She will undoubtedly find a suitable match in the future. At that moment, Han Muqing approached the entrance and called out, "Grandmother, I have come to visit you." Hearing her voice, the matriarch hastily wiped her eyes and composed herself, greeting Han Muqing with warmth. "Ah, Qing'er has arrived. Why not take a moment to rest?" Han Muqing stepped closer, linking her arm with the elderly lady's. "Grandmother, I am quite well and do not require rest. We depart tomorrow, and I want to check if there is anything you might need assistance with." The matriarch gazed forlornly at the home she had inhabited for decades, sighing. "There isn't much to be done. We are not merely retiring to the countryside or going on holiday. This is exile. If we are fortunate enough to take a few changes of clothes, that would be a blessing." As she gently stroked a small chest of belongings, the matriarch continued, "These are the treasures I have saved over the years, originally intended as dowry for your wedding. Alas, it seems these items will now go to waste. Grandmother, were these treasures? May I have a look?" Han Muqing feigned curiosity as she peered at the matriarch. The elder opened the chest, saying, "Of course you may look. While these items remain in our possession, my dear granddaughter can examine them as she pleases. If only we could find a way to carry them with us. It would spare you from a meager dowry in the future." As Han Muqing observed the chest's contents, she noted that though it was not overly large, it was filled to the brim with exquisite items, including a complete set of gilded headpieces and several sets of exceptionally fine jade accessories. Even with her limited knowledge of such treasures, Han Muqing could discern that the jewelry within was of superior quality. Chapter 7. The experienced Huang Wenxiu. It seems a shame to let these treasures fall into the hands of others, Han Muqing mused, glancing back at her grandmother. Are there any other valuable items? If so, let us gather them all. Alternatively, if there is anything you wish to take, please set it aside. Rest assured, I have a way to transport them. Qing'er, do you truly have a way? Madame Han understood the gravity of the situation and promptly instructed the maid by her side to stand guard at the door, preventing anyone from approaching. Then, lowering her voice, she turned to Han Muqing. "Qing'er, do you truly have a plan? This is no trifling matter. While these belongings are regrettable to lose, they are merely material possessions. As long as our family remains united, that is of utmost importance. Qing'er, do not foolishly seek the second prince's aid, the royal family." Madame Han shook her head as she spoke. "In the future, I do not wish for you to seek wealth or status. I only desire for you to find an honest and decent person and to live a peaceful life. I do not want you to plead with anyone on account of our family affairs." Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Han Muqing grasped the underlying concern. Her earlier mention of a solution must have led her grandmother to believe she intended to solicit the second prince's assistance. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved that it was prudent to confide in her beloved grandmother, as having someone to help conceal matters in the future would be beneficial. From the memories of her predecessor, she knew that Madame Han was quite kind and held a deep affection for her only granddaughter. Although Madame Han had previously disapproved of the close relationship between the original owner and Huang Wenxiu, leading to some distance between them, her sincerity towards her granddaughter remained unwavering. Realizing this, Han Muqing looked earnestly at her grandmother and said, "Grandmother, please sit down. I wish to share something with you." Noticing her granddaughter's serious demeanor, the elderly lady also adopted a grave expression and obediently took a seat on the nearby chair, focusing intently on Han Muqing. Without delay, Han Muqing approached her grandmother, knelt down and took her hand. "Grandmother, there is something I must tell you. Please listen and do not be alarmed. In fact, I have experienced a moment of death. When I arrived at the underworld, the King of Hell informed me that my lifespan had not yet expired, so he sent me back. The King of Hell said I was previously deceived by malevolent individuals, and my father was similarly ensnared. To assist us, he secretly gifted me a magical artifact that allows me to store items at will. This artifact is invisible to others. Only I can access it. The King of Hell bestowed this artifact upon me to ease our burdens along the way. Look, grandmother." As she spoke, Han Muqing demonstrated by retrieving the table before her and storing it within the artifact. The elderly lady gazed at her granddaughter in disbelief. Had it not been for the warmth of her granddaughter's hand, She might have thought her granddaughter had fallen under some enchantment. In the midst of Madame Han's astonishment, Han Muqing returned the table to its original position. The elderly lady caressed the table she had used for many years, steadying her emotions, and looked at her granddaughter with pride. Well, I always knew my dear Qing'er was blessed. With this artifact, our family shall not need to beg for sustenance in the future. However, you must not disclose this artifact to anyone except your parents. There are far too many greedy souls in this world. Remember, everything can be tested, but human nature is the most fragile of all. Particularly, you must never tell your brothers or your second uncle. I trust that your brothers would not harm you. Yet they too will one day marry and have children. Once they have wives and children, their closest kin will inevitably become their spouses and offspring. We can assure you that your elder brothers will prioritize your safety. However, we cannot guarantee the same for others. As for your second uncle, he has a simplistic mindset and tends to speak his mind. So it is better to refrain from disclosing anything regarding the divine artifact to him. When Han Muqing emerged from the old lady's chamber, the grandmother and granddaughter had reached an agreement. The next day, prior to their departure, the old lady would create a diversion for Han Muqing to collect her belongings from the manor. They aimed to evacuate all the valuable items from the estate. After all, when they leave, Huang Jinshan would bring the imperial guards to conduct an inspection, and the entire city would witness their luggage. They would travel light, taking nothing of value, with only a few changes of clothes in their small bundles. Once they departed, even if Huang Jinshan discovered the manor had been emptied, he would be powerless, as he had seen them leave without taking anything. At the break of dawn, the Han family began to bustle with activity. Han Muqing's mother, Mrs. Han, as the head of the family, gathered all the servants in the main hall before their departure. She clearly informed all loyal servants that the future of the Han family was uncertain and encouraged them to leave if they had opportunities elsewhere. She assured them that should the Han family rise again, they would be welcomed back. Han Muqing exchanged a glance with her grandmother and quietly slipped away. At this moment, the guards stationed at the front and back doors of the Han residence were vigilant, preventing any concealment of property, which inadvertently facilitated Han Muqing's actions. Without hesitation, she swiftly navigated through each room and storeroom. After collecting the last of the items from the final chamber, she returned to the main hall, where her grandmother and mother had just completed their tasks. The old lady, satisfied upon seeing her granddaughter return, nodded before addressing the members of the Han household. Let us depart. With that, she stepped forward, leading the way out. As the group reached the entrance of the Han residence, they spotted Huang Wenxiu rushing towards them, accompanied by her maidservants. A closer inspection revealed that her eyes were red, indicating she had been crying. Indeed, Huang Wenxiu had wept profusely, having been awakened by her mother splashing water on her. Upon waking, she learned that burglars had invaded her home the previous night, robbing both the storeroom and her father's study, leaving her own room stripped bare. She had never encountered such ruthless thieves, who had left her with not a single complete garment. The realization that she was left with only her undergarments filled her with despair. Yet, she found herself unable to take drastic action. Huang Wenxiu's first instinct was to believe that a man had entered her room, and she feared her modesty had been compromised. Fortunately, her experience assured her that her body remained untouched. The intruder had only stripped her of her clothing without inflicting further harm. Chapter 8. Rendered speechless knowing she had not been sullied, Huang Wenxiu endured a scolding from her mother and shed tears before dutifully arriving to bid farewell to Han Muqing. Huang Wenxiu harbored a deep jealousy towards Han Muqing, not only because she was the woman of the chancellor, but also for her beauty and the affection she received as the family's favored child. Thus, she approached Han Muqing, gradually seizing what rightfully belonged to her. For instance, the second prince, Huang Wenxiu, arrived at the doorstep of the Han residence and was quite pleased to see Han Muqing, who had exchanged her luxurious silks for modest attire. With her head held high, she confidently approached Han Muqing, exclaiming, "Cousin, I have come to see you off. That day when I accompanied you shopping, I never anticipated we would be separated, nor did I expect you would fall victim to thieves. I feel particularly remorseful for you. You were on the verge of an engagement, and then such misfortune befell you. I heard you were so distressed that you contemplated taking your own life. I was truly worried for your well-being. However, my family has been quite strict these past few days, and I could not come see you. You do not hold it against me, do you?" As Huang Wenxiu spoke, she theatrically took out a handkerchief to dab at her tears, feigning deep regret. Unbeknownst to her, Chunlan, who had been standing beside Han Muqing, discreetly retreated into the crowd of onlookers upon receiving her mistress's subtle signal. Chunlan vividly recalled that morning when her mistress instructed her that if Huang Wenxiu showed up to bid farewell, she should spread word among the common folk that Huang Wenxiu had been stripped bare by thieves. This statement left the bystanders in a flurry of speculation. What could this imply? Surely it suggested that the eldest daughter of the Han family had been involved in some disgraceful affair. Could it be true? The Han family was renowned for its virtuous reputation. A good reputation? One cannot escape punishment for a grave offense. It is said that the Han family has committed a serious crime this time. In today's court, those who ascend to wealth and power are not necessarily virtuous, and those who face confiscation and exile are not always the wicked. As for the crimes of the Han family, I do not know, but I am aware that the people within the family are decent. They have never wronged the common folk. Hush! Some matters are better left unspoken to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Han Muqing surveyed the gossiping crowd around her and then turned to Huang Wenxiu, who was still pretending to wipe her tears. Of course, I do not blame my sister. After all, she has been busy arranging her engagement with my former fiancé these past few days. However, I heard that my sister is merely a concubine. Before Han Muqing could finish, Huang Wenxiu hastily retorted, "Sister, you are mistaken. I am not a concubine, but a side consort." Han Muqing let out a cold laugh. "Oh, it seems my sister lacks knowledge. I thought all but the legitimate wife were considered concubines. Yet, that seems rather inappropriate, considering the close relationship you share with my former fiancé. Before our engagement was annulled, you two frequently conferred in private. Once, someone even spotted you and my fiancé together in a room. You must have seen wrong." Huang Wenxiu exclaimed in a panic. Han Muqing feigned confusion, asking, "Seen wrong? Surely not." That day, the proprietress of Chunfeng Pavilion mentioned the eldest daughter of the Huang family and Han Muqing. Is this a disingenuous display of sisterly affection? At this point, Huang Wenxiu was so incensed that she could not find the words. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement once more. "Have you heard? The Huang family was robbed last night. It is said the thief was exceptionally skilled and left nothing behind." "Indeed, I have heard the rumors. It is said that the thief only targeted the storeroom of the Huang family, the study, and the courtyard of the Huang family's eldest daughter." "What? The thief entered the courtyard of the Huang family's eldest daughter? That cannot be true. Why not? It is widely circulated that last night the eldest daughter of the Huang family was left with nothing but her undergarments after the thief's intrusion." "Hush! Lower your voice lest you attract unwanted attention. The betrothed of the Huang family's eldest daughter is none other than the second prince. It appears that the thief has laid bare the dignity of the Huang family's daughter. Do you think it is possible that the eldest daughter of the Huang family has already? It is not without possibility. After all, no man can resist such delicate skin." Listening to the surrounding crowd's fervent discussions, Han Muqing could not help but smile faintly. Meanwhile, Huang Wenxiu was consumed by rage. She shot a furious glance at Han Muqing before addressing the gossiping throng. "Silence. All of you be quiet." However, her anger did not quell the clamor. Instead, it incited even more animated chatter. She glared at Han Muqing accusingly. "Was it you? Yes, it must be you. You could not bear to see my downfall after your own disgrace, could you?" Han Muqing regarded Huang Wenxiu with an air of indifference. "Are you a rabid dog?" Huang Wenxiu, lashing out at anyone in sight? "Our Han residence has been under stringent watch these past few days. No one has left the premises. As for how your misfortune became common knowledge, I am unaware. Yet your evident agitation suggests that there may be some truth to the matter." "Oh dear, how peculiar. I have never heard of thieves who strip individuals of their garments. Or perhaps this thief was specifically targeting you, my dear cousin. It seems your allure must be quite remarkable, or else the thief would not have sought to undress you." "Be silent, Han Muqing. You must cease your prattle," Huang Wenxiu shouted in exasperation. Chapter 9. Huang Wenxiu struck by lightning with a resounding slap. Han Muqing responded to Huang Wenxiu's outburst without a trace of anger, lightly massaging her palm as she smiled faintly. What? Have you become angered, my dear cousin? Before I depart today, allow me to gift you this slap and a piece of advice. Those who commit numerous misdeeds will inevitably face the consequences. Cherish the affections won through deceit. Your mother is quite heartless, for we, the Han family, are her true kin. In the days of the Han family's glory, she could hardly refrain from visiting us daily. Now that we face exile, she cannot even be bothered to send us off. My grandmother was her mother, yet she has distanced herself from us. Furthermore, do not forget to inform that esteemed uncle of yours that if he wishes to tread upon the remains of the Han family, he must prepare for double the retribution. One day, the Han family shall return to the capital. Sister, live well and await my return. After all, the royal court can be merciless, and I fear for your longevity. After delivering her words, Han Muqing disregarded the furious countenance of Huang Wenxiu and approached the elderly matriarch of the Han family, assisting her as they departed. Originally, Huang Jinshan should have been waiting at the gate of the Han residence to inspect the luggage, but due to the royal incident that transpired last night, he was still occupied when Huang Wenxiu emerged in the morning. At this moment, Huang Jinshan arrived late with a grim expression. He noticed that Lady Han and the others had no inclination for pleasantries and directly approached his daughter. Wenxiu, what are you doing here? Hurry back. A young lady about to be married should remain at home, preparing for her wedding and not engage in any nonsense. If, by chance, you were to lose your virtue before your marriage, like some shameless girls, beware that I shall break your legs. Han Muqing let out a cold laugh. Oh, Lord Huang, Uncle Huang, are you not weary of your roundabout way of speaking? You ought to be direct, like your niece. Han Muqing then turned to Huang Wenxiu. Upon meeting Han Muqing's gaze, Huang Wenxiu felt a sense of foreboding, but before she could intervene, Han Muqing had already spoken. Uncle, you might not know, but my dear cousin, your precious daughter, has had numerous clandestine meetings with men before her marriage, and the venues have been quite luxurious, with elegant beds and furnishings. By the way, I just heard that the Huang family was robbed last night. The thief not only stole everything from my cousin's room, but also stripped her of her clothing. It is said that the thief was kind enough to leave her a bodice and some undergarments. Ah, do you think this thief has a peculiar preference? Shut your mouth. Han Muqing, silence you shilf. Huang Wenxiu's face flushed with anger. She wished to rush forward and cover Han Muqing's mouth. However, Han Muqing was no longer the delicate woman of the inner chambers. She was quite agile, and Huang Wenxiu's attempts to catch her skirt were futile. Huang Jinshan observed his daughter's demeanor and had already concluded that Han Muqing spoke the truth. He was a man of traditional scholarly values, holding the belief that a woman losing her virtue before marriage was a disgrace worthy of being drowned. Han Muqing, satisfied with the varying expressions on the faces of the Huang family, raised an eyebrow and continued, Cousin, do not be agitated. After all, what I said is the truth. Otherwise, you could swear that you did not do these things, lest the heavens strike you down. But to ease your mind, I shall demonstrate. As she spoke, Han Muqing raised her right hand. I, Han Muqing, swear to the heavens that every word I have spoken today is true. Should any part of it be false, may I be struck by lightning, choked to death while drinking, be hit by a vehicle while walking, or suffer death while eating. Chinger, Chinger. Lady Han and the matriarch hurriedly interrupted, alarmed by their granddaughter's increasingly outrageous statements. After all, matters concerning the heavens were unpredictable. Who knew if they might come to pass? Particularly Lady Han, who had formerly been skeptical, now firmly believed ever since learning that her granddaughter possessed a divine artifact. Seeing her mother and grandmother's anxious expressions, Han Muqing scratched her head sheepishly and ceased her nonsensical declarations. Turning to Huang Wenxiu, she added, Cousin, I have sworn, the heavens have not struck, so my words must be true. Huang Wenxiu glanced up at the sky and scoffed. Is that all it takes to swear? Only someone as foolish as Han Muqing would believe in the efficacy of a vow. If swearing could prove one's innocence, Huang Wenxiu would be more than willing to do so. Huang Wenxiu lifted her gaze towards Han Muqing, declaring, Isn't it merely an oath? Who says I lack the courage? I, Huang Wenxiu, vow to the heavens that I have not committed any of the acts that Han Muqing has alleged. Should I speak falsely? May heaven strike me down with thunder, and I shall meet a wretched end. Crack! Boom! Crack! Boom! As soon as Huang Wenxio's words fell, the previously clear sky unleashed 3 resounding thunderclaps directed at her. The once exquisitely adorned Huang Wenxio was instantaneously transformed into a wild-haired figure. Her complexion darkened, and smoke rising from her head. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Indeed, thunder had struck, and it was aimed squarely at the young lady of the Huang family, suggesting that the heavens had heard the solemn vow of these 2 young ladies. Alas, in my lifetime, I have never witnessed an oath manifest in such a manner. It seems that the declarations of the Huang family's young lady were undoubtedly falsehoods. Just the other day, I overheard the matrons of the Huang residence spreading tales about the Han family's eldest daughter losing her virtue before marriage. At the time, I found it implausible. After all, though the Han family's eldest daughter may appear somewhat naive, their family has a remarkable reputation. Dear sister, you are mistaken. The Han family's reputation is indeed excellent at present. However, it is said that in the past, the late Mr. Han's backyard was quite lively. Moreover, is not the matron of the Huang family a product of Mr. Han's youthful dalliance? I have heard that she once roamed the brothels in her youth before being redeemed by Mr. Han. No wonder the Huang family's young lady exhibits such unruly behavior. It turns out she has a grandmother of dubious origin. As Huang Wenxio listened to the increasingly disparaging remarks surrounding her, despair washed over her. Her meticulously maintained reputation lay in tatters. Although she had resorted to enticing the second prince with her own body in hopes of winning his favor, she understood all too well that if news of her lost virtue before marriage were to spread, both the second prince and the noble consort would certainly disapprove. Particularly the second prince, a man who holds great regard for his reputation. Even if the one who claimed her virtue were the second prince himself, it would not suffice. At that moment, Huang Wenxio regretted coming to bid farewell to the Han family. Had she remained in her residence, such calamities would not have befallen her. Now, not only had her reputation been destroyed, but her once lustrous hair was also singed. In that instant, Huang Wenxio resembled a madwoman, her dignity obliterated. Meanwhile, Huang Jinshan's mood was already foul. The theft that had occurred in his residence the previous day had yielded no leads. He had initially set out to witness the downfall of the Han family, only to find himself the subject of ridicule, with his proud daughter being the one to draw scorn. With a darkened expression, Huang Jinshan glared at Huang Wenxio, resembling a deranged individual, and barked, "What embarrassment! Get out of my sight!" Chapter 10. A Family Reunion. Heavy wounds. Huang Wenxio, chastised by her father, dared not retort. She shot a fierce glare at Han Muqing before turning on her heel, accompanied by her maidservant. Before departing, she made sure to leave an elderly woman behind to retrieve the dowry of Han Muqing from the Han family. After Huang Wenxio's exit, Huang Jinshan coldly instructed his entourage to meticulously inspect any valuables, ensuring not a single item was taken. He was determined to see if the Han family could endure the journey to their place of exile. At the city gates, several prison carts had already delivered the male members of the Han family to the entrance. Han Muqing held her grandmother with one hand and her mother with the other, as the 3 of them hurriedly made their way towards the prison cart. Upon seeing the individuals within, they could no longer contain their grief and broke into loud sobs. The gravely injured Prime Minister Han Zhongming struggled to open his eyes, directing his gaze towards his mother, wife, and daughter. "Mother, Yunyang, Qing, do not cry. We are fine, merely sustaining some superficial injuries. However, it seems you will have to endure hardships alongside me in the future." Su Yunyang wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at her husband. "My dear, as long as our family can be together, what is a little suffering? I trust that even in the wilderness, you will not let us go hungry." Beside them, Han Zhongming's second son, Han Zhongliang, whose forehead was bleeding, raised his arm in agreement. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, I possess ample strength and will ensure that mother, you, and Qing do not go hungry." Han Muqing glanced at her uncle, Han Zhongliang, who had become somewhat simple-minded due to a high fever in his youth and had never married, now in his 30s. Despite his mental shortcomings, he was a kind-hearted man, especially towards his nieces and nephews, particularly Han Muqing, to whom he was exceptionally devoted. Observing the bloodstains on her father, uncle, and two elder brothers, Han Muqing realized their injuries were indeed severe. They were now outside the city, and Huang Jinshan, who was responsible for their escort, had rushed back to handle family matters after seeing the Han family leave the city gates. The theft at the Huang household, whether it was stolen silver or important books and letters, was not something he could report formally. He could only claim that their storeroom had been robbed. The other items would have to be sought privately over time. Today was crucial for apprehending the thief. Should the criminal escape the city, it would become exceedingly difficult to capture him later. Huang Jinshan had no time to waste dealing with the beleaguered Han family. With Huang Jinshan gone, only 2 officers remained to escort the Han family to the wilderness. Han Muqing watched the mounted officers and discreetly retrieved an inconspicuous pouch from her space. She had prepared several such pouches, instructing Chunlan and Qiujuan to ready them the previous day. Inside, she had placed some silver coins for convenience during their journey. Approaching the officers, Han Muqing subtly handed the pouch to one of them. "Officer, please accept this small token of appreciation. It is merely a gesture to buy you a cup of tea." The officer took the pouch, weighing it in his hands. Those in his position often received tips, and the weight of the silver would indicate its value. Though she had not filled the pouch excessively, only with 5 taels of silver, a modest amount, it was sufficient to sustain a typical family for an entire year. Although Han Muqing had ample silver, she was cautious not to offer too much. Should the officers perceive her wealth, it could incite ill intentions, especially since they were officials and her family was deemed criminals. The officials were quite satisfied with the silver in their possession, fully aware of the difficulty the Han family faced in gathering such a sum at this time. Unbeknownst to Han Muqing, these 2 officials had been specifically arranged for this purpose. Although they would not assist the family during the journey, they also posed no threat, which was, in itself, a commendable outcome. After receiving the silver, the official's tone softened considerably. "Miss Han, do you wish to tend to your family's wounds?" Han Muqing nodded, explaining that their long journey would hinder her injured father's progress. Thus she wished to procure some medicine and, ideally, a means of transportation to expedite their travels, making it easier for the officials as well. The 2 officials exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. "Miss Han, we hold great respect for Lord Han. We will do our utmost to look after you along this journey. If you wish to tend to your wounds, it is certainly feasible, but you must act swiftly. We are too near the capital, and it is not safe for your family. There are those who would not wish for your safe passage to the wilderness. As for preparing a carriage, that too is possible, but it would be prudent to move further from the capital before making such arrangements. If you become too comfortable, it may attract unwanted attention." Listening to the officials, Han Muqing pondered their words. After a moment of reflection, she expressed her gratitude and pretended to rummage through her bundle. She retrieved some medicinal ointment and clean white cloth and approached her father, Han Zhongming, whose injuries were most severe. "Father, please lie down so that I may apply some medicine." Han Zhongming looked up at his daughter. "King Fine, you should tend to your second uncle and your brothers first." Without hesitation, Han Muqing knelt before him, tearing away the fabric from his wound as she began to treat it. "Do not worry, father. I have prepared ample medicine. Once I finish with you, I will tend to my uncles and brothers." Observing his understanding and composed daughter, Han Zhongming felt a pang of sorrow. "Qing'er, I have burdened you. Your recent hardships and marriage prospects have all been orchestrated by others. I'm sorry for the suffering I have caused you. Father, we are family. There is no need for such talk. Indeed, my Qing'er has grown up." After treating the wounds of the injured family members, they finally set out on their journey. The lightly wounded Han Yulong and Han Yuhua, her elder brothers, supported their father, while Han Muqing and her mother assisted the elderly matriarch. Uncle Han Zhongliang carried a large bundle as the family embarked on their arduous trek. Meanwhile, various factions in the capital, observing the Han family's predicament, reacted with a mix of excitement and sympathy. Huang Wenxiu was among the former. Currently, she was being reprimanded by her father. Upon hearing a servant report on the Han family situation, she leapt up in exhilaration. The Han family is filled with scoundrels. It would be best if they perished on the road. Just then, Huang Foran entered and overheard her daughter's remark. She cast a meaningful glance at her, implying, "Is it truly difficult to wish for their demise? With a little silver, one could easily arrange for an unfortunate incident along the way, leaving the Han family to become mere carrion in the wilderness." Listening to her mother's words, Huang Wenxiu was instantly filled with excitement. Does mother have a brilliant idea? As for others, it matters not. I can simply grant them a swift end, but not Han Muqing. My daughter must ensure Han Muqing meets a dreadful fate. It will be best to find a band of ruthless mountain bandits to first violate her before killing her. Silence. What a shameful thing for a young lady to utter. Have you no sense of decency? Huang Jinshan scolded his daughter, then turned to his wife. Look at the daughter you've raised, completely devoid of shame. Engaging in relations before marriage. What will you do if he refuses her afterward? Upon hearing her father's words about the possibility of rejection, Huang Wenxiu felt a pang of anxiety. However, Huang Madam remained confident. What is there to fear? Our Wenxiu is already the betrothed of the second prince. How could he possibly deny it? Chapter 11. A loss of innocence before marriage. Huang Jinshan shot a glance at Huang Madam. What is there that cannot happen? Even if he is a prince, how many couples have called off engagements before marriage? Moreover, your daughter shows such a lack of self-respect. If the second prince truly reneges, what will you do then? If her virtue is lost, this marriage will vanish without a trace. At that point, we will have no leverage to negotiate. No, that won't happen, Huang Wenxiu thought, now regretting her previous stance as her father's words began to resonate with her. Indeed, as long as Xiu'er becomes pregnant, then we shall hold the power. Huang Madam and her daughter remained steadfast in their belief that they were right. Huang Jinshan realized that reasoning with them was futile. He didn't wish to waste any more time. With a sigh, he shook his head in disappointment. Ah, you are naive. One day, you will learn the hard way. Living in a dream. Do you think that merely conceiving will solve everything? Let us not speak of others. How many women in our household have become pregnant? How many have successfully given birth? You, as the matriarch, should know how to manage the women in the household. Are you not aware of the reality? There are many women in the world eager to marry into the royal family. If you can conceive, does that mean others cannot? In the end, will they successfully give birth? Even if they do, can the child be raised properly? Even if raised, can the child be nurtured to achieve greatness? All of this hinges on luck and capability. Do you truly believe you can outmaneuver those who have been entrenched in the palace for years? Take heed not to underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you will be the ones to suffer. Think carefully about this. I must warn you in advance. If this matter comes to light and damages the Huang family's reputation, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Huang Jinshan swirled his sleeves and strode out quickly. News travels fast in the capital. Before long, half of the prominent families in the city were aware of the events that transpired at the Han residence. Meanwhile, in the palace of the favored concubine, the second prince, Mo Junlin, sat across from his mother, Wang Guifei. The second prince gazed at his mother, the noble consort, and inquired, "Mother, is there a particular reason for your urgent summons?" The noble consort, furrowing her brow, replied, "You must have heard about the incident at the Han residence today, correct?" The second prince nodded, acknowledging that he was aware. "What troubles you, mother? I do not perceive any impact from those rumors." Upon hearing her son's words, the noble consort's anger flared. "How can there be no impact? Huang Wenxiu is the concubine you have just chosen, soon to enter the household. Yet rumors of her losing her virtue before marriage have surfaced. Is this not a disgrace to you, the second prince?" The second prince dismissed his mother's concerns with a casual demeanor, leaning back in his chair. "Mother, you must be mistaken. Huang Wenxiu's virtue is assured in this matter. I shall not err in this regard. She is destined to be my concubine regardless, and I am merely enjoying her company in advance. What is there to be concerned about?" Hearing her son's words, the noble consort vehemently disagreed. This is not merely a matter of virtue. Losing chastity before marriage reflects a lack of self-respect. Which prominent family would choose a bride lacking in dignity? The second prince muttered softly, "After all, she is not the principal wife, merely a concubine. As long as her father can assist us and she can please me, that suffices. The rest is inconsequential." The noble consort retorted, "I shall not entertain how she pleases you. If she wishes to enter my household as your daughter-in-law, she must be pure and virtuous. Huang Wenxiu has already served her purpose. Her future utility is limited. I believe there is no need to grant her the position of concubine, the noble consort continued. I have identified 2 daughters of military generals who would serve well as concubines. Generals can be invaluable in critical times. If you fancy Huang Wenxiu, then take her as you please. Once you are crowned as the crown prince, you may bestow upon her an honorable title. For now, simply grant her a name and receive her into the household. I have heard that the Huang family was burglarized last night, with the intruder having entered Huang Wenxiu's chamber. Who knows what may have transpired? You must be prudent. If she is with child from a recent encounter, it must not be retained. The royal lineage must remain untainted. Rest assured, mother, I have no intention of raising a child from a thief. The firstborn must naturally be from my principal wife. Meanwhile, the Huang family, oblivious to the impending consequences, continued to dream of ascendance. Chapter 12. Journeying after a satisfying meal at the Han residence, a group of individuals, some injured and others elderly, made their way on foot, a pace far from swift. Fortunately, the 2 officers escorting them, though somewhat impatient, did not resort to the harsh treatment often depicted in dramas. Unbeknownst to Han Muqing, numerous exiled criminals endured beatings during their journeys. The 2 officers escorting the Han family were well compensated for their duties and were merely officers, not affiliated with the second prince or Huang Wenxiu. After several hours of travel, the officers, noticing the Han family's fatigue, suggested a brief respite. Han Muqing felt parched. The original body's frailty was proving to be a challenge. She resolved to engage in rigorous training henceforth. With such a constitution, the original owner would scarcely survive 3 months in a post-apocalyptic world. Taking out a pre-prepared water pouch, Han Muqing took the initiative to drink a few sips. The fatigue that had enveloped her dissipated significantly with each refreshing mouthful. The water contained within the pouch was drawn from the mystical well of her space, a source she had previously sampled and found not only sweet and delightful, but also invigorating for the body. Her family was in dire need of such revitalization. Han Muqing retrieved 2 more pouches, offering one to her second uncle, Han Zhongliang. Uncle, you must be weary. Have some water and take a moment to rest. Han Zhongliang accepted the pouch, grinning foolishly as he gazed at Han Muqing. I'm not thirsty. You drink first, Ching. Han Muqing raised the pouch in her hand. Uncle, please drink. I have another pouch here for you and my elder brother, and this one is for grandmother and my parents. Han Yulong observed his diligent younger sister, feeling a pang of guilt. Qing has worked so hard. It is my fault for being ineffectual and unable to seek justice for our family. Han Muqing turned to her elder brother. Brother, it is not your fault that those in power are corrupt. It is fortunate that our family can depart from this treacherous place. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. Since we currently have no avenue for retribution, let's conserve our strength and await the day when we possess the means, the power, and the support to seek vengeance. Upon hearing Han Muqing's words, her second brother, Han Yuhua, furrowed his brow. That may be true, but it will be difficult for our family to return to the capital once we leave. Moreover, our father, having maintained a clean record, has not formed any alliances over the years. No official in this entire city would dare risk their position to advocate for us. Our family carries a burden of shame. Both my brother and I have had our titles revoked. Attempting to regain our honor through the imperial examinations seems futile. It appears we must seek an alternative path. After listening to Han Yuhua, Han Yulong also fell into contemplation. Indeed, it was necessary to seek another way, for if the scholarly route was blocked, they would have to explore other avenues. The 3 men, Han Zhongliang, Han Yulong, and Han Yuhua, dismissed any hesitation and shared the water from a single pouch. Upon tasting it, they found the water exquisitely sweet and refreshing. Although they were slightly puzzled, they harbored no doubts. After all, they had been imprisoned for several days, so it was entirely reasonable to find joy in the water brought by their own sister, a source of nourishment from home. Seeing her brothers drink, Han Muqing then urged the loyal servants who had accompanied them to the wilderness to distribute the provisions among everyone. Meanwhile, she approached the elderly matriarch Han Leo Furin, holding another pouch in her hands. Grandmother, you must be tired. Please have some water and rest for a while. I will fetch you some food shortly. For one must be nourished to have the strength to continue. Chapter 13. An ambush at night, however. Han Leo Furin took the pouch and handed it to her daughter-in-law. Su Yunyang, let your mother drink first. I will wait. Su Yunyang understood her mother-in-law's concern about being perceived as ungrateful for the leftover water. In truth, she was not one to be finicky. Over the years, her mother-in-law had treated her well, and she had long considered her as her own mother. What child would disdain their own mother? Su Yunyang pushed the pouch back toward her mother-in-law. Mother, you should drink first. It's no trouble for me to wait. Upon witnessing the sincerity reflected in her daughter-in-law's eyes, the venerable Lady Han ceased her reluctance and smiled as she accepted the water pouch. Very well, my dear. I shall drink first, as long as you do not despise this old woman. Mother, how could I ever disdain you? You are my mother. Su Yunyang replied with a smile. Once Lady Han finished drinking, Su Yunyang unhesitatingly took the pouch and drank deeply, subsequently passing it to her husband. Han Fingxiang, who had long felt parched, eagerly accepted the water from his wife, gulping down a generous mouthful. The moment the liquid coursed through him, he sensed something unusual, yet he refrained from voicing any concerns, merely casting a glance at his daughter. A peculiar feeling lingered within him, as if his daughter had transformed in some subtle manner. Although he harbored suspicions, he did not question her. He surmised that the turmoil she had endured, stemming from emotional wounds and family upheaval, had fostered her maturity and understanding. His heart ached for her. She was the youngest, indulged by her family since childhood. Surprisingly, this indulgence had cultivated a rather naive disposition. His daughter, Qin, had been exploited by Huang Wenxiu and the second prince, a fact that weighed heavily on him as a father. Eventually, he pieced together that the incriminating letters discovered by Huang Jinshan and the second prince in his study must have been placed there by Huang Wenxiu, exploiting his daughter's innocence. His study was typically off-limits to others, save for his daughter, Han Muqing, who often sought knowledge within its confines. He recalled hearing from a servant that the eldest daughter of the Huang family had accompanied Qing'er to his study not long ago, leading him to suspect that it was during that visit that the letters had been surreptitiously inserted. He had chosen not to share this information with his family, fearing that if Qing'er learned she had inadvertently admitted an enemy into his study, she would blame herself. After resting momentarily, the group resumed their slow journey. Due to their unhurried pace, they unfortunately missed the relay station on their first night. Without a relay station, they were left to camp in the wilderness. Thus, the first night of their exile would be spent under the open sky. Fortunately, it was already May, and the weather was neither excessively cold nor hot. As long as rain did not fall, the night would not be too arduous. The officials designated a flat area within a grove for their lodging. This was not a dense forest, but rather a small copse by the roadside, devoid of wild beasts, hence relatively safe for their stay. After a day of fatigue, the group had anticipated a restless night. However, to their surprise, they succumbed to slumber almost immediately. But just past midnight, the slumbering Han Muqing abruptly opened her eyes. Her survival in the post-apocalyptic world for a decade stemmed from her agility and keen reflexes. Throughout those 10 years, she had never enjoyed a truly restful sleep, often keeping one eye open, a habit that had allowed her to outlive many. Little did she expect that on the very first night of the Han family's exile, an assassination attempt would unfold. Instinctively, she drew a dagger from the shadows and grasped a pouch of sleeping powder obtained from the household physician in her other hand. With urgency, she shouted, "Everyone awaken. We are under night attack." Chapter 14, the initial display of skills. The piercing cry of Han Muqing abruptly roused the slumbering individuals. Although the Han family were civil officials, Han Yulong and Han Yuhua had both diligently practiced martial arts, and even the dim-witted Han Zhongliang possessed some rudimentary fighting skills. Upon hearing Han Muqing shout, the men swiftly encircled the matriarch, Han Muqing, and the couple, Han the Chancellor and his wife. Two constables immediately grasped their weapons and stood alert. As Han Muqing's voice faded, a dozen masked assailants leapt forth. "Uncle, protect my sister," Han Yulong declared. charging unarmed towards the nearest figure clad in black. Observing the fierce black-clad attackers unleash lethal strikes, Han Muqing watched as her two brothers, though barehanded, sustained injuries. She sprang forth from behind her uncle, insisting, "Uncle, do not worry about me. Just keep an eye on my parents and grandmother." Qingqing, no, it's dangerous. Her uncle, witnessing her swift and lethal engagement with the assailants, recognized her formidable prowess. Even though he hesitated, he could not utter the word danger, as it was the thieves who appeared perilous at that moment. Ultimately, all the black-clad assailants lay defeated. Han Muqing souhait no merci, decisively delivering 2 final blows to ensure their demise. As the last foe closed his eyes, Han Muqing observed the bloody dagger in her hand and, out of habit, wiped it against her shoe. Once she had cleaned the blade and looked up, she found everyone staring at her. A sudden jolt of realization struck Han Muqing. In her fervor to combat the villains, she had entirely forgotten that she was no longer in the apocalyptic world, but in ancient times, where she held the status of a proper young lady. Unsure of how to explain her prowess, she averted her gaze, not daring to meet their eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the expressions directed at her were indeed quite complex. The 2 constables bore a mixture of admiration, confusion, and disbelief. The matriarch's eyes reflected shock, suspicion, and concern. Her father's gaze was filled with doubt and heartache. Su Yunyang's eyes were solely filled with compassion. Meanwhile, her uncle and brothers transitioned from bewilderment to admiration. Her uncle was the first to rush towards Han Muqing, exclaiming, "Qingqing, you are incredible. You defeated the villains. Can you teach your uncle?" He vowed, "Next time there are bad guys, I will protect you." Once Han Muqing steadied her thoughts and glanced at Han Zhongliang, she asked, "Uncle, are you not afraid of me after what I just did?" Han Zhongliang shook his head, "Not afraid. Why should I fear? They are the villains. Qingqing, you are excellent at defeating bad people. If you do not fight them, they will harm you. Thus, you have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with the villains, not with you." Returning to her senses, Su Yunyang approached Han Muqing, trembling. She gently took a handkerchief and dabbed the blood from Han Muqing's face, saying, "Child, you are not at fault. The blame lies with those who sent them. Mother understands that you acted out of necessity. I have always known you envied your uncle and brothers for their martial training. You once asked me to find you a martial arts teacher, but I thought it more suitable for a girl to learn embroidery and music rather than martial arts, believing it would only toughen your hands without any real utility. At that time, you mentioned that your mother refused to hire a master for you, so you decided to practice on your own. Your mother knew you must have been secretly training. In truth, she now feels incredibly fortunate that you have acquired some martial skills. It is only when faced with adversity that she realizes the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting hold little value in life and death situations. Knowing some martial arts is far more beneficial, as it at least offers a means of self-defense. Chapter 15. A night journey upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words. Lady Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, your mother speaks wisely. In the capital, if a woman learns martial arts, others may deem it vulgar and lacking decorum. However, once we venture into exile and into the wilderness, a woman's fragility renders her unable to protect herself. Henceforth, not only must Qing'er devote herself to rigorous training, but we, as mother and daughter-in-law, must also strengthen our bodies. Even if we cannot master martial arts, we should at least enhance our physical strength. Our family has fallen into misfortune, and finding a martial arts instructor to teach us is simply out of the question. Perhaps we could learn from you, Long, and you who have studied under a martial master for many years. I observe that their skills are quite adequate, so we shall follow their lead." After Lady Han spoke, she turned to her eldest son, "And you, too, must train your body. You can no longer afford to be a weak scholar. You are the head of our family, and it will be upon you to support us. We cannot allow a repeat of the situation where your children had to save you, especially not Qing. She is but a girl who has been pampered since childhood, having never even killed a chicken in the household. Now, she must take up arms against those vile criminals. I hope such a scenario never occurs again. We have only one precious granddaughter, and you, as the men of the family, should be able to protect her. It would be unbearable for me to see my dear granddaughter suffer at the hands of others. During those days you were imprisoned. Do you have any idea what transpired?" Qing'er attempted to take her own life. Had it not been for her resilience, do you think you would have seen her again upon your release? I shall refrain from discussing past grievances, but if I ever witness my granddaughter being harmed again under my very nose, I will not spare you." Having been directly addressed by his mother, Minister Han nodded earnestly. "Yes, indeed, mother's right. I will commit myself to physical training from now on and strive not to hold anyone back. I acknowledge my negligence regarding Muqing's plight. Rest assured, I will not allow her to suffer in vain. Those who deserve punishment shall indeed be held accountable. You need not worry, mother. My 2 decades in the political arena have not been without merit. We shall return to the capital, though it may require some suffering on your part and that of Yin Yang." Hearing her husband's words, Su Yun smiled calmly. "My dears, husband and wife, we are meant to share both joy and hardship. As long as our family stays united, this little hardship is hardly a concern." Lady Han echoed her sentiment, saying, "Indeed, you are not one to act recklessly. I believe you have your reasons for having come this far, and do not let the weight of it burden your heart. This little suffering is something the Han family can endure." After inspecting the bodies of several individuals clad in black, the 2 officials approached, only to find the Han family casually conversing amidst the corpses, unfazed by the grim scene. One of the officials could not help but reflect on the remarkable resilience of the Han family, harboring doubts about their supposed decline. Official 1 cast a glance at the nonchalant Han Muqing, who had just demonstrated remarkable agility and precision in her actions, akin to a battle-hardened warrior. This left him questioning whether the tales of her lack of wit were truly accurate. Yet, now was not the moment for such inquiries. He turned to the Han family, suggesting, "Shall we deliberate on the pressing matters at hand?" Reminded by the official, Prime Minister Han also realized that small talk was ill-timed. Observing the heap of bodies, he addressed the officials, "I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. Regrettably, I find myself in a position of disgrace and am unable to offer adequate tokens of gratitude. However, I assure you that I shall never forget your kindness on this day if the opportunity arises in the future." The official, reflecting on the irony of the former prime minister now reduced to a prisoner, expressed his sentiments. "Your words carry weight, Prime Minister. We are well aware of your integrity or lack thereof. While there are matters beyond our humble capacity to assist, rest assured, my brother and I will not add to your misfortunes. We will support you as best we can on this journey. My name is Sun Tzu, and this is my brother Lu Ji. You need not refer to us as officials," Sun Tzu added with a chuckle, eliciting a hearty laugh from Han Zhongming. Chapter 16. Almost like brothers having navigated the political landscape for over 2 decades, Han Zhongming had developed a keen sense for discerning character. Observing the 2 officials, he concluded they were indeed worthy of camaraderie. However, he remained somewhat perplexed. Given his knowledge of Huang Jinshan, he expected that the Han family's misfortunes would be met with further disdain. Initially, he surmised that the officials were merely pawns of Huang Jinshan, intent on tormenting them. Yet, it seemed he had misjudged the situation. In reality, Huang Jinshan had initially dispatched individuals to monitor the Han family, hoping to orchestrate their downfall. Unexpectedly, those individuals had been replaced, as Huang Jinshan had become preoccupied with a theft at the Huang residence and had neglected the Han family's plight. With a smile, Han Zhongming addressed Sun Tzu and Lu Ji. "Since you hold me in regard, I shall not be overly formal. I am a few years your senior, so you may call me elder brother from now on. As I am now in a position of disgrace, please refrain from addressing me as Prime Minister. If it pleases you, feel free to call me Han Ge from now on. I will rely on you, my brothers, for support on this journey." As Han Zhongming spoke, he performed a respectful gesture towards Sun Tzu and Lu Ji. Observing his sincerity, Sun Tzu exchanged glances with Lu Ji before turning to Han Zhongming. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. I will call you Han Ge from now on. Rest assured, my brother, Lu Ji and I harbor no grand ambitions. We merely seek a stable and untroubled position. After all, both of us were orphans, begging for our sustenance in our youth, and by a twist of fate, we have secured employment as adults. At our age, having yet to marry, we possess few reservations. Thus we remain steadfast and impartial. For our brotherhood ensures that one person's full belly prevents the household from going hungry. If we find discontent in our current endeavors, we can always seek alternative paths. With our physical prowess, sustaining ourselves is hardly a challenge. Moving forward, we shall mutually care for one another and strive to complete our tasks with diligence. Although we may not be of assistance in the matter at hand, we frequently encounter those who have been resettled in the wilderness. While our relationships may not be particularly close, we can certainly engage in conversation and, at the appropriate time, speak with the overseer. We do not aspire for wealth, but at the very least, we hope for a stable existence. Our gratitude extends to you, Brother Sun and Brother Lu. As the conversation among the men grew increasingly animated, it nearly culminated in a ceremonial toast of brotherhood. However, it was Han Muqing, upon noticing the signs of fatigue on the faces of old lady Han and Su Yunyan, who prompted the group to remember their precarious situation. Despite the demise of the dark-clad figures, they had no desire to linger among the corpses. Moreover, the longer they stayed, the more likely it was that their pursuers would send scouts to investigate. Thus, it was clear that they must vacate the camp promptly, and the group hastily began to pack their belongings. It is noteworthy that the Han family consisted of 12 individuals in total during this exile. Among them were the matriarch, Old Lady Han, Han Zhongming, Han Zhongliang, Su Yunyan, Han Yulong, Han Yuhu, and Han Muqing, along with their servants, the steward Uncle Zhong, Old Lady Han's personal maid, Granny Han, who is also Uncle Zhong's wife, and Su Yunyan's wet nurse, Granny Su. Additionally, Han Muqing had her attendants, Chunlan and Xiao, making a total of 5 servants. Following the incident, Su Yunyan had distributed their monthly allowances to the other servants, encouraging them to seek refuge with relatives. Those who remained, including Uncle Zhong and his companions, had no other family. The Han family was their only home. Despite the Han family's willingness to provide them with relocation funds to seek their own livelihoods, they were unwilling to leave. Meanwhile, the 2 officials, accompanied by a total of 14 individuals, prepared to continue their journey throughout the night. The officials and Han Zhongming had already begun to refer to each other as brothers, and it felt inappropriate for them to remain mounted while the Han family trudged along with their burdens. Consequently, Sun Tzu and Lu Ji graciously offered their horses to the Han family, allowing them to secure their belongings upon steeds. Without their luggage, the group found it considerably easier to travel, although their pace did not significantly increase. The ancient roads were far from the smooth pathways of modernity and lacked illumination, save for a dim oil lamp. Despite the slower pace, even Old Lady Han and Su Yunyan managed to keep up. Having dined on meager rations, the urgency of traveling through the night left Han Muqing's stomach growling with hunger. As a lone woman, she speculated that Han Zhongliang and Han Yulong must also be quite famished. Under the cover of night, Han Muqing retrieved a bundle from her belongings, within which were several large buns wrapped in oil paper. Chapter 17. Purchasing a horse-drawn cart, the buns in her possession were pilfered from the Huang family's kitchen. Previously, Han Muqing had only instructed her 2 young maidservants to prepare oil paper, without mentioning anything about buns. Although Chunlan and Xiaojuan were puzzled about the origin of the buns, being several years younger than Han Muqing and having followed her since childhood, they were entirely obedient to her wishes. As Han Muqing produced a dozen or so buns from the darkness, no one uttered a word. They accepted the buns and continued their journey, consuming them along the way. The weather in May was relatively pleasant, and indulging in cool buns and drinking chilled water caused no discomfort. As Han Zhongming, Sun Tzu, and Lu Ji walked together, their camaraderie deepened, and by the time they reached the first small town at dawn, their affectionate brotherly calls became even more intimate. Sun Tzu and Lu Ji were 10 years younger than Han Zhongming and roughly 11 to 12 years younger than Han Yulong, making it quite fitting for them to address Han Zhongming as Big Brother. Upon arriving at the small town, the group sought out a modest breakfast shop to satisfy their hunger. The shopkeeper hesitated to serve them upon seeing Han Zhongming in prison garb. However, it was only when Sun Tzu and Lu Ji revealed their identities that the shopkeeper's concerns were alleviated. After finishing their meal, Sun Tzu promptly reached for his purse to settle the bill. Han Muqing approached him directly, saying, "Uncle Sun, let me take care of this. We have a larger party, and it wouldn't be right for Uncle Lu to pay." Sun Tzu waved his hand dismissively. "I have heard that you faced stringent checks upon your departure. It is no small feat for a niece to carry silver with her. You will need funds to settle down in the wilderness. So it is prudent to conserve your money for future use. Han Muqing gently patted her small bundle, assuring him, "Uncle, do not worry. I have brought all that I can. Although the silver is not abundant, it suffices for our sustenance on this journey and for establishing our home in the future. Frankly, it is a tremendous fortune for our family to encounter you two uncles along the way. Henceforth, let me take charge of our provisions. Please save your silver for when we find a suitable match for me." Han Muqing's insistence on paying also stemmed from the knowledge gleaned during their conversations that Sun Tzu and Lu Ji possessed little savings. Their monthly salaries were modest, and without a woman in their households, the two men lacked a financial plan, resulting in scant savings. To Han Muqing, it was already a blessing that their family had not encountered torment or abuse during their journey. They seemed to be the only ones traveling in such leisure throughout the Eastern Lin Kingdom's Exile. Had Huang Wenshou and others from Golden Mountain been aware of the Han family's leisurely journey, they might have been infuriated. After finishing breakfast, Han Muqing suggested they purchase a horse-drawn cart, for the journey to the wilderness spanned over 2,000 miles. Relying solely on their feet would see them unable to reach their destination by the new year. Initially concerned that the officials would object, Han Muqing now felt unencumbered, as the officers had become allies. After deliberation, Sun Tzu accompanied Han Muqing, Han Yulong, and the steward Han Zhongming to procure a cart and gather some essential supplies. With 12 individuals in the Han household, a single cart would scarcely suffice, as the Han family did not adhere to the practice of riding in a cart while their servants follow behind. Thus, Han Muqing initially planned to purchase 3 carriages. 3. Sun Tzu was taken aback upon hearing her intention. "Niece, those 3 carriages will require a considerable amount of silver, and it is uncertain whether this small town has sufficient horses. This town, being relatively close to the capital, may appear bustling, but we only possess 2 horses. It would be wiser to acquire 1 more horse and 3 carriage frames, allowing us brothers to squeeze together on the carriage." After contemplating Sun Tzu's suggestion, Han Muqing nodded in agreement. "All right, let us heed Uncle Sun's advice. We shall procure 1 horse and 3 carriage frames. I appreciate the effort from Uncle Sun, Uncle Lu, and my brothers to share the carriage." Chapter 18. Sun Tzu prevents the purchase of horses. Regarding the number of horses to be bought, Han Muqing felt no hesitation. As long as she had a carriage to ride, that was sufficient. This town was unfamiliar to her, yet for Sun Tzu, it was not at all strange. Over the past few years, he and Lu Ji had frequented the wilderness. Although escorting prisoners was arduous, it was far more preferable than the languid existence in the capital. Many of their colleagues, who enjoyed the comforts of affluent backgrounds, shunned the arduous journeys into the wild. However, unlike them, Sun Tzu and Lu Ji were unencumbered by familial ties or obligations, making them the only ones suited for such strenuous tasks. Fortunately, they were not picky. After several trips, they found the experience quite satisfactory. Originally, the task of escorting the Han family was not meant for them. The individual assigned to escort the Han family was the distant nephew of Madame Huang's wet nurse, but inexplicably fell ill the day before departure, suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress. The once robust young man was rendered pale and weak, unable to walk steadily, let alone venture into the wilderness. Consequently, Sun Tzu and Lu Ji were summoned at the last moment to fill the gap. Having made numerous trips, they became well acquainted with the towns along the way. They learned that there was a modest livestock market in this small town, primarily selling donkeys, mules, and oxen, with only a few horses available due to the limited demand in such a locale. The livestock market was situated at the western end of the town, within a rudimentary courtyard. Upon entering, they were immediately met with a pungent odor. Although it was only mid-May, the stench was already overwhelmingly strong. Sun Tzu initially presumed that the delicate young lady, Han Muqing, would find such a place repulsive. However, to his surprise, she not only remained unfazed but appeared quite intrigued. Repulsed? Han Muqing had encountered far filthier places than this livestock market. Even during her time in the apocalyptic world, she had found it cleaner than her previous residence. As they entered the market, they observed a scattering of animals tethered about, and upon noticing Sun Tzu and his companions, several sellers approached eagerly. "What can I assist you gentlemen with? Look at this cow. It is only 2 years old and quite robust, with excellent teeth. Check out my donkey. It is just a year old and in prime working condition. I wouldn't part with it if my family weren't in urgent need of funds. Young man, consider my sheep. It is currently pregnant, and you could expect a whole litter shortly after bringing it home. Quite a bargain indeed. Behold my mule. It possesses considerable strength, capable of pulling carts and plowing fields." Han Muqing and her companions traversed the livestock market, where numerous sellers greeted them. However, after surveying the area, they discovered an assortment of cattle, donkeys, mules, and sheep, even little local dogs, yet they did not find the horses they sought. At that moment, a steward approached them. Glancing at Sun Tzu, "Sir, have you come here for a specific purpose? How may I assist you?" Sun Tzu, clad in tattered official robes and brandishing his ceremonial sword, was evidently a man of authority. The steward, having just returned from outside, hurried over to greet him, as even the lowly merchants were reluctant to offend officials, regardless of their rank. Sun Tzu replied to the steward, "No need for assistance. We are merely passing through and wish to purchase a horse and 3 carts. However, after our inspection, we have found no horses. Is this not the horse market?" Upon hearing their desire to buy a horse, the steward's expression grew troubled. He furrowed his brow as he looked at Sun Tzu and his companions. "Unfortunately, just a few days ago, the horses in our vicinity were purchased by affluent townsfolk. Currently, we possess only 1 ailing horse." Sun Tzu frowned at the stewardess' words. "We are in haste. An ailing horse will not suffice. Is there another place in this town where horses might be available?" The steward shook his head. "No, we are a small town, and this market is the only one for livestock. To procure horses, you would need to wait at least 10 days until the next shipment arrives." 10 days? Sun Tzu shook his head. "That is too long. Perhaps we could purchase 2 carts in the meantime. Do you have any available?" "Yes, indeed," the steward responded. "Although the styles of carts in our humble town are quite simple. If you wish, I can take you to view them." At that moment, Han Muqing interjected, addressing the steward, "Sir, you mentioned an ailing horse. May we see it?" The steward, encouraged by the young lady accompanying the official, readily replied, "Certainly, Mississippi. If you wish to see it, you may." To be frank, when the horse first arrived, it was quite healthy, glossy, and robust. However, for reasons unknown, it has refused to eat since its arrival, displaying a rather irritable temperament. The horse had become so emaciated that it would not allow anyone to approach, nor would it consume food. Alas, that horse was purchased at a high price, initially intended for a local gentry member. We thought we could profit, but now, what was once a fine horse has become a burden. After hearing the steward's account, Han Muqing felt considerably reassured. Though not an expert on horses, she had heard that horses could recognize their owners, and like humans, the more capable they were, the prouder they became. Based on the steward's description, Han Muqing believed this horse might still hold promise. At this moment, Sun Tzu, Han Yulong, and Han Zhong also sensed something amiss. After exchanging glances, Sun Tzu turned to the steward and said, "Could you kindly take us to have a look? When purchasing livestock, one must consider the connection. If this horse is fated to be with us, the steward need not worry about losing it, and selling it even at a modest price would help recover some costs." Upon hearing Sun Tzu's words, the steward did not decline. Although he believed this trip would be fruitless, there remained a faint hope. If they could indeed sell the horse, it would alleviate one of his burdens. "Very well, gentlemen, follow me," he replied. The group followed the steward as they exited the courtyard through a small, secluded door. Beyond this door lay an alley, and after a brief walk, they arrived at a small courtyard. The steward paused at the entrance and knocked gently on the door. Shortly thereafter, it swung open to reveal a middle-aged woman. She regarded the steward and asked, "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you go to the cattle market?" The steward smiled slightly and replied, "Dear wife, I have brought these guests to see the horse in the backyard." The woman turned her attention to Han Muqing and the others, offering a polite bow. "You are here to see the horse. Has he not informed you about its condition? This horse is not for sale. It has not eaten for days, and even if we bought it, we wouldn't be able to keep it alive. Its meat would be tough and unpalatable." After a brief pause, she looked at her husband and continued, "As a woman, I should not interfere in your business. But we cannot engage in unscrupulous dealings. This horse must not be sold. Even if we incur losses, we must accept our misfortune rather than deceive others." The steward, unfazed by his wife's admonishments, reassured her, "Do not worry, dear. I have already informed the guests that they wish to come and see if there might be a connection. If not, we will continue to care for it." The group followed the steward into the backyard, and upon entering, they beheld a gaunt chestnut horse tethered in the livestock shed. At their arrival, the horse trembled and stood up, snorting towards the visitors. As the steward approached, the horse shot him a piercing glare. Yes, a piercing glare. Han Muqing initially thought it was a mere illusion, but upon closer inspection, she realized she was not mistaken. This horse was extraordinary. Excitement ignited in Han Muqing's eyes as she retrieved her water pouch and cautiously approached the stable. "Miss Muqing, young lady," the steward and son, Su, called out in alarm as she moved closer. However, before they could finish their warning, they were astounded to witness the once menacing horse not only refraining from attacking Han Muqing, but actually behaving affectionately towards her. Gently, Han Muqing reached out to stroke the horse's neck, whispering, "What a good horse. Would you like to come with me?" As if understanding her words, the horse nuzzled against her arm and softly exhaled twice. Moments ago, it had huffed angrily at the steward, but now it clearly displayed tenderness and affection towards Han Muqing. Han Muqing chuckled softly as she retrieved a gourd ladle from the nearby water tank. She unscrewed the water pouch and poured its contents into the gourd ladle, extending it towards the horse. "I have heard you haven't eaten for quite a while. A horse made of iron and grass cannot endure without sustenance. Look at you. You've become nothing but skin and bones. If your previous owner were to see you now, their heart would surely ache. However, from now on, I shall take care of you. Come, have a sip of water, and later, I will treat you to something delightful." The onlookers, witnessing Han Muqing's act of kindness, presumed that even if the horse did not kick over the gourd ladle, it would still refuse her benevolence. To their astonishment, the horse not only accepted her offering, but drank eagerly, finishing the entire contents of the water pouch. Afterward, it even gazed longingly at the pouch. Others could only deduce that the horse must have taken a liking to Han Muqing. Yet, she alone understood that its true desire was for the water contained within the pouch. With the pouch now empty, Han Muqing gently patted the horse's forehead. "Good boy. There's no more water now, but once we return, I'll make sure to give you some." Having soothed the horse, she turned to the steward. "Sir, I would like to purchase this horse. How much silver do you seek?" The steward pondered for a moment before responding. "To be candid, I purchased this horse for 40 taels of silver, with the intention of selling it for 60. However, it seems fate has brought it to you. Given its current state, I cannot in good conscience demand more. I will let you have it for 10 taels. 10 taels? Han Muqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her thoughts about the steward's remarkable honesty. Hearing the price, Sun Tzu and the others were equally stunned. Satisfied, Han Muqing produced 10 taels of silver, saying, "Thank you, kind sir. Here is your 10 taels. I believe that someone as honest and kind as you will surely prosper in your business endeavors." "Ha! Thank you for your kind words." The steward laughed heartily. Who wouldn't he appreciate such pleasant sentiments in business? He turned to fetch some premium horse feed, presenting it to Han Muqing. "You see, this bag contains the finest feed, which was originally intended for it. However, it stubbornly refused to eat and would not allow anyone near. Since you were able to get it to drink, perhaps you might want to feed it a little now, so it does not travel on an empty stomach." Initially, Han Muqing had intended to find a place to buy some feed, but since the steward was willing to offer it, she graciously accepted the feed with joy. "Thank you, sir." Afterward, she took a handful of feed and extended her hand towards the horse's mouth. "Here, have a bite. We need to be on our way soon. If you do not eat enough, you will struggle to walk, and I cannot carry you if you fall behind." With a snort at the mention of being abandoned, the horse promptly blew air in Han Muqing's direction. Han Muqing looked at it helplessly and said, "Being angry is futile. I advise you to eat while you can. You are unaware that there are places where people live in conditions far worse than yours, where even the wash water is a luxury." Fortunately, the horse, upon hearing Han Muqing's words, began to eat sensibly. Seeing this, Han Muqing directly poured some fodder into the feed trough for it to consume. She was initially hesitant, fearing that if she poured too much, it would go to waste. Only those who have experienced hunger truly understand the importance of food. Once the horse finished the feed in the stone trough, the steward handed over the remaining half-bag of horse feed to Han Muqing. After leaving the small courtyard, Han Muqing and her companions followed the steward to inspect the cart frames. As the steward had described, these carts were quite ordinary. Simple horse-drawn carriages that lacked the extravagant adornments of those in the capital. However, this was precisely what Han Muqing and her group desired. As they were embarking on an exile, not a vacation, the more unremarkable the cart, the better. After purchasing the cart, Han Muqing led the now more spirited horse towards one of the vehicles, preparing to harness it. Yet, as she placed the frame on the horse's back, it began to resist. Han Muqing patiently soothed, "You are a clever horse. We bought you to pull the cart. If you do not comply, you will have nothing to eat or drink." Han Muqing was taking a gamble, betting on the allure of the water from her spatial realm. Just as Sun Tzu and the others thought she was destined to fail, the horse surprisingly nuzzled against Han Muqing's arm. Chapter 21. Blaze. Han Muqing gazed at the affectionate horse, raising an eyebrow in appreciation. "Not bad. You are quite perceptive. We are all allies now. So you must temper your temperament. As long as you obediently listen, I will ensure you receive water daily. Otherwise, you shall have none." The horse seemed to understand. Nuzzling against Han Muqing once more. Smiling, she gently stroked it. "Very good. How about I give you a name? It would be inconvenient to call you without one. I see your coat is a reddish hue." According to the steward, this horse had always resisted being approached and had even refused to eat, making it impossible for anyone to help clean it. As a result, it was now in a rather filthy state, with its true color barely discernible. Only a faint hint of a chestnut shade remained. "Since it had reddish fur, how about we name you Blaze?" Puff, puff. "Ha! You like it too, right? I quite like it as well. So it shall be settled. From now on, you will be called Blaze." Blaze? A splendid name. Sun Tzu could not help but praise the name Han Muqing had chosen for the horse. After acquiring both the horse and the cart frame, Han Muqing and Sun Tzu continued to traverse the town, purchasing grain, pots, and some dry provisions. Meanwhile, Han Yulong and Han Zhong each pulled a cart towards the town's entrance. By the time Han Muqing and Sun Tzu returned, the cart was already filled to the brim with supplies. The items purchased were all practical necessities. Throughout their journey, they inevitably endured the hardships of travel, often without the comfort of inns, for even when such establishments existed, they were not available every night. According to Sun Tzu, in the past, when they exiled individuals, the majority of the convicts walked, while he and Liu Ji leisurely rode on horseback, taking roughly 5 to 6 months to reach the wilderness. However, the Han family had now integrated these individuals into their ranks. If they traveled by carriage, they could arrive in approximately 1 to 2 months. During this period, they would spend most of their time on the road, managing their own provisions. When Han Muqing and Sun Tzu arrived at the town's entrance with the carriage, Han Yulong and the others, who had returned early, had already harnessed 2 carriages. Upon her return, they wasted no time, preparing to exit the town and continue on the official road. Just as they were about to set off, the matriarch observed the horse brought back by her granddaughter and couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Chinga, is this thin horse capable of pulling a carriage?" Han Muqing glanced at the steed, Flame, and reassured her, "Grandmother, it can certainly manage. Do not be deceived by its slender appearance. It possesses great strength." She patted Flame affectionately, adding, "What do you think of this horse? Its name is Flame, and it was quite inexpensive at merely 10 taels of silver. A remarkable deal. Rest assured, with proper care, it will thrive." Upon hearing the price of only 10 taels, the matriarch felt a pang of sympathy for her granddaughter, who had been raised in comfort and never had to worry about basic needs. Now, to save money, she had purchased a frail, sickly horse. The matriarch's first thought upon learning the horse's cost was that her granddaughter had made the purchase to economize. Although Han Muqing had previously mentioned that valuables at home were secured with magical artifacts, the old lady still suspected her granddaughter lacked funds. With concern, she gazed at Han Muqing, saying, "Chinga, you have made sacrifices, and I understand that you bought this sick horse to save money. However, considering the long journey ahead, I fear this horse may not endure the strain. Perhaps we should sell it and acquire a sturdier one. I have some jewelry. Would you like to use it as collateral? As soon as the matriarch finished speaking, Flame seemed to assert its capabilities. Just as Han Yulong settled onto the yoke, the horse began trotting forward, snorting playfully at the matriarch as if to challenge her. Chapter 22. The first meal in the wilderness after leaving the town. The group traveled southward for half a day, observing the weariness of both the people and the horses. Sun Tzu called for a halt by a small river to rest and have lunch before continuing their journey. Han Muqing was not one to settle for less, particularly as their family included elderly and injured members who urgently required nourishment. She firmly believed that good health was the foundation of all endeavors. Without it, everything else was futile. Upon stopping the carriage, Granny Han, along with Chunlan and Xiujuan, readily began to prepare lunch. After helping Su Yunyang and the matriarch to some water and ensuring their comfort, Han Muqing took the initiative to assist in organizing the meal. In truth, Madame Han and Su Yunyang are not pretentious individuals. In her youth, Madame Han was a country woman who raised her son, Han Zhoming, with great care. Once her son ascended to a position of authority, he brought the entire family to the capital. However, after years of living in comfort and with age weighing upon her, the rigors of travel by horse-drawn carriage have taken their toll. Thus, Han Muqing allows her to rest on the side while waiting for their meal. As for Su Yunyang, she was born into a wealthy family, yet her father and brothers, all military men, reside near the borders, making it impossible to notify the Su family when calamity struck the Han household. As the youngest daughter of the Su family, she was pampered and sheltered, accustomed to a life surrounded by servants, never needing to lift a finger to wash clothes or prepare meals. Consequently, she is utterly unversed in such matters. Furthermore, her health has always been frail. During the birth of Han Muqing, she suffered severe complications and nearly lost her life. It was only through the substantial efforts of the Prime Minister Han, who procured a rare 1,000-year-old ginseng, that she managed to survive. However, that incident left her physically weakened, rendering her unable to bear more children and significantly affecting her health. With Madame Han and Su Yunyang both being elderly and frail, no one dares to let them exert themselves. The other men, including Han Zhoming, the recently retired Prime Minister, are not idle. He actively assists in gathering firewood and preparing the kitchen. The midday meal is quite simple. Han Muqing had conveniently purchased a considerable quantity of steamed buns and a few easily portable side dishes from the town. All they need to do now is to reheat the buns and prepare some rice porridge. Han Muqing approaches to lend a hand, not merely for the sake of assistance, but to discreetly enhance the porridge with the water from her spatial well. Although this water may not possess the miraculous qualities depicted in the novels of a pre-apocalyptic world, it certainly aids in strengthening the body and improving health. At this moment, what they need most is to bolster their physical well-being. Seizing an opportune moment when no one is paying attention, Han Muqing subtly edges closer to the water bucket recently carried back by her elder brother, Han Yulong. "My lady, you have endured considerable fatigue on this journey. Please, sit and rest while I, along with Xiuju, take care of the rice porridge," urges Chunlan, who has just finished washing the rice. "Madam Han, you should also take a moment to rest. I will call for you once the meal is ready." Just as Han Muqing adds the spatial water to the bucket, Chunlan encourages both her and the elderly Madam Han to relax. With her tasks well in hand, and realizing there is little for her to contribute at this moment, Han Muqing graciously complies. She discreetly brushes off her hands and rises. "Very well, I shall trouble you and Xiuju then. I will assist Madam Han in resting, and perhaps lead Lian to the riverbank for a drink, as I noticed my second uncle offered it water earlier, but did not drink." Having spoken, Han Muqing strides over to Madame Han. "Madam, you have endured much on this journey. It is indeed taxing for someone of your years. Let me and Chunlan, along with Xiuju, handle these tasks. You need only to rest alongside my grandmother." Upon hearing Han Muqing's words, Madame Han waves her hands in protest. "How can that be? You are the young lady. It is not proper for you to work while I rest. My lady, do not be deceived by my age. My health remains robust, and I am accustomed to labor. To rest while you work would be utterly uncomfortable for me. Han Muqing naturally supported Granny Han's arm, saying, "Granny, our Han family is no longer in the position of officials. We shall now live as ordinary farmers, and besides, your contracts of servitude were destroyed before we left the capital. You are now our family, not an old servant." Indeed, at that moment, the old matriarch of the Han family approached, grasping Granny Han's hand. "You have served by my side for over 20 years, and I had originally hoped to see you and your husband live peacefully in the manor. Who would have anticipated such unforeseen circumstances? I feel deeply regretful for bringing you into this tumultuous life. However, rest assured, we Han family members are resilient. Even in the wilderness, we shall manage to live well. While we may not possess the riches of the Prime Minister's residence, we will not suffer from hunger or thirst. We will focus on living out our days in tranquility, leaving the rest to the children." Han Muqing observed the two elderly ladies, her grandmother and Granny Han, engaged in lively conversation, and chose not to interrupt them. Instead, she made her way to the riverside in search of the horse, Flame. Chapter 23. A skilled ally in the Han family by the river, her second uncle, Han Zhongliang, held a basin of clear river water, offering it to Flame. The horse turned its head away disdainfully. Han Zhongliang, undeterred, understood that this horse was a gift from his cherished niece, Qingqing, and was determined to care for it regardless. Thus, wherever Flame turned its head, Han Zhongliang would follow, creating a comical standstill. When Han Muqing arrived, she found this amusing scene. Approaching Flame, she gently patted its forehead and asked, "What is the matter, Flame? Why are you being so obstinate?" Seeing his niece interact with the horse, Han Zhongliang immediately set down the basin to protect Flame's head, saying, "Flame, be good. Qingqing won't hurt you." All right, I won't," Han Muqing reassured, noticing her uncle's protective stance. She took the basin her uncle had set down and placed it before Flame, subtly pouring some spatial water into it. As soon as the spatial water emerged, Flame recognized the familiar sweet scent and eagerly approached to drink. Han Zhongliang, witnessing Flame drinking the water she provided, exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, Qingqing, look, Flame loves you just like I do." "Yes, both you and Flame are wonderful," Han Muqing smiled. Observing her uncle in his 30s, she noted that he was not always simple-minded. It seemed a high fever in his childhood had changed him. It appeared that the fever had caused lasting damage, a condition not uncommon in both ancient and modern times, and recovery would be quite challenging. As she watched Flame drink, an idea struck her. The spatial water? She felt immensely refreshed after consuming it. Not only had her eyesight improved, but she also felt invigorated after long hours in the carriage. Though uncertain of its precise effects, she was convinced that spatial water was beneficial and harmless to the body. Once the Han family is settled down, Han Muqing intends to seek out a skilled physician to tend her uncle. She perceives the ancient practice of Chinese medicine as remarkably effective, believing that perhaps with acupuncture and some medicine, he might return to health. If her uncle could regain his normalcy, it would alleviate one of her grandmother's concerns. Han Muqing offered her water pouch to her uncle, having infused it with some spatial water. "Uncle, please take care of Lai Yan. Here, have a sip of water." However, Han Zhongliang pushed the pouch back toward Han Muqing, insisting, "Qingqing, you drink." With a smile, she shook her head. "Uncle, you should drink. I've already had some." Upon hearing that his niece had already drunk, he accepted the pouch and drank with ease. After a simple meal, the group resumed their journey. Meanwhile, within the estate of the second prince in the capital, a figure clad in black knelt before the prince. "My lord, none of those sent out last night have returned." "What?" The second prince, upon hearing that none of his carefully trained individuals had returned, stood up in a fury. "Are you telling me that none of those who went to pursue Han Zhongming came back?" The kneeling figure nodded, reporting, "My lord, we dispatched 18 elite individuals yesterday, who were to ambush at the Han family route. However, as of this morning, none have returned. Sensing something amiss, I sent someone to investigate, only to find a few pools of blood at the ambush site. Passers-by reported that early this morning, a group of bodies clad in black was discovered, leading me to surmise that they have all perished." The second prince's expression darkened further. 18 masters, and not a single one returned? Though I've heard of Han Yulong and Han Yuhua's martial prowess, I cannot fathom that they could have dispatched our 18 elite warriors. It seems rather improbable, does it not? The figure in black responded, My lord, do you suspect the Han family has a protector of exceptional skill? With a cold glare, the second prince replied, Whether or not the Han family possesses experts is irrelevant. Han Zhoming must not be allowed to live. If we can eradicate the root of the problem, all the better. If not, so be it. Once Han Zhoming is dead, the remaining members will pose no threat. It is a pity about Han Muqing. She is indeed a remarkable beauty. By the way, have we determined who took advantage that day? The black-clad figure shook his head. My lord, our men mistakenly entered the wrong room and spent the night with the maidens of the inn. We have yet to ascertain who claimed the purity of the Han young lady. I suspect it may have been a certain patron. A patron? Investigate. The second prince seethed. My fiancé, he cannot be sullied by a patron. Find this man and ensure he pays for his transgressions. If I cannot have her, neither shall anyone else. And if they do, they shall pay a price. At that moment, a servant rushed in. My lord, Miss Huang has arrived. Upon hearing of Huang Wenxio's arrival, the second prince furrowed his brow. Why is she here again? Go inform her that this prince is not in. The servant immediately set out upon receiving the command. Outside, on an ornate carriage, sat Huang Wenxio, who perked up her ears as she glimpsed the approaching servant through the slightly raised window. However, her expression turned frosty upon hearing that the second prince was not present. Since yesterday, she had not laid eyes on him. She had sent a message for him to wait at their usual rendezvous, only to be met with disappointment. Her father had warned her that the second prince might change his mind, a notion she had dismissed until now. It seemed likely that she must see him today to discuss the matter of her marriage. This union could no longer be postponed for fear of prolonging uncertainty. This morning, she had stationed someone at the entrance of the second prince's residence, and the servant reported that he had not ventured out since returning from court. Now, to claim he was absent was evidently a ruse. In a fit of determination, Huang Wenxio leapt from the carriage, glaring at the servants of the second prince's household. Not here. If I wish to enter and wait, will you dare to stop me? The servants quickly offered apologies, Miss Huang. It would be unfit for you to wait inside. If our master were to learn of this, he would surely be distressed. Why not return home? And we shall summon you as soon as he arrives? Such inconvenience is unnecessary. I shall wait here in your prince's residence today. I have visited this estate on numerous occasions before, back when I had no ties to your master. Now, I am to become his secondary consort. It is only proper for me to familiarize myself with the household. Without waiting for a response, Huang Wenxio strode purposefully into the second prince's residence. The servants rushed forward to obstruct her, yet, knowing she was the prince's woman, they dared not approach her, confident that they would not impede her. She boldly made her way to the main courtyard where the second prince resided, while the servants pursued her, rendered powerless. Inside the main courtyard, the second prince was engrossed in reading correspondence in his study when he was abruptly alerted by the commotion outside. He promptly instructed his guards to investigate the source of the disturbance, reflecting that perhaps it was time he sought a formal consort. For the decorum of his household seemed to be waning. Before he could finish his thought, Huang Wenxio appeared at the study's entrance. The prince is indeed here. How can your inattentive servants claim that you are not? Have they not seen you return? Despite knowing that the second prince was deliberately avoiding her, she refrained from stating this outright. Men, especially those of high rank, are often sensitive to their pride. Being blunt could undermine her position and serve her poorly. Since childhood, her mother had advised her that a woman should not be too meek, yet she must not lack grace either. In her youth, she had failed to grasp the essence of this wisdom, but as she matured, she understood its profound significance. As for the second prince, while he could not claim to be particularly enamored with Huang Wenxio, he had never turned away a woman who presented herself so readily. His offering of the position of secondary consort had been a calculated decision, for Huang Wenxio still held some value in the grand scheme of things. However, the words of his mother consort were not without merit. Ultimately, the only individuals who could remain by his side for the long term would be one primary consort and two secondary consorts. The Huang family had already been sufficiently utilized, and with Huang Wenxio's reputation now tarnished, it would indeed be inappropriate to leave her in the position of a secondary consort. Nonetheless, It was essential not to offend the Huang family entirely at this juncture. Matters concerning Huang Wenxiu must be approached with caution. Chapter 25. A feast for Qingqing. Upon reaching a resolution, the second prince composed himself, gesturing for the guards and servants outside to withdraw. He then adorned himself with what he deemed a charming smile, approaching Huang Wenxiu and enveloping her in his embrace. Xiu'er is correct. I have just returned from outside. After teasingly pinching her cheek, he continued, "Have you missed me in just 2 days, you little enchantress?" The Han family departed only yesterday, and we must maintain a low profile for the time being. While I am indifferent to the rumors circulating outside, I am concerned for your well-being. You belong to me, and I have no desire for you to endure any grievances. Therefore, let us keep a low profile during this period. If you wish to see me, send a message, and we shall meet at our usual place. Furthermore, regarding our betrothal, it will undoubtedly be impossible to arrange it any time soon. You know how much I cherish you, and I long to marry you in a grand manner. However, if we proceed now, the wedding must be modest and understated. I refuse to let you suffer any indignities, especially with the recent events concerning Han Muqing, which have drawn some criticism from the elder statesman. For the sake of our future, it is best to delay our engagement. Yet I do not care. Huang Wenxiu intended to express her indifference to such formalities, but in her heart, what mattered most was the position of a secondary consort in the second prince's residence. The matters he spoke of were of little significance to her. Just as she was about to decline his well-meaning intentions, the second prince took her by the hand and guided her to a chair behind the writing desk, where Huang Wenxiu settled upon his lap. After they shared a playful exchange of affection, Huang Wenxiu left the second prince's residence, her heart filled with delight. What Huang Wenxiu did not realize was that once she departed, the warmth faded from the second prince's visage. He commanded his confidants to keep a close watch on the Huang and Han families. The group traveled for an entire afternoon, and as dusk approached, Sun Tzu called for a halt. The nearest inn is still 50 miles away, and with darkness falling, it would be unsafe to continue. I propose we spend the night here in the forest. We have rested here before. Although it is wooded, it is relatively safe. We have never encountered bandits or wild beasts, only a few small animals like rabbits and roe deer. The weather has been pleasant lately, and it will not be too cold tonight. The women can sleep in the carriage, while we gentlemen will rest outside. What do you think, Brother Zhoming? Han Zhoming surveyed the nearby woods, hills, and stream. This place is indeed suitable, with mountains and water making for a good camping spot. We are not familiar with this area, so you two experienced brothers can make the arrangements. We will defer to your judgment. Sun Tzu glanced at the crowd, and seeing no objections, he cheerfully declared, "Very well, we shall set up camp here today. Later, we can explore the hillside ahead. Perhaps we might catch some wild chickens or rabbits for a feast." Upon hearing of the potential game on the hillside, Han Yulong and Han Yuhua's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and even their uncle, Han Zhongliang, was greatly invigorated. He was the first to head towards the designated camping spot, exclaiming, "Let's move swiftly. I wish to catch wild chickens for Qingqing, mother, and my sister-in-law to enjoy some delicious meat." Han Zhongliang's desire to hunt was purely for the sake of indulging in meat, while Han Yulong and Han Yuhua were driven by the thrill of novelty. Chapter 26. Encountering mountain bandits, although they were born into the Prime Minister's household, the brothers seldom had the opportunity to hunt. The annual autumn hunts organized by the court were merely ceremonial, and regardless of their age, boys always possessed a playful spirit. After securing the horse-drawn carriage, arranging their belongings, and setting up a makeshift cooking fire, Sun Tzu led Han Yulong and Uncle Han Zhongliang toward the rear hillside. The other men remained at the camp to assist with gathering firewood and preparing a meal. Their decision to stay behind was not due to a lack of interest, but rather a mutual understanding that if they all ventured out, only a few women would be left at the camp. As Han Yulong and his companions entered the mountains, they soon encountered a wild chicken. Without hesitation, Han Yulong dashed after it. In a short while, he returned triumphantly, holding the chicken aloft. Though they relished the excitement of the hunt, they dared not venture deep into the mountains. After all, they were merely passing through, and, as night approached, they needed to rest early after dinner for the journey ahead. After capturing 1 chicken and 2 rabbits, the group made their way back down mountain. Unbeknownst to them, two men were concealed atop the slope above. These men possessed distinct features. One bore a scarred face, while the other was blind in one eye. The scarred man observed Sun Tzu and his companions retreating down the hill, along with the smoke rising from their campfire, and remarked to the blind man, "Brother, look over there. There's smoke in the woods, indicating someone is cooking." The individuals we just saw on the hillside appear quite unfamiliar. They seem to be passers-by, but I wonder if they're wealthy. If they are affluent, we might take advantage, as we have not had any business for a month or two. The blind man pondered the scarred man's words for a moment and replied, "Elder brother, the leader forbids us from acting in this area. It is too close to home." He said that establishing a stronghold is not an easy task, and we should remain discreet, learning from past lessons not to compromise our own hideout. The scar man, dismissing his brother's caution with a wave of his hand, countered, "Brother, do you and the leader not exercise excessive caution? Our previous loss of the mountain stronghold was entirely due to betrayal from within. Had that traitor not alerted the authorities, how could they have infiltrated our lair? Rest assured, the brothers around us now are loyal. I can guarantee that none would dare betray us. Besides, what kind of bandits would we be if we never robbed anyone?" The scarred man, speaking quietly, beckoned the blind man to stealthily descend the hillside. They concealed themselves amidst the trees. Observing from a distance the group, led by Han Muqing and the three heavily loaded carriages nearby. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Second brother, I believe today's venture is quite promising. Look at this group. They are frail and aged, and those carriages appear to be brimming with goods. They seem to have come from the capital. Perhaps they are the family of some official returning to their homeland." "Returning home?" replied the blind man, pondering. "That would mean they carry all their possessions. These days, few officials are not greedy. If they truly are the family of a retired official, they present a most enticing target." After much contemplation, the blind man finally resolved to act. He turned earnestly to the scarred man. "Third brother, you stay vigilant here. I shall return to report to eldest brother." The scarred man, elated by his elder brother's agreement, nodded eagerly. "Very well, second brother. Be swift in your return. Rest assured, I shall not act rashly before your return." Chapter 27. A mouse has arrived. Reassured by the scarred man's promise, the blind man felt a sense of relief. He cast one last glance towards Han Muqing's group before turning and ascending the hill. Once the blind man departed, the scarred man did not remain dutifully hidden on the distant hillside. Instead, he crept downwards. Han Muqing, who was busy sought rabbit meat, noticed a faint sound and raised an eyebrow. A mouse has arrived." This sound was all too familiar to her. In her past life during the apocalypse, every time she found food, there were always others lurking, ready to seize it. Initially, as a lone woman, she could not protect her provisions, and every hard-won morsel was snatched away. Over time, in order to survive, she hardened herself. Aside from human flesh, she would not let anything edible go to waste. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, others either had family protection or leveraged their advantages to find a patron. A woman's greatest assets were her looks and her body, which she possessed in abundance. However, she had never contemplated selling herself for survival. Instead, she chose to rely on her abilities. Having survived for a decade in that harsh world, her vigilance and keen hearing had saved her countless times. Just moments ago, she had sensed the scarred man's descent, but since he was alone and made no aggressive move, she chose not to confront him immediately. There were several mouse to feed, and preparing dinner took precedence. A single mouse could wait until after the meal was served. Among the group, aside from Granny Han and Granny Sue, the others were not particularly skilled in cooking. However, the two elderly women had already endured great fatigue from their journey. So Han Muqing decided to take the cooking upon herself. Chunlan and Xiujuan first boiled some water on a makeshift stove. Han Muqing chopped the chicken into small pieces to simmer a pot of chicken soup, while the rabbit was cleaned and stewed entirely. As for the staple, she simply needed a bowl of dough and placed it around the rabbit meat to bake. Before the apocalypse, Han Muqing had taken great pleasure in cooking. After work, her favorite pastime was preparing meals in her small apartment. After the apocalypse, she had not tasted a warm meal that suited her palate. Now that she could cook for herself, she felt an overwhelming sense of excitement and happiness. However, as she observed Han Muqing preparing the meal, Both the elderly Lady Han and Su Yunyan were filled with concern and sympathy. Since her birth, Han Muqing had been the cherished daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Accustomed to having everything handed to her without lifting a finger, and cooking had never been her responsibility. Yet, witnessing her wield a knife to chop chicken and butcher rabbits, their hearts were heavy with pity. They never considered that there was anything amiss. They simply lamented the decline of the Prime Minister's household, realizing that their pampered daughter or granddaughter had to roll up her sleeves to make soup. As Han Muqing worked, the aroma of chicken soup and rabbit meat soon filled the forest. Gurgle, a scarred man lurking nearby, could not resist swallowing hard at the delicious scent wafting through the air, murmuring to himself, "That smells absolutely divine." With her keen ears, Han Muqing caught the faint noise and raised an eyebrow, though she dismissed it and called out to her relatives nearby, "Grandma, Dad, Mom, Uncle Air, Uncle Son, Uncle Lou, Big Brother, Second Brother, dinner is ready." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly gathered around, and soon the camp was filled with exclamations of delight. "So, this is how you can make pancakes? This is exquisite. Indeed, it's so fragrant. Who would have thought our Chin could cook so well? Wow, this chicken soup is so fresh." Although she had tasted wild chicken soup before and found it lacking, she was astonished by how skilled her daughter was. It was her first attempt at cooking, and it was already this delicious. How could Han Muqing not excel? She had added a generous amount of water from her space into the chicken soup. Chapter 28. A plump fish. The dinner was immensely satisfying for everyone. After the meal, they tidied up a bit and prepared to rest. Meanwhile, the scarred man hiding in the bushes was not only ravenous, but also plagued by mosquito bites all over his body. At that moment, the blind man, who had been away for quite some time, finally returned to the stronghold. Upon entering, he encountered a group of younger brothers, who greeted him warmly. "Second Deputy, you're back. The kitchen just announced that dinner is ready. Why not join us?" The blind man waved his hand. "You all go ahead, be quick and return. And don't drink too much. There may be matters to attend to later. I need to find the elder brother to discuss something." With his unreliable third brother still stationed there, the blind man did not dare delay and hurried towards the courtyard where the stronghold's leader resided. The stronghold was precariously built on a hillside, and though the courtyard was not particularly luxurious, it was quite satisfactory for these bandits. The blind man rushed into the leader's courtyard and immediately saw a bearded man sitting at a table, preparing to eat his dinner. The bearded man, upon seeing the blind man, greeted him warmly. "You've returned, second brother. Come, join us for dinner." Without hesitation, the blind man sat down and took a bite of the large steamed bun beside him, for he had indeed been hungry after a day of wandering. The blind man took a bite of the steamed bun and then raised a bowl of porridge from the table to sip, before lifting his gaze to the bearded man across from him. "Brother, today I and Lao San discovered a business opportunity while descending the mountain." As soon as the blind man spoke, the bearded man looked at him with great curiosity. "A business? What kind of business? By the way, where is Lao San?" "Brother, it is like this," the blind man said while eating, quickly recounting the events leading up to this moment. Upon hearing the blind man's words, the bearded man became so engrossed that he neglected his meal, setting down the wine jug he had just lifted. "Lao-ia, do you know how we lost our old hideout? We were indeed careless, and ultimately, our base was taken by others. Rebuilding a stronghold is no easy task. So this time we must exercise utmost caution, avoiding actions close to home. I know Lao San can be impulsive and does not consider the consequences of his actions. However, Lao Air, you are meticulous. What do you think of this business? Is it reliable?" Seeing his elder brother's serious expression, the blind man felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he confidently replied, "Brother, I believe this opportunity is feasible. That group of people includes the elderly, women, and children, and there is even a gentleman in plain clothes who appears to be a high-ranking official. Even the servants look like they could be easy targets. Hence, we speculate that this traveler is likely an official returning home after retirement. This official must possess considerable wealth, or he would not choose to retire at such a prime age. An official?" The bearded man tapped the table thoughtfully. "If he is indeed a retired official, we could consider it. However, I have heard that the road leads to the wilds, a path taken by officials who have committed serious crimes and were exiled. Upon hearing his leader's words, the blind man shook his head repeatedly. Brother, that is impossible. While my knowledge is limited, I do know that those who were exiled wear shackles and prison garb. Yet, those people, though dressed simply, are clean and tidy, and there are no guards overseeing them. In fact, when they had first left the capital, several men from the Han family had indeed been shackled and dressed in prison attire. Initially, Sun Tzu and Lu Ji were also in the garb of officials. However, once they had forged a bond and became akin to family, Sun Tzu and Lu Ji removed the shackles from the Han family members, and after acquiring a cart, they changed into ordinary clothing, masquerading as merchants. Chapter 29. The mouse hunt. At the outset of their journey from the capital, Han Muqing had worried for her father, uncle, and brothers, fearing their arduous travel with shackles. She thought that removing them would certainly require considerable effort or money. To her surprise, what was ultimately paid was the bond of kinship and sincerity. The Han family had come to regard Sun Tzu and Lu Ji as relatives. From Han Muqing's observations, exile in ancient times was not as strictly monitored as in modernity. Generally, as long as the escorting officials were lenient, the exiled criminals and their families would fare somewhat better, considering the court could not oversee them at all times. Prime Minister Han has always been a commendable official. Now, with Sun Tzu and Lu Ji treating him as a brother, how could they bear to let him and his family travel burdened by heavy shackles? Thus, the shackles were promptly removed and placed in a cart behind them. Once freed from the shackles, the Han family, having enjoyed the stature of nobility for many years, naturally exuded an air distinct from that of ordinary folk. Donning simple cotton garments, they truly resembled family members returning to their hometown in retirement. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, the burly chief with a bushy beard pondered the words of the blind man. Although their band still possessed some resources, it was evident that relying solely on past savings to sustain their 100 or so members was untenable. As bandits, their primary occupation was highway robbery, and now that they had settled, it was imperative to return to their former ways. After a brief deliberation, the chief decisively resolved to have a meal and, once finished, descend the mountain with his men, accompanied by the blind man. At the foot of the mountain, Han Muqing and the others had long since prepared to rest. Before sleeping, Han Muqing quietly approached Sun Tzu and pointed towards the hiding spot of the scarred man, saying, "Uncle Sun, let us not rush into rest. There is a rat hidden in that gully. Let us investigate together and discern his intentions." Hot? Startled by Han Muqing's words, Sun Tzu lowered his voice and inquired, "Qing girl, are you certain someone is concealed over there? I have detected no sound." With a slight smile, Han Muqing replied, "Uncle Sun, that man has been crouching there for some time, likely following you back from the hunt. I initially intended to wait for him to act first, but given his prolonged inactivity, we should take the initiative to discover what he intends before we retire and risk having to rise again to stretch our limbs." Sun Tzu looked at Han Muqing with a hint of self-reproach. "Qing girl, it is my negligence that failed to notice him. It appears you have done well to spot him." Waving her hand dismissively, Han Muqing reassured him, "Uncle Sun, there is no need for guilt. You have taken exceptional care of us, and my hearing has always been quite acute. Such a rat could never escape my ears." The commotion between Han Muqing and Sun Tzu soon attracted the attention of Han Zhongming and the others. Although Han Muqing intended to accompany Sun Tzu in capturing the man, her father and elder brother disapproved. Consequently, the task was assigned to Sun Tzu and Han Yulong instead. The scarred man, nestled in the gully and swatting mosquitoes, was just about to doze off when he heard footsteps nearby. Assuming it was his second brother returning with reinforcements, he hastily stood, legs numb from the ground. However, upon turning, he was confronted by two strangers, and before he could react, Sun Tzu and Han Yulong had him bound. Once captured, the scarred man was swiftly taken aside, and before any torture could be administered, he confessed. Chapter 30. A grim fate. Upon hearing the scarred man's revelations, Sun Tzu and Han Yulong were immediately alarmed, especially Han Yulong. Bandits were notoriously ruthless, and with the entire Han family present, should the number of bandits prove overwhelming, their safety would be gravely compromised. After questioning, The scarred man disclosed that there were approximately 100 bandits in total, though the majority were elderly, weak, or women and children. Only about 20 or 30 were able-bodied men. Upon hearing the number of bandits, Sun Tzu and his companion breathed a sigh of relief, yet they remained vigilant. Although the bandits were few, they had only a handful of capable fighters on their side. After a brief inquiry into the situation regarding the bandits, Sun Tzu and his companion dared not delay, fearing a sudden appearance of the bandit horde. Thus, they decisively escorted the scar-faced man to the camp. Upon their arrival, Han Muqing and the others noticed Han Yulong and Sun Tzu bringing an unfamiliar individual and quickly surrounded them. The two recounted what they knew, and upon hearing the account, Han Muqing's expression turned grave. However, rather than succumbing to despair, she promptly retrieved a pill from her purse and swiftly placed it into the scar-faced man's mouth. By the time he realized and attempted to expel the pill, it had already dissolved. The scar-faced man looked at Han Muqing in terror. "What have you given me?" Han Muqing, having secured her purse, casually brushed off non-existent dust from her hands and raised an eyebrow with a mischievous glance at the scar-faced man. "You have been on watch for quite some time, so I shall reward you with a carefree heartbreak pill." "Carefree heartbreak pill? A poison?" The scar-faced man gazed at Han Muqing in horror. She nodded. "Indeed, you are correct. It is a poison, but alas, there are no rewards." Upon hearing the word poison, the scar-faced man, recognizing the potency implied by the name, immediately began to ingratiate himself with Han Muqing. "Miss, noble lady, I am but a lowly errand boy in the bandit camp, and I possess no authority. However, should you command, I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames for you." "Stop, stop," Han Muqing interjected, raising her hand to halt the scar-faced man's flattery. "You've ingested the poison. It is impossible to receive the antidote now. As the name suggests, the carefree heartbreak pill will lead to your demise if the antidote is not consumed within 3 hours. You will die a gruesome death. Please, noble lady, grant me an antidote. I promise I shall never be a bandit again." The scar-faced man, bound and desperate, pleaded incessantly on his knees. Han Muqing cast him a detached glance. "Providing you with an antidote is not out of the question, but not at this moment. I can release you, but when your comrades arrive, you must lead them here." "Lead them here?" The scar-faced man was not the only one bewildered by Han Muqing's words. Even Sun Tzu and Han Zhongming were taken aback. Han Muqing wasted no time and promptly shared her plan with everyone. Although the group expressed skepticism, after some contemplation, they reluctantly acquiesced. With the consensus reached, Han Muqing swiftly untied the scar-faced man, cautioning him that should he fail to comply, he would undoubtedly succumb to the poison. The inherently timid scar-faced man, reassured by her words, repeatedly vowed, "Rest assured, noble lady, I will obey without fail and will bring the bandits here." Once the scar-faced man concealed himself, the Han family busied themselves with preparations. Following the previously established plan, Uncle Han Zhongliang and Han Yuming would escort the elderly matriarch and Su Yunyang to a safer location. Meanwhile, Han Muqing, Han Yulong, Han Yuhu, and those skilled in martial arts, such as Sun Tzu and Lu Ji, remained behind. The camp's carts and belongings were also left behind, for the bandits' intention was to seize the carts and supplies. If they drive away the cart, they will be unable to attract the bandits. Han Muqing and her companions camouflaged the camp, and then each sought a leafy tree to ascend. Prior to climbing, Han Muqing produced several packets of tranquilizing powder and handed them to Sun Tzu and the others. These powders were obtained from the physician Zhang Bo before leaving the capital. Originally intended for emergencies, she did not expect to utilize them so soon. Chapter 31. Regret. Just as Han Muqing settled the elderly matriarch and others, camouflaged the camp, and climbed the tree, disturbances arose from the mountain. The scarred man observed the approaching bearded man and the blind man and cried out in grievance, "Brother, second brother." He had more to say, yet thinking of the poison coursing through his veins, he swallowed his words. He understood that the earlier group had set a trap for them, but with his life hanging in the balance, he could not afford to care about anything else. The blind man and the bearded man paid no mind to the scarred man's unusual demeanor, assuming he was merely weary from hunger after waiting so long. The bearded man consoled, "Third brother, you have worked hard today. Once this deal is done, the elder brother will personally pour you a drink." The scarred man anxiously glanced at the bearded man, murmuring his gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother." The blind man, gazing at the quiet camp below, muttered in confusion. "That group has already settled down. They sleep rather early, don't they? Third brother, nothing unusual has happened over there, has it?" The scarred man hastily shook his head. "No, they must be tired from the journey. That family must have eaten and then rested." The bearded man responded, "These officials are quite delicate. Even with a cart, they still complain of fatigue. Yet, they're audacious enough to have no one on watch, which makes it convenient for us." With that, the bearded man gestured to the others behind him. "Let us get to work. Once we finish, we can return to rest." As his words fell, he charged down the mountainside into the thicket, followed without hesitation by more than 20 men. Only the scarred man remained anxiously rooted in place. Perhaps the bandits truly perceived the Han family as defenseless. The descent down the mountain was utterly unmasked. From her vantage in the tree, Han Muqing found their behavior rather absurd, her initial reaction reflecting the sentiment. However, despite the amusement, she understood the gravity of the situation and refocused her attention on the approaching bandits. As the 20 bandits drew near to the camp and the empty cart, the individuals in the trees exchanged glances and simultaneously cast the tranquilizing powder downward. With swift hands, the powder fell, and the unsuspecting bandits were predominantly affected. Han Muqing had anticipated a delay before the powder took effect, yet its potency was astonishing. Scarcely did the powder settle before she heard the sound of bodies hitting the ground. The surviving bearded man and the blind man observed as more than 20 of their comrades fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Instantly sensing that something was amiss, the blind man hastily pulled the bearded man back, exclaiming, "This is bad. They're an ambush. Retreat. Quick retreat." Retreat? How could that be? The moment the bandit leader contemplated fleeing, Han Muqing and her companions signaled each other from the trees and swiftly descended. Han Muqing had no intention of concealing her martial prowess. After all, she had already revealed her capabilities during the previous attack. Thus, when she engaged the bandits, her strikes were swift, fierce, and precise. Though she did not intend to kill, she showed no mercy. Having survived in the apocalyptic world for a decade, she had learned to act without hesitation. It wasn't long before the bandits, who had faced her, collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. This seemingly fragile girl struck with excruciating force. Her attacks aimed to break bones, not merely to wound. "Stop! We surrender." The bearded man genuinely regretted his earlier decisions. Chapter 32. Gaining knowledge in the mountain stronghold, he couldn't shake the feeling that the stronghold they had laboriously built was now doomed. His cries did not halt Han Muqing and her companions. They continued until they had their fill of the fight. Looking down at the writhing bandits, Han Muqing inquired, "Who is the leader?" Upon being named, the bearded man instinctively tried to retreat, yet the other bandits, though silent, involuntarily turned their gazes towards him. Without hesitation, Han Muqing tossed a stone at the scar-faced man lurking on a nearby slope. "Ah!" he screamed as he tumbled down the slope. Han Muqing cast a dispassionate glance at the scar-faced man now at her feet and pointed to the bearded man, declaring, "He is your leader." The scar-faced man nodded eagerly. "Yes, what she says is true. He is indeed our chief." "Third brother, so it was you. You betrayed the stronghold." The blind man shouted angrily at the scar-faced man. The bearded man looked at him, disappointment etched across his face. Realizing his guilt, the scar-faced man averted his gaze from the bearded and blind men, mumbling, "I never wanted to betray the stronghold, but what could I do? My own life is at stake. I'm poisoned, and at my young age, I've been orphaned. I survived by begging, and later became a bandit. Though I can now fill my stomach, I have yet to marry or have children. I haven't even been with a woman. Unlike you, brothers, who may not have children but have tasted life, you're much better off than I." Third brother, Sun Tzu, witnessing the internal strife, interjected, "Enough." Silence. His booming voice quelled the previously noisy bandits. Sun Tzu surveyed the quieted group before turning to Han Muqing. "Qing girl, how do you wish to handle these bandits?" Han Muqing glanced at the sprawled bandits and then at Sun Tzu. I truly lack experience in this matter. Uncle Sun, what do you suggest we do? Sun Tzu cast a glance at Han Yulong and the others beside him, then turned his attention to the bandits. They were indeed outlaws, and under normal circumstances, it would be prudent to report them to the authorities. However, given that Brother Han was in a precarious position, it might be wiser to maintain a low profile. Moreover, even if they did alert the authorities, they would gain nothing from it. Yet, to simply let these bandits go free after all their efforts throughout the night seemed unjust. They deserved some form of recompense for their toil. As Sun Tzu pondered this dilemma, Han Muqing suddenly proposed, "What if we engage in a black market deal?" A black market deal? Lu Ji, who had been standing beside Sun Tzu, expressed keen interest in Han Muqing's suggestion. "Are you suggesting we turn the tables and rob the bandits?" Han Muqing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I perceive that these bandits are not virtuous individuals. Our family is currently in dire financial straits, and there are ample opportunities to acquire silver once we reach our destination. Since reporting them is not an option and we cannot simply eliminate them, why not resort to a black market transaction? This bandit den is uncharted territory for me, and it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my horizons while sending them back to their lair." The bandits, caught off guard, thought to themselves, "This girl is remarkably naive. Not only is she discussing their fate in their presence, but she also brazenly proposes a black market deal." While the bandits were momentarily stunned, Han Muqing and her companions reached a consensus. Chapter 33. A complete sweep. After deliberating on Han Muqing's proposal, Sun Tzu and the others expressed unanimous support. Although their skirmish had not yet commenced, the concerns of the elderly matriarch and the others who had retreated to a safer location remained unresolved. Sun Tzu promptly suggested sending the youngest, Han Yuhu, to inform the matriarch, while the rest would escort the bandits up the mountain. Despite the fact that the leaders of the bandit group were present, Han Muqing remained cautious. Before setting off, she administered poison to each of the 20 or so bandits. Once the poison took effect, the initially defiant bandits became considerably more subdued. As Han Muqing walked alongside the bandits, she leaned closer to Sun Tzu and remarked, "Uncle Sun, do you think it wise to leave these bandits here? Although they don't appear to be particularly vicious, they are certainly not benevolent either." Han Muqing possessed an acute sense of perception, honed through years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. After struggling for a decade, she initially managed to scavenge some food, but the inhospitable climate and environment rendered plant life nearly extinct. Despite the efforts of various bases to cultivate agriculture, the results were dismal. The scarcity of food made survival exceedingly challenging for the common folk like Han Muqing, who could only subsist on wild vegetables, tree bark, and even the flesh of vermin. However, many refused to resort to such meager fare, and for those who sought meat, the only recourse was to prey upon the defenseless. Like Han Muqing, often referred to as two-legged sheep, before her demise, she dreaded becoming a meal for others. Little did she know that a godlike man would save her from death and provide her with a dignified resting place. She had glimpsed him in spirit form and vowed to repay him should the opportunity arise, yet they now existed in entirely different realms. Han Muqing found herself marveling at the peculiarities of life. Often, it is the seemingly impossible encounters that weave unexpected connections. The bandit lair lay nestled within a concealed gorge halfway up the mountain. Although the path was somewhat steep, it was not particularly far. Han Muqing and her companions reached their destination in no time. Upon arriving at the lair, they wasted no time and swiftly plundered most of the valuable items. Guided by her intuition, Han Muqing made a special trip to the residences of the 3 bandit leaders, and to her surprise, she successfully pried loose a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels. Before descending, Han Muqing distributed a pill to each of the bandits who had previously consumed her concoction. In truth, the pills she had given them earlier were not deadly, but rather a laxative that would induce diarrhea. Since they were not poison, the pills she had just handed out were not antidotes either. An hour later, after a restless night devoid of any gain, the bandits were abruptly awakened by excruciating abdominal pain. Initially, they believed that the lethality of the pills had not been mitigated, but after enduring a night of discomfort, they discovered that the pain had ceased. However, with over 20 individuals experiencing simultaneous gastrointestinal distress, the surrounding air was far from pleasant. After Han Muqing and her group descended from the mountain, she promptly suggested relocating their camp. The others assumed her fear stemmed from potential retribution by the bandits. But in truth, she feared that a slight breeze might carry the unpleasant scent from the mountain to their camp. The group traveled for several consecutive days, perhaps due to their increasing distance from the capital, which rendered the authorities impotent, or perhaps because they no longer viewed the Han family as adversaries. Regardless, the past few days had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any pursuit. However, while they had escaped the threat of being hunted, they soon encountered a torrential downpour. Chapter 34. Seeking shelter in a ruined temple, the rainstorm arrived without warning. A clear sky was abruptly shattered by a deafening clap of thunder, followed by torrential raindrops cascading from the heavens. At that moment, Han Muqing and her companions were en route, caught entirely off guard by the sudden deluge. "Uncle Son, the rain is too heavy. We must find shelter quickly," exclaimed Han Yulong, who was driving the carriage, as he and his companions were drenched. Fortunately, the roofs of the several carts were covered with oil paper and raincloth, so, despite the downpour, Han Muqing and the others inside remained dry. However, due to the intensity of the rain, visibility for the horses was severely compromised, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Moreover, the roads were muddy, a common plight in ancient times, making it unwise to continue traveling under such conditions. Thus, for safety's sake, Han Muqing proposed a rest. Sun Tzu tightened the reins, bringing the horses to a halt. Sitting atop the cart, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Qing, we find ourselves in a predicament. There are no villages ahead, nor inns behind, making it quite challenging to locate a place to take shelter. However, if we must find one, there is indeed a nearby location, albeit rather dilapidated." "Dilapidated?" Han Muqing responded without hesitation. "Uncle Son, a little ruin is of no consequence. As long as it shields us from the wind and rain, it is far better than standing here exposed. This rain shows no sign of abating anytime soon, and I fear that if we remain out in it, someone may fall ill." At this moment, Han Zhongming, who had originally been seated in the front of the carriage, approached with a staggered gait. "Brother Sun, Qing, the rain is far too torrential for us to continue our journey. Should we not seek shelter nearby?" "Brother Han," Sun Tzu exclaimed, "how did you manage to come over in such heavy rain? Quickly, come aboard." Observing Han Zhongming's legs and feet caked in mud, Sun Tzu promptly jumped down from the carriage and assisted him onto the other side of the yoke. "Brother Han, I was just discussing with Qing about finding a place to take refuge from the rain. This area is quite desolate. The only structure within several dozen miles is a dilapidated temple that could barely provide shelter. However, that temple is exceedingly rudimentary. I visited it a few years ago, and it was in a state of severe disrepair. I am uncertain if it still stands. If everyone is willing, we can venture there to take a look." Han Zhongming raised his already soaked sleeve to wipe the rain from his face. "Brother Sun, this rain is relentless. I fear for the health of my mother and sister Yin. The condition of the place is of little consequence, as long as it offers us refuge from the rain." Sun Tzu replied, "Very well, let us proceed to examine it." After conveying this to Uncle Zhong and Han Yulong, who were managing the horses, he turned the carriage around and headed back. It was not long before they arrived at a fork in the road, and Sun Tzu guided the carriage along the diverging path. The mud on this narrow road was far more abundant than on the main road, and despite only covering a distance of 2 or 3 miles, it took them nearly half an hour to traverse it. Fortunately, the dilapidated temple was still standing, and the jolting carriage came to a halt before it. Han Muqing was the first to leap down from the carriage, carefully assisting both the elderly matriarch and Su Yun down as well. She gazed up at the temple, which had only a few remaining beams supporting its roof, feeling an unsettling sense that the interior would be little better than the exterior. One could say that while it rained heavily outside, it likely rained just as much within those crumbling walls. Nevertheless, as the walls had yet to collapse entirely, they could still provide some shelter from the wind. If not the rain, will this temple collapse? Sumi Luo pondered, lost in thought, when Su Yun, standing beside her, spoke up. Having never experienced hardship, Su Yun had never encountered such a decrepit dwelling. Hearing her comment, Lu Ji, who was busy arranging the carriage, chuckled reassuringly, sister-in-law, fear not. This temple has endured for many years without collapsing. It must be quite sturdy. A few years ago, I visited this temple with Brother Sun. There's a room at the back that should provide some protection from the rain. Come, allow me to guide you there, Lu Ji said, stepping forward into the temple. As Lu Ji entered, the others, aside from Sun Su and Uncle Zhong, who were organizing their belongings, promptly followed suit. They arrived at a side room in the back courtyard of the temple. Han Muqing assessed the space, noting that it was the most intact room within the dilapidated structure, with only one corner suffering from a leak. Yuhu, go find brother and bring that large vat from the courtyard. We can use it to catch rainwater, she instructed. Han Yuhu nodded and quickly exited. As she passed by the front, Han Muqing had seen the large vat and deemed it perfect for collecting the rainwater, lest the prolonged leakage render the floor within the room uncomfortably damp. The room is quite spacious, and most of the floor remains dry. Although it is only mid-afternoon, the rain outside pours heavily, making the roads too muddy to travel today, even if the rain were to cease. With no urgency to journey onward, they decided to unload the pots and bowls from the cart and prepare an early dinner, allowing for a restful evening thereafter. This dilapidated temple has evidently been abandoned for many years. Although there is a well inside, they had no intention of drawing water from it. Fortunately, during their midday rest by the riverbank, they had ample access to water, which should last them a couple of days with careful usage. Despite Han Muqing having a well in her space, the water possesses medicinal properties, resembling the legendary healing springs. Thus, she refrained from allowing everyone to drink it freely, opting instead to add just a few drops while cooking. Meals in the wilderness are generally simple, and before cooking, Han Muqing decided to brew a pot of ginger tea. Having been caught in the rain, everyone, despite it being early summer, could easily succumb to wind cold, particularly those with weaker constitutions. In modern times, this would be akin to a mild cold. However, after experiencing the apocalypse, Han Muqing was acutely aware that in a time of scarce medical resources, even a cold could prove fatal. To prepare the ginger tea, fire was necessary, which in turn required firewood. Fortunately, this rundown temple, though lacking in many areas, was not short on firewood, as the beams that had fallen from the roof provided excellent kindling. As soon as the prospect of cooking was mentioned, her uncle Han Zhongliang immediately made his way to the nearby ruins and soon returned with a pile of damp wood. Ching, while you cook, I'll tend to the fire, he said. While Han Muqing was busy setting up the stove, she looked up and smiled at Han Zhongliang. Thank you, uncle. I appreciate your hard work. After everyone enjoyed the ginger tea and their meal, the sky was just beginning to darken. Although the rain had lessened significantly, it had yet to stop entirely. After several days of travel, everyone felt fatigued, and with no need to rush, they settled in for an early night. The room they occupied was the most intact within the temple, and it was designated for the women to rest, while the men remained in the corridor outside, as it was the only area sheltered from the rain. It was early summer, and the cool rainy night required even those sleeping in the breezy corridor to cover themselves with thin cotton quilts. During the night, Han Muqing, sleeping beside the elderly matriarch, was roused by an overwhelming heat, feeling as if there were a furnace beside her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the elderly matriarch's flushed face. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Han Muqing at the sight of her grandmother, prompting her to instinctively reach out and touch the elderly woman's forehead. So hot. The heat radiating from the matriarch's forehead startled Han Muqing. She had a fever. Chapter 36. Another illness strikes. What's wrong, miss? Han Muqing's movement stirred Chunlan, who had been sleeping in the same room. Rubbing her bleary eyes, Chunlan rose and approached. Han Muqing looked up at her and asked, Chunlan, you're awake? My grandmother has fallen ill and is experiencing a slight fever. Could you come and look after her while I fetch some medicine? Certainly, Mississippi. Chunlan replied as she promptly took a basin from the side and poured some water from a nearby pot over the fire. She then picked up the old lady's handkerchief, immersed it in the basin, wrung it dry, folded it into a long strip, and placed it on the old lady's forehead to help reduce her temperature. Observing Chunlan's attentive care for grandmohan, Han Muqing felt considerably reassured. She quickly tidied her clothes and stepped outside. As she reached the doorway, she inadvertently stirred Han Yulong, who was sleeping in the corridor outside. Han Yulong saw his sister swiftly rise from the ground and exclaimed, "Qing, why are you up? Can't you sleep? Are you afraid of the dark? Do you need to use the restroom? Fear not. Your elder brother is here to keep you company. In truth, having you stay in such a place is indeed a hardship for you. You have never encountered such living conditions before. Last night, our father mentioned how he felt it was a pity for you and our mother during our journey here. You and our mother have never endured such struggles. However, rest assured, I shall strive to ensure that, even if our family does not return to the capital, we will live a prosperous life." Looking at her elder brother, Han Muqing felt a warmth fill her heart. In her previous life, she was an orphan struggling alone in an orphanage. After much hardship, she managed to attend a nursing school with the help of the government. Upon graduating, she found employment at a small hospital where she was assigned to the obstetrics and gynecology department. As the saying goes, children from poor families mature early. Being an orphan, she was immensely grateful for her stable job. Initially, as a newcomer, she faced difficulties with some of the hospital's veterans. Fortunately, she was diligent and hardworking, unafraid of hardship or exhaustion, and soon integrated well with her colleagues. Due to her efforts, she successfully completed her probation and became a full-fledged nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department. The elderly doctor nearing retirement was particularly kind to her, often inviting her to assist during deliveries and treatments. Under the guidance of the seasoned doctor, Han Muqing learned a great deal, and as her life began to flourish, she was unexpectedly thrust into an apocalyptic world. In this new reality, the knowledge she acquired in obstetrics became obsolete, as she had not witnessed the birth of a newborn in the decade of turmoil. During this harsh period, she could only rely on her own strength to survive. Whether in the apocalypse or in modernity, she had never experienced the warmth of family. However, here, she felt enveloped in familial love and warmth each day. "Brother, you are so kind to me. Rest assured, as long as we are together as a family, I feel immensely happy, no matter where we are. By the way, brother, Grandma is unwell. She must have caught a chill from being caught in the rain and is currently experiencing a slight fever. I wish to retrieve the small box of medicine from the carriage. In our haste yesterday, I forgot to bring it along. Grandma is ill. Is it serious?" Upon hearing that their grandmother was unwell, Han Yulong grew anxious and hurriedly called out to Han Yulong, who was not far away, instructing him to start fire. "We will need it to brew medicine for Grandma." As Han Yuhua, who was originally in a deep slumber, learned of his grandmother's illness, he did not dare to delay and immediately rushed to kindle a fire. The commotion caused by Han Muqing soon alerted the others. Upon hearing of the elderly matriarch's ailment, everyone grew anxious. By the time Han Muqing returned with the medicine box, most had already risen. With swift movements, Han Muqing retrieved the remedy for cold-induced ailments, handing it to Qiujuan to prepare the medicine. As she was about to check on the old matriarch's condition, she noticed her mother, Su Yun, precariously leaning against the wall, clutching her forehead and appearing on the verge of fainting. She hurried over, exclaiming, "Mother, what is wrong? Please sit down and rest for a moment." As Han Muqing reached out to feel Su Yun's forehead, she exclaimed, "You're burning up. Mother, why didn't you tell me you were unwell? Quickly, let me help you lie down." Chapter 37. A pause in the journey. Han Muqing assisted Su Yun in reclining on her bedding, while simultaneously accepting a cloth from Granny Su to help cool Su Yun down physically. She muttered to herself, feeling guilty, "It's all my fault. I knew both grandmother and mother were in poor health, yet I failed to check on them during the night." Upon hearing her daughter's self-reproach, Su Yun quickly grasped Han Muqing's hand, reassuring her, "My dear, it is not your fault. It is my own body that is uncooperative. Rest assured, I shall be fine after a good sleep." Once Han Muqing steadied her emotions and entrusted her mother's care to Granny Su, she dashed to where Qiujuan was preparing the medicine. She contrived an excuse to send Qiujuan away before adding a generous amount of medicinal spring water to the pot. She believed that since this spring water could restore health, it could surely aid in healing as well. After adding the spring water, Han Muqing earnestly squatted by the makeshift stove to brew the medicine. At that moment, she felt fortunate for her foresight in procuring a substantial supply of medicine from Uncle Zhang, the house physician, before their departure. Though she was a novice nurse with only a basic understanding of medical principles, primarily in gynecology and neonatal care, she was utterly unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine and would welcome the opportunity to learn it. Not long after Han Leofuren and Su Yun consumed the medicine, their high fever subsided. The following day, although the rain had ceased, the roads were too muddy for travel. Furthermore, with Han Leofuren and Su Yun still unwell, a consensus was reached to remain for an additional 2 days to recuperate. After a simple breakfast, the group split into 2 teams. One set out to locate a water source, while the other remained in the dilapidated temple to clean. The temple lacked a clean water source, and to stay here, access to water was essential. As for food, they had ample supplies of rice and flour. Even if they ran short, Han Muqing had an abundance in her space, having cleared out several granaries upon departing from the capital. Although she could not openly take the food from her space, discreetly retrieving small amounts to place in grain bags would go unnoticed. The team searching for water surely included the young and strong, with Sun Su, Sun Yulong, and Sun Yuhua among them. After a quick preparation, they set off with containers to collect water. Their objective lay upon the mountainside not far behind the dilapidated temple. Upon their arrival, they had traversed from the temple's front, well aware that no rivers flowed in that direction. Thus, this time they set their sights directly on the mountain behind, where streams and mountain springs typically flourished. If they could discover a pristine spring, it would be a splendid boon. Meanwhile, Han Muqing resolved to tidy up the habitable areas within the ruin. Although their stay would be brief, none wished to reside directly amidst the rubble. Cleaning required tools, yet this forsaken temple had been abandoned for years, leaving not a single complete cleaning implement. As everyone pondered this dilemma, Han Muqing stealthily ventured outside, returning with her arms laden with tools. Her father, Han Zhoming, raised an eyebrow upon seeing the tools she carried. "Qing'e, where did you acquire these? They appear rather new. Where could they be from?" she thought, secretly surmising they must have been pilfered from the Huang family. Although she had previously taken a considerable number from the Prime Minister's residence, she feared recognition. These cleaning tools might not be familiar to her grandmother or her parents, but perhaps Chunlan, Chihuahua, and the 2 matrons had encountered them before. Thus she chose to simply take them from the Huang family. When her father inquired about the origin of the tools, Han Muqing almost mustered the courage to claim she had found them behind the temple. However, before she could speak, the spirited matriarch, recovering from her fever, shot a glare at Han Zhoming. "Zhoming, why are you so meddlesome? If there are tools, let her use them. What does it matter where they came from? My granddaughter is fortunate. She effortlessly finds what she desires. You are her father. Can't you see she is struggling to hold all of them? Why not lend a hand?" Chapter 38. There are people in the mountains. The former prime minister, now in his 40s, found himself chastised by his mother, rendered speechless as he cast a glance of grievance at his wife. "Qing, let your second uncle handle this. A young girl should not bear heavy burdens." Han Zhoming was about to assist his daughter in carrying the tools when Han Zhongliang entered swiftly and adeptly took the items from Han Muqing's grasp. Arriving a moment too late, Han Zhoming was yet again rebuked by his mother. "Look at you. You lack the perceptiveness of her second son. Enough of this dawdling. You cannot assist here. Go attend to your own matters." Even though he was no longer the prime minister since leaving the capital, Han Zhoming had been preoccupied ever since receiving a letter via carrier pigeon days prior. The pigeon flitted above them incessantly, and whether writing or reading letters, he appeared busier than during his tenure as prime minister. Observing this scene, everyone was filled with curiosity. However, as Han Zhoming remained tight-lipped, no one dared to inquire further. As his mother, the matriarch, summoned him closer, she regarded him with a serious demeanor. "Eldest son, you have always exercised prudence in your endeavors. I shall not pry into your actions or your current circumstances, for I understand that some matters you would not disclose even if I were to ask. I merely wish to impart one thing. Our Han family must never engage in acts that would betray our conscience or wrong our fellow villagers." At that moment, Han Zhoming knelt on the ground, gazing earnestly at his snow-haired mother. "Mother, I apologize, but there are matters that I cannot disclose at this time. Rest assured, I would never commit any heinous acts, and our Han family shall not remain in this state of decline forever. This is but a temporary plight. It is you, along with Yunyang and the children, who have had to endure the hardships. Han Muqing had been acutely aware of her father's unusual behavior lately. From the very first moment she encountered Han Zhongming after her arrival in this world, she sensed that her father was no ordinary man. Though not a figure of great malevolence, he was certainly not one to be easily manipulated. It now appeared that her father had willingly placed himself in a position to be schemed against, likely with the aim of leaving the capital to assist a certain influential figure in significant endeavors. As for the identity of this powerful individual, she remained in the dark. In the mountains behind the dilapidated temple, the path was exceedingly slippery after the recent rain, and Sun Tzu and his companions trudged slowly onward. They had been in the mountains for half a day. Although they had yet to locate a water source, they had managed to catch 2 wild chickens. Han Yuhu gazed happily at the plump birds in his hands, thinking that they would be perfect for making soup to nourish his ailing mother and grandmother. Sun Tzu surveyed the surroundings, noting the lush vegetation and well-nourished wildlife, concluding that there must be a water source nearby. "Let's explore that direction," he suggested, leading the way. However, after only a short distance, he halted abruptly. "Yulong, Yuhu, do you hear voices ahead?" Upon hearing Sun Tzu's words, the Han brothers quickly stopped and listened intently. "Uncle Sun, there truly is someone speaking. The sound seems to be coming from over there," Han Yulong indicated. "Yes, that direction," Sun Tzu confirmed. "It doesn't seem too far away. Let us investigate. If it is a villager from this area, we may inquire about a water source, which will be far better than searching blindly." The 3 of them made their way towards the source of the sound. Indeed, there was a water source ahead, a mountain spring flowing down into a clear pool below. By this tranquil pool stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, looking rather disheveled. Mud splattered across his face and body. The old man confronted a large white snake that stood before him. "You are quite lacking in martial decorum, serpent. I have negotiated with you for quite some time. Why do you persist in being obstinate? We had an agreement. I would extract some of your venom in exchange for fish to eat." With a hiss, the snake flicked its head in a seemingly sentient gesture. The old man, infuriated, felt his beard bristle with indignation. "Do not test my patience. Anger me, and I shall dissect you to procure your gallbladder for my remedies." With a sudden swiftness, the white snake struck back with its tail, landing a heavy blow upon the old man. Despite his quick reflexes and agility, he was unable to evade entirely, and the snake's tail struck his face, leaving it red and swollen. Rubbing his stinging cheek, the old man glared furiously at the white snake. "Was that deliberate? Is this how you treat me? How dare you turn your back on me? Since you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, I shall no longer show mercy. I had assumed that given your physique, you must have lived for many years. Thus, I did not intend to take your life. However, it appears that I have overestimated your worth, and now I must procure the serpent's gall as well." With that, the elder sprang forward, drawing the dagger from his waist and launching himself at the white serpent. Yet, after several exchanges, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Observing the swelling bruise on his hand, he realized that his years of complacency had dulled his martial prowess. He was unable to defeat even a mere snake. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. "Who goes there? Step forth." Chapter 39. The solitary elder, the trio of Sun Tzu, who had just arrived, stood in shock at the sight of the elder and the white serpent. What a massive snake! Their appearance startled both the elder and the serpent. Seizing the opportunity, while the elder was distracted, the white serpent swiftly darted into the underbrush, disappearing in an instant. When the elder, hearing the noise, rushed after it, the serpent had already vanished. He stood there, bewildered, staring at the spot where the snake had disappeared. He had spent over half a month in this mountain, searching for it. After finally locating the creature, he had not even had the chance to profit from it before it was scared away by these fools. Fuming, he puffed at his beard, but before he could unleash his frustration, the trio rushed toward him. "Elder, are you all right? Are you injured?" "Yuhua." That is a rather redundant question. Just look at how the elder has been ravaged by that white serpent. Don't just stand there. Help the elder to that rock so he can rest for a moment. "Yes, Yulong, Yuhua. Assist the elder in sitting down while I scout the area for other dangers." The elder, who had initially been prepared to vent his anger, found that all his ire had inexplicably dissipated upon seeing the earnestness of the youths before him. Just moments ago, he had been fiercely engaged in battle with the serpent, yet now he relaxed his body and allowed these two sincere and naive children to support him, exclaiming in a melodramatic tone, oh dear, how it hurts. Thank you, young lads. Were it not for your timely arrival, I would have surely been devoured by that great white serpent. Before long, Sun Tzu returned, carrying a basket filled with medicinal herbs. Elder, is this basket yours? He inquired. I found it earlier and, seeing no one else around, assumed it belonged to you, so I brought it back. The elder nodded. Indeed, this basket is mine. I dropped it while fleeing from the white serpent. Young man, I am truly grateful to you. Not only did you help scare off the snake, but you also retrieved my basket. He silently added to himself. Had it not been for you lot, I would have already acquired the serpent as venom and gall. After a brief conversation, Sun Tzu and the others went to fetch water from a nearby pool. Once they had filled their containers, Sun Tzu turned to the elder. Elder, are you a villager from around here? For the time being, we're taking shelter in that dilapidated temple. Shall we escort you home? The elderly man shook his head, saying, Youngster, I'm not from around here. I am but a solitary old man, wandering the world. Possessing some knowledge of medicine, I often gather herbs and concoct remedies, which lead me to dwell mostly in the mountains and forests. Upon hearing his words, Sun Tzu and his companions were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that such an elderly man could be so utterly alone, lacking both family and a home, which stirred feelings of pity within them. Han Yulong, with a sympathetic expression, addressed the old man. Surely you must have some place to rest in these mountains? Perhaps we could take you to your usual refuge. The old man again shook his head and sighed, alas. There's a cave where I typically find shelter, but the torrential rain yesterday filled it with water. Tonight, I shall have to sleep under the open sky. Han Yulong and Sun Tzu, who had initially felt sympathy, could not help but raise an eyebrow at the old man's words. His face was radiant, his spirit vigorous, apart from a bit of mud on his clothing. He appeared quite clean, and his silver hair and beard were remarkably neat and smooth. He seemed hardly like a wandering, destitute old man. While Sun Tzu and Han Yulong began to question the old man's claims and identity, Han Yahu, filled with compassion, said, If it is truly inconvenient for you, please accompany us down the mountain. My family intends to rest in that ramshackle temple for a couple of days before continuing our journey. Although it is somewhat dilapidated, it serves as a proper refuge. Very well, let us proceed. Before Han Yahu could finish his sentence, the old man interrupted, rising swiftly and thrusting the basket of herbs into Han Yahu's hands. Come, let us hurry down the mountain. I am quite famished. Han Yahu exchanged glances with Han Yulong and Sun Tzu, who silently wondered if this elder might be sent by some influential figures from the capital. Perhaps the previous young emissaries had failed to gain any advantage, prompting the dispatch of this elder instead. Sun Tzu signaled to Han Yulong, urging him to remain cautious, before hastening to follow Han Yahu and the old man. As Han Yahu assisted the old man down the path, Sun Tzu and Han Yulong trailed behind, carrying their water containers and the wild chickens they had previously caught. The harmony between Han Yahu and the old man resembled that of a grandfather and grandson. The distance from the mountain to the dilapidated temple was not great, and soon they arrived before its crumbling faade. Gazing at the precarious structure, a twinge of regret flickered within him. This decrepit temple appeared far less comfortable than the cave he had meticulously prepared. However, having arrived, he knew he could not turn back now. Noticing the old man staring at the temple's roof, Han Yahu quickly interjected, Elder, do not let the temple's appearance deceive you. It is rather decent. Despite the torrential rain yesterday, we remained completely dry inside and slept exceptionally well. Indeed, young man, you speak the truth. While this temple may seem somewhat dilapidated, as long as it provides shelter from the wind and rain, I bear no complaints. Upon hearing the old man's acceptance, Han Yahu eagerly supported him and led the way inside, all the while sharing details about the temple's conditions. Chapter 40, when Bai Shual and the others returned. The dilapidated temple had been thoroughly cleaned, transforming it into a more visually pleasing refuge despite its worn state. Inside, Han Muqing was diligently preparing medicine for the elderly matriarch and Su Yunyang. As Han Yuhu and his companions approached the temple, they were met with a strong aroma of medicinal herbs. The old man, detecting the scent, furrowed his brows and remarked, "Young man, is someone in your family unwell? Perhaps suffering from a chill? It seems the rain from yesterday has caused this misfortune. However, this prescription appears rather ordinary. Had it been prepared by me, it would certainly be different. No, wait, the scent is not quite right." Just as Han Yuhu was about to inquire further about the oddity of the medicine, an unexpected shadow darted past him. By the time he regained his composure, the old man had already rushed to Han Muqing's side. Sun Tzu and Han Yulong, who followed closely behind, felt a surge of anxiety as they witnessed the old man approaching Han Muqing. Meanwhile, she was deeply focused on her task, and upon lifting her gaze, she found an elderly man, covered in mud, squatting before her. He instinctively lifted the lid of her medicine jar, inhaling the fragrant vapors within. "Young lady, did you brew this medicine? May I see your prescription?" he inquired earnestly. Han Muqing shot him a glance, swiftly reclaiming the lid from his hands and carefully sealing the jar. With a raised eyebrow, she confronted him. "Who are you? And why are you tampering with my medicine jar?" Responding to her question without diverting his gaze from the jar, the old man gestured toward Han Yuhu, saying, "That foolish lad over there should be familiar with me. I was brought here by him. If you have any issues, direct them towards him. Is he the one who brought you here?" Han Muqing followed the old man's pointing finger to glance at Han Yuhu. Upon making eye contact with her, Han Yuhu stepped forward, explaining, "Yes, this elderly gentleman is someone we encountered on the back mountain. He had nowhere to stay, as the cave he was using was flooded. Seeing that he was all alone, I thought it rather pitiable. So I brought him here, despite the temple's dilapidation providing only minimal shelter from the elements." That's not right. The scent of the medicine is indeed peculiar. While Han Muqing conversed with Han Yuhu, the old man leaned closer to the jar once more, intently studying the aroma emanating from it. Suddenly, he beckoned to Han Muqing. "Young lady, come here at once and explain what kind of medicine you are brewing." From the moment he entered, the old man had been fixated on the contents of the jar, exhibiting a keen interest in the concoction she was preparing. Han Muqing understood that the herbs within were merely common cold remedies. The only possible reason for his attention must be the water used in the preparation. To hasten her mother and grandmother's recovery, she had employed water from her space. Casting a glance at the basket of herbs in her older brother's possession, she deduced that the old man was likely a physician with considerable skill. She addressed him, "If you can discern the herbs merely by scent, it seems you're no ordinary doctor. Might I inquire as to your esteemed name, revered healer?" The elderly man rose to his feet, one hand clasped behind his back while the other stroked his beard. "I remain unchanged in name and identity," he declared. "Listen well, young lady, my surname is Bai, and my name is Bai Shua." "Bai Shua?" Han Muqing exclaimed, looking at the old man in surprise. "Sir, your name is indeed quite distinctive." The old man shot her a glare. "Can you not read, child? I'm Bai Shua, not Bai Shua." He continued, "Bai, meaning pure and clear, and Shua, shining through the ages." At that moment, Han Yumming, who had just returned from handling correspondence, entered and regarded the unfamiliar elder with a puzzled expression. "And who might you be?" Upon hearing the voice, the elder diverted his attention from the medicine jar. He turned to see Han Zhoming and couldn't help but furrow his brow. If memory served him right, this man was the chancellor. But why would the chancellor be here? Surely he wouldn't recognize me. The elder shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was unlikely. They had only met briefly in the palace. And most people wouldn't remember someone they had merely exchanged glances with. After all, individuals with photographic memories, like himself, were exceedingly rare. Chapter 41. Do you wish to learn medicine? Unbeknownst to him, Han Zhoming's ability to achieve the top scholar position and become chancellor indicated a remarkable memory. However, Han Zhoming did not recall who the elder was. He merely found him somewhat familiar. When he heard the elder's name, his eyebrows shot up in recognition. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. He had never anticipated encountering the renowned divine doctor Bai Shua in person. It was said that this esteemed physician had a rather peculiar temperament, and that his medical skills were unparalleled, capable of reviving the dead and mending broken bones. Yet, he did not treat everyone. His willingness to heal depended on his mood. Even the royal family dared not confront him, for his mastery of poison was said to surpass his medical expertise. If a powerful noble attempted to coerce him into saving someone he did not wish to, they risked incurring a grievous price. There was a tale of a powerful figure in the capital who sought the divine doctor's aid, but was rebuffed. In a fit of indignation, the nobleman had the doctor captured and attempted to inflict punishment. Rumor had it that the divine doctor retaliated fiercely, causing the nobleman and his entire household to suffer from various poisons the following day. The doctor had declared, "I treat according to my mood. If anyone dares to challenge me, come forth and face the consequences. My fists and poisons are not to be trifled with." Since that incident, the nobles in the capital had learned to be more respectful. In Han Zhoming's view, it was wise to befriend such a remarkable figure rather than incite his wrath. As the elder did not reveal his identity, Han Zhoming chose to act as if he were unfamiliar with him. The seemingly oblivious elder calmly addressed Han Zhoming, stating, "I am merely a lonely old man without a place to rest. I encountered a few young men in the back mountains who kindly brought me here to take shelter." Recognizing the elder's familiar face, Han Zhoming paused to converse with him for a moment longer and instructed Han Yuhu to keep an eye on the elder before he proceeded to check on his wife and mother. This dilapidated temple was not owned by them. If they could seek refuge here, so could others, and thus he held no reservations about the elder's presence. As soon as Han Zhoming stepped away, Bai Shuo immediately approached Han Muqing, who was busy preparing medicine. The connection between them was rather serendipitous. They engaged in a lengthy conversation about medicinal matters, and Bai Shuo found a favorable impression of the young lady. Conversely, Han Muqing thought well of Bai Shuo too. In her eyes, his medical skills were indeed commendable, though his temperament resembled that of a mischievous old rogue, as the legends often depicted. Whether she was concocting medicine or cooking, Bai Shuo remained by her side. He felt quite at ease among the Han family, and as soon as Han Muqing finished brewing the chicken soup, he eagerly joined them for the meal without any hint of reservation. Throughout the meal, he acquainted himself with everyone in the Han family while also learning about the reason for Han Qingxiang's presence. He discovered that Han Qingxiang had been secluded in the mountains recently, searching for snakes to use as medicinal ingredients, and thus, he had been oblivious to the recent upheaval in the Han household. Upon realizing this, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly, thinking how muddled the emperor had become. A good official like Han Zhoming could be subjected to such a fate of confiscation and exile. Indeed, the saying serving the emperor is akin to accompanying a tiger rang true. Fortunately, he remained resolute. The emperor had previously made numerous promises to him, including an invitation to join the Imperial Medical Institute to treat the emperor, along with promises of gold, jewels, beautiful women, and luxurious residences. Thankfully, Bai Shuo did not covet such material possessions. Otherwise, his fate would surely have been dire. It seemed wise to keep a distance from the capital. By the way, weren't the Han family planning to venture into the wilderness? It had been many years since he last visited those untamed lands. Perhaps he could tag along for a bit of adventure. What excuse could he concoct? As countless thoughts raced through his mind, he caught sight of Han Muqing devouring her meat, and an idea struck him suddenly. "Muqing, would you be interested in studying medicine?" Han Muqing, sipping her chicken soup, nearly choked at Bai Shuo's unexpected question. "Study medicine?" Bai Shuo nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed, studying medicine. I have practiced for many years and consider my skills quite respectable. Now that I am advanced in age, being an orphan with no spouse or offspring, it would be quite a pity for my medical knowledge to go unpassed. For years, I have been searching for a disciple. My requirements are not high. As long as you share a good rapport with me and promise to care for me in my old age, that would suffice. I believe you are a suitable candidate. Although you are a bit older, you possess a certain spirit that I find quite endearing. I would be willing to pass on all my skills to you. What do you say? Will you consider it?" Han Muqing was momentarily taken aback. It felt too fortuitous. Just yesterday, she had been contemplating the opportunity to learn traditional Chinese medicine, and today, a master appeared before her. Yet she felt conflicted about whether to accept this apprenticeship. Her gaze instinctively turned toward her parents, expecting them to suggest that she make her own decision. To her surprise, the moment her eyes met her father's, he subtly nodded, and if she was not mistaken, a spark of excitement glimmered in his eyes. Han Zhongming mused. This is a divine physician. To turn down such an opportunity would be foolish. In the capital, many wished to apprentice their children to the venerable healer, yet he remained unyielding. To everyone's astonishment, he unexpectedly took on a disciple, readily consenting. With her father's approval, Han Muqing rose respectfully and bowed to Bai Shuo, declaring, "Disciple Han Muqing pays her respects to master." "Excellent, excellent. My dear disciple, please rise," Bai Shuo responded, a smile deepening the creases on his face upon hearing Han Muqing's address. After speaking, he stood and rummaged through his tattered bag, producing a worn box. From within, he retrieved an aged medical tome with an indistinct cover and an unassuming jade pendant, handing them to Han Muqing. "Here, dear disciple, this is all that I possess. I now pass it on to you. Henceforth, you shall be the 488th successor of our divine healer valley." Han Muqing paused momentarily, gazing at the jade pendant that exuded a sense of antiquity. "Master, you cannot be the legendary healer, can you?" Bai Shuo nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed, that is how I am known in the martial world." Han Muqing inquired, "Then you are the 487th successor of the divine healer valley?" Bai Shuo nodded again. "Yes, my disciple is truly astute." It dawned on Sun Tzu, astonished by Bai Shuo's identity. No wonder the old man's name sounds so familiar. He is the renowned Bai healer. "Ha! I prefer to remain low profile. I'm not fond of being pursued incessantly. From now on, I shall reside with the Han family. I hope you can keep this a secret to the outside world. I am merely a humble physician with some knowledge of medicine." Upon finishing, Bai Shuo cast a glance toward Han Zhongming, who, catching the look, smiled knowingly. "Rest assured, by master, you are now part of our Han family, a revered elder, not just a healer. However, we are embarking on a journey to the wilderness, and our living conditions may be modest. If you do not mind, the Han family will be your home." Pleased with Han Zhongming's words, Bai Shuo chuckled. "I do not mind at all. Henceforth, we are family. No need for formality." With the matter of apprenticeship settled, Bai Shuo savored his chicken soup, exclaiming, "This soup is delightful. Tomorrow, dear disciple, we shall venture to the mountains once more, and I shall procure more for our soup." Chapter 43. The White Serpent. By Jean, though Han Muqing found herself with an unexpected master, she accepted the situation with grace. The following day, after breakfast, Bai Shuo approached her, stating, "Disciple, we shall depart tomorrow. Today, accompany me once more into the mountains. I need to collect something." After contemplating, Han Muqing realized there were no pressing matters. "Very well, I will inform my mother." After speaking with the elders at home, she set out with her master. In the dilapidated temple, Han Yulong looked at Han Zhongming and said, "Father, perhaps I and my second brother should accompany them. We have only just met by master. What if he turns out to be a villain when Muqing is with him?" Han Zhongming glanced at his eldest son and said, "It's unnecessary. Qing'er will be quite safe with him. This esteemed physician, Bai, is renowned for his protectiveness. As Qing'er's mentor, he would never stand idly by if anyone dared to harm her." Han Yulong furrowed his brow. He had certainly heard of the esteemed Bai, rumored to possess unparalleled medical and poisonous skills, as well as formidable martial arts prowess. However, he felt that Bai's appearance was rather coincidental. What if he had been bribed by those in the capital? Wouldn't that place Qing'er in great danger? Han Zhongming shook his head. "That will not happen. I cannot vouch for others, but Bai will never be swayed. Moreover, our Qing'er has grown. She is no longer the delicate girl we used to pamper. She is not someone who can be easily bullied now." In the rear mountains, Han Muqing, under Bai Shuo's guidance, made her way to the pond where the battle with the great white serpent had taken place the day before. Upon arriving near the pond, Bai Shuo began to search earnestly. Han Muqing, puzzled, asked, "Master, didn't you say you forgot to take something important? Where is it?" Bai Shuo pointed toward the pond. "It was right here yesterday, but your clumsy companions distracted me, and it escaped." Han Muqing was taken aback. "It ran away? Is it alive? A living creature?" Bai Shuo, while continuing his search for the serpent, replied, "Indeed, it is very much alive. I regret showing leniency. I initially intended to negotiate with it, considering it had lived for so long. To my dismay, after conversing at length, it refused to part with even a drop of its venom. Now I deeply regret not having extracted its gallbladder directly. "Master, are you searching for a snake?" Bai Shuo, diligently examining areas where the white serpent might be found, excitedly pointed out traces of movement in the grass to Han Muqing. "You are correct. It is indeed a snake, but not just any snake. Once you see it, you will understand. Come quickly. I have found its trail." Without delay, Bai Shuo hurried toward the traces of the white serpent. By the time Han Muqing arrived, a fierce battle was already underway. She approached, hearing the sounds of combat, and was utterly astonished by the sight before her. She had not anticipated that the serpent her master sought would be so enormous, larger even than the white serpent from the legend. Watching the magnificent serpent skillfully engage her master in combat, she couldn't help but wonder if it had attained sentience. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the serpent turned its gaze toward her. Not only did the white serpent look at Han Muqing, but it also swiftly launched itself toward Bai Shuo with a flick of its tail, taking advantage of the momentary distraction to dart in front of Han Muqing. Instead of fleeing, Han Muqing drew the dagger at her waist and assumed a defensive stance. The white serpent, however, did not attack. It halted a meter away from her. Hissing softly, the serpent flicked its tongue in her direction. Although Han Muqing could not comprehend its language, she sensed no malice from the creature. She tentatively extended her hand to caress the top of the white snake's head, and to her surprise, the creature joyfully circled around her, playfully seeking her affection. Witnessing this scene, Bai Shuo was utterly astonished. This wretched snake displays a blatant gender bias. Despite my previous attempts to curry its favor, it paid me no heed. Yet now it is so eager to charm my disciple. He warned, "You must not harm my disciple in the slightest, otherwise I shall have no choice but to capture you for a stew. You know I am capable of such acts." As soon as Bai Shuo finished speaking, the white snake shot him a provocative glance and promptly leaped into Han Muqing's embrace. Bai Shuo remarked, while Han Muqing gazed at the cold-blooded creature in her arms. She found herself momentarily stunned. She cautiously reached out and gently stroked its head. After spending some time with the white snake, Han Muqing discerned that it harbored no malice towards her, which emboldened her to touch its icy skin. Turning to her master, she inquired, "Master, what do you intend to do with the white snake? Surely you do not mean to extract its gallbladder? If you do, it would surely perish." Seeing the white snake treating them differently stirred a sense of indignation within her. "I never intended to kill it. I merely wished to extract a bit of its venom, which would not harm its body. However, after much deliberation, it refused my proposition and even left me bruised and battered. My frustration led me to consider simply incapacitating it with a potion, at which point the venom, gallbladder, and even the flesh and skin would all be mine." As Bai Shuo continued, his voice dwindled, and he realized that his thoughts seemed rather cruel, akin to a child ashamed of misbehavior. Han Muqing glanced at her master before lowering her head to communicate with the white snake. Strangely, she had found it difficult to establish a connection with the creature initially. Yet, after spending some time together, she was now able to comprehend its intentions merely by gazing into its eyes. She began to suspect whether this white snake possessed some magical abilities. After all, since her experiences in the apocalyptic world, she had come to believe that nothing was truly impossible. Through their communication, the white snake consented to allow Master Bai to extract its venom. Han Muqing looked up at Bai Shuo, who was still digging into the ground, and said, "Master, you may proceed to extract the venom. The white snake has agreed." Bai Shuo retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robes and handed it to Han Muqing. "Perhaps you should do it. I am still wary after its earlier assault." Thus, Bai Shuo began to explain how to extract the snake's venom. With the white snake's cooperation, Han Muqing successfully completed the task with ease. Having accomplished their mission in the mountains, they resolved to descend the mountain the following day, as there were still many preparations to be made. Chapter 44. An ominous feeling, however, as Han Muqing gazed at the newly acquainted white snake, she felt a twinge of reluctance. She crouched down, cradling the white snake in her arms, and softly said, "White snake, tomorrow I shall depart, and it may be a long time before we meet again. Yet, if the opportunity arises, I will certainly return to see you. Perhaps I should bestow upon you a name." Upon hearing Han Muqing's intention to name it, the white snake thrived in joyful affection within her embrace. "Han Muqing, seeing the white snake's joy, couldn't help but chuckle. Since you are white, you should bear the surname Bai. This way, you and my master are considered of the same lineage. Same lineage? Bai Shuo couldn't resist rolling his eyes, while the white snake shot him a glare with its small eyes. Unbeknownst to Han Muqing, who was lost in thought, the subtle exchanges between the elder and the serpent went unnoticed. After some contemplation, she proposed, if your surname is Bai and your form is entirely white, let's name you Bai Jin. Bai Jin, quite an enchanting name. Bai Shuo scoffed at his disciple's choice for the wretched snake. He endured it. He felt no jealousy. After all, his disciple would be departing soon, and it wouldn't be long before she completely forgot about this troublesome serpent. Little did Bai Shuo realize that some fates are not so easily severed. After 2 days of recuperation, the ailing Lady Han and Su Yunyang had significantly regained their strength. Early the next morning, the group had a simple breakfast, packed their belongings, and set off once more. Accompanying them was Bai Shuo, who felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of venturing into the wild. Observing the Han family, he couldn't help but reflect, soon, I too shall have a family. Seated in the carriage, Han Muqing felt somewhat disoriented that day. For reasons unknown, she had woken up feeling nauseous, lacking an appetite, and craving something sour. She attributed her discomfort to the recent change in weather and dismissed it as a minor ailment. The roads of ancient times were primarily dirt paths, with the official routes merely layered with sand and small stones. Having rained a couple of days prior, the roads were still not completely dry. Though the thoroughfare was not overly muddy, it nonetheless impeded their speed. At noon, they happened upon a county town, where they planned to pause for lunch and replenish their supplies. After 2 days in the dilapidated temple, their food stores had dwindled significantly, leaving only rice and flour. Chunlan, responsible for their provisions, mused aloud, "It's quite strange. Our bags of rice and flour not only haven't decreased but seem to have multiplied." Han Muqing, walking beside her, lightly tapped her forehead. "Isn't it a good thing? Perhaps some benevolent spirit has taken a liking to our Han family and has secretly enchanted our grain bags. Such matters should not be spoken of outside. Only we must know." Chunlan, taking her mistress's fanciful words seriously, nodded earnestly. "Yes, miss, I understand. I shall speak of it no more. I have always believed our Han family is virtuous. Heaven will not forsake us. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on the grain bags and ensure this matter remains concealed from outsiders." Seeing Chunlan's earnest demeanor, Han Muqing felt a twinge of guilt. In this small county town, the group, led by Han Jia, had never visited before. However, Sun Tzu and Lu Ji had been here a few times. They navigated the streets with ease, guiding everyone to a modest little restaurant. Sun Tzu pointed to the restaurant sign and remarked to Han Zhoming, "Brother Han, this restaurant may appear unassuming, yet their dishes are both affordable and delectable. Last year, Lu and I dined here, so how about we have our lunch here today?" Han Zhoming glanced at the seemingly unremarkable yet impeccably tidy establishment and replied, "All right, I'll heed your suggestion, Sunday. Let us go eat." Famished, exclaimed the elderly man, as Bai Shifu, already feeling hungry, dashed excitedly into the restaurant. As the aroma of the food wafted through the air, Han Muqing, trailing behind, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Suddenly, a pressing thought struck her. According to the memories of the original owner of this body, her menstruation seemed to be several days late. Furthermore, prior to her arrival in this world, the original owner had just been ensnared in a compromising situation. Contemplating her current discomfort and the delay of her monthly cycle, Han Muqing was suddenly seized by a foreboding sense of dread. In a modern era, she could simply purchase a test to ascertain her condition. However, in this ancient setting, where such conveniences were non-existent, where could she possibly find a pregnancy test? Given the rudimentary state of medical knowledge in this era, pregnancy and childbirth were perilous matters. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. With this troubling suspicion lingering in her mind, Han Muqing found herself in a daze until, upon regaining her senses, she noticed the dishes had already been served. As she caught sight of the fish soup and braised pork on the table, she felt an overwhelming urge to retch. The pungent odor of the fish and the rich scent of the pork prompted a violent heave, drawing the attention of those around her. Su Yunyang and the elderly matriarch, upon realizing the implications, exchanged solemn glances. Han Zhongliang, her second uncle, immediately expressed concern. Qingqing, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Gulme, let me take you to see a doctor. Seeing her uncle set down his chopsticks and prepare to rise, Han Muqing quickly shook her head. Uncle, it's unnecessary. I merely caught a chill these past couple of days and just need a rest. Please, sit down and enjoy your meal. Fine. If you say you're all right, I shall not worry. But remember, if you feel ill, you must see a doctor, he admonished, before picking up his chopsticks and offering her a piece of fatty pork. Here, Qingqing, eat some meat. It will nourish you and help stave off illness. The sight of the greasy meat triggered another wave of nausea, and this time, the elderly matriarch and Su Yunyang could no longer eat. They exchanged glances, and then the matriarch turned to her eldest son and the others, saying, Eldest son Lu, this town seems quite pleasant. Given my poor health these past few days, perhaps we should not depart today and instead rest here for half a day. Upon heeding his mother's words, Han Zhongming remained silent, merely casting a glance at son Su to solicit his opinion. A half-day's rest seemed reasonable, and Sun Tzu readily agreed, stating, Indeed, our progress is swift. There is no need to rush. The time granted by the court corresponds to travel on foot, yet we are advancing much faster with the carriage. Mother and sister-in-law, feel free to rest at your leisure. We have ample time. Sun Tzu and Lu Ji, both single and straightforward in nature, had not contemplated the underlying motives behind old Madame Han's suggestion to stay. However, Han Zhongming and Master Bai could not help but furrow their brows. The meal unfolded with each person lost in their own thoughts, and afterward, the group proceeded to the nearest inn. Upon arrival, and after settling in, old Madame Han and Su Yunny led Han Muqing into Master Bai's room. Bai Shuo, observing the three women enter, displayed no surprise. He simply approached the table and seated himself, beckoning, Disciple, come here, allow me to take your pulse. Han Muqing sat opposite her master and calmly extended her arm. Having come to terms with her situation, she realized that some matters could not be evaded and were better faced head-on. Master Bai scrutinized his disciple with a serious expression as he took her pulse. Yet as soon as he felt the rhythm beneath his fingers, he frowned. Once he concluded, he lifted his gaze towards old Madame Han and Su Yunny, exclaiming, a joyous pulse. The two women were momentarily taken aback by his proclamation. Although they had harbored suspicions, the reality of the situation sent them into a state of panic. Their dear Qing was merely 16, now possessing both innocence and a child. What were they to do henceforth? Upon learning of her pregnancy, Han Muqing remained composed. At that moment, she had already resolved to face the truth. Chapter 46. Respecting her choice, Master Bai observed the expressions of the three women from the Han family and furrowed his brow with intensity. Speak up. What transpired? Has someone wronged my disciple? If we calculate the dates correctly, my disciple must have conceived before your departure from the capital. Yet, I have not heard of the young lady from the Prime Minister's residence marrying, indicating that this child has come about through improper means. Though I have known my disciple for a short time, I can assure you she is a virtuous girl and would never act recklessly. If there was any impropriety, it would be the fault of the young man involved. You must tell me who he is. I shall ensure justice for my disciple. Sighing deeply, old Madame Han gazed at her granddaughter with compassion. Master, you are unaware of the great injustices our Qing has suffered. Without reservation, she recounted all that had transpired with Han Muqing before their departure from the capital. Upon hearing her tale, Master Bai's ire was palpable, causing several strands of his beard to be tugged in agitation. Such scoundrels! To treat my disciple in such a manner. They had best pray they never cross paths with me. Otherwise, I shall make them pay dearly. Meanwhile, Han Zhongming, who had harbored suspicions, approached upon learning of his precious daughter's pregnancy. Unable to suppress his sigh, his gaze grew increasingly cold. Master Bai turned to the members of the Han family and inquired about their intentions regarding the child. He emphasized that termination of pregnancy could be profoundly harmful. In our Eastern Lin Kingdom, there are no remedies to ensure a safe abortion, and should misfortune strike, my disciple could face infertility or even life-threatening risks. I believe that the arrival of this child is a matter of fate Yet ultimately, it hinges on my disciple's will. If she chooses to keep the child, and you, the Han family, are concerned about your reputation and wish to abandon it, I am willing to take on the responsibility. I shall make it clear that the decision regarding this child rests solely with my disciple. Han Zhongming glanced sorrowfully at his daughter before addressing Master Bai. Rest assured, Master, the decision regarding the child will be entirely left to Qing'er. After speaking, he turned to Han Muqing. Qing'er, this is not your fault. You need not concern yourself with reputation or future prospects. Focus solely on whether you wish to keep this child. You have my unwavering support, whatever your choice may be. Su Yunyan approached and took Han Muqing's hand. Indeed, my dear, do not worry. Your mother stands by you. Child, I hold no objections. You are the apple of my eye, and whatever you decide, I will support you. Even if you choose not to marry in the future, you will always have a place in the Han family, regardless of whether your father and I are still here. Upon hearing their words, Han Muqing was deeply moved, tears welling up in her eyes. With resolute determination, she looked at her family and declared, Grandmother, Master, Father, Mother, I wish to keep this child. She had already contemplated the matter, and since the child had come, she intended to give birth. In her past life, she had been an orphan, longing for a blood relation. Although the Han family were now her kin, it felt different. This child, though conceived by the original owner's body, was a journey she would personally undertake, an extraordinary experience of motherhood she did not wish to forego. Regardless of the circumstances of the child's conception, its arrival signified a connection, and she cherished the prospect of welcoming a new family member into her life. The room fell silent upon her decision, while Master Bai exhibited excitement. The expressions of the Han family grew solemn, particularly Han Zhongming and his sons, who felt a deep sympathy for Han Muqing. After a moment of contemplation, Han Zhongming sighed heavily. Very well, we shall keep this child. Qing'er, take good care of yourself. Speak up if you feel thirsty, tired, or hungry. Do not neglect your needs. The news of Han Muqing's pregnancy was not something the Han family intended to conceal. Leaving Master Bai's quarters, Han Zhongliang gathered everyone together and solemnly announced the situation. Upon learning of Han Muqing's pregnancy, there were no jeers or mockery, only heartfelt concern. In the days that followed, they moved slowly, cautious not to jostle Han Muqing. Her pregnancy profoundly impacted the Han family, especially Han Zhongming and his sons, Han Yulong and Han Yuhu. On the very day he learned of his daughter's condition, Han Zhongming dispatched 3 carrier pigeons bearing messages. Han Yulong discreetly sent out a letter, silently resolving to uphold the Han family and provide Han Muqing and the child with a stable life. That evening, after dinner, Han Yuhu quietly made his way to his father's shoe workshop. Upon entering, he suddenly knelt down. Han Zhongming, who was perusing letters, raised an eyebrow at the sight of his kneeling son. Yuhu, what is the matter? If you have something to say, stand up, he urged, hearing his father's words. Han Yuhu did not rise. Instead, he looked up earnestly at his father. Father, I wish to enlist in the military. Enlist? Han Songming Frulvnid. Yuhu, do you understand that joining the military is no trifling matter? It could lead to dire consequences. You're already a scholar, and given your academic performance, achieving a degree should pose no challenge. If our family's disgrace affects your examinations, I apologize. There are matters I haven't disclosed to others. But I assure you that within 3 to 5 years, our family will clear our name and return honorably. You are still young. Take these years to study diligently and strengthen your knowledge, aiming for success in the future. Han Yuhu shook his head at his father's words. Father, you speak of the dangers of the military, yet every official position carries its own risks. In truth, living itself entails peril. Accidents occur. People can fall while walking, choke while eating, or sputter while drinking. Since life is fraught with risks, why not live fully, striving for our dreams and for our loved ones? Father, while you possess confidence that our family will be vindicated within 3 to 5 years, what if something unforeseen occurs? What then for our family? And for Qing'er and the child? By enlisting, I would also be paving a path for the Han family. You are well aware of my martial skills. I will take care of myself in the military. Han Yuhu paused before continuing. Father, you should understand the situation regarding Qing'er. The Huang family and the second prince are involved. If we wish to avenge Qing'er or protect her, mere civil discourse will not suffice. Possessing a formidable military force would grant us greater leverage. The second prince dares to bully Qing'er precisely because the Su family is no longer as strong in the military as before, and his arrogant disposition leads him to believe that the Su family is merely a border garrison, incapable of stirring any trouble. You may have unwavering faith in your connections, believing they will prevail, but I seek to provide an additional layer of protection for the Han family. Our family's disgrace has already impacted our examination prospects significantly. The Han family continued their journey, and remarkably, since discovering her pregnancy, Han Muqing's morning sickness had subsided. She was able to eat and sleep well. Though she had not gained weight, her complexion had improved considerably. Observing that Han Muqing exhibited no adverse reactions, Master Bai continued his journey while conducting his teachings. After several days of interaction, he was astonished to find that Han Muqing possessed exceptional potential. While she could not memorize texts at first glance, she could recite them after just a couple of readings. It is well known that the study of medicinal texts can be even more tedious and challenging to memorize than the traditional 4 books and 5 classics. A strong memory is, therefore, invaluable for those pursuing a medical career. Due to Han Muqing's pregnancy, Master Bai did not hasten to teach her martial arts. Yet she had already commenced her studies in toxicology. Initially, Lady Han and others disapproved of Han Muqing handling poisons during her pregnancy, fearing for the well-being of the unborn child. However, Master Bai reassured them, and Han Muqing's keen interest in learning swayed their opinions, leading them to ultimately provide their unconditional support. The Han family had been away from the capital for over 2 months, managing to cut their originally half-year journey in half. They had now arrived at Fong City, the closest urban settlement to the wilderness. With ample time before the scheduled dates set by the court, the Han family decided to take a brief respite in Fong City. They rented a modest 2-courtyard residence, which, though not expansive, sufficed for their needs. After tidying up the small courtyard, they settled in, and everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. At this juncture, Han Muqing was over 2 months into her pregnancy. Although her belly had yet to show, her usual attire had become noticeably snug. Once settled, Chunlan and Xiujuan eagerly suggested a shopping excursion for their young mistress. Recently, Han Muqing had been engrossed in alchemical studies, struggling with one particular recipe for 3 consecutive days without success, which left her feeling quite vexed. Observing her distress, the 2 maids approached her soon after breakfast, saying, "Miss, the weather is quite pleasant today. Since our arrival in Fong City, you have yet to explore the town. How about we take a stroll together? Your clothes are a bit tight, and we could procure some fabric for new garments for you. Additionally, we must prepare clothing for the baby as well." Without lifting her head from her studies, Han Muqing replied, "As a pregnant woman, I can wear whatever is convenient. There is no rush for the child's clothing. There is still over 6 months until the birth, so we can prepare those gradually." Chunlan persisted, "Miss, you've been working on that potion for several days. Since there has been little progress, perhaps a change of scenery would do you good. Who knows? A relaxed mind might just lead to success in your alchemy." Chapter 48. Encountering thieves. After reflecting on Chunlan's words, Han Muqing concluded that a stroll would indeed be beneficial. Having decided to venture out, she made a quick arrangement and set off with Chunlan and Xiujuan. Their rented residence was conveniently located near the marketplace, so they chose to walk rather than take a carriage. As they strolled along the street, Han Muqing casually observed her surroundings. Suddenly, Xiujuan remarked, "Miss, I have heard that the wilderness is the most arduous and distressing region in all of Donglan. People say that the inhabitants here are often fierce, with many being former criminals or their descendants. There are even tales of them indulging in raw meat and drinking blood." Upon hearing Xiujuan's words, Chunlan was visibly shaken, exclaiming, "Xiujuan, that sounds terrifying. Surely it cannot be true?" The 2 young maids grew increasingly apprehensive, instinctively positioning themselves protectively in front of Han Muqing. Han Muqing smiled at the 2 young girls and said, "You 2 should not frighten yourselves. Do you notice anything different about the people on the street?" The 2 girls exchanged glances and shook their heads. Han Muqing continued, "They are merely common folk. Nothing sets them apart. The only distinction may lie in their attire, which is less extravagant than that of the capital. They are more ordinary, more genuine. The reason those in the capital portray this place as so terrifying is that they have never encountered anything more dreadful. For instance, the apocalypse. Han Muqing silently mused as she gazed at the fabric shop ahead and came to a halt. It is the nature of women to shop for clothing. Although she had insisted before leaving that she had no need for new garments, claiming the child would not arrive for several more months, once out and about, she felt compelled to browse, thinking, since I'm already here, I might as well look around. Upon finding something suitable, she reasoned that since she was there, it would be wise to make a purchase. Thus, by the time the trio emerged from the fabric shop, they each carried a few items. Chunlan, observing the considerably diminished purse, could not help but exclaim, "Alas, money truly does not last long. I never anticipated that the goods in this place would be as expensive as those in the capital, and the patterns are rather unappealing." Han Muqing, noticing Chunlan frowning at her purse in distress, could not resist gently tapping her forehead. "Do not fret, my dear. If you worry too much, you will grow old before your time. When the money runs out, you can always come to me for more. Rest assured, even in the wilderness, the Han family will not go hungry. Once we settle down, we shall devise ways to earn a living, since we cannot navigate the officialdom for now. Exploring commerce is not a bad idea." After speaking, Han Muqing paused, preparing to discuss buying ingredients to cook a grand dinner that evening. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she noticed two suspicious characters lurking near a wall ahead, their eyes fixed intently on the purse in Chunlan's hand. Han Muqing's expression instantly hardened, and she lowered her voice to warn Chunlan. "Chunlan, secure your purse. We seem to have caught the attention of thieves." "Ah, my purse." Before Han Muqing could finish her sentence, a nimble, slender man sprang from behind Chunlan, snatching the purse from her grasp and bolting away. Initially, Han Muqing considered the purse contained only a small amount of silver. It wasn't worth pursuing, especially since the thief likely had accomplices. She feared that if she chased after the thief, the other two might take advantage of the situation and abduct the defenseless Chunlan and Chiojuan. As Han Muqing hesitated, Chunlan thrust the fabric she was holding into Chiojuan's arms and swiftly darted after the thief, shouting, "Thief, return my purse." Han Muqing, realizing Chunlan's intent, reached out to grab her, but was a moment too late. Although she believed in the inherent goodness of humanity, she recognized that in this border town adjacent to the wilderness, the prevalence of petty theft was undoubtedly higher than in other places. Upon witnessing Chunlan chasing after the thief, Han Muqing felt a surge of urgency and swiftly turned back towards the fabric shop, clutching the textiles in her arms. "Chioju, wait here in the shop. You must not venture anywhere until Chunlan and I return. If we are delayed, offer a small sum to the shopkeeper to send a message," she instructed, not pausing for a response before hastening in the direction Chunlan had fled. "Miss, please be careful," Chioju called out, her heart heavy with concern as she watched Han Muqing disappear into the distance. Her mistress was with child, and the thought of any misfortune befalling her was unbearable. The chaos of the city weighed heavily on Chioju's mind, and she regretted bringing her mistress out before they had familiarized themselves with the surroundings. Filled with remorse for not heeding her mistress's words to remain behind, Chioju hastily gathered a few coins, entrusting a shop assistant with the task of sending a message to their lodgings. The commotion from earlier had not gone unnoticed by the shopkeeper and his staff. Although they dared not confront the rogues, they felt compelled to assist the women who had encountered trouble after leaving their establishment, especially for the promise of a few coins. Meanwhile, Han Muqing had pursued Chunlan for 3 entire streets before finally catching sight of her. Despite the unexpected nature of her pregnancy, she cherished the life growing within her. Pausing to steady her breath, Han Muqing observed Chunlan engaged in a struggle with the thief over her purse. With swift precision, she retrieved a pouch from her waist while stealthily extracting a small dagger from her concealed space. Shielded by her sleeve, the dagger went unnoticed by those around her. As she prepared to intervene with the drug pouch and dagger, 3 men approached from across the street. Their attire indicated a master-servant relationship, and the leader, with his sharp features and graceful demeanor, was strikingly handsome. Han Muqing, momentarily distracted by his allure, quickly redirected her focus upon realizing that the thief had already been subdued by the man's two subordinates, with even the fleeing accomplice brought down by a stone thrown with ease. Han Muqing regarded the formidable trio with a frown, noting that the leader's appearance, presence, and martial prowess indicated he was no ordinary man. Yet, her primary concern lay with Chunlan. Just then, Chunlan returned, beaming with joy as she triumphantly held up her retrieved purse. "Miss, look, I got it back." Unable to contain her frustration at the carefree girl, Han Muqing gave her a firm pat on the head, something she had refrained from doing with such force in the past. "You must not act so recklessly again. Do you realize how perilous your actions were? Was it worth putting yourself in danger for a few coins?" Chunlan, feeling chastened under her mistress's serious gaze, lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I did not mean to worry you. I should have been more cautious. Are you feeling all right? You must be weary from the exertion. Gulme, let me assist you to a nearby tea house so you can rest," Chunlan offered, concern etched on her face. Han Muqing gazed at Chunlan, whose face was etched with guilt, and gently embraced her. "It's all right, dear. Do not worry about me. Have I not said before? We are sisters. You and Xiaojuan are not servants. Do not refer to yourselves as such anymore. Let us return quickly. Xiaojuan must be waiting for us at the fabric shop, and she is likely quite anxious." The two of them linked arms, walking side by side towards the fabric shop. Before departing, Han Muqing cast a fleeting glance at the group interrogating the thieves, then left without looking back. At the moment Han Muqing turned away, a man glanced in her direction, while the three who had just assisted her casually restrained the three thieves, who were then taken away by a tall guard to face the authorities. Feng Er observed the departing figures of Feng Yi and the thieves. "Master, it appears this area requires some rectification. These thieves are exceedingly bold. You saw it yourself. Had we not arrived in time, that young lady would have surely been abducted." "Not necessarily," Mo Junin replied, his gaze dark as he watched Han Muqing's retreating figure. "If we had not intervened, she would have remained unharmed." After speaking, Mo Junin disregarded the dazed Feng Er and strode towards the largest inn in the city. As Mo Junin took a few steps forward, he turned to find Feng Er still standing in a stupor. He halted and addressed Feng Er. "Are you standing there waiting for me to carry you?" Considering the time, he should have arrived by now. It would be impolite to keep him waiting. "I truly wonder how you managed to secure the position of second in command." Meanwhile, in the small courtyard rented by the Han family, Han Yulong and Sun Su were preparing to venture out for a stroll. They intended to stay in this city for a month or two, and it was essential to become acquainted with their surroundings. It was also a good opportunity to inquire about the current state of the wilderness, as they could not afford to be idle for the next couple of months. As the two stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered a shop assistant from the fabric store bearing news. The assistant, upon seeing Han Yulong and Sun Su, hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired on the street. Upon hearing that Han Muqing was in trouble, Han Yulong and Sun Su immediately inquired about her location and, without waiting for the assistant's response, dashed towards the street. Mo Junin ambled towards the inn with Feng Er, when suddenly two men sprinted from a nearby alley, hastening in the direction the two ladies had just departed. Mo Junin furrowed his brow as he regarded the retreating figures of Han Yulong and Sun Su. "Is that young gentleman the eldest son of the Chancellor Han?" Feng Er followed his master's gaze, but only perceived a blur. "Master, they moved too swiftly for me to see clearly. However, from my brief glance, he did bear some resemblance." Mo Junin shot Feng Er a disapproving look. As Feng Er continued to stare ahead, he suddenly recalled something and excitedly turned to his master. "Master, while I may not have discerned whether that was indeed Han de Gongzi, I'm certain I recognize the other individual." Chapter 49. Arrival at the Wilderness. Who? Upon observing their master's lack of awareness, Feng Er felt compelled to explain, "Master, do you recall prior to the Han family's departure from the capital, you instructed me to arrange for two reliable and unconnected Yamen runners to escort them? The individual you just saw is one of them." Mo Junin pondered for a moment before turning to Feng Er. "We shall remain here for a while. Remember to find someone to contact Han Yulong. I believe we could collaborate." "Understood, master. I shall keep that in mind," Feng Er replied. At Fangcheng Inn, Han Zhongming entered with his loyal servant, Han Zhong, making their way directly to the counter. "Innkeeper, we seek young Master June," he announced. Upon hearing the mention of young Master June, the innkeeper immediately emerged from behind the counter with utmost respect. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please follow me. Young master is yet to arrive, but I will show you to your room to wait." He then called out to a nearby attendant, "Quickly, brew a pot of fine tea and deliver it to room 1. Meanwhile, Han Muqing and her companions, still affected by the earlier incident, lost their enthusiasm for further exploration. After reuniting with Qiujuan, they prepared to return with the fabrics they had purchased. Just as they descended the steps of the fabric shop, they encountered Han Yulong and Sun Su rushing towards them. Han Yulong quickly approached Han Muqing, taking the items from her arms and gazing at her with concern. "King Ye, how are you? Are you unwell? Would you like your elder brother to take you to see a doctor?" "Indeed, dear girl. You must speak up if you feel any discomfort," Sun Su chimed in, having joined them. After assessing that the 3 young ladies were unharmed, he relaxed considerably. "This region is close to the wilderness, and there are many petty thieves. In the future, when you ladies venture out, please remember to call for our company. Those rogues particularly target young, beautiful women like yourselves." As they prepare to leave Fangxing 2 months later, Han Muqing was already over 5 months pregnant. Her belly had begun to show prominently, noticeably larger than that of an average expectant mother. A few months prior, Master Bai had taken her pulse and revealed the news of twins, which astonished the Han family. Even Han Muqing felt a tinge of anxiety. In ancient times, childbirth was fraught with peril, akin to walking a tightrope between life and death, especially with twins complicating matters. Fortunately, Han Muqing had been a midwife before the apocalypse and possessed considerable knowledge regarding childbirth. To ensure a smoother delivery, she had maintained her physical fitness throughout her pregnancy, even practicing prenatal yoga. Thus, despite her sizable 5-month belly, she retained a graceful figure and remarkable agility. Today marked their departure from Fangcheng, setting off towards the untamed regions of Sichuan. Sichuan lay at the southwestern border of the Donglin Kingdom, characterized by barren lands, mountainous terrain, and a hot climate. Judging by the weather, Han Muqing speculated that Sichuan might resemble modern-day regions like Yunnan and Guizhou, albeit significantly poorer. Beyond Fangcheng, towering mountains came into view, and as they entered the mountainous area, the roads became increasingly treacherous. Through the carriage window, Han Muqing gazed at the desolate mountains beyond, devoid of the splendid modern landscapes, instead filled with barren thickets. She could not help but murmur, "No wonder this place is called the wilderness. It truly is desolate." Chapter 50. Chuyin Town. Sitting atop the carriage and driving the horses, Sun Su chuckled softly upon hearing Han Muqing's words. "Little Qing, you may not be aware, but it is said that the wilderness today is far better than it once was." Beside him, Han Yulong stared blankly at the barren hillside in the distance and asked, "Uncle Sun, if this is considered an improvement, what was it like here before?" Sun Su chuckled lightly. "Yulong, do not be deceived by the current desolation of these mountains. You have not witnessed the West River of old. It had no name and was perpetually referred to as the wilderness. According to my colleagues, when they transported the first batch of exiles here, the West River appeared utterly desolate, completely uninhabited, with wild grass and shrubs towering over a person's height as far as the eye could see. It was those so-called criminals exiled here who transformed this place. They reclaimed the land, built homes, and constructed roads. Even the official road on which we currently travel was painstakingly created by their efforts. While the West River remains impoverished and barren, it is undeniably a significant improvement compared to its former state." Han Muqing observed the slowly moving wasteland behind the carriage and could not help but exclaim, "Such a waste." Suddenly struck by inspiration, she asked Uncle Sun, "Can we purchase land here, given our current status? Even mountains would suffice." "Purchase land?" Sun Su furrowed his brow. "Little Qing, do you wish to buy land? However, the land here lacks any real value. What is available for sale is mostly barren. The wasteland is overgrown with grass and stones, making it arduous to cultivate, not to mention the mountains, which are covered in wild grass and devoid of worth." Disagreeing with Sun Su's perspective, Han Muqing retorted, "Uncle Sun, I believe the climate here is suitable for growing a variety of crops. The winters are brief and mild, and while summers are hot, They are also abundant in rainfall. This climate is ideal for cultivating fruits and medicinal herbs. Even rice and wheat could be sown for an additional season compared to the northern regions. Although preparing the land may be cumbersome, the returns in the long run could be quite favorable. Moreover, since we have come to the West River, we should contribute to its development. Han Muqing silently pondered, what does the development of the West River have to do with me? Developing my little treasury is more pertinent. Sun Tzu cast her an approving glance. I always knew our little Qing was remarkable. Despite being a woman, her ideas are no less astute than those of men. I find your thoughts quite commendable, but given your current status, you are unable to purchase land here. The Han family is currently burdened with a stain of guilt, and according to the court's regulations, the male members of the family must serve for 3 years. After 3 years, you will be able to buy land and build homes in the West River. During this period, you may also cultivate the barren land, as there are no taxes due for the first 3 years. Once that period is over, registering the land will be possible. Many people here follow this practice. In the region of Sichuan, which falls under the domain of Prince N, the prince may not be the most amiable of individuals. However, he has demonstrated considerable benevolence towards the common folk. Over the years, he has ardently endeavored to develop Sichuan, particularly attentive to the agricultural and commercial prospects of the area. Regrettably, the number of merchants willing to invest in this region remains exceedingly scarce. As Sun Tzu spoke effusively about Sichuan and Princeton, it was as if a floodgate had opened. Yet, Han Muqing found herself perplexed, unable to uncover any recollections of Prince and within the memories of the original owner. Uncle Sun, who exactly is Princeton? I have never heard of him, she inquired. I have heard a little, interjected Han Yulong, seated beside Sun Tzu at the cart's yoke. It is said that Prince N is the son of the former empress, who was sent to this fief upon his birth. And this fief is none other than the desolate land we now inhabit. This wasteland is the most impoverished region in the entire Donglin kingdom. The emperor's decision to designate it as a prince's fief speaks volumes about his disdain for him. Han Muqing's face registered shock. The son of the empress? Is he the offspring of the empress who was tragically blinded and met a woeful end? Sun Tzu nodded. Indeed, we have a colleague at the Yamen whose distant relative serves in the palace as a kitchen maid. Though her position is inconspicuous, it allowed her to escape a dire fate. It is said that the empress hailed from the illustrious Li family, a lineage of military prowess, and as the sole daughter, she was cherished by her kin. Initially, the Li family opposed the empress's union with the then prince, but through cunning means, the emperor compelled them to acquiesce. Subsequently, the Li family played a crucial role during the emperor's usurpation, and for several years following his ascension, he treated the empress with great favor. However, calamity soon befell the Li family, with their men perishing in battle one after another, leaving only the old general, the empress's father, alive. As the Li family dwindled, the emperor's affection for the empress waned, and he even allowed his favored concubine, the current Guifei, to mistreat her. When Prince N was merely 3 years old, the Guifei gave birth. At that time, the emperor was away on a hunting expedition with his ministers and instructed the empress to care for the heavily pregnant Guifei. It was later rumored that the Guifei suffered severe complications during childbirth, almost losing her life. Upon the emperor's return, the Guifei accused the empress of tampering with her medicine, claiming this interference led to her difficult labor. Enraged, the emperor dismissed the empress's fervent defense, having already concluded her guilt in his heart. Furthermore, the Guifei had witnesses on her side, including a maidservant who had been close to the empress. In a fit of rage, the emperor banished the empress and her 3-year-old son, the now Prince N, to the cold palace. Life in the cold palace was arduous for the mother and child. Following the empress's downfall, the Guifei wielded absolute power within the harem, depriving the empress and her son of basic necessities and subjecting them to relentless torment. The queen, sensing her impending demise, discreetly sent a message from the palace, entrusting it to a messenger to reach General Li, stationed far at the frontier. Upon receiving the news and returning, General Li was met with the sight of the queen, a mere shadow of her former self, cruelly tortured. It is said that the scene was horrifically brutal. the 3-year-old prince and witnessed the concubine and her accomplices break the queen's legs and gouge out her eyes. In her final moments, the queen implored her father not to seek vengeance on her behalf, but rather to devise a means to smuggle the crowned prince out of the palace. Originally intent on avenging his daughter with a ruthless slaughter, General Li, bound by the queen's last wishes, begrudgingly negotiated with the emperor. The details of their discourse remained shrouded in mystery, yet when General Li emerged from the palace, he did so accompanied by the crown prince. The following day, the court retracted military command from several households and bestowed the title of prince upon the crown prince, granting him the desolate territory of Manwang. It is rumored that General Li exchanged the Li family's military talisman and all its accolades for the prince's title and land. Subsequently, General Li dispersed the entire Li clan from the capital, taking only a few loyal servants and bodyguards along with the crown prince to the wilderness. Due to the emperor and the favored concubine's sensitive disposition regarding the queen and prince-in, few dared to discuss the matter in the capital, leading many to overlook the existence of prince-in altogether. Had it not been for a drunken night, my colleague would not have divulged so much to us. It remains a mystery why the queen's position has remained vacant for all these years, while the favored concubine, despite her indulgence in the harem, has never been crowned queen, an enigma that perplexes many. However, this bears little relevance to us common folk. By the way, Qing'er Yulong, the matters we have discussed today must not be shared with others. Understood, Uncle Sun. Both Han Muqing and Han Yulong nodded obediently, pleased with the children's demeanor. Sun Su smiled as their carriage approached a modest town. He halted the carriage and gestured towards the simple archway at the town's entrance. Qing'er Yulong, behold, this is our destination. Han Muqing followed Sun Su's gaze. Chuyin Town? Sun Su nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Chuyin Town. This town is relatively impoverished compared to Sichuan City. Typically, newly arrived convicts are required to reside in Chuyin Town for 3 years. The town head allocates individuals to the surrounding villages as needed, with each family member listed among the convicts required to serve 3 years of labor. In your case, your father, your second uncle, and your elder and younger brothers are all on the list. Upon hearing the names of those required to serve, Han Muqing furrowed her brow. Uncle Sun, do those on the list have to serve? What about my second brother? Sun Su looked at Han Muqing and replied, have you heard the saying? Money can make the devil push the millstone, while a lack of funds can make the millstone push the devil. Many of those exiled to the wilderness are from families of officials who have fallen from grace. Though they may be destitute now, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. They retain some wealth. Most of these former officials and aristocrats have grown accustomed to a life of ease and are unlikely to toil as laborers. In this place, there exist both affluent individuals and those who are genuinely impoverished. The wealthy, unable to toil themselves, resort to offering money in exchange for labor, while the destitute, in their struggle for survival, engage in arduous work to earn their keep. Thus, the absence of you who is of little consequence. When the time comes, we shall simply pay the necessary fees. Rest assured, both Lu Shu and I have a bit of private savings. After all, as bachelors, we bear no familial obligations. We shall take care of the funds required for your family. Upon hearing Sun Su's words, Han Muqing felt a warmth envelop her heart. Such is the bond of kinship. Though devoid of blood ties, it proves to be more reliable than that which is born of blood. However, she harbored no worries regarding the funds, for her space was replete with numerous valuable items, including a fair share of gold and jewels. Given that the Jinshan family was indeed quite prosperous, Uncle Sun, you and Uncle Lu should save your money for finding a wife, she suggested. You are right. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Our family has a modest amount of silver, sufficient for us to sustain ourselves here. I hadn't realized our little Qing is quite the hidden wealthy lady, Sun Su chuckled. Let us defer the discussion of finances for now. The other carriages are approaching. We should head into town first to register and await arrangements. We must find our own lodging today, as the inns here typically take at least 2 to 3 days to arrange accommodations. After Sun Su spoke, he glanced back and noticed 2 carriages following the Han family. He gently urged the horses onward toward the town. Among the 2 carriages, one was driven by Butler Zhong and Uncle Han Zhongliang, carrying the elderly matriarch and Aunt Zhong. Although Han Zhongliang was not particularly sharp-witted, he excelled in manual labor and was quite adept at handling the carriage. He had been alternating with others in driving the carriage throughout the journey. The other carriage was managed by Lu Ji and Han Zhoming. With Su Yunyang and Grandma Su aboard, their luggage distributed among the several carriages. Master Bai had previously traveled with Han Muqing in one carriage. But a day prior to their departure from Fangcheng, he purchased a donkey in town, expressing his desire to ride it instead of taking the carriage to enjoy the scenery. The carriage occupied by Han Muqing, Chunlan, and Xiujuan was being driven by Sun Su and Han Yulo. The roads in Sichuan were quite treacherous, littered with loose stones, rendering the journey bumpy for the elderly matriarch and Su Yunyang, causing the two rear carriages to lag significantly behind Han Muqing's. Although Chuyan Town is small, it does possess an inn. Before long, guided by Sun Su, the group arrived at the only inn in Chuyan Town, the Chuyan Inn. Upon arrival, they promptly arranged for accommodations. The rooms were quite modest, yet the Han family, possessing a remarkable resilience, did not find the conditions unsatisfactory. Given their current misfortunes, simply avoiding the wilderness was a significant relief. After settling in, the group took time to rest at the inn while Sun Su and Lu Ji accompanied Han Zhoming to the Yamen for registration. Since the inn was conveniently located near the town hall, the three opted to walk rather than take a carriage. The three of them exited the inn, and Han Zhoming recalled the words of a certain individual he had encountered in Fangcheng. Lord Han, once things settle down, there will be numerous tasks requiring your attention. I hope you can find 2 trustworthy aides. I heard your second son has joined the military. Rest assured, I will ensure that Han Yuhu is well looked after. As for your eldest son, I have other plans for him. The matter of finding aides is something you must address on your own. Han Zhoming glanced at Sun Su and Lu Ji, who were walking alongside him. Son, Lu, have either of you considered remaining in Sichuan? Upon hearing Han Zhoming's inquiry, both Sun Su and Lu Ji looked at him with surprise. Stay in Sichuan? Han Zhoming nodded affirmatively. Yes, stay in Sichuan. Lu Ji turned to Sun Su, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Su furrowed his brow and asked, Does Brother Han have something in mind? Though our acquaintance is brief, it feels fated, and throughout this journey, we have become like friends and family. If you have any plans, or if there is any way I can assist you, I am willing to stay and lend you my support. After all, I am but a solitary wanderer. Returning to the capital matters little to me. As for work, that is even simpler. With my strength, I can sustain myself regardless of my current position. Indeed, Brother Han, my thoughts align with Sun Su's. Han Zhoming was deeply touched by their responses and sincerely patted their shoulders. Rest assured, my dear brothers, I shall not neglect you in the future. He glanced ahead at the town's yamen. We shall discuss this matter further later. For now, let us attend to official business. The yamen of Chuyan Town was familiar territory for Sun Su and Lu Ji, having frequented it over the past few years, and they swiftly completed the necessary formalities. Next, they awaited the notification to visit their designated location 3 days hence. Upon returning to the inn, Han Zhoming informed Su Yunyang of the developments before bringing a banquet of food and drink provided by the innkeeper into the room of Sun Su and Lu Ji. After conversing for a considerable time, the following day, Sun Su and Lu Ji each penned a letter to be sent to the capital. After 3 days of rest at Chuyan Inn, they received notice from the yamen regarding their next destination, Lingshan Village, situated 20 miles from Chuyan Town. As the name suggests, this village is nestled against the mountains. Chapter 52. Fist and Fortune. The official assigned to escort the Han family to Lingshan Village was surnamed Du. Commonly referred to as Officer Du, Lingshan Village lies 20 miles from Chuyan Town, and Officer Du rode alongside the Han family's cart, engaging in light conversation with Sun Su and Han Zhoming, who were seated at the cart's front. Meanwhile, Han Muqing listened quietly from within the cart. Though 20 miles may not seem far, it took the group over half an hour to reach their destination. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by the sight of a modest village, where sparse houses stood haphazardly. The structures were rudimentary, with thatched roofs and mud walls. The more fortunate families erected simple fences of branches or bamboo poles. Though the dwelling may be humble, the scenery appears quite pleasant. Upon arriving at Linen Village, the officer led them to the doorstep of the first household, calling out, Is village chief Lu home? Shortly thereafter, a small boy, no more than 4 or 5 years of age, emerged from within. He approached the fence, peering out at the officer and his companions, and stated, "Grandfather is not here." The officer, noticing the young lad, approached him warmly. "You must be village chief Lu's grandson. Where has your grandfather gone? What are the adults in your household?" At that moment, a young woman, her hands dusted with flour, appeared from the kitchen. Upon seeing the officer outside, she quickly came forward with a respectful demeanor. "Officer, please, do come in. You may sit in the yard while I fetch some water." After addressing the officer, she turned to the little boy. "Fua, go to the vegetable garden and call for your grandfather. Just tell him that the officer from the town has arrived." This young woman was none other than Fong, the daughter-in-law of the village chief. Having seen the officer during previous visits, she recognized him, and upon noticing the group accompanying him, she surmised the officer's purpose. Fong exchanged a friendly smile with Han Muqing and the others before returning to the kitchen, where she washed her hands and fetched a stack of bowls along with a pot of hot water. In the courtyard of the Lu residence stood a large locust tree, its leaves beginning to turn golden with the onset of autumn. Beneath the tree was a square table, appearing somewhat rustic, likely crafted by the hands of the homeowners. Regardless, both the courtyard and the table were impeccably clean, indicating the diligence of the lady of the house. Fong placed the empty bowls and the pot of water upon the table and warmly invited everyone, officer and esteemed villagers, please take a seat. The accommodations may be modest, and I hope you will not find it lacking. The officer, Han Zhongming, and several other gentlemen expressed their gratitude before settling onto the bench. Su Yunyang moved to assist Fong in pouring the water, engaging her in cheerful conversation. "Sister, please do not trouble yourself. We can manage." Fong, admiring Su Yunyang's grace that shone through her simple attire, quickly replied, "No, please, you have traveled far and must rest for a moment." Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the courtyard. A man, appearing to be in his 60s, entered, leading the small boy. Upon seeing the elder, the officer pointed to Han Zhongming and his companions, stating, "Look, we have newcomers. They seem to be of good character. It appears that the population of Linshan village is still insufficient, so I have brought them to you. Here are their household registrations. I would appreciate your assistance in accommodating them." Village Chief Lu. Chief Lu glanced at the Han family and replied, "You are too kind, officer. This is my duty and not a burden at all." After exchanging pleasantries with Chief Lu, the officer stood to take his leave. Despite the chief's insistence on sharing a meal, the officer graciously declined and departed from Linshan village. Before departing, the official Du approached Han Zhongming and lowered his voice, saying, "Lord Han, should you encounter any troubles in Linshan village or Chuyin town in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I must also remind you, sometimes in the wilderness, a good fist and some wealth prove quite effective." The title Lord Han caused Han Zhongming to raise an eyebrow. Chapter 53. Eliminate him. It appears that this wilderness is under the adept control of that individual. Initially, he presumed that there would be agents from the capital dispatched here to monitor or even eliminate him. It is also possible that those individuals are hiding too deeply for him to uncover at present. Nevertheless, he now believes that it would not be easy for them to place their personnel here. After bidding farewell to Du, Village Chief Lu glanced at the service roster he had just received from Du, then turned to Han Zhongming. "You must be Han Zhongming?" Han Zhongming nodded and offered a respectful gesture. "Indeed, that is I." Village Chief Lu then glanced at the 3 carts behind Han's family. "I am Lu, the village chief of Linshan. Once you arrive in Linshan village, you will be regarded as one of us. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. I see there are 4 men listed on your service roster. Once you settle in, you must report for duty on time. If you prefer not to work, you may offer silver as compensation. Allow me to escort you to your lodging. Kindly wait for me." After speaking, Village Chief Lu turned and returned indoors. Shortly after, he emerged with a very worn key. There is a vacant house in the village. It is quite dilapidated, but with some tidying up, it will suffice for habitation. "Let me take you there." "Thank you, Village Chief," Han Zhongming replied earnestly. So far, the village chief held a favorable impression of the Han family. Previous arrivals invariably cried and complained upon entering the village, especially the younger members, who either lamented the presence of mud or begged to return home. However, this family was different. From the moment they arrived, they exhibited a keen sense of observation. Apart from Han Zhongming, the head of the household, who was seated, only the elderly matron was on a stool. If he was not mistaken, the elderly woman must be the matriarch of the family. While the younger members stood respectfully behind her, neither crying nor complaining about their situation in the mountain village. What intrigued him was the presence of a peculiar old man, who remained outside the courtyard, holding onto a donkey and sitting on the cart's yoke. Village Chief Lu regarded the elder for a moment. His first impression was that the old man's demeanor did not quite align with that of the Han family. It was not that the old man was ill-favored. Rather, he distinctly bore the air of a wandering man, while the Han family seemed to embody the essence of a scholarly lineage. Due to the Han family's demeanor, Lu found himself engaging in conversation with the amiable Han Zhongming. Han, I am a few years your senior, so I shall presumptuously address you as Zhongming. Han Zhongming smiled heartily. Very well, then I shall call you uncle. In the future, my entire family will surely rely on your kindness, village chief. Of course, of course. The village chief smiled, feeling a strong affinity with Han Zhongming. A group of them walked along the narrow path of the village, heading toward the house not far from the chief's residence. To be precise, it was situated right behind the chief's home at the entrance of the village. But the courtyard was positioned further back at the foot of the mountain, adjacent to a small river nearby. Han Muqing took an immediate liking to the place upon her first glance. With a sudden inspiration, she approached the village chief and said, "Hello, esteemed chief. My name is Han Muqing. This is my father, this is my grandmother, this is my mother, and this is my second uncle." Han Muqing introduced her family members one by one to the chief. The chief was quite fond of the cheerful Han Muqing. He believed that young girls should be carefree and untroubled. Alas, unlike her elder sister, who tended to keep her troubles bottled up inside. Noticing that Han Muqing, with her hair styled as a young lady's, was also quite pregnant, the astute chief surmised that there was more to the story. "Esteemed chief, is that our future home?" Han Muqing pointed towards the house at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing her inquiry, Chief Lu nodded. "Yes, my dear Qing, that's the one. The house isn't too small. Your family can fit in comfortably, though it has been uninhabited for several years and requires some repairs." He added, "This afternoon, I will have my son bring some people to help you fix the roof." "Thank you, esteemed chief. By the way, esteemed chief, will that house truly become our family's?" Han Muqing continued, "If we wish to build a few more rooms on this vacant land in the future, is that permissible? Or are there any formalities we need to complete?" Hearing of the Han family's intentions to construct a residence in Linen Village, Chief Lu was even more delighted. He had noticed earlier that among Han Muqing's family, there was a doctor, her master, who was exceedingly rare in these wilds. After all, one could never guarantee a lifetime free of ailments. Villagers previously had to travel 20 miles to Chuyun town to see a doctor. Now, they would have one within their own village. The more Chief Lu pondered, the happier he became, his smile deepening with every thought. "My dear Qing, we encourage newcomers to settle here. If you wish to build a house, all you need to do is purchase the land. Is it truly that simple?" Han Muqing glanced at Grandma Han and her father, receiving affirming looks from both. Lowering her voice, she turned to Chief Lu. "Esteemed chief, would this arrangement be acceptable? Our family is very fond of this land, and we are considering purchasing it now so that we can build a large courtyard when we are financially able in a few years. We fear that someone else might claim it, so we thought it prudent to secure the foundation first. What do you think?" Chapter 54, A Ramshackle Dwelling. Upon hearing Han Muqing's desire to buy the foundation first, Chief Lu eagerly concurred. "Absolutely, that sounds splendid. How large of a foundation are you considering?" Han Muqing pointed towards the dilapidated courtyard at the foot of the mountain. "Esteemed chief, we would like to purchase the land from the mountainside to the riverbank." "What?" The village chief gazed in astonishment at the spot indicated by Han Muqing, his eyes widening in surprise. "My dear girl, is the foundation not a bit too large?" He then turned his attention to Han Zhongming and the elderly matriarch, both of whom, sensing the chief's gaze, said nothing but looked fondly at Han Muqing. At that moment, the chief understood that this young lady held not only a voice but also authority within her family. As Han Muqing surveyed the vacant land before her, countless plans began to form in her mind. Village chief, our family is rather large, and the courtyard is too small for our needs. Once my brother and uncles marry, they will require houses, so it would be prudent to secure the foundation now to alleviate future concerns. Although we may not need a grand estate at present, we can certainly utilize the surrounding spaces to cultivate vegetables and grains. Moreover, while our womenfolk may not engage in strenuous labor, tending to chickens and ducks is quite feasible. Upon hearing Han Muqing's vision, the village chief found her reasoning sound. Very well, my dear girl, your proposal is indeed commendable. This expanse covers approximately 10 acres, and here, the cost for foundation is about 1 or 2 taels of silver per acre. If you wish, you may take your time to purchase it. There should not be any newcomers arriving soon, and the other villagers are unlikely to acquire land in the near future. I shall reserve it for you until you have settled. No need for that, Han Zhoming interjected, addressing the village chief, Uncle Chief. We can manage to gather the silver for the foundation. Once we purchase it, we will have a home of our own. We kindly request your assistance in handling the necessary arrangements in the coming days. Rest assured, Zhoming, tomorrow, I shall escort you to the town hall to complete the paperwork. The Han family was remarkably efficient in their dealings. Even before arriving at the site, they had effectively secured their foundation. After a short while, the group reached the foot of the mountain and stood before the building, taken aback. The house was rather sizable, boasting 8 or 9 rooms. Yet it was in a state of disrepair. The roof, sparsely adorned with a few thatched reeds, appeared precarious, while the walls seemed sturdy enough, at least not collapsing. The fence surrounding the courtyard was in utter disarray. Observing the astonished expressions of the group, village chief Lu smiled sheepishly. Ah yes, this house is indeed a bit worn. The group responded a bit. It seems quite close to collapse. Sensing their skepticism, the chief mustered his resolve. Do not be misled by its appearance. This house is quite solid. The courtyard was once constructed by a former official who was exiled here. He had numerous concubines, which is why several rooms were added. The official invested significantly in its construction. The walls are made from sticky rice clay, and the foundation is built of stone. The walls are superior to most houses in our village. As for the roof, that is easily remedied. After lunch, I will have my son come to assist with repairs. Initially, the group was taken aback, but they soon accepted the condition of the house. This would be their home moving forward. After bidding farewell to the chief, the group began to explore the area surrounding the house. The more they examined the courtyard, the more they grew fond of it, finding little fault aside from its dilapidation. As lunchtime approached, they busied themselves, with Han Muqing directing Chunlan and Xiujuan to clear a patch of land beneath the large tree beside the house. Once the open space was tidied up, Chunlan and Xiugu proficiently spread several old bed sheets on the grass, allowing Han Muqing, the elderly matriarch Han, Su Yunyang, and the 2 elderly women to sit and rest upon them. Others assisted Chunlan and Xiugu in setting up the cooking area in preparation for the meal. As Master Bai strolled by the riverbank, he led his small donkey to graze by the water's edge. Just as the cooking area was being established, Master Bai approached with a thick vine in hand, from which hung 3 sizable fish, each over a foot in length. Disciple, see what your master has brought back for you. With her prominent belly, Han Muqing felt somewhat fatigued as she settled onto the prepared bedsheet to rest. She heard her master's voice. Supporting her waist, she struggled to rise, astonished at the sight of the 3 large fish in her master's grasp. Did you catch these from the river? Master Bai nodded. Indeed, as I ventured further along, the water deepened, and while there were plenty of fish, they proved to be quite cunning. I exerted considerable effort to catch these 3. He directly handed the fish to Chunlan, who was about to prepare them by the river when she noticed a young woman from the village, accompanied by an elderly woman, approaching from the courtyard. Matriarch Han and Su Yunyang immediately ushered Han Muqing to greet them. The young woman smiled and greeted everyone. Greetings, Mrs. Han, Sister Han. I am Fong, commonly referred to as Fong Shi. The village chief is my father-in-law, and this is my mother. The village chief's wife smiled at the group. Good day, everyone. I was busy in the vegetable garden when you arrived, so we did not meet. It seems it's nearly noon, and since you haven't finished preparing your meal, it would be inconvenient to start cooking now. My daughter-in-law and I have made some pancakes and noodle soup. If you don't mind, please help yourselves. A hearty meal will surely aid in your afternoon tasks. Chapter 55. A home established given that Lu's daughter-in-law had brought over the food. It would be impolite to send her back empty-handed. However, as Lu's daughter-in-law departed, Han Muqing gifted them the largest fish to take with them and discreetly instructed Chunlan to place a few pieces of pastries into the basket Lu's daughter-in-law had brought along. As she returned with the fish, the village chief, along with his son Lu Zhiyong and grandson Lu Fulin, were seated in the courtyard enjoying their meal. Upon seeing his wife's catch, the village chief shot her a disapproving glance. "Wife, where did you get that fish? It wasn't from the Han family, was it? You are not one to take advantage of others. What is going on today?" Chided by her husband, the village chief's wife immediately bristled. "You old man, do you not know what kind of person I am? Do you think I would casually accept something from others? It's just that the young lady from the Han family was particularly generous. With her condition, I did not dare to argue with her, for fear of causing her distress. Father, mother, look." At this moment, Feng Shi emerged from the kitchen, holding a basket she had just retrieved from the Han family. This basket, previously used for the pancakes, was covered with a cloth to protect it from dust and to prevent gossip from other villagers. When the Han family returned the basket to them, it was also covered with a cloth. To her surprise, Feng, upon removing the cloth, discovered the basket contained several exquisite pastries. The village chief's wife gasped upon seeing the delicate treats presented by her daughter-in-law, exclaiming, "These are such refined confections. I've never even seen anything like them in our Chuyin town. They must be quite expensive, don't you think? Should we return these pastries?" Lu Fulin, sitting beside the village chief, couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the pastries. Although he longed to indulge, the little boy, just over 4 years old, refrained from whining and quietly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Noticing her grandson's longing gaze, Lu village chief did not scold him. Instead, he took a piece of pastry from the plate held by Feng and handed it to Lu Fulin, saying, "Here, Fua, enjoy the treat." The boy beamed as he accepted the pastry, replying, "Thank you, Grandpa." The village chief, observing his grandson savoring the pastry while glancing at the fish on the ground, declared, "Let us keep everything. We are all neighbors here. I see there are quite a few women from the Han family. You two, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, should visit them often. If they need assistance as newcomers, we should lend a helping hand." In the afternoon, he planned to accompany Zhiyong to the Han family to help repair their roof. More villagers were to be recruited, aiming for the family to settle in by nightfall. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the Han family was also preparing for the roofing work. Han Leofuren sat on a bedspread laid out beneath a tree, gazing at her entire family with a satisfied smile. Initially, she had feared that their sudden misfortune and journey to this desolate place would result in dire consequences for them all. To her astonishment, her granddaughter had been fortunate enough to acquire a divine artifact, bringing the family's wealth along, and they had forged a familial bond with the officials escorting them. Their journey had felt less like fleeing and more akin to a leisurely adventure. Now that they had safely arrived in Linshan village, which would henceforth be their home, she found herself preferring the serene beauty of this place over the imposing walls and deep courtyards of her past. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Han Leofuren noticed Han Muqing, her granddaughter, anxiously preparing to head outside. She quickly called out, "Qingya, where are you rushing off to? Don't you understand your own condition? You are heavily pregnant with twins now. Take your time. If you need to do anything, just call your elder brother or second uncle. You should rest." Just then, Han Yulong, who had just entered from outside, overheard his grandmother's words and hurried to Han Muqing's side, saying, "Yes, just call for your elder brother if you need help. I'm here too. Second uncle can assist as well. Please don't overexert yourself for the little ones." Han Muqing, unable to suppress a sigh, looked at her grandmother and said, "Grandma, I'm fine. My belly may look larger, but I'm not tired at all." Hearing this, Han Leofuren shook her head disapprovingly. "Oh, my dear girl, childbirth is no trivial matter. Every woman faces a life and death challenge during labor. You must take care of yourself to ensure you have the strength to give birth." Han Muqing did not mind her grandmother's nagging. She understood that her grandmother was only concerned for her well-being. With a compliant nod, she replied, "All right, Grandma, I will rest well, as you say. Indeed, this afternoon, the village chief and others are coming to assist with the repairs of the house. Should we not consider inviting them for a meal? At this moment, Han Zhoming, Sun Tzu, and Lu Ji approached after their conversation. Upon hearing Han Muqing's words, Han Zhoming remarked, "We should certainly extend an invitation for a meal. How much grain do we have at home, Qing? If it is insufficient, we can send your elder brother to the town on horseback to purchase more." At the mention of grain, Han Muqing cast a slightly uncomfortable glance at Chunlan and replied, "Father, we still have quite a bit, enough to sustain us for some time. However, we cannot simply prepare plain rice. That would be too ostentatious. Perhaps we could opt for mixed flour steamed buns instead. We do have mixed flour, but the main concern lies with the vegetables. My master had caught 2 fish previously, which we could prepare, yet we cannot solely rely on fish for our meal." Chapter 56. A house of bare necessities, just as Masterby returned from letting his beloved donkey roam. He overheard the group discussing the evening's menu and immediately rushed over in excitement. What is there to fret about? Is there not a mountain nearby? There's a saying that goes, "Rely on the mountain to eat from the mountain." I shall take a stroll up the mountain shortly to see if I can find any game. We can add it to our meal tonight. This will be our first dinner since settling here, and it must not be too meager, lest we be looked down upon. As for the meat dishes, I shall take care of that. The rest is up to you all. Everyone was aware that Masterby was quite capable, yet they were unfamiliar with the mountain's conditions since their recent arrival. The old lady turned to Sun Tzu and said, "Tzu, my lad, the mountain situation is complex, and we are newcomers here. Why don't you accompany Masterby? Whether or not you hunt is secondary. Your safety, along with Masterby's, is paramount." Sun Tzu readily nodded. "Very well, Aunt. Rest assured, I will look after Masterby." Masterby shot Sun Tzu a glance and said, You should focus on taking care of yourself. I would not want to be the one to rescue you if you encounter a tiger or a black bear." Having decided to venture into the mountains for hunting, Masterby and Sun Tzu wasted no time in preparing to set off. Meanwhile, the others were not idle. Han Zhoming led the group in clearing the rubbish from the house and yard, while Han Muqing prepared to take Chunlan and Qiujio to find nearby villagers selling vegetables. As they stepped out through the dilapidated fence gate, they noticed Lu's daughter-in-law and a man in his 30s approaching. The man carried a bag on his back, while Fong and the village chief's daughter-in-law each held a basket filled with various seasonal vegetables. Upon seeing Han Muqing, the village chief's daughter-in-law greeted her with a warm smile. "Qing girl, are you heading out?" The village chief's wife, about 60 years old, was of similar age to Han's matriarch. Since Han Zhoming referred to the village chief as uncle, Han Muqing naturally addressed her as grandmother. "Grandmother, you have arrived. I was just preparing to go into the village to see whose vegetables are plentiful, so I could buy some. However, with your arrival, it seems I need not go anymore. But, grandmother, have you not emptied your vegetable garden?" "Child," the village chief's wife chuckled affectionately. "Do you think such a small amount of vegetables could clear out my garden? You have underestimated your Aunt Lanning far too much. Little do you know, she is quite the adept gardener, and our family possesses an abundance of vegetables. Henceforth, should you wish for some, feel free to procure them directly from the garden." Han Muqing approached to take the vegetable basket from the village chief's wife, asserting that it simply would not do. These vegetables are the fruits of Aunt Lanying's labor. However, we could request some seedlings or seeds from her. "Fong, we have both seedlings and seeds available, and you are welcome to take them at any time. Our own garden also has vegetables, and even if you were to plant them now, you would not be able to harvest them immediately. While we may not possess much of other goods, we certainly have an abundance of ordinary greens and radishes." At that moment, village chief Lu arrived with several men from the village, hauling 2 large carts filled with dry reeds and straw. Upon seeing this, Han Zhoming expressed his gratitude once more. Though these grasses may not amount to much in terms of currency, they're the result of the villagers' hard work and careful storage. They may have intended to use them for their own rooftops, yet they have now generously offered them to those they have never met. After a busy afternoon, the Han residence was finally in a condition to accommodate its inhabitants. Previously empty, the house now had a repaired roof, yet it remained starkly bare within. Chapter 57. The government office operates smoothly. The men had worked diligently throughout the afternoon, and the women had not been idle either. They took it upon themselves to construct the cooking stove and by the time the roof was repaired, a steaming pot of food was ready. Master Bai and son Su had not returned from the mountain empty-handed. They brought back several rabbits and wild chickens. Lu village chief and his companions, who had assisted in the house repairs, looked on enviously at the bounty brought back by Master Bai. They often ventured to the back mountain, well aware of the wild game therein. Yet those rabbits and wild chickens were far too swift for them to catch. Remarkably, the young lady of the Han family claimed that her master had said that the wild chickens and rabbits were somewhat foolish, indicating that the members of the Han family were indeed remarkable. Dinner that night was a joyous affair for both hosts and guests alike, although the meal was simple, consisting of a pot of fish soup and stewed wild chicken with radishes, accompanied by coarse grain buns. It was regarded as a sumptuous feast in the eyes of the villagers of Linshan. That night, the Han family moved into their new home. Despite its simplicity, everyone slept soundly. The following morning, Han Muqing had an early breakfast and set out with Lu Ji, Chunlan, and Xiujuan. Their task for the day was to purchase furniture and establish a foundation. Initially, Han Muqing had not intended to go, but with the onset of mandatory labor for several male members of the household, she felt compelled to participate. The labor list included Han Zhongming and his brother, as well as Han Yulong and his brother. Since Han Yuhu was not at home, Sun Su would substitute for him. Though it was possible to pay silver in lieu of labor, they had just arrived and deemed it prudent to remain low-key. While Han Zhongming and the others engaged in labor, there remained countless tasks to be completed at home. As the current matriarch of the Han family, Su Yunyang naturally took on the responsibility of overseeing the household, while the elderly matriarch preferred to refrain from exertion. Thus, the task of acquiring furniture ultimately fell to Han Muqing. The group first went to the village to collect the village chief before embarking on their journey to Chuyin town in a horse-drawn carriage. Today, the village chief journeyed to the town to assist Han Muqing in purchasing a foundation. The Han family had deliberated and decided to place the foundation under Han Muqing's name. The road was poor, and with a pregnant woman aboard the cart, they traversed the 20 miles at a leisurely pace, taking half an hour to reach their destination. Upon arriving at the town, they planned to handle the foundation matter first. As Lu village chief and Han Muqing approached the entrance of the Chuyin town government office, they encountered Du, a town official, who emerged from within. Surprised to see Lu village chief and Han Muqing, Du exclaimed, "Village chief Lu, Miss Han, brother Lu. What brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Lu village chief, delighted to see Du, responded warmly, "What a coincidence, Officer Du. The Han family just arrived yesterday. With so many members, I offered them the vacant house at the foot of the mountain for their stay. After visiting, they found the land to their liking and decided to purchase the foundation first, planning to build a house in a few years when finances allow. I thought it best to act swiftly, so I brought Miss Qing along today to finalize the paperwork. Are you heading out, Officer Du? If you have matters to attend to, please do not let us intrude," Lu village chief offered. Hearing of the Han family's intent to buy land, Du was not overly surprised, finding it quite reasonable. He had initially intended to leave, but turned back, saying, "I have no pressing matters at hand. I've been involved in the Han family settlement, so we are somewhat acquainted. Purchasing a foundation is indeed a positive endeavor. Let me accompany you to the office." With Du's assistance, the process became remarkably smoother. Thanks to him, they saved on the bribes typically required. Han Muqing successfully acquired over 10 acres of land from the mountainside to the riverside for 10 taels of silver. Holding the land deed, Han Muqing felt elated, for this was her first tangible asset since arriving in this ancient world. After concluding the land transaction, Han Muqing and her companions ventured to inspect furniture. To be candid, the furniture here was far from simple, yet Han Muqing did not express any disdain. After all, her family home was still a thatched roof dwelling with earthen walls. With many family members to accommodate, they required at least 7 to 8 sets of basic furniture: beds, tables, stools, and wardrobes. As Han Muqing exited the furniture store, the proprietor regarded her as if she were a deity of wealth. Despite the distance, the owner enthusiastically offered to deliver the goods to her home. After securing a deposit and confirming the delivery schedule, the proprietor watched Han Muqing and her companions leave, continually murmuring, "What a major patron. This is not merely an order. It is a significant acquisition." They then visited a general goods store, and upon emerging, their arms were laden with various items. Observing the pile atop the cart, Muqing Saihid, all. Establishing a household is no easy feat. We have purchased nearly everything necessary. If anything remains, it will have to wait for our next trip, as this cart can hold no more. Chapter 58. An unexpected encounter with an elder. As they exited Chuyin town, the cart rocked gently on their return journey. Just 5 miles down the road, Lu Ji, the driver, suddenly called for a halt. Puzzled, Han Muqing lifted the cart's curtain and inquired, "Uncle Lu, why have we stopped? Is there an issue?" Lu Ji sat atop the cart and pointed forward, exclaiming, "Look, Qing girl, there lies an elderly man in the middle of the road." The initial thought that crossed Han Muqing's mind was that they had encountered a scammer. This notion was not hers alone. Others shared the same suspicion. The art of deception through staged accidents was not solely a modern phenomenon, but was indeed prevalent in ancient times as well. However, upon closer inspection by a few individuals, it became evident that the man was not feigning injury, but was rather unwell. Having studied medicine under Master Bai for some time, Han Muqing, though her skills did not rival his, possessed theoretical knowledge far superior to that of the town's ordinary doctors. She approached the old man to assess his condition and took his pulse, confirming that he was genuinely ill. Diagnosing him, she surmised that he was likely suffering from hypertension. Hypertension leading to fainting was no trivial matter. It could result in a stroke, cerebral thrombosis, heart failure, angina, myocardial infarction, cardiac disease, cerebral hemorrhage, cerebral infarction, cerebral thrombosis, cerebral ischemia, and even renal complications might emerge in a heartbeat. Han Muqing's blend of ancient and modern medical theories instantly conjured a multitude of potential aftereffects for the elderly gentleman. Despite her familiarity with life and death, she was not inclined to witness another's demise. Thus, she rummaged through her sleeve and produced a silver needle. Chunlan and Xiuhua, witnessing their young mistress extracting such a long needle from her sleeve, were taken aback. They exchanged worried glances, fearing that if she possessed more such needles, an accident could befall her. Had they not been in the wilderness, the two young girls would have undoubtedly dragged her back indoors to inspect her for injuries. Unbeknownst to them, the silver needle was not something Han Muqing had drawn from her own body, but rather retrieved from her spatial realm. When she departed the capital, she had emptied the small apothecary of the Prime Minister's residence. Although modest in size, it contained some useful items. Moreover, during her nocturnal visits to the Huang residence, she had cleverly collected their medicinal recipes, ensuring her spatial realm was now stocked with both precious herbs and silver and golden needles. Lu Ji, upon seeing Han Muqing wield the silver needle, was equally astonished. "Qing girl, you know acupuncture? I have heard that this ancient art has been lost to time. Even the divine healers in our Donglin kingdom possess only a superficial understanding. I am amazed that you excel in it." He cast an appreciative glance at Han Muqing. Han Muqing chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Lu, I am not particularly skilled. My Master's medical texts include a section on acupuncture, which I have studied a bit, but I have never actually performed it on anyone." Having known her for several months, Lu Ji understood that Han Muqing was not one to boast falsely. He trusted her words. Watching her as she prepared to probe the old man's head with the needle, Lu Ji began to feel a twinge of concern for the man lying on the ground. Would it not be painful to insert such a long needle? What if the old man were revived only to be left in a daze? Oh dear, who is it that dares to pierce this old man? A cry of anguish jolted Lu Ji from his reverie. Upon awakening, the elderly man blinked in confusion and asked, "Young lady, was it you who saved me?" Han Muqing nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. The elderly man shifted his body, sensing discomfort on his forehead, and rubbed his head. "Little girl, if you're going to save someone, just do it without the needles. It hurts terribly." After uttering a few words, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him again. Before losing consciousness once more, he mustered the strength to look at Han Muqing and said, "If I faint again, don't forget to remove the needle, as it feels quite uncomfortable. By the way, you must see this through. If I faint again, you cannot leave me here all alone. What if a wild wolf comes and devours me? And my donkey too?" Upon finishing his sentence, the elderly man forced himself to whistle towards the nearby woods. A sleek donkey came running out as soon as the whistle sounded. Spotting the donkey, the elderly man tilted his head and fainted again. Han Muqing thought to herself, Chapter 59. Is this a buy one, get one free situation? She glanced at the unconscious old man and then at the donkey standing nearby. She realized she had been unwittingly entangled in this situation, and it felt distinctly like a 2-for-1 deal. Village Chief Lu, observing the elderly man on the ground, looked somewhat troubled. "Qing girl, what should we do? Should we pick him up?" Lu Ji, who had previously been an official, still had a sense of justice. He approached and checked the old man's breathing. "Let us take him. He is still alive, and it wouldn't be right to leave him here." Seeing that Lu Ji had made a decision, Han Muqing felt she could no longer hesitate. "All right, if Uncle Lu says so, then let us help him." The cart was already cramped due to the items it carried, and adding a person made it even more crowded, rendering it nearly impossible to accommodate him. Ultimately, they had no choice but to have the village chief and Lu Ji sit on the cart's yoke, while Qiujuan rode the donkey. Even so, the elderly man could not lie down in the cart, but had to sit awkwardly. After some effort, they finally set off. Upon returning to the Han family in Linshan village, everyone was startled to see the elderly man added to their cart. Han Zhongming and others had gone to work and had not yet returned home. So the task of helping the old man down from the cart fell to Lu Ji and Uncle Zhong. Just as they managed to lift the old man down, Bai Shifu returned from the riverside where he had gone to tend to the donkey. Upon seeing the elderly man being carried, he dropped the donkey and hurried to examine the still unconscious figure before him. "Disciple, why did you bring this fellow back?" Hearing her master's question, Han Muqing raised an eyebrow. "Master, do you know him?" Bai Shifu shot a glare at the old man on the ground, then stubbornly shook his head. "No, I do not know him. Not acquainted?" Han Muqing gave her master a knowing look. "Not acquainted? I recall that the room next door is still empty. Originally meant for my second brother. Since he is not home, let this elderly gentleman stay there for now. It will be convenient for you to treat him and reminisce." After speaking, she turned to Lu Ji and Uncle Zhong beside her and said, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Zhong, please help me take this elderly gentleman to the room next door. The bed has yet to arrive at Chunlan. Please check if we have any quilts at home. Let us make do with a makeshift bedding for now. Once the furniture is delivered in the afternoon, we shall have a proper bed." After speaking, Han Muqing supported her waist and lamented, "O master, your disciple is in great pain. Furthermore, your 2 grand disciples are thirsty. I shall take a moment to drink some water. I must trouble you to check the old man's pulse." With that, Han Muqing, still holding her waist, swiftly departed from Master Bai's sight. Master Bai gazed at her retreating figure, exclaiming, "Unfilial disciple." Presently, the Han family possesses a total of 8 habitable rooms. Han Muqing occupies one room with 2 young maidens, while Han Zhongming and Su Yunong share another. The old matriarch and Su Mama reside in a separate room, and Uncle Zhong along with Aunt Zhong have one as well. The second uncle, Han Zhongliang, and Han Yulong share a room, while Sun Su and Lu Ji occupy another. Master Bai himself has one room, leaving the final vacant room adjacent to his own. After much effort, Lu Ji and Uncle Zhong finally transported the elder next door to Master Bai. Despite his verbal reluctance, Master Bai entered the room, begrudgingly checking the elder's pulse and administering medicine. Once finished, he looked at the elder lying on the makeshift bedding and remarked, "You old fellow, have been stubborn all your life. How did you end up like this? I relish this. Go ahead and bite me." The previously unconscious elder suddenly opened his eyes, weakly retorting with Master Bai. Noticing the elder had awakened, a fleeting smile crossed Master Bai's face, though it quickly vanished. "Ah, you're awake? I was just about to say you were due for a feast." The elder shot him a glare and replied, "You old fool, your stubbornness is amusing. With a divine physician like you around, I couldn't possibly perish even if I wished to." Master Bai extended his hand once more to check the elder's pulse, stating, "You are mistaken this time. The one who saved you is not this divine physician. Had she not intervened promptly, you would have been beyond saving by the time you're brought back." Intrigued, the elder inquired, "Not you? Could it be that there exists someone in Donglin Kingdom whose medical skills surpass those of Bai Shua?" Master Bai, with an air of pride, responded, "Why can't there be? Have you not heard the saying, 'The pupil surpasses the master'? The elder regarded Master Bai's proud demeanor without contesting, merely inquired with curiosity, "What do you mean? Have you taken on an apprentice?" "Indeed," Master Bai replied enthusiastically. "Allow me to tell you about my disciple. She is remarkably intelligent. I simply hand her a medical book, and she swiftly masters acupuncture. In fact, she was the one who saved you today with acupuncture. Had she not used silver needles to clear your blood flow in a timely manner, you would either be finished or rendered a fool." The elder suddenly recalled the moment he awoke, feeling the prick of needles. "You mean to say your disciple is that little girl who pricked me?" Master Bai nodded with great pride. "Yes, with no doubt. As of now, she is the only one capable of performing acupuncture among my disciples. You have no idea how extraordinary she is. Not only is she clever and quick to learn, but she's also diligent, eager to study, and remarkably adorable. Not only does my disciple excel in culinary arts, but she has also surpassed others in childbirth. While others bear one child, my disciple is expecting twins. The key point is that Master Bai wore a cunning smile, for the children in my disciple's womb have no father, thus both will belong to us. Indeed, my disciple is remarkable. Unlike other women who must adhere to their husband's surname and endure familial scrutiny, my disciple's children will carry her surname, granting her complete autonomy in their upbringing." "Huh, Li, old fellow, isn't my disciple impressive?" Li rolled his eyes at Master Bai. "Oh, truly impressive. How proud you are that the children have no father." Unfazed by Li's disdainful gesture, Master Bai continued his boasting. "What? Are you envious? By the way, don't you have a grandson? He should be in his 20s now. I hear he still has no wife. Alas, how pitiable. At such an age, without a wife. It's uncertain if you will ever hold a grandchild." Li scoffed. "What a being in one's 20s. Many young men remain unmarried. Who has to say my grandson won't bring home a granddaughter-in-law and great-grandchildren?" He added, "Besides, at your age, you're also without a wife." Master Bai waved his hand dismissively. "I shan't engage with you. I know you are simply envious. Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall lend you my great-grandchild for a moment of joy." The two old men exchanged playful banter before turning to serious matters. It turns out Li had come to Chuyin Town primarily concerning his grandson's marriage. At 24, his grandson was falling behind. Peers his age had already begun their studies. Yet he remained without a bride. Li tirelessly arranged matchmaking, but his grandson refused to participate, even shunning a simple maid. Li suspected his grandson might be ill. However, his grandson insisted he was merely preoccupied. Aware that his grandson harbored thoughts of avenging his mother, Li found it difficult to persuade him to marry, leading to his frustration and subsequent departure with his beloved donkey. Meanwhile, in a tavern, a strikingly handsome man with sharp brows sat in serene contemplation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, focusing on the window. "What is it?" he inquired. A figure clad in black leapt through the window, kneeling respectfully before him. "Master, there has been an incident at the estate." The handsome man regarded him coolly. "What happened?" "Master, the old gentleman has gone missing." At this revelation, the man could no longer maintain his composure. He rose to face the messenger. "What? When did this happen? Is anyone following him?" "Reporting to you, master. The old gentleman has been missing for several days. We initially assumed he had merely gone out for a short while, but it has been 10 days, and he has yet to return. He left only with his donkey." Though angered, the man refrained from rebuking his subordinate, fully aware of his grandfather's temperament. This time, he departed from home at the behest of his grandfather to arrange a betrothal, which he had initially declined. At that moment, his grandfather declared, "If you refuse to marry, I shall leave home." He had dismissed the remark lightly, not anticipating that his grandfather would be serious this time. The young man rubbed his aching brow and began to pack his belongings for the journey home. Chapter 61. Becoming a martial master of the Han family, as the young man returned, the town of Anqing became a hive of activity, upturned in chaos within a single day. Yet the search for the missing person proved fruitless. In the village of Linshan, after recuperating, Old Li did not rush to depart. Each day, he engaged in banter with Master Bai, tending to the donkeys and hunting together. At this moment, the two elders reclined on a large stone on the back mountain, enjoying the autumn breeze. Old Li observed 2 donkeys grazing nearby and remarked, "To be honest, Linshan village is quite pleasant. It's south an ideal place for retirement. You, Master Bai, were astute enough to find a disciple in advance, enabling you to stay as long as you wish. As for me, I feel I should take my leave after residing in the Han household for so long. It seems a bit inappropriate to linger any longer. Master Bai, lazily lying on the stone with a blade of grass between his teeth, responded, "Indeed, I too consider myself quite clever. The Han family is rather amiable. If you wish to stay longer, it's no trouble at all. However, if you seek a legitimate reason to remain, it is quite simple." "What reason?" Oldly inquired, his interest piqued by Master Bai's suggestion that he could stay without reservation. Master Bai, noticing Old Li's curiosity, sat up and leaned closer. "What is your forte?" Old Li paused, pondering. "My forte? Beating people. That's what I excel at." Master Bai clapped his hands in excitement. "Precisely. But not in the manner of you being beaten. Rather, you will teach others how to fight." The Han family, having experienced upheaval, placed great importance on martial prowess. They had suffered numerous ambushes and attacks during their initial departure from the capital. Unlike other civil officials, Han Zhongming did not disdain martial generals. He valued martial strength immensely, even treating those without rank as brothers. Currently, the Han family lacked young children, and it was somewhat late for them to master the intricate techniques of the martial arts. However, they could certainly practice some basic skills to enhance their physical fitness, which was precisely Old Li's specialty. "But I don't wish to take on disciples," he protested. "Why are you so stubborn?" Master Bai retorted, "I merely suggested you teach them martial arts. I never implied you should take on disciples." "But no buts. You have two options: leave or teach martial arts." Faced with the choice of departing or becoming the martial master of the Han family, Old Li ultimately opted for the latter. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Old Li had ascended to the role of Master Li of the Han family, training Han Yulong, Han Zhongliang, Sun Tzu, and Lu Ji in martial arts daily. Even Chunlan and Qiujiu occasionally joined the lessons. Throughout their journey, they had come to understand the significance of martial strength all too well. On several occasions, it was the young lady who had protected them from danger, leaving the two maidservants filled with guilt. They felt it should have been their duty to protect their mistress. It was she who had come to their aid. Thus, they are currently quite diligent, seizing every opportunity to either learn the art of poison-making from Master Bai or martial arts from Master Li. However, their spare time is exceedingly limited. Since settling in Lingshan village, Han Muqing has been occupied with various tasks. As she carries twins, her belly grows larger with each passing month, rendering her body increasingly cumbersome. Her greatest fear is the prospect of a difficult labor. Upon establishing herself in the village, she began to compile a simple textbook based on her memories from her previous life and her experiences as a midwifery nurse in obstetrics. The primary purpose of this textbook was to cultivate the delivery skills of Chunlan and Qiujiu, from vaginal examinations to rectal exams, and from correcting fetal positions to performing episiotomies and cesarean sections. Yes, cesarean sections. Initially hesitant about whether to include this procedure, she was compelled to do so after overhearing the village chief's wife lament about the frequent maternal fatalities during childbirth. To avert such tragedies, she decided to broach the subject of cesarean sections, despite the dire medical conditions of the era. When Han Muqing first proposed the idea of performing cesarean sections, not only was the Han family taken aback, but even her master was astonished. In ancient times, this was considered a surefire path to death. Eventually, it was only after she personally performed a cesarean section on a laboring wild rabbit that the villagers began to believe in the feasibility of the procedure. As the entire rabbit family survived, during the operation on the rabbit, Han Muqing was quite anxious, as it was her inaugural attempt at such a surgery. Thankfully, with the assistance of medicinal herbs, the rabbit's wound did not become infected, and the newborn bunnies thrived. With Han Muqing's demonstration, the two young girls became increasingly enthusiastic about their studies. They were determined not to be left outside, anxiously waiting when their young mistress went into labor. After nearly 2 months of learning, Chunlan and Qiujiu developed a growing interest in medicine, particularly obstetrics, delivery, and cesarean sections. When Master Bai discovered the girls delving into gynecology, He begrudgingly presented them with a tattered copy of the ancient medical text, Qianjin Yaofang. Armed with this book, their fervor for learning intensified. However, thus far, they possessed only theoretical knowledge and lacked practical experience. Undeterred, they resolved to solidify their understanding of the theory. Consequently, the already worn pages of Qianjin Yaofang became even more tattered. Aware of the rarity of such ancient texts, Han Muqing ensured that each of the three women transcribed their own copy to preserve its wisdom. In preparation for the arrival of her two babies, she sketched several designs, hoping to commission someone to forge a set of surgical instruments. Upon reviewing her sketches, Master Bai remarked, "While it may be feasible for the blacksmiths here to craft a kitchen knife or a sickle, asking them to create such intricate surgical tools is truly a tall order." Hearing that the surgical instruments could not be produced left Han Muqing feeling somewhat disheartened. However, her disappointment was fleeting, for her master had summoned Master Li, and the two engaged in a hushed discussion over the blueprints before Master Li stormed out, grumbling while clutching the plans. After a fortnight, Master Li returned with two meticulously crafted surgical knives. Upon seeing Han Muqing, he lamented, "Child, the design of that knife was exceedingly troublesome. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to forge these two sets?" "I do not care. I desire delectable cuisine. Sour fish, boiled meat slices, spicy hot pot," she retorted, acutely aware that her pregnancy had advanced to 8 months, and it was a twin pregnancy, indicating that labor could commence at any moment. With the surgical knives now in her possession, Han Muqing began to prepare for her impending childbirth. In this ancient setting, sanitation posed a considerable challenge. She boiled all the items that could be sterilized with boiling water and left those that could not in the sun to bask in its rays. After completing these tasks, she recalled the need for alcohol. Lacking any medicinal alcohol, the only alternative she could fathom was the local white liquor. Unfortunately, the alcohol content of this liquor was too low to achieve effective sterilization. To utilize white liquor for disinfection, it would need to be distilled to enhance its potency. Before she could commence the distillation process, calamity struck the village. On this particular day, the male members of the Han family had gone off to labor, as usual, while Masters Bai and Li had ventured into the mountains early in the day. After lunch, Han Muqing found herself in the courtyard, engaging in conversation with her grandmother and mother. Suddenly, an elderly woman stumbled into their midst, exclaiming, "Help! Qing girl, please help." Seeing the distressed woman, Han Muqing's heart sank. "Aunt Sun, what has transpired? Please, take your time. Has Sister Tsuaping encountered trouble?" Panting from her hurried entrance, Aunt Sun urgently replied, "Qing girl, Sister Tsuaping is struggling with childbirth. The midwife says it is dire." Upon hearing that Su Tsuaping was in distress, Han Muqing sprang to her feet. "Aunt Sun, my master has gone into the mountains. It appears I must accompany you." At this moment, Aunt Sun could hardly be concerned about who was accompanying her, apprentice or master. "Very well, I shall rely on you. Qing girl, you are heavy with child yourself, but if it were not absolutely necessary, I would not impose upon you." Now was not the time for pleasantries. Han Muqing promptly interrupted her. "Aunt Sun, do not fret. I shall gather my things, and we will depart shortly." After stating this, she turned to Chunlan and Qiujiu, instructing, "Quickly gather the necessary items for the delivery, ensuring that each of us has a complete set of what we had prepared. And do not forget to bring clean garments for us." In a flurry of activity, Chunlan and Qiujiu efficiently assembled all the required items. Han Muqing hesitated, but ultimately decided to visit Master Bai's quarters. Master Bai's room featured a small section designated for their pharmaceutical endeavors. When she had resolved to explore the possibility of a cesarean section, she had begun her research on anesthetics. Master Bai was quite proficient in the art of medicine. With only a slight nudge of inspiration from her, he had already concocted several versions. Recently, the two masters frequently ventured into the mountains to test the newly developed anesthetic. To ascertain its efficacy, it was impractical to experiment on humans directly. Thus, Master Bai turned his attention to the animals inhabiting the mountains. The anesthetic displayed promising results, and after a moment of hesitation, Han Muqing decided to package the remaining powder. Chapter 63. The arrival of competition. Having tidied up her belongings, Han Muqing was about to leave with Aunt Sun when Su Yunyang hurried after her, concern etched on her face. "Qinger, take care of yourself. With your condition, prioritize safety. Should anything arise, rely on Chunlan and Xiujuan for assistance. Moreover, childbirth carries numerous uncertainties. Deliberate carefully before making decisions." Han Muqing grasped her mother's hand reassuringly. "Mother, you need not worry. I shall proceed with caution." As Han Muqing departed, Su Yunyang's heart grew heavy. The connection between the Han family and Aunt Sun's family began during the construction of their home. Sun Taiju, Aunt Sun's grandson, was 20 this year and had been among those summoned by village chief Liu to assist in the Han family's renovations. After becoming acquainted, they grew familiar with one another, and Aunt Sun, a lamentable figure who had lost her husband at a young age, had single-handedly raised her son. After finally marrying him off and welcoming a grandchild, tragedy struck as both her son and daughter-in-law met with misfortune. Undeterred by her loss, Aunt Sun dedicated herself to raising her grandson, but now, as her granddaughter-in-law faced complications in childbirth, she was understandably distressed. Seeing the elderly woman's plight, Han Muqing felt an urge to hasten her steps, hoping that time was still on their side. Meanwhile, in Anqing, Mo Junin had just returned from outside, rubbing his weary brow. It had been 2 months since he had been home. Suddenly, Feng Er dashed in, exclaiming, "Master, master, there's news." Mo Junin sprang up from his chair, eager to hear. Aware of his master's recent melancholy due to concerns over his grandfather's well-being, Feng Er refrained from jesting. "News has just arrived from the military. The old general visited the weapons camp a few days ago and hastily commissioned 2 peculiar sets of blades. After their completion, he left in a hurry. We initially intended to stop him, but Mo Junin sighed, acknowledging that with his grandfather's prowess, it would not have been easy to restrain him. As long as his grandfather was safe, he would allow him to enjoy his time away, confident that he would return when he had had his fill. By the way, do you have the designs for those 2 sets of blades?" Yes. "I'll fetch them right away," Feng Er replied, quickly darting off, suddenly realizing he had forgotten to bring the blueprints after focusing solely on delivering the message. Meanwhile, at the Sun family in Linshan village, Han Muqing arrived to find a crowd gathered in the courtyard, villagers from Linshan. Most of them had either been exiled in this generation or the last, resulting in a lack of close kinship. While the village boasted a number of exceptional individuals, they remained united in times of need. However, when it came to childbirth, there was little they could truly assist with. Anxiously pacing the courtyard, Sun Taiju was particularly agitated, striking the wall with his fists. He saw Han Muqing and a few others approaching and immediately stumbled over, his face filled with anxiety as he looked at Han Muqing. "Muqing, I implore you, think of a way to save Sister Tsuping. She has lost her voice." Han Muqing, not daring to delay, supported Sun Taiju slightly, saying, "Brother Taiju, do not panic. I will go in and assess the situation." Without further ado, Han Muqing, accompanied by Chunlan and Xiujuan, entered the room where Su Tsuaping was in labor. They first washed their hands and changed into clean outer garments before proceeding into the inner chamber. As they lifted the curtain to the inner room, a strong metallic scent of blood hit them. Han Muqing, undeterred by any sense of revulsion, swiftly stepped inside. In the room were the village chief's wife and another unfamiliar woman, who was a midwife from a neighboring village. Upon seeing the 3 young girls enter, the midwife hastily waved them away, exclaiming, "Where did you come from? How dare you barge in here?" Without waiting for a response, she turned to the village chief's wife and continued, "Old sister, having these people suddenly come in is detrimental to the mother. Enough of this. I can't be bothered with your affairs. Go outside and ask if the family has made a decision. The baby is in a breech position, and it is certain that the child cannot be born. It would be better to perform a cesarean to ensure the mother's safety. Otherwise, neither will survive." However, the village chief's wife was in a difficult position. Just as she hesitated, Aunt Sun entered the room. "Qing-girl, I leave this to you." The midwife, witnessing the heavily pregnant woman and the 2 young girls seemingly attempting to usurp her role, was incensed. "Aunt Sun, what do you mean by this? Your granddaughter-in-law is on the verge of death, and instead of making a decision to save her, you bring in a few young girls? This is too cruel." To create space for Han Muqing and the others to assist, Aunt Sun forcefully pulled the midwife into the outer room. Chapter 64, Caesarean Section. Unfazed by the midwife's earlier remarks, Aunt Sun gazed earnestly at her. Midwife Huang, you have been urging us to abandon the child. I shall ask you this. If we accept your suggestion and agree to relinquish the child, can you guarantee that my granddaughter-in-law will survive? Hearing Aunt Sun's question, Midwife Huang was momentarily taken aback, casting a furtive glance into the inner room. Aunt Sun, your granddaughter-in-law is experiencing a difficult labor. Whether she survives is not within my control. It all depends on fate. Huh. Aunt Sun coldly regarded Midwife Huang. I had previously heard rumors of your black-hearted nature, but today I have finally witnessed it firsthand. My granddaughter-in-law and the child within her still possess a chance at life. Yet you wish to forcibly extract the child for the sake of acquiring a fresh placenta? Do you understand the consequences of such an act? With her intentions exposed, Midwife Huang appeared somewhat flustered, her gaze darting. I did not mean that. I merely thought it was the most appropriate course of action. Appropriate? What do you mean by appropriate? Is it suitable merely because it allows you to continue earning your silver? Are you aware that your actions could lead to the loss of both my granddaughter-in-law and her child, even if Cuaping were to survive by some stroke of luck? Do you believe her body could ever fully recover from such trauma? At this moment, Granny Sun was filled with regret. She should never have summoned the unscrupulous midwife, Huang. The urgency of the situation had compelled her to act. Her granddaughter-in-law had accidentally fallen, causing a miscarriage, which precipitated the sudden onset of labor. In their vicinity, Huang was the only available midwife. To seek a more competent one, they would have to travel to Chiyan Town, a distance of 20 li, far too remote to afford them enough time. She had considered Han Muqing, but the latter was also nearing her own delivery, expecting twins. Her belly larger than that of her granddaughter Cuaping, although their families had a good rapport with the Han family. And everyone knew that the Han girls were learning midwifery and the treatment of women's ailments. It felt inappropriate to hastily summon those young ladies for assistance. Ultimately, they had no choice but to find Huang in the neighboring village. It was common knowledge that Huang had a peculiar rule regarding childbirth. The placenta, or child's covering, must be retained. Many affluent families would pay handsomely for it. If the delivery went smoothly, Huang could collect her fees and sell the placenta. However, in cases of difficult labor, she often resorted to violent measures, resulting in the tragic fate of many women she had attended. Those who faced complications often ended up with both mother and child lost. Even in rare instances where either the mother or child survived, the mother would be left with lasting health issues and diminished fertility, while the child might suffer from physical disabilities or mental impairments. Granny Sun's anger intensified as she contemplated this. With her granddaughter-in-law's life hanging in the balance, she had no time to argue with Huang and promptly dismissed her, though she still paid the midwife's fee. Just as she expelled Huang, Han Muqing emerged, saying, "Granny, time is of the essence. I won't beat around the bush. Sister Cuaping is indeed facing difficulty in labor. The fetus has descended, and natural delivery is impossible. I have a single method we can attempt, albeit with considerable risk. It is up to you and Brother Taiju to decide." "Muqing, I trust your judgment," Granny Sun replied. Hearing this, Sun Taiju burst into the room, declaring, "Yes, Muqing, we will follow your lead." Granny Sun nodded in agreement. Han Muqing regarded them earnestly. "Granny Sun, Brother Taiju, I urge you to heed my words. We must attempt to gently reposition the fetus. If Sister Cuaping is still conscious or has sufficient strength, we can adjust the fetal position and continue with a natural birth. However, since she has already lost consciousness, natural delivery is no longer feasible, leaving us with only one option, a caesarean section." Upon hearing the mention of a caesarean, Sun Taiju became immediately anxious, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Muqing, if we cut open her abdomen, won't she perish? I want Cuaping to survive. Let the child go, I beg you. Save Cuaping." "Yes, save Cuaping," Granny Sun echoed, summoning great resolve to voice her wish. Han Muqing felt a surge of respect for the Sun family, who did not forsake Cuaping's well-being for the sake of the child. Time was of the essence, and she succinctly elucidated the principle of caesarean section to them. Ultimately, Sun Dainyu and Sun Taiju comprehended that a cesarean entails incising the abdomen to extract the child, followed by suturing the incision, thus offering Cui Ping and the baby a chance at survival. After thorough deliberation, the Sun family consented to Han Muqing's proposal. With the family's approval, Han Muqing and her two attendants busied themselves with preparations. To enhance Su Cui Ping's chances of survival, Han Muqing administered a considerable amount of medicinal potion beforehand. With the anesthetic brewed, the area sterilized, and all arrangements in place, Han Muqing took a deep breath, grasped the sterilized scalpel, and commenced the procedure. Half an hour later, the door swung open, and Chunlan peered in anxiously, exclaiming that the child was in danger and urging Sun Taiju to fetch Master Bai from the Han household urgently. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Taiju dashed off towards the Han residence. Meanwhile, at the Han household, the two masters had experienced a fruitful day. Having subdued 2 wild goats with anesthetics, each carrying a goat towards the courtyard. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them. Master Bai, my wife is in labor. And Qing girl says a cesarean is necessary. The child has been extracted, but Chunlan claims there is danger. I implore you. Despite his urgency, Sun Taiju clearly articulated the situation. Although Master Bai was often unreliable, he possessed a sense of urgency when it truly mattered. He promptly handed the goat on his shoulder to Lu Ji, who had just arrived, and swiftly darted towards the Sun residence with remarkable agility. Sun Taiju, still in shock at the sight of Master Bai's rapid departure, was jolted back to reality by Lu Ji's call and hurried home. Upon entering the Sun courtyard, Master Bai was immediately drawn into the bedroom of Wu Cui Ping by Qiujuan, who had rushed out from within. The outer room was already prepared with clean bedding, and upon noticing Master Bai's arrival, Chunlan quickly presented a modestly wrapped infant. Master Bai, please take a look. The child's breathing is faint, and it has yet to cry. The young lady is busy suturing, and I need to assist her inside. I leave the child in your care along with Qiujuan. Chunlan stated, passing the infant to Qiujuan before hastily lifting the curtain to enter the inner chamber. Inside, Han Muqing was sweating profusely as she tended to Su Cui Ping's wounds, her perspiration threatening to drip. Upon seeing Chunlan enter, she exhaled in relief. Quick, wipe my sweat. It would be detrimental if it dripped onto the wound. Chunlan promptly seized a towel to wipe Han Muqing's brow, her heart aching at the sight of Han Muqing's pale complexion. Miss, we have practiced suturing before. Perhaps I should stitch while you rest for a moment. Han Muqing persisted with her task. No, I shall continue. You have only practiced on pigskin at home. Observe closely. When your mistress gives birth, it will depend on you and Qiujuan. After a flurry of activity, the infant finally emitted a mewling cry akin to that of a kitten. Although the sound was not particularly robust, it signified that the child was alive, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing the child's cries, Sun Taiju and Madame Sun, who had been ushered outside, rushed back inside with great urgency. Master Bai, upon their entrance, promptly cautioned them that the child had lingered too long in the womb. Although they had temporarily revived the infant, the next 24 hours remained perilous, fraught with potential mishaps. They must provide meticulous care over the next 2 days, and should any issues arise, they were to summon him immediately. He would remain at home, refraining from venturing into the mountains. The postpartum care for the mother also required utmost diligence, for the girl had exerted considerable effort, and she was still heavily pregnant. Gazing at his swaddled son, Sun Taiju was filled with gratitude. Indeed, Master Bai speaks the truth. Qing is our family savior. From now on, she shall be considered my own sister. Should anyone dare to mistreat her, I shall be the first to oppose it. Taiju, I heard your words, a voice chimed in. If anyone dares to bully my sister in the future, you shall be the one to seek retribution. Sun Taiju patted his chest, reassuringly proclaiming, Do not worry, Sister Qing. I shall protect you. Very well, Han Muqing said, rubbing her temples to alleviate the dizziness. Brother Taiju, Sister Cuaping is still under the effects of the anesthetic. Despite her lightheadedness, Han Muqing meticulously detailed Cuaping's condition, including the postpartum care required and potential complications that might arise. Sun Taiju and Madame Sun listened attentively, and as soon as she concluded, Taiju eagerly dashed into the inner chamber. Miss, Sister Qing. A wave of dizziness overtook Han Muqing, and she stumbled forward, her vision darkening. Chapter 66. Han Muqing faints. Fortunately, Chunlan and Xiujuan, who had been closely monitoring her, quickly caught her. Otherwise, her fall could have been truly perilous. However, they could merely hold on to her, as her current weight was beyond their capacity to manage. Observing his disciples collapse from a distance, Master Bai swiftly approached and lifted Han Muqing into his arms. Casting a glance at Chunlan and Xiujuan, he instructed, "Gather your young lady's belongings and return swiftly. I shall take my leave first." With that, Master Bai hastily carried Han Muqing away. The villagers outside the Sun family courtyard, witnessing Master Bai emerge with Han Muqing in his arms, instinctively parted to create a path. Concern washed over them upon seeing her faint. Yet they dared not disrupt the Han household, instead sending the village chief's wife as a representative to assess the situation. Back at the Han residence, the sight of Han Muqing being carried back caused considerable alarm. Fortunately, after checking her pulse, Master Bai reassured them, there is no cause for concern, she is merely fatigued. She had been overly focused, and upon relaxing, she fainted. A short rest will suffice. Having returned in haste, Chunlan and Xiujuan began to prepare the delivery room, fearing that their young lady might go into labor prematurely. Ever since Han Muqing had fainted, she had been subjected to a 3-day confinement imposed by Su Yunyin and the matriarch of the Han family. Although she wished to visit the Sun family to tend to Su Suaping's wounds, the two formidable figures at home would not permit her to step outside. Consequently, with Han Muqing unable to leave, the responsibility of disinfecting Su Suaping's wounds fell to Chunlan and Xiujuan. Today, Han Muqing finally had the opportunity to venture outside. Accompanied by Chunlan and Xiubai, she made her way to the Sun household. The villagers greeted Han Muqing with warmth and enthusiasm. Yet by the time she arrived at the Sun's residence, her smile had become somewhat rigid. Upon noticing her, Mrs. Sun promptly approached, exclaiming, "My dear Qing, what brings you here? How is your health? Are you feeling better?" In the past few days, Mrs. Sun had made numerous visits to the Han family, each time staying only briefly, concerned about disrupting Han Muqing's rest and anxious about her son Tai Zhu managing alone at home. Seeing Han Muqing, now visibly pregnant, stirred a deep concern within Mrs. Sunday. With a gentle smile, Han Muqing reassured her, "I'm fine, truly. Look at me." As she spoke, she spun around to demonstrate her vitality. Observing the improvement in her complexion, Mrs. Sun felt a surge of joy and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Aware that Han Muqing had come to see Su Suaping and her child, Mrs. Sun did not linger and soon ushered her into Su Suaping's room. Upon entering, they found son Taiju awkwardly attempting to change the infant's diaper, while Su Suaping lay in bed, watching the father and child with affection. Son Taiju, upon noticing Han Muqing, quickly completed his task and washed his hands. He then fetched a stool for her to sit beside the bed, saying, "Muqing, thank you so much." Reflecting on the circumstances, even this stout man felt tears welling up. Han Muqing sat at the bedside, attentively checking Su Suaping's condition, which appeared to be improving. After her examination, she produced a small porcelain vial from her waist and handed it to son Taiju. This ointment is specially prepared for Sister Suaping. When the wound begins to scab, applying it daily will help diminish the scar. She reminded him to regularly change the medicinal solution and dressings that Chunlan had previously delivered. The solution she referred to was actually spatial water, which she had confirmed to have healing properties. Thus, she had filled a vial for Chunlan to bring over, claiming it was concocted by her master. In truth, her master had already begun to suspect that she harbored secrets. It was a jar of medicine infused with spatial water that initially drew him to her. After becoming his disciple, he had persistently sought her out, and in response to her growing exasperation, Han Muqing ultimately gifted him a small vial of the water. Despite his extensive research, her master could not decipher its properties and sought her guidance on the formula, which she could not disclose. Eventually, she promised him that she would provide it whenever he needed. Satisfied with his apprentice's assurance, her master sensed that she was indeed extraordinary. With the aid of the spatial water and her master's medicinal concoction, Su Tsuaping's wound began to heal remarkably within just 3 days, showing no signs of redness or inflammation. After attending to Su Tsuaping, Han Muqing turned her gaze towards the small bed beside her, where the child lay, utterly adorable and seemingly plumper than before. It appeared that Brother Taizhu was quite adept at caring for the little one, and Sister Tsuaping was indeed fortunate. Chapter 67. She wields enchantment. Su Tsuaping gazed tenderly at her child and her husband, before turning her gaze towards Han Muqing. Indeed, I am blessed. Yet my fortune does not solely lie in my husband and grandmother. The most significant aspect of my fortune is you, Muqing. After a brief pause, Su Tsuaping continued. Though I fainted that day, I sensed the perilous nature of the situation. Both my grandmother and husband have conveyed to me that had it not been for you, both Zhuang and I would have met a tragic end. By the way, Muqing, my husband and I have discussed entrusting you with the task of naming Zhuang. Zhuang? Han Muqing asked, looking at the infant swaddled in the blanket. Su Tsuaping gently stroked the child's tiny hand. We wish for him to grow strong, hence the nickname Zhuang. You, being our savior and well-educated, we would be honored if you could assist us in bestowing upon him a proper name. Would that be agreeable? Han Muqing was taken aback, pointing to herself. Me? Am I to name him? Sister Tsuaping and Brother Taizhu. Are you not concerned I might choose a name like Dog or Ermao? Taizhu chuckled innocently. I think any name is fine, as long as it is chosen by Sister Muqing. Indeed, Su Tsuaping added with a smile. Sister Muqing is a fortunate person, and I hope our Zhuang can share in some of that fortune. I am certain he will cherish whatever name you choose. Merely naming the child. Han Muqing did not hesitate, but pondered for a moment before suggesting, what about Hongyu? Sun Hongyu. Excellent. A splendid name indeed. Sister Muqing is quite clever. Henceforth, Zhuang shall be known as Sun Hongyu. Sun Taizhu expressed his satisfaction with the name chosen by Han Muqing. What brings you here? You are unwelcome. Suddenly, an angry voice from outside cut through the air, belonging to Granny Sunday. Upon hearing his grandmother's voice, Sun Taizhu, who had been reveling in the naming of his son, immediately rose. Sister Muqing, please remain inside. I shall step out for a moment. He understood his grandmother well. Though she was fiery, she was a woman of reason. Her fierceness stemmed from the absence of a strong pillar in their family, but now that he had grown, he was determined to uphold the family. Sun Taizhu hurried outside, only to find a crowd gathered at the fence of his yard. Standing before his grandmother was the portly midwife, Huang, who had been driven away by Granny Sun on a previous occasion. Accompanying her were numerous individuals, emboldened by their numbers. She pointed an accusatory finger at Granny Sun. You must step aside, for we have just witnessed that enchantress entering your home. Granny Sun furrowed her brow, glaring at Huang. Enchantress? Surely you speak of yourself. Huang, do not shield that enchantress. Have you not seen how powerful her sorcery is? Do you truly believe your little great-grandson can withstand her malevolent aura? I advise you to surrender the enchantress promptly, lest we all suffer the consequences. You are the true witch. Sun Taizhu could no longer contain his outrage. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his grandmother. Huang, you harbor ill intentions, treating lives as mere trifles, while you come here to slander the one who genuinely saved us. Are you not merely envious of my sister Muqing's prowess, which has obstructed your means of making a fortune? Powerful? Huang Chanju seized the opportunity to cast a knowing glance at the crowd behind her. Was she truly formidable? Clearly, it was sorcery at play. To perform a cesarean section and leave the belly sliced open yet allow the person to survive. What else could it be but witchcraft? Regardless, today we must undoubtedly take away the demoness. This demoness deserves to be bound to a tree and burned alive, and not a single one of the demon offspring within her womb should be spared. As soon as Huang Chanju's words fell, the crowd behind her began to push forward, engaged in loud discussions. Indeed, someone capable of sorcery must not be allowed to live. A practitioner of witchcraft is a demoness, and such a living threat cannot be tolerated. With Linshan village so close to ours, if a monster emerges there, our village will surely suffer the consequences. Yes, surrender the demoness. Surrender the demoness. The villagers outside were immediately stirred into a frenzy. Their numbers made it impossible for the Sun family to resist. In the chaos, Madame Sun was shoved to the ground. Observing the commotion from the window, Han Muqing saw Madame Sun fall and promptly stepped outside with Chunlan and Xiujiao, exclaiming, "Stop! You seek me, do you not?" Huang Chanju, upon seeing Han Muqing, instantly pointed at her with a face full of resentment. "Yes, that is her. She is the one who disembowels people." Chapter 68. Huang Chanju causes trouble. When Han Muqing arrived that day, her mind was preoccupied with Su Tsuaping's condition, so she and T properly observed the midwife's features, merely a fleeting glance. Nonetheless, she remembered Huang Chanju's voice. Now, confronted by the clawing and shouting midwife, Han Muqing Arshidan Ayabrov. "Ah, so you are Huang Chanju? You, who care not for the lives of mothers and infants due to your own inadequacies. Now, take issue with me for saving lives?" With a cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, she continued, "Do any of you not have a mother in labor at home? If this incident were to befall your own kin, would you still deem Huang Chanju to be right? It baffles me how the savior becomes the demon, while those who trample upon human lives for profit are considered virtuous." As her words echoed, the crowd fell silent for a brief moment, but it was fleeting. Huang Chanju incited them once more, and the crowd quickly grew restless again. The Sun family, fearing for Han Muqing's safety, formed a protective barrier around her. The commotion at the Sun residence soon attracted the attention of others in Linshan village. Village Chief Liu, witnessing Huang Chanju rallying a mob against the Sun family, and realizing Han Muqing was trapped inside, hastily summoned nearby villagers to rush to the Sun house. Liu's daughter-in-law, Fong Lanying, arrived at the Sun's doorstep, only to find Huang Chanju's group to be utterly unruly, making it impossible for her to squeeze through. In a state of desperation, she began to stomp her feet in frustration, but suddenly had a brilliant idea and dashed towards the foot of the mountain, heading for the Han family. At that moment, 3 men were leisurely riding their horses toward the village. These men were none other than Mo Junin and his 2 companions, who had just arrived from Muqing. Wind Air, chewing on a blade of grass, looked quizzically at his master. "Master, what is our purpose here today? To indulge in sightseeing? While the scenery is indeed pleasant, it hardly warrants a special trip, does it? Or perhaps you have come to meet Han Zhoming. Had you not seen him before? Although you merely caught a glimpse of Han Zhoming through a curtain at the inn, he is your subject and you are his sovereign. Why not summon him directly to Anqing?" Mo Junin cast a sidelong glance at Feng Er. "What do you understand? If I were to present myself before him as Mo Junin, how could I discern his true character? Han Zhoming was a contingency left to me by my mother. Our knowledge of him over the years has been merely hearsay. Now that our plan is about to commence, I must ascertain whether Han Zhoming remains one of us." Feng Yi furrowed his brow. "Is your implication that Prime Minister Han may align himself with the second prince?" Speaking of the second prince, Mo Junin's expression turned frosty. "The likelihood is substantial. Do you recall the news that reached us from the capital? Han Zhoming's most cherished daughter was once betrothed to Mo Junlin. Ha! Montak Yunlin, the one destined to rule? That old man intended from the outset to groom Mo Junlin as the heir to the throne. The throne itself holds no allure for me. What I care about is my mother." Upon seeing Mo Junin's somber countenance, Feng Yi and Feng Er wished to comfort him, yet were at a loss for words. By this time, they had arrived at the entrance of Lingshan village, preparing to inquire about the Han family's residence, only to discover that the villagers were flocking towards one particular house. The entrance was besieged with people, and the scene appeared chaotic, resembling a quarrel. Village women are notoriously devoid of reason when embroiled in disputes. Chapter 69. You rascal. Are you not going to save anyone? Just as Mo Junin and his companions hesitated on whether to intervene, the situation suddenly escalated. The opposing factions clashed violently, and Mo Junin was poised to signal Feng Yi and Feng Er to dismount and investigate. Suddenly, a figure darted past, shouting, "Who dares to bully my disciple?" Another figure rushed forward. It was none other than Master Li. As he was about to bypass Mo Junin and his entourage, he abruptly halted, momentarily taken aback by their presence. Then Master Li glared at the 3. "You rascals, what are you dawdling for? Quickly follow me to save someone." With that, Master Li dashed into the fray. At this moment, the villagers had already engaged in a brawl, and in the center of the courtyard, Han Muqing found herself cornered by Chunlan, Qiujia, and the formidable Sundama and Sun Taiju. Initially, they had intended to usher Han Muqing indoors, but she had declined, fearing that the raucous crowd might invade the courtyard and intrude upon the house. Inside, Su Zuiping had undergone a cesarean section just 3 days prior, her wounds still unhealed. The newborn, having faced complications, was weaker than most infants. Both mother and child could not afford to be disturbed. Han Muqing clutched 2 packets of tranquilizers, handing one to Chunlan and Qiujia while retaining the other for herself, prepared to incapacitate the entire crowd if necessary. Just as she raised her hand to act, a series of thuds echoed as several individuals vaulted over the heads of the tumultuous crowd. The foremost were clearly Master Bai and Master Li, followed closely by Mo Junin and his companions. Upon witnessing the 2 masters, Han Muqing remained unfazed. However, the presence of Mo Junin and his servant left her somewhat perplexed. They had crossed paths previously in Chuyun Town when the spring orchid pouch was snatched away. At that time, Mo Junin and his servant were en route to meet Han Zhongming and had made slight alterations to their appearance. Despite this, Han Muqing still found him somewhat familiar. The arrival of Master Bai, Mo Junin, and others swiftly quelled the chaotic crowd. Villager Lu, whose face bore the marks of an unknown assailant, turned towards the group from the neighboring village. We have resided here for decades as neighbors, though we may not share blood ties. Many who come here are exiles of their own making, and we have no relatives to speak of. Over the years, our 2 villages have grown as close as family, even forging several matrimonial alliances. Are you prepared to sever ties with Linshan village without understanding the situation? At that moment, a frail old man, who had been hiding behind the midwife Huang, stepped forward with a feigned smile. Ah, Lu, my friend, your words suggest we come with ill intent. We are merely here to apprehend the demoness. Our villages have always shared a cordial relationship, much like you and I. I have 2 pounds of fine wine. In a few days, let's enjoy it together. Huh? Villager Lu scoffed coldly. Your village is beyond my reach. Best save that wine for yourself. He then cast a frosty glance at the thugs behind midwife Huang. You all know what kind of person she is. This is my first and last warning. The method of cesarean section is a new birthing technique developed by our Muqing and her companions, a means to save lives, not some sorcery. This method can be crucial in cases of difficult childbirth. However, it involves many secret techniques, and those untrained should never attempt it, lest they meet their demise. Since your villagers place so much trust in Huang, let her assist your wives, daughters-in-law, and granddaughters in childbirth. Just do not come seeking our Muqing one day. Upon hearing Lu's words, the villagers from Yangshu village began to regret their actions, realizing they had been foolish to stir trouble for the sake of 2 copper coins offered by Huang. They acknowledged their error and sheepishly apologized to Lu before retreating in disgrace. Ultimately, even midwife Huang was led away by the villagers of Yang before any confrontation could unfold. The farce concluded, and Han Muqing discreetly concealed the items in her possession. Mo Junin, observing her subtle movements, could not help but smirk. Lu, having soothed the injured villagers, approached Mo Junin and his companions. Gentlemen, I thank you for your timely assistance today. May I inquire if your visit to Linshan village is for family or friendship? Mo Junin glanced at Master Li before responding, both family and friendship. Master Li involuntarily took a step back upon encountering Mo Junin's gaze. Upon learning that Mo Junin had come in search of relatives, village chief Lu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to whom the young gentleman was seeking. My surname is Lu, and I am the village chief here. I know everyone in this village. If you wish, I can guide you. Mo Junin politely inclined his hand in gratitude towards village chief Lu. Thank you, Chief Lu, but there is no need for a guide. I have already found a relative I was seeking. After speaking, Mo Junin cast a faint glance at Master Li, grandfather. Do you wish to deny recognition of your grandson, Lian? Lian? Grandson? Master Li, upon hearing Mo Junin's words, was momentarily stunned. However, He quickly recollected that his grandson had traveled abroad 2 years prior and had used the name Li to avoid trouble. He had heard that during that time, his grandson had even made acquaintances with several young gentlemen of similar age. Regaining his composure, Master Li shot a stern look at Mo Junin. How did you come here? You felt troubled by my urging you to marry, so I thought it best to keep my distance, allowing you some peace. Was that not a good solution? Mo Junin gazed at the obstinate elder before him and smiled helplessly. Grandfather, you should feel free to venture out openly in the future. There is no need to run away from home. Do you not realize how anxious I have been? Upon hearing his grandson's concern for him, Master Li's tone softened significantly. What is there to be anxious about? I'm not a child. King ya? King ya? Ching Ching. Ching girl. At that moment, the members of the Han family rushed in upon receiving the news. They encircled Han Muqing, scrutinizing her carefully, and upon confirming that she had not been harmed, they sighed in relief. Han Zhongming glanced at Mo Junin and his companions, furrowing his brows as he felt an odd sense of familiarity with them. Han Yulong, upon seeing Mo Junin, exclaimed in surprise, Li brother? Mo Junin responded, Han little brother. It turned out that 2 years prior, Han Yulong had traveled and encountered Lian, forming a brief yet positive impression of one another. That evening, due to the arrival of Mo Junin and his entourage, the Han family prepared a sumptuous dinner. After a hearty meal, Mo Junin and his companions settled in comfortably. The Han household, already modest in size, was now filled to the brim with 3 additional guests. In Han Muqing's room, she had just finished freshening up and lay on her bed, lost in thought. She couldn't shake the feeling that the trio, led by Lian, held ulterior motives regarding their family, though she couldn't articulate why. After a lengthy period of contemplation, she finally dozed off in a haze. In the night, the sleeping Han Muqing was abruptly awakened by a sharp pain in her abdomen, instantly bringing her to full alertness. Chapter 71. Mo Junin's unease. Although Han Muqing had no experience with childbirth, she had frequently witnessed others giving birth and was quite familiar with the various stages of labor. Her first reaction upon waking was that she was about to give birth. Fortunately, the contractions had only just begun and the pain was still manageable. Enduring the discomfort, she called out to the outer room, Chunlan, Chiojuan, I think I'm about to give birth. With a sudden clatter and crash, chaos ensued. As soon as Han Muqing's voice faded, the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed from outside. 2 disheveled maidens hurried to Han Muqing's bedside, exclaiming, Miss, are you all right? Han Muqing gazed at her 2 precious girls with an expression of exasperation. I am fine. The contractions have only just begun, and it will be a while before the delivery. You both should tidy yourselves up first, then we can prepare what is needed. The 2 maidens exchanged glances and promptly dashed out. When they returned, they appeared as neat and tidy young ladies. The Han household lacked sufficient space, making it impossible to prepare a separate birthing room. In this era, sanitation during childbirth was largely disregarded, especially among villagers who possessed little awareness of hygiene. Typically, women would give birth on their own beds, often laying down a tattered mat, and in poorer conditions, they would directly place the birthing mother on a straw-covered floor. Han Muqing was resolute in not allowing herself to deliver under such circumstances. Previously, she had enlisted her second uncle, Han Zhongliang, to construct a birthing bed that mirrored the height and dimensions of modern hospital delivery beds. The birthing bed was covered with white cotton fabric, thoroughly sterilized at high temperatures. The 2 maidens busily scurried around with a cacophony of activity, soon drawing the attention of the entire Han family. Upon learning that Han Muqing was about to give birth, the entire household sprang into action. Mo Junin and his 3 servants were residing in the room previously occupied by Master Li, who had since moved to Master Bai's quarters. As soon as there was commotion in Han Muqing's room, Mo Junin awoke, or rather, he had never fully succumbed to sleep. He felt a peculiar restlessness, as if something about his recent demeanor was amiss. He could not fathom why he was so preoccupied with the pregnant girl from the Han family. The moment he laid eyes on her in Chuyan Town, she left a deep impression on him, and her essence frequently resurfaced in his thoughts thereafter. Today, upon seeing her again, he was acutely aware of any changes in her physique, He could even discern the new freckles adorning her face. He considered his behavior to be quite unusual, as he had never before paid such attention to a girl's appearance. Consequently, upon hearing the commotion from Han Muqing's side, he found it impossible to remain still. Feng Er, how can you still be snoring amid such a racket? He chided. Is your alertness truly so lacking? Feng lazily opened her eyes, while Feng Er, keeping her eyes tightly shut, grumbled to her master. Master, surely you noticed that the girl from the Han family is nearing her time? Her belly is so large that it is evident she is about to give birth. It seems rather inappropriate for us, mere outsiders, to intrude upon such a private event. Since we ought not to witness the commotion, it would be best to remain and sleep soundly, she continued. After all, our presence would not be of any assistance. It is wiser to stay indoors and avoid causing any disruption. Emo Junin paused, pondering her words. Disruption? I beg to differ. We are currently residing in the Han household. It seems rather unkind to remain idle while they are in need. It would also be improper to wait outside the girl's door. Pain. Miss, how do you fare? If the pain is too much, do bite down on Chunlan. Ching, do not bite your lip. If it hurts, cry out. It is a natural part of childbirth, and there is no need for embarrassment. My dear Ching, you are enduring much pain. I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Once this wave passes, you must eat something to regain your strength. After all, you are carrying twins, which requires more effort than usual. Upon hearing Han Muqing's cries of pain, Emo Junin felt a sense of unease settle in his chest. Chapter 72. The bloodstained sheets, unable to remain lying down any longer, Emo Junin swiftly turned and got out of bed. Let us step outside for a moment. It seems rather impolite to stay cooped up indoors. With that, he hurriedly made his way outside. The courtyard was now filled with the men of the Han family. Han Yulong greeted Emo Junin with an apologetic nod. Brotherly, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest. Emo Junin glanced toward Han Muqing's room. How is your sister faring? Is she about to give birth? Han Yulong looked anxiously toward the room. Yes, she is in labor now. My sister is carrying twins, and I hope everything goes smoothly. To Han Yulong, Emo Junin was a guest and could not be left standing for long. After exchanging a few words, Han Yulong guided him to a table in the courtyard to sit down. Observing the flurry of activity among the Han family, Emo Junin pondered a question that had long perplexed him. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire why I have yet to see your sister's husband? This question was indeed rather intrusive, yet it was a natural curiosity. Upon learning that Han Muqing was about to give birth, the first thought of anyone unaware of the circumstances would be, where is her husband? At this mention, Han Yulong clenched his fists in anger. Brotherly, you are not an outsider. We are not only good friends, but you are also the grandson of Master Li. There are some matters I shall not conceal from you. To speak frankly, my sister does not have a husband. Emo Junin silently acknowledged this revelation. Han Yulong continued, you may wonder how a child could come to be without a husband. An unmarried woman becoming pregnant is often viewed as scandalous. Emo Junin shook his head. No, my dear Han, I certainly do not hold that opinion. I believe there must be some underlying circumstances. He felt a strong conviction that had he not shaken his head in denial, but rather accepted Han Yulong's assertion and deemed Han Muqing as a woman lacking virtue, he would undoubtedly have been expelled from the Han family, and their friendship would have come to an abrupt end. Fortunately, his instincts serve him well. This was also his genuine belief. Hearing Emo Junin's words, Han Yulong's face softened with gratitude. Thank you, brotherly. The truth regarding the child in my sister's womb is indeed complex. Once, there was a betrothal arranged for her. The intended groom was none other than the second prince of the royal family, Emo Junlin. Initially, my father opposed this union. Our Qing was raised with great care, her heart pure and unburdened. We merely wished for her to lead a peaceful and joyful life. However, Emo Junlin possessed both charm and eloquence, and with his ulterior motives, Qing fell for him, insisting that she would marry no one else. The father, in a state of indecision and turmoil, found himself wavering. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, the second prince sought out the imperial edict for the engagement. With the decree in hand, the father could no longer refuse. Regardless of his personal wishes, Mo Junin fixed a steady gaze upon Han Yulong. Was the child Mo Junlin's? No. Han Yulong shook his head, asserting that the child did not belong to Mo Junlin. Before the calamity befell the Han family, Li Tian was also to wed Qing'er. On the eve of the wedding, Qing'er was led away by her so-called best sister and confidant, the granddaughter of my grandfather's concubine. Shortly after her departure, Qing'er vanished without a trace. My subsequent investigations revealed that Huang Wenxiu had orchestrated her abduction by deceitfully luring her away. Regrettably, before the truth could be unraveled, the Han family encountered their own misfortunes. Qing'er had been missing for an entire night, and when she regained consciousness, she found herself in the Zue Chunlu. Upon her return, she locked herself in a room, incessantly bathing, while the events of her disappearance remained a blur, including the identity of the man involved. Just as Qing'er faced her ordeal, Mo Junlin used it as a pretext to withdraw from their engagement. As soon as he renounced the betrothal, the imperial decree regarding the Han family's plight arrived. Both my father and I suspected that Mo Junlin had meticulously orchestrated this retreat, having anticipated the impending disaster that would befall the Han family, thus distancing himself beforehand. The combined weight of Qing'er's disgrace, the broken engagement, and the Han family's crisis proved too much for her to bear, leading her to a moment of despair where she attempted to take her own life. Fortunately, she survived. Upon awakening, Qing'er exhibited a newfound gentility and understanding. And it was during our journey through the wilderness that we discovered she was with child, lost in contemplation. Han Yulong failed to notice that since he had mentioned the date and location of Han Muqing's misfortune, Mo Junin's demeanor had shifted. Mo Junin had not anticipated the uncanny coincidence. On that very day, he too had been in the capital, unwittingly ensnared in a web of intrigue involving a love-inducing potion. In an effort to counteract the poison coursing through his veins, Feng Yi and others had taken him to the Zue Chunlu. While he awaited the arrival of Feng Yi and Feng Er with a suitable antidote, a woman was thrust into his chamber. The following morning, he awoke without having spared a glance at the naked woman beside him, only to catch a glimpse of crimson staining the sheets. Rising early, he sought out the matron to secure the release of the woman, intending to provide for her future, ensuring her comfort for the rest of her days. Even if marriage was not an option. However, the matron eventually revealed that the woman who had accompanied him that night was not affiliated with the Zue Chunlu. By the time he returned to his room, she had vanished, leaving only the bloodied sheets behind. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he took the soiled linen with him. Chapter 73. Mo Junin delivers ginseng since his conversation with Han Yulong. Mo Junin had been engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. He questioned whether the woman from that night was indeed a daughter of the Han family. Accompanied by Feng Yi and Feng Er, he returned to his quarters and looked earnestly at them. Have you uncovered the identity of the woman from Zue Chunlu? Feng Yi nodded slowly. Master, we have made progress. When we approached the matron, she was evasive with the truth. However, I managed to bribe a servant from Zue Chunlu, who confirmed that the woman who entered your room that night was indeed arranged by the matron. It is said that the young woman had just been sold to Zue Chunlu by her family and was persistently refusing to entertain guests. We offered a considerable sum for a pure girl, and the madam sent 2 attendants to administer a drug to the woman and carry her into your chamber. One of the bearers that day was one I had bribed. You instructed to redeem the woman and provide her with a sum of silver. And before departing from the capital, my subordinates accomplished this task. Rest assured, the woman was safely returned to her hometown, and the silver I provided will ensure her comfort for the rest of her life. In truth, I spent 2 days in her company and found her quite agreeable. If you reconsider, perhaps you could bring her back to your residence as a concubine. Smack! Mo Junin playfully tapped Feng Er on the forehead. Isn't she delightful? Why not bring her back as your wife? Feng Er quickly shook his head. Not only had he never contemplated marrying, but even if he did, he would never dare claim his master's woman. Indeed, in Feng Er's mind, the woman had once served his master, having given him her first time. She was undoubtedly his master's woman by any account. Mo Junin breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the woman was not Han Muqing. Yet amidst his relief lingered a hint of regret. Suddenly, the Han family courtyard became lively again. Mo Jinin glanced outside and said, "Come, let's take a look." This time, Han Muqing did not hire a midwife for her delivery. They had initially planned to invite one from Chuyin Town to stay at their home. However, following the incident with Su Aping's childbirth, they abandoned that idea. Now, with Chunlan, Bai, along with Granny Su and Aunt Zhong, the delivery team was quite capable. As for Han Muqing, her contractions had persisted for a while. Chunlan and Bai had already examined her, confirming that the fetal position was very favorable. However, Han Muqing was slender and, at the tender age of 16, her body had not fully matured, resulting in a narrow pelvis that could pose challenges for a natural birth. Unless absolutely necessary, Han Muqing was reluctant to opt for a cesarean section, believing that natural delivery was the best choice for both mother and child. She was expecting twins, and typically, twins tend to be smaller than singletons, which could make the delivery comparatively easier. Moreover, she often consumed spring water from her spatial realm, which had significantly improved her physical condition. Nevertheless, giving birth was still no easy feat. Master Bai checked Han Muqing's pulse and, stepping outside, handed a ginseng root, about the size of a finger, to Su Yunyang. "The girl is in good health, but it isn't time yet. Let us wait a while. Yunyang, prepare some chicken soup for her to replenish her strength. Slice a few pieces of this ginseng and add them to the soup. There is no harm in nourishing her now that she is about to give birth." Mo Junin, who had just approached, noticed the ginseng in Master Bai's hand and frowned slightly. He turned to Feng Yi behind him and instructed, "Fetch that box from the luggage." Feng Yi responded promptly and returned with a box. Mo Junin took the box and handed it to Su Yunyang, who was preparing to make the chicken soup, saying, "Aunt, use this." Su Yunyang took the box with a puzzled expression and opened it. "What is this? Wow, quite a generous gift." The old mountain ginseng is conservatively estimated to be over 500 years old, isn't it? Chapter 74. The Twin Dragons and Phoenixes upon hearing the age of the ginseng. Su Yunyang immediately became flustered. It was far too precious. "Lian, you should keep it," she insisted, shoving the ginseng back into Mo Junin's embrace. Staring blankly at the ginseng, now returned to him, Mo Junin replied, "Aunt Su, this ginseng was brought to honor Grandma Han. If it is not needed now, please keep it for a while." Watching the ginseng being tossed back and forth between Su Yunyang and Mo Junin, Master Li stepped forward, firmly taking the ginseng and handing it to Su Yunyang. "Yunyang, you should accept this ginseng. It will be beneficial for your mother-in-law and Qingtai's recovery. That young man has plenty of good things in his possession. He cannot take this back." "Then I shall not be polite," Su Yunyang replied, promptly passing the ginseng to Han Yulong before hastily heading to the kitchen to prepare chicken soup. Mo Junin watched her retreating figure, his mouth agape. He wished to suggest that using such aged ginseng for chicken soup would be even better. Master Bai, observing his expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Surely, you do not wish for Yunyang to use that 500-year-old ginseng to stew chicken soup, do you?" Mo Junin glanced at Master Bai, who scoffed. "You young men from affluent families lack perspective. My apprentice is in excellent health and does not require excessive nourishment. Today, however, she's endured considerable effort in childbirth. So I merely offered a small piece of ginseng to invigorate her." On Han Muqing's side, as it was her first childbirth, and considering the original owner's young age, she had labored tirelessly until dawn to meet the conditions for delivery. With the first rays of sunlight breaking the horizon, a piercing cry of a newborn echoed from within the room. The onlookers outside, watching the sun rise, wore smiles on their faces. After a night of turmoil, the child had finally arrived. Only Master Bai cast a complex glance at the sun, contemplating that today's dawn seemed rather extraordinary. After the first infant was born, the second soon followed. Han Muqing lay exhausted on the bed, her brow glistening with sweat. Inside the room, tasks were clearly divided. 2 nurses tended to the newborns while Chunlan and Xiujuan assisted their mistress with postpartum care. Granny Su, gazing adoringly at the 2 recently arrived children, exclaimed, "Oh my, these 2 are exceptionally handsome. Though they are small, they are impeccably clean, clearly inheriting their mother's penchant for cleanliness." Aunt Zhong carefully wrapped the firstborn and brought him before Han Muqing. "Miss, Come and see. This is your brother." Despite her fatigue, Han Muqing studied the little infant in Aunt Zhong's arms with great seriousness. As mother and child met for the first time, her heart softened, and in that moment, she realized she had no regrets about bringing these children into the world. Even if she were never to marry, having two adorable children was more than enough. By the way, what are the other? Nurse, is the second child a brother or a sister? It is a sister. Just then, Granny Sue hurriedly brought over the wrapped baby girl. Miss, look, this is your sister. She looks just like you did as a child. Han Muqing gazed left and right, feeling as though she could never get enough of them. Aunt Zhong, Granny Sue, have the children been properly attended to? I wish to see. Suddenly, the voice of Master Bai resounded from outside the door. Han Muqing gently caressed the child's small face and said, Nanny, please take the child outside for everyone to see. It's cold, so let us stay in the outer room. After all, they are not strangers. Since we are not in the capital, there is no need for excessive formality. In the capital, men were not permitted to enter the confines of a woman who had just given birth. Even Han Zhongming, the child's biological father, could merely peek at the child from the doorway. However, in the countryside, such strictures were less pronounced. The two nannies carried the child to the outer room, where Master Bai, Master Li, Han Zhongming, Han Zhongliang, Han Yulong, and even Imogen along with his servants had gathered at the entrance. Upon learning that Han Muqing had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, their joy was palpable. Master Li immediately declared his intention not to return to Wanqing, opting instead to assist Han Muqing in caring for the children. At that moment, Chunlan and Xiuxiu had efficiently cleaned Han Muqing and changed her into fresh garments, working together to gently place her onto the bed. The birthing bed, having been tidied up, was ready to be cleared away. Exhausted, Han Muqing fell into a deep slumber upon reaching her own bed. Chapter 75. Qi Chun, Shaoxi. Not long after Han Muqing's delivery of the Dragon and Phoenix twins, the village chief's wife, who had come to visit, learned of the news. Subsequently, several families with whom they shared close ties arrived bearing gifts, some with old hens, others with baskets of eggs, to offer their congratulations. Aunt Sun even made a special trip to apologize, mistakenly believing that Han Muqing had gone into labor due to being startled by the midwife Huang and her entourage at her home the previous day. Only after the Han family reassured her that Han Muqing's labor was simply timely did Aunt Sun feel a bit relieved. When Han Muqing awoke, it was already mid-afternoon. In this ancient time, there was no powdered milk. The two hungry infants had long begun to wail. During the interim, Su Yunyang had managed to feed them water a few times, but mere hydration was insufficient. Unable to bear the sight of the children's distress, the two masters proposed venturing into the mountains to capture Yu. Upon hearing of the expedition, Feng Er and Feng Yi perked up as well, leading to an increase in the party to include Mo Junin and his servants. When Han Muqing finally roused from her slumber, the small team sent to catch sheep had yet to return. Seeing her children in distress, Han Muqing attempted to breastfeed, but after a prolonged effort, no milk was forthcoming. With resolve, she seized the nourishing soup her mother had prepared and drank it all in one go. Lacking sufficient milk, she resorted to feeding the children some rice oil, and after a modest meal, they soon fell into a peaceful sleep. Seated beside Han Muqing's bed, Su Yunyang was filled with nostalgia. Time had flown by so swiftly. She recalled when Han Muqing was just a tiny bundle at birth, and now she had become a mother herself. Qing, have you thought this through? Will you raise these two children under your name? Your father and I have discussed this. You are still young and will eventually marry. I understand your reluctance to part with them, and we too feel the same. However, consider this. If we place the children under your elder brother's name, you would be their aunt, which is also quite fitting. After all, your brother is already 20. Having children at his age is perfectly normal. Furthermore, as a male, it would have little impact on his future marriage. However, having these two children will leave you with much to contend with in your marital home. Han Muqing shook her head without a moment's hesitation. Mother, I understand your intentions, but I will not sacrifice my children for the sake of my marriage. They are flesh of my flesh, and I would rather have them chase away my mother than my aunt. Rest assured, Mother, if someone genuinely cares for me, they will not mind that I have two children. Conversely, If they disdain me, even without children, they would not regard me any higher. Life is but a few decades. I refuse to compromise my own happiness or that of my children. If I encounter the right person, I may consider marriage. If not, I will raise my children on my own. You need not worry. I will ensure both I and my children live well. Su Yenya was about to say more, but upon seeing her daughter's resolute gaze, she changed the subject. All right, as long as you are happy, I will respect your wishes. By the way, have you chosen names for the 2 children? Your father has compiled quite a list. Momentarily taken aback, Han Muqing realized she had overlooked this matter. I'm not skilled at naming. Perhaps we could select 2 names from the ones father has chosen? Suidunya laughed lightly. Very well, wait here while I fetch them. She soon returned with a stack of paper filled with names. Han Muqing glanced at the list. Chenshun, Chensi, Cheoyang, Meichun, Chenxian, Chuchun, Kitchen, Jinshun, Jingxi Anshuan, Chenyang, Shurchen, Chunsheng, Chensi, Xiaoxi, Xiaochun, Tianming Yishi. She chuckled. Father seems to have written enough names for an essay. For just 2 children, there are over 100 names. Let's see. I like Kitchen and Xiaoxi. The boy should be named Han Kitchen, and the girl, Han Xiaoxi. She pointed to her selections. These names are quite fitting as the children were born in the morning. Han Zhoming was overjoyed to learn that his daughter had chosen names he had created, his happiness akin to that of a child. Later that evening, the team sent to find sheep returned rather late, having had a fruitful day. They located the sheep flock, yet they failed to capture any ewes, only managing to catch 2 male sheep suitable for meat. However, they did manage to catch a doe, which was captured by Mo Junin. With no goat's milk available, the fawn's milk proved to be superior, and on the very night of their birth, Han Kitchen and Han Xiaoxi had their first taste of wild doe's milk. The gentle creature, being a herbivore, seemed pleased to see the 2 infants enjoying its milk, prompting everyone to decide to raise the doe properly. The following morning, Han Yulong and Han Zhongliang busied themselves preparing a special shelter for the doe next to the livestock shed in the backyard. As they toiled, Feng Yi and Feng Er joined to lend a hand. However, when they entered the livestock shed and spotted a familiar horse, they paused. Young Master Han, this horse seems quite impressive, Feng Yi remarked. Han Yulong followed Feng Yi's gaze. Ah, you mean Lian? My daughter purchased it for 10 taels of silver. Feng Er, upon hearing the amount, dropped the axe he was wielding to chop wood. 10 taels? Yank Master Han, you yist. This horse appears far more valuable than that. As Feng Er cast a skeptical glance, Han Yulong remained unfazed, chuckling as he replied. What you may not know is that this fiery steed has been nursed back to health by my dear Qin. You cannot imagine how unkempt it appeared when we first encountered it, emaciated and covered in filth. According to the dealer who sold us the horse, it had been procured from several outsiders, and when it first arrived in his possession, it was a sight to behold, glossy and radiant. Yet, this horse possessed a stubborn temperament. After returning home, it refused to eat or drink, shunning all human contact, leaving the stable in a state reminiscent of a dung pit. At that time, we had just departed from the capital, seeking a horse-drawn carriage for our journey, but this was the only horse available in that small town. Curiously, this horse formed an inexplicable bond with Qing'er, allowing her to approach while driving others away. Consequently, she decided to purchase it and named it Lian. To our astonishment, after some time, the horse underwent a remarkable transformation. It seems that the 10 taels of silver were indeed a worthy investment. Feng scoffed softly. Worthy? Is it not priceless? A steed of unparalleled value acquired for a mere 10 taels of silver is not just worth it. It is an extraordinary bargain. Feng Yi and Feng Er exchanged glances, and then Feng Er discreetly set down his tools and slipped out of the backyard. Master, guess who I just saw? Mo Junin, reclining on the bed engrossed in a book, shot a glare at the excitable Feng Er. Why are you making such a racket? Are you unaware that there are children in the house? Keep your voice down. What if you scare them? Caught up in excitement, he momentarily forgot that the Han household had 2 newborns. Despite recognizing his error, Feng Er stubbornly muttered, "They're not your children. Why are you so anxious?" With a swift motion, Mo Junin hurled the book in his hand at Feng Er. After receiving a piercing glare from his master, Feng Er finally recalled the purpose of his visit. He leaned in conspiratorially toward Mo Junin. Master, you won't believe it. I just saw our hurricane in the Han family stable. What? Are you certain? Mo Junin sprang to his feet. Feng Er nodded earnestly. Absolutely, without a doubt. I just confirmed it. This fiery steed, which is indeed Hurricane, was purchased by the young lady of the Han family for 10 taels of silver. According to young Master Han, when they first left the capital, they had no carriage and found themselves in the nearest town. Feng Er recounted Han Yulong's words verbatim, and as he listened, Mo Junin was enveloped in memories. During his time in the capital, he had been ensnared by a treacherous plot involving a love potion. Feng Er and the others had rushed to rescue him, and they had only managed to escape when surrounded. He knew that Hurricane would not be easily captured, and despite their extensive searches afterward, they had been unable to locate him. It dawned on him that Hurricane had only ventured to the places they frequented the most, Onqing and the wilds. If he had gone missing in those areas, he could have found his way back home. However, in the capital, where Hurricane was unfamiliar, it would have been impossible for him to navigate back alone. It was a stroke of fate that he had been rescued by the Han family. Mo Junin arrived at the Han family stable, where Hurricane, upon seeing him, exhibited exuberance, stamping his hooves and whinnying with delight. The Han family members, hearing the commotion, were taken aback but thought little of it. Observing the interaction between the horse and the individual, Master Li lightly tapped his forehead and murmured to himself, I wondered why that fiery girl always gazed at me. It turns out it was because of this lad. However, it is rather disheartening to see this horse's once sleek coat now resembling something gnawed by a dog. Just then, in the front courtyard, Han Muqing, who was in confinement, suddenly felt an itch in her nose and sneezed twice. This startled the women of the household, causing them to hurriedly wrap blankets and clothes around her. Han Muqing exclaimed, Is it really necessary? She hasn't caught a chill. It's merely that someone has been speaking ill of her. Chapter 77. A group of bachelors after a long separation. Mo Junin found his beloved horse, which had been well cared for. Aware that it was his horse, he refrained from asking the Han family for its return. During his time at the Han residence, he took it out for walks daily. However, when he departed, he did not take the horse with him, nor did he inform the Han family that it belonged to him. Instead, he left with Han Yulong. 3 years later, the labor of the Han family had concluded. Unlike other affluent families who move away from Linshan village to establish their homes elsewhere, they chose to remain. The 10 acres of land they had previously purchased were finally coming to use, as they were now in the process of planning to build a house. Since Han Yuhu had not returned since his departure years ago, and with Han Yulong and Han Zhoming both away, even Lu Ji and Sun Su were busy. Only 2 masters, Uncle Han Zhongliang, and several women of the household remained. Consequently, the responsibility of organizing the construction fell largely on Han Muqing. Throughout these years, Master Li had resided in the Han household. Although Mo Junin had someone close to him there, he seldom visited. Presently, only Uncle Han Zhongliang, old Madam Han, Su Yunya, and the 2 elderly maids were likely aware of his true identity. This day, Han Muqing intended to go to town to find a builder for the house. Early in the morning, after breakfast, as she prepared to set off, 2 little ones clung to her legs. Mother, where are you going? Chen wants to go too. Mother, Sheer wants to go. Han Muqing knelt down to gently ruffle the tops of their heads. Chinner, sure, today Mother has matters to attend to in town. I will take you out to play when I have the time. You both must behave and listen to your grandmother and great-grandmother at home today. In a few days, your grandfather will return. Have you completed the assignments he gave you? If you don't finish your homework, grandfather will scold you, and Mother cannot help you with that. Upon hearing that grandfather would scold them, Han Xiaoxi quickly covered her little bottom with her small hand. Han Muqing found it perplexing. The 2 children were born from the same womb, yet the brother was clever and aloof, mastering everything swiftly, whether it was writing or martial arts. He excelled with a single attempt. The sister, however, struggled. Both children had begun learning characters together. Chenner had completed the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic. But the younger Han Xiaoxi had yet to grasp the 3-character classic. Now, 3 years old, they were at the age to begin their education, which in modern times would be comparable to starting kindergarten. Yet such institutions did not exist in ancient times. To enroll in a school, children should ideally be at least 6 or 7 years old. Typically, affluent families would invite a tutor to their home. However, the Han family is fortunate to have Han Zhongming, a former top-ranking scholar, thus eliminating the need to seek an external teacher. Once the two children reached 3 years of age, Han Zhongming commenced their early education. Yet, Han Muqing found herself troubled regarding their schooling. There were no private schools in Linshan village. Although Qian Town did offer such institutions, it was inconveniently situated 20 miles away. Han Muqing was torn between the prospects of earning enough silver to establish a school in the village or accumulating wealth to purchase a property in Sichuan City within a desirable school district. Regardless of the path she chose, the necessity to labor for silver remained paramount. Fortunately, her children were still young, granting her a couple of years to ponder her options. For now, she resolved to focus on earning. After pacifying her two children, Han Muqing, accompanied by Chunlan and Xiujuan, boarded the carriage. The driver was Han Zhongliang, who had significantly improved over the past 2 years thanks to Han Muqing's acupuncture treatments. His cognitive abilities now comparable to those of an average person. No longer did he shy away from the prospect of marriage, displaying a level of maturity previously unseen. The matriarch, Han Lao Furin, also began to contemplate finding him a bride. Not only did Han Zhongliang require a partner, but other eligible bachelors in the household were also in need of wives. Overlooked previously, Han Lao Furin now realized that the number of single men in the Han family was quite substantial, excluding the elderly masters Bai and Li, who were too old to attract suitors. Lu Ji, Sun Su, and Han Zhongliang were all of marriageable age. Additionally, her eldest grandson was already 23. With frequent visits from Feng Yi and Feng Er, Han Lao Furin found herself overwhelmed by the thought of how to address this situation. Unable to devise a solution on her own, she decided to consult her old friend, the village chief's wife. After glancing at Chun'er and Shi'er practicing martial stances with Master Li in the courtyard, she informed Su Yunyang of her departure, grabbing a basket of vegetables before heading out. Chapter 78. Shadows of Foreign Clans. As for Han Muqing, prior to her visit, she had already inquired with the village chief about the construction of mud brick houses, which the villagers could typically manage on their own. However, with so many members in the Han family, all of marriageable age, it was imperative that the homes be adequately sized. Since they were to build, she intended to construct a larger dwelling. Han Muqing had no plans to erect a multi-story building. She felt it was more fitting for this area to resemble the Sichuan and Guizhou regions of her past life, where such constructions would be unsafe given the architectural techniques of ancient times. After discussions with her family, they agreed not to build expansive courtyards typical of affluent families, as they would be cumbersome. Instead, they settled on constructing individual sihiyuan, which would provide each couple their own private space once Lu Ji and Sun Su married. However, during the deliberation about the houses, Han Zhongming interjected with a poignant remark. This house will only accommodate us for 3 to 5 years, perhaps just 2 or 3. It suffices for our needs, but let us not overextend ourselves. What is my father currently engaged in? Han Muqing could surmise a bit, as she had always known that her family, the Han clan, would inevitably return to the capital. However, while returning to confront Huang, Wenxiu might be acceptable. If a long-term residence were to be chosen, she would still prefer Linshan village. Hence, regarding the construction of houses, she did not intend to make them overly extravagant. Yet she also did not wish to settle for mediocrity. After all, with a substantial foundation, it would be feasible to erect several small sihiyuan on the 10 acres of land. Chuyun town was not particularly affluent, and the builders were not especially busy. Upon hearing that Han Muqing intended to construct 6 or 7 sihiyuan, they promptly set out to gather a workforce to measure the dimensions in Linshan village. After negotiating the commencement date with the foreman, Han Muqing felt she had accomplished her task for the day. As for the bricks and tiles, she had entrusted Sun Taizhu and the village chief's son, Lu Jiong, to assist with arrangements. With the official business completed, she could not return home empty-handed, especially with children in the family. Thus, Han Muqing instructed her second uncle to wait with the horse-drawn cart at the town's entrance, while she took Chunlan and Xiujio to the pastry shop to purchase some treats favored by the children. The two kids were growing rapidly, and after buying the pastries, Han Muqing also acquired several bolts of fabric suitable for children as clothing. By the time the trio reached the town entrance, their arms were laden with goods. Having completed their errands and strolled through the streets, they did not tarry and ascended the cart, preparing to depart. However, shortly after leaving the town, they were startled by an abnormal scream emanating from a nearby village that was close to the main road. Han Zhongliang halted the cart and, lowering his voice, informed Han Muqing, "Ching, it seems someone is being murdered." Murder? Such a heinous act must involve vicious characters. Han Muqing had no intention of intervening in matters that did not concern her, for she was not a government official, and it was best to leave bloody affairs to those trained for them. Just as she was about to urge her uncle to hastily depart, she discovered that their path was obstructed. Han Zhongliang, seated at the front of the cart, immediately seized a metal rod from beside him and demanded, "Who are you? What do you want blocking our cart?" The two burly men standing before the cart glared menacingly at Han Zhongliang, warning, "Leave the woman in the cart." Their accent was somewhat awkward. Han Muqing frowned. Having lived here for 3 years, it was her first encounter with such an accent, and she sensed that something was amiss. Stealthily lifting the curtain of the cart to glimpse the troubled village, she was taken aback. Without hesitation, Han Muqing leapt out. She had not wasted the past 3 years and had honed her skills to perfection, with even the two young girls possessing commendable abilities. Seeing Han Muqing spring forth, Chunlan and Qiujiu immediately followed suit. Han Muqing dashed towards the nearest household, delivering a kick to a man who was about to bully a woman in the yard. Baka!" the man exclaimed, rattling off a barrage of incomprehensible words. While others may not understand, Han Muqing did. She simply did not expect to encounter such a language here. Before the apocalypse in her previous life, she had been unable to afford extracurricular classes. During her time at the medical school, she had found leisure in watching patriotic dramas about fighting against the Japanese, her fervent patriotism burning like an unquenchable fire. Her animosity toward the inhabitants of that distant island was profound, and in preparation for the day she might encounter one of them, Han Muqing secretly undertook the study of their language online. Little did she anticipate that she would overhear their dialect in this place. Could it be that these individuals hailed from the island? That seemed improbable. Given the geographical layout, it was unlikely that people from the island would appear here. Could they perhaps be the ancestors of those islanders? If she were to eliminate these ancestors, would it not ensure the extinction of the islanders, thereby thwarting any future invasions of her homeland? The individual she had just kicked appeared to be the leader of this group. Once she had felled him to the ground, the rest of the group closed in around her, even those who had been engaged in a standoff with Han Zhongliang in front of the carriage. Observing the encroaching crowd, Han Muqing swiftly tossed a pouch of powder into the air. Bang, bang, bang. With a swift motion, the powder dispersed, and those babbling incoherently fell to the ground in an instant. Han Muqing surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction. It seemed the formula for the powder had been successfully improved. While these individuals were temporarily incapacitated, she contemplated how best to deal with them, aware that handling matters concerning foreign entities required careful consideration. Others could afford to wait, but there was one person she was eager to confront immediately. She sifted through the crowd to extract the man who had attempted to intimidate a young woman. With a surge of strength, she seized him by the nape of his neck and dragged him before the trembling girl, who was being comforted by her family. Han Muqing cast the man to the ground and addressed the girl. "I have brought this man before you. Would you prefer to take your own vengeance, or shall I assist you?" The once timid girl, upon seeing the man sprawled before her, clenched her fists and rose with determination. She approached the fallen figure, lifting her foot to deliver a kick. "Wait," Han Muqing interjected, glancing toward the yard and spotting a sturdy stick by the basin, clearly used for beating clothes during laundry. She walked over, retrieved the stick, and handed it to the girl. "Use this. Don't dirty your feet." The girl hesitated momentarily before grasping the stick without a second thought and striking the man with all her might. She continued to strike until fatigue overcame her, at which point she dropped the stick and collapsed onto the ground. Observing the man, who bore no visible injuries, Han Muqing shook her head in dissatisfaction. She picked up the stick the girl had discarded and swung it forcefully toward the man's groin. Under the influence of a potent sedative, the man was deeply unconscious. Even though Han Muqing had struck him with considerable force, he merely groaned without awakening, though blood began to seep from his lower body. Pleased with her handiwork, Han Muqing arrogantly lifted her chin toward the girl. Did you see that? This is how one deals with such filth. After delivering 2 more heavy blows in the same spot, she prepared to strike again when the sound of galloping hooves approached along the official road. Clop, clop, clop. Upon hearing the sound of galloping hooves, Han Muqing's expression turned grave. She feared that the accomplices of the group had arrived. With a serious demeanor, she directed the girl. Quickly, take your family inside and hide. The middle-aged man, who had been frozen in place, immediately seized his daughter and wife, rushing them into the house. Initially, Han Muqing had perceived him as a timid man, but to her surprise, he quickly returned with a shovel in hand, standing before her. Miss, thank you for saving my little girl. I will handle the aftermath. You should leave at once. Before Han Muqing could respond, she noticed a swift procession of horses approaching on the official road. Upon recognizing the leading figures, her heart instantly relaxed. The riders were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Han Muqing. Miss Muqing, what are you doing here? Are you injured? Shaking her head, she replied, I am fine. They cannot harm me. Are you here to apprehend them? Indeed, Feng Yi affirmed. With a discontented glance at Mo Junin, who followed Feng Yi, Han Muqing remarked, Then I must insist that you expedite your efforts. If I had not fortuitously passed by today, this blissful family of 3 would have fallen victim to their malice. Feeling the weight of her pointed accusation, Mo Junin, instead of reacting with anger, knelt down to examine the neck of one of the fallen assailants. Miss, do you have any antidote? How long until they regain consciousness? We need to take them back for questioning. Chapter 80. Troubling matters. Han Muqing did not respond directly to Mo Junin's inquiries. Instead, she tossed him a porcelain vial. Antidote. The effects of the drug they were under typically last for 6 hours, but with this antidote, they will awaken within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Mo Junin carefully secured the vial and looked back at Han Muqing. Leave this to us. I will have Feng Air escort you home. By the way, it is not safe lately. You live at the foot of the mountain, which is prone to such threats. Return and advise the 2 elders not to venture into the mountains for the time being. The children at home must be closely monitored. They should never stray from the adult's sight. Recalling that the Han family had 2 children around 2 or 3 years old, at an age full of energy, Mo Junin felt a sense of urgency. Realizing the potential danger of their abduction, Han Muqing surveyed the pile of unconscious men before turning her gaze back to Mo Junin. Is this related to those individuals? Who are they? Are they from our Donglin kingdom? How did they come to be here? As Mo Junin contemplated the situation, a flicker of agitation crossed his mind. He had initially planned to take action towards the capital, but now, with the emergence of foreign tribes in Sichuan, he could not disregard the safety of the local populace. It appeared that their plans would need to be postponed. Steadying himself, Mo Junin scrutinized the fallen men. They are not from Donglin. Sichuan is the southwesternmost region of our Donglin kingdom, and there have been instances of outsiders appearing here before. While their behavior may be peculiar, they do not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. However, these newcomers are different. They are not only brutal, but their language also diverges from ours. We have been busy investigating this group. The recent unrest in Chuyun town is concerning. Perhaps you should consider staying in Anqing for a while. Anqing? Han Muqing shook her head. That will not be necessary. It would be inconvenient for our elderly and children to disrupt your peace. Since Mo Junin indicated that the back mountain was unsafe, Han Muqing understood that he meant it was vast and could lead to other places. The 2 elderly men, having grown weary from boredom, had indeed spent over half a month exploring the mountain, reaching its southwestern edge, only to discover it bordered the sea. If this group were truly the ancestors of some island nation, they must have resided on a small island in the ocean. Should they inadvertently reach Linshan village from that edge, it would spell trouble. Han Muqing did not dare to linger and promptly informed Mo Junin. You carry on with your tasks. We shall take our leave. She nodded to the family of 3 in the courtyard, then turned without a backward glance and boarded the carriage. Just before their departure, Han Muqing leaned out of the window and added, by the way, young masterly, should there be any language barriers during the interrogation, do feel free to seek me out. "Uncle, we are off," she announced. As soon as Han Muqing and her companions disembarked from the carriage, two small bundles of joy rushed toward her, calling out, "Mother, mother!" Seeing the children reaching to embrace her, Han Muqing swiftly sidestepped. "What ist?" She had just administered medicine and dealt out a beating. How could she hold the children without first washing her hands and changing her clothes? Han Kitchen paused at his mother's reaction, not crying, but calmly gazing at Han Muqing. His little eyes filled with reproach. Han Xiaoxi, however, was different. Her mother's evasion nearly caused her to stumble. Pouting, she looked up at Han Muqing. "Mother is mean." "Mother 1T holds Xiaoxi." Observing the adorable little one, Han Muqing smiled gently. Now look at you, you're crying. It's not that mother refuses to hold you. It's just that I'm currently dirty from handling some unsavory matters and need to wash my hands and change my clothes. Once I am clean, I will embrace you both." The children were generally well-behaved and were not truly causing a fuss today. They were merely expressing their affection for their mother. After soothing the children, Han Muqing returned to her room to wash up and change. Meanwhile, on the grassy bank by the river, two donkeys grazed while the two old men lay on the ground. The old companion of Master Bai, burdened with thoughts, could not help but inquire Li Laotu. "What troubles you lately? You seem preoccupied. Are you homesick? Missing your grandson? Or perhaps yearning for those acquaintances in Anqing?" Li Laotu, with matters weighing on his mind, refrained from the usual banter with Master Bai. He cast an impatient glare at him. "I merely have a matter I cannot fathom. Do not disturb me." Master Li encountered a vexing issue. Although it seemed highly improbable, he was eager to unravel the mystery. He sighed deeply. Having resided in the Han household for 3 years, he had wholeheartedly accompanied the children during this time and held a deep fondness for both, though he had not noticed before. Recently, he observed that the 3-year-old Han Kitchen bore a striking resemblance to his grandson, Mo Junin, in many aspects, be it temperament, gestures, or expressions. Even Han Xiaoxi's features bore a slight resemblance to those of his late daughter. He remembered that just before the Han family's misfortune, his grandson had been in the capital. As Master Li became increasingly restless, he sprang up from the ground and mounted his donkey. "Bai Fengzi, please converse with Qinggirl. I shall deliver a letter to the town and return shortly," he declared before riding off. Not long after Master Li's departure, Han Muqing arrived with her 2 children. "Master, upon our return from the town today, I recounted the events to Bai Shifu. Upon hearing that Master Li had gone to deliver a letter, she chuckled softly. This old man often claims he does not miss home or his grandson, yet the moment his grandson arrives at Chuyin town, he rushes over, all the while insisting he doesn't care. Their telepathic connection is quite remarkable. Meanwhile, Master Li was hastening to the largest inn in Chuyin town, an establishment owned by Mo Junin, where he routinely attended to various matters. Upon his arrival, he tethered his donkey and rushed to the counter. "Innkeeper, please assist this old man in sending a letter to Anqing. I am in urgent need." Hearing the call, a middle-aged man hurried out. "Old sir, welcome. How may I assist you?" Master Li found an empty table in the hall and instructed, "Quickly fetch ink and paper. I need to write a letter." "Of course. I shall retrieve it at once," the innkeeper replied, turning to fetch the supplies. As Master Li contemplated the content of his letter, he glanced up and spotted a familiar figure descending the staircase, prompting him to hasten over. "Feng Yi, has your master arrived?" Feng Yi, momentarily taken aback, nodded yes. Before he could utter another word, Master Li dashed up the stairs. In Mo Junin's private chamber above, he was in a state of agitation. The group had returned, but their speech was incomprehensible, rendering communication impossible. He recalled Han Muqing's advice. If there are language barriers, remember to seek my assistance. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and rushed out. Bang! Who is that inconsiderate fool, walking without regard? Mo Junin grimaced, clutching his sore chin as he confronted the newcomer. "Grandfather? What brings you here? Is there a problem?" Master Li rubbed his forehead, irritated, and glared at Mo Junin. "Can't you wish for something good for your grandfather? I have come to inquire whether you have been sowing any wild oats outside." "What do you mean?" Mo Junin was perplexed by his grandfather's question. Master Li shot him another incredulous look. "How can you be so dim-witted? I am asking if you have been involved with any respectable young women out there, or if you have left any emotional ties, or perhaps even a child. Grandfather, I have always maintained my integrity. Integrity? Is that so? Master Li regarded Mo Junin with skepticism. Think carefully, especially about the time before the Han family's troubles 3 years ago. I recall you were in the capital during that period. Consider whether you engaged in any indiscreet behavior. Upon hearing his grandfather's grave tone, Mo Junin sensed the seriousness of the matter. He looked at Master Li earnestly. Grandfather, please speak plainly. I assure you, I have not acted recklessly. Not acted recklessly? Without any nonsense. How is it that those 2 children born to that girl Qing are increasingly resembling you? Reflect thoughtfully. Was it not you who bullied her back then? At this moment, Master Li was seething with rage, ready to strike. Mo Junin was taken aback. It was impossible. Feng Er had already investigated, confirming that the woman in question was not Han Muqing. What on earth is happening? Speak. Master Li slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Mo Junin recounted the findings from the investigation and the arrangements concerning that woman, saying, Grandfather, I indeed fell into a trance in the capital and had relations with a woman, but she is not the one we seek. Upon hearing Mo Junin's words, Master Li pondered for a moment. Have you not considered that you might have mistaken the person, or that this scheming individual deceived you? Go investigate immediately. Dispatch someone without delay to clarify this matter. Usually, you appear quite astute. Have you never wondered why there are so many similarities on the same day in the same brothel? You fell under the influence of the drug while she lost her virtue? Chapter 82. Visitors from the Shui family after Master Li departed. Mo Junin fell into deep contemplation. Master, Feng Er entered through the door, his clothes bearing a strong scent of blood, with a few specks staining his hem. That group of people had brittle bones. After 2 rounds of interrogation, they were howling in surrender, though their language was incomprehensible to us. I understand. Keep a close watch on them. Ensure nothing goes awry. Mo Junin instructed, then strode out. He made his way to the inn's courtyard, let out his horse, and promptly mounted it, heading towards Linshan village. Meanwhile, in Linshan village, Han Muqing gathered her family together and recounted all that had transpired that day. Upon hearing that these foreign individuals not only robbed, but also violated women, everyone was incensed. Su Yenya looked at her daughter. Qing'er, your father and the others are not home. We shall heed your words. Rest assured, I will keep a close eye on the children, ensuring they do not stray from our sight. Han Muqing glanced at her delicate mother, who, despite being in her 30s, still retained her allure, appearing no more secure than the 2 children. Mother, please refrain from venturing out alone for the time being. I have considered our situation, residing at the foot of the mountain, with fewer neighbors and close proximity to the hills. Should anyone approach from the mountain, our family will be the first to suffer. Thus, I propose we construct a wall, a solid 2-meter-high brick barrier, to enhance our safety. Old Lady Han nodded in agreement. Yes, building a wall is a prudent idea. Chun'er and Shi'er are growing. If they slip away from sight, they can easily wander off. A wall will provide significant security when the gate is shut. It would be best to raise a large yellow dog as well. Today, as I strolled through the village, I noticed how alert the dogs were. They barked incessantly from afar. We should adopt one to keep in the yard. If anyone enters while we may not hear, the dog certainly will. Indeed, having a dog is a splendid idea. Their hearing surpasses that of humans. Han Muqing wholeheartedly agreed. Listen, I shall go to the village shortly and inquire if anyone has a dog for adoption. By the way, did you see the village chief today? I believe we should inform him about the foreign threat. At the mention of the village chief, old Lady Han couldn't help but sigh. Alas. Indeed, I have yet to encounter them. At present, only Aunt Lanning and Fua are at home. We have not ventured to the village these past few days and are unaware of the recent troubles at the village chief's residence. After a brief pause, Mrs. Han continued, Isn't it true that the illness of his daughter, Shu Tun, was a consequence of her husband's demise 2 years ago? When he first passed, the village chief's family intended to bring their daughter back home. However, the family insisted that Shu Tun remain to mourn for a while longer. This kind-hearted girl, having shared a decent life with her husband, agreed to stay with her in-laws for a few months. To her surprise, this stay extended to 2 years. Recently, The village chief's wife has been dreaming of Shutan and expressed a longing for her daughter just a few days ago, planning to fetch her back soon. Unexpectedly, the other day, someone brought word that her daughter was nearing death. The messenger was a woman who had always maintained a good relationship with Shutan. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple grew anxious and immediately set out with Zhiyong and several strong men from the village. They departed the night before last and have yet to return. We do not know their current situation. Mrs. Han, feeling troubled, turned to Han Muqing. Chinga, the village chief's family has treated us well. If they are in distress, we cannot turn a blind eye. Do you think we might assist them? Do not worry. I shall inquire with Aunt Lanning about the situation, and we shall certainly offer our help, replied Han Muqing, rising swiftly. Aunt, mother, I will head to the village now. Upon seeing Han Muqing leave, Chunlan and Qiujun hurriedly followed. As the trio approached the village entrance, they spotted a throng of individuals driving several ox carts toward the village. Han Muqing's heart sank. These individuals did not appear to be visiting relatives or friends. Could they be recently exiled? Upon closer inspection, she discerned that they were armed with shovels and clubs, clearly intent on causing trouble. A chilling thought crossed her mind, and she exchanged a glance with Chunlan and Qiujun, signaling, "Let us go." The three moved swiftly towards the village chief's home with a shared understanding. At that moment, the village chief and his men were returning with Lu Shutan. As Han Muqing arrived at the gate of the fenced yard, she noticed the village chief's daughter-in-law, Fang Laning, preparing to step outside. Upon seeing Han Muqing, she appeared pleasantly surprised. "Muqing, you have arrived. I was just about to seek you out." Without pausing for pleasantries, Han Muqing hurried into the yard, stating, "Aunt, we shall discuss matters later." Have the village chief and others returned? That group outside seems to be looking for trouble. Fang Laning quickly followed Han Muqing's gaze toward the approaching crowd and, realizing the urgency, urged Chunlan and Qiujun to enter the yard, hastily closing the gate behind them. "Father, Zhiyong, the Shui family has come." Chapter 83. The intentions of the Shui family upon hearing that the Shui family had arrived. Lu Zhiyong seized a club and rushed out. Lu, the village chief, emerged from the house, observing the unruly group gathered at their doorstep. He shook his head at his son, saying, "Zhiyong, do not act impulsively. Saving your sister is our priority. In the countryside, such a fence offers little resistance to intruders." And the group dismounted from their ox carts, brazenly opening the gate and entering the yard. Before them walked a gaunt, elderly woman alongside an old man. The woman, with her piercing triangular eyes, exuded an air of malevolence. Upon sighting the village chief, she erupted in laws. "How could you be so unscrupulous as to abscond with Lu's family during our mealtime?" The village chief, suppressing his ire, turned to Lu Shanong's mother-in-law. "What do you mean by abscond? My daughter is married to your Shui family, not sold to you. It is only natural for a mother to bring her daughter home for a few days." At that moment, the village chief's wife emerged from Lu Shanong's quarters. Upon spotting the elderly Shui, her fury ignited instantly. "What brings you to my home? Leave at once." Despite the wrath of the village chief's wife, the old woman remained unfazed. "Oh, in-laws, that is where you err. As family, how can you not offer us hospitality after a long journey? We barely had a sip of water before you sought to expel us." "Bah!" The village chief's wife spat in disdain at the old woman. "Your audacity is astounding. You bullied my daughter and yet expect to be treated well? I would sooner feed my scraps to the dogs and offer you a morsel." Without regard for the fuming Shui matriarch, the village chief's wife approached Han Muqing, grasping her hand. "Dear girl, your Aunt Shanong has suffered greatly. You cannot imagine how dire her condition was when we arrived. Had I not been calling her name incessantly, she might have already departed this world." Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. She wiped her tears and continued, "I had planned to send your Aunt Lanning to fetch you to see your Aunt Shanong. Now that you are here, I will not stand on ceremony. Please go inside and check on her while I deal with this old hag." Entering Lu Shanong's room, Han Muqing beheld the frail, lifeless figure of the woman lying on the bed, and her heart sank. Though she had known the Lu family for 3 years, she had never laid eyes on Lu Shanong, yet she had heard much about her from the village chief's wife. The couple had only 2 children. Their eldest, Lu Zhiyong, was 32 years old. Although he married later in life, The couple struggled for years to conceive until finally, in their 30s, Lu Feline was born. Lu Shanong, now 30, had grown up in the lap of luxury, doted on by her parents and brothers. At the age of 15, she met the son of the Shui family while he was serving his labor. Once his service concluded, the Shui family departed from Linshan village to settle in a small town 50 miles away. Lu's family, having no intention of marrying their sole daughter far away, initially resisted the union. However, Lu Shunong's desire to marry prevailed, and to spare their daughter heartache, the Lius reluctantly acquiesced. Little did they know that after marrying, Lu Shanong would struggle to conceive, and all blame fell upon her shoulders from the Shui matriarch. Thankfully, the Shui son treated her with relative kindness and defended her. But not long after, he fell ill, diagnosed with tuberculosis. 2 years after young Master Shui's departure, the Shui family refused to allow Lu Shutong to leave. At that time, Lu Shutong resolved not to remarry, believing that staying at her in-laws' home was no different from remaining in her natal family. Moreover, her own family had brothers, sisters-in-law, and nephews, and as a widow, her presence at home would create an unfavorable impression. Thus, she decided to reside in the Shui household temporarily. However, she did not foresee that once her family had departed, the Shui family would reveal their true colors. They not only seized the properties and lands that she had managed with her late husband, but their actions grew increasingly outrageous. Since last month, the Shui family had devised various ways to torment her, and from her mother-in-law's words, she sensed that they intended for her to be buried alongside her husband. In ancient times, there were no telephones, and it was no easy feat to send a message back home. After much effort, she had managed to enlist the help of a lady from the village who was on friendly terms with her to convey her plight to Linshan village. Han Muqing, observing the woman before her, felt a surge of compassion. In her previous life, she had heard the adage that a girl marrying far away was akin to a gamble, and it was evident that Lu Shutong had lost this bet. Chapter 84. I like you, Mo. Junin rode alone to Linshan village, and from a distance, noticed a commotion at the entrance of the first home. He recalled that the Han family girl was quite fond of lively gatherings. She had even attended a childbirth where she assisted in the delivery. When the midwife had caused an uproar, she had been a key participant in the fray. Given the current excitement, it was likely she was present. Mo. Junin dismounted and stealthily approached the crowd. Han Muqing had just finished taking Lu Shudong's pulse, administering acupuncture, and giving her a medicinal tonic. After completing these tasks, she prepared to leave when Lu Shutong, lying in bed, stirred and awoke with a soft groan. She opened her bleary eyes and looked at Han Muqing. Due to the prolonged unconsciousness, Lu Shutong had not had a sip of water, and her throat felt parched and uncomfortable. Han Muqing promptly moved to the table, poured a glass of water, and brought it to her. Hello, Aunt Shutong. Muqing. The village matriarch sent me to keep you company. You've just awakened, and your throat must feel uncomfortable, so please refrain from speaking for now. Here, have some water. Experiencing intense discomfort in her throat, Lu Shutong gratefully accepted the water and drank until the glass was empty, feeling significantly better afterward. Refreshed, she looked gently at Han Muqing. Are you the girl my mother spoke of? The one who rides horses, practices medicine, assists in childbirth, and knows martial arts? Han Muqing set down the water glass and gently wiped the moisture from Lu Shudong's lips with a handkerchief, then sat at the bedside. Yes, it seems the village matriarch was referring to me. Aunt Shutong, did you know? Although we have never met before, you are not unfamiliar to me. The village matriarch and village chief often mention you. They miss you dearly and feel for you. It is truly wonderful that you have returned. We can see each other often. Once you regain your strength, we can forage for wild vegetables together, go shopping, climb mountains to catch birds, and fish in the river. Lu Shutong, lost in thoughts of joyful youth, felt her resolve strengthen. Do not worry, Muqing, I will not act foolishly. I not only wish to survive, but to thrive in life. Though you are my junior and certain sentiments may not befit our relationship, I feel a camaraderie with you, akin to that of friends, and I cherish your presence. Han Muqing gazed fondly at Lu Shutong, who reciprocated the affection. Aunt Shutong, I hold you in high regard as well. Speak freely. I shall be a most attentive listener. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shutong sighed softly I married into the Shui family at the age of 18. It has now been 12 years. Are you aware that I am still a woman in essence? Startled, Han Muqing almost lost her balance, but managed to regain her composure. As a former modern individual, she felt no hesitation in probing deeper into certain matters. Curiosity danced across her face as she inquired, is he ill? Is he incapable? Or perhaps he is not a man? Observing Han Muqing's adorable demeanor brought a smile to Lu Shudong's face. Ah, Muqing, you are indeed correct. He is unwell. Not precisely ill, but he suffered an accident in his youth. He was mischievous, climbing trees to catch birds, and fell awkwardly onto a sharp rock below. He bled profusely, yet his family dismissed it as a mere surface injury, applying only a bit of soot for treatment. It was only after marriage that I discovered he lacked that particular ability. We discreetly consulted many physicians and consumed an array of medicines, but to no avail. My mother-in-law has long believed that the absence of children is my fault, and for the sake of my husband's reputation, I have never voiced these grievances to anyone. In retrospect, not having children may be a form of liberation. Feeling considerably lighter in spirit, Lu Shudong's eyes sparkled with vitality. She glanced towards the doorway and leaned closer to Han Muqing, whispering, as a physician, may I pose a question? My late husband seems to have lost a part of himself, likely due to that fall. Could this be the root of his condition? In Chapter 85, Mo Junin seeks assistance. It became apparent that Lu Shudong was exceedingly frail, and soon after, she succumbed to slumber. Before drifting off, she retrieved a pouch from within her garment and handed Han Muqing a piece of paper. Upon examining the divorce document in her hands, Han Muqing was momentarily taken aback. Once Lu Shudong was asleep, Han Muqing quietly made her exit. As she stepped outside, the commotion among the Shui family persisted, with Shui Posey declaring, Lu Shudong is our kin in life and our ghost in death. Whether living or deceased, we shall take her away today. The villagers of Linshan, having gathered, filled the courtyard with chaos. As Han Muqing opened the door, she spotted Shui Posey lurking in the corner, preparing to strike at Fua, who stood by the kitchen door. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Muqing seized the nearest wooden stick and hurled it at Shui Posey. Whomsoever strikes me, Shui Posey exclaimed. Han Muqing moved to shield Lu Fuyan. Pointing at herself, I am your aunt. Upon realizing Han Muqing was merely a young girl, Shui Posey began to jump and shout in anger. You little wretch. A stone of moderate size fortuitously flew into the mouth of Granny Shui. Han Muqing brushed off the dust from her hands and remarked, Ah, it is much quieter now. Observing the chaotic scene, she furrowed her brow and instructed Lu Fuyan to remain in the kitchen. She then fetched a stool from inside, stood upon it, inhaled deeply, and gathered her strength. Cease all actions. Her voice, imbued with internal energy, resonated powerfully, compelling both factions to halt. Turning her gaze toward the Shui family, she addressed them. You have come here today with great fervor, proclaiming your intention to take away your daughter-in-law. I'm unaware of the ties binding you to the Shui family. However, I wish to pose a question. If it were your own daughter being mistreated by her in-laws, as my cousin Shurtong has been, would you find that acceptable? Or are you so blind that you fail to recognize the torment she has endured at your hands? You aim to retrieve your daughter-in-law today, yet it seems you are unwilling to let even the deceased Shui Gongzi rest in peace. Thus, let us proceed with clarity. As she spoke, Han Muqing produced the divorce certificate and unfolded it. Is there anyone among you who can read? Or shall I, with great reluctance, read it aloud for you? Just as she was about to extend her kindness by reading the document, Granny Shui, having cleared her mouth of dirt, leapt up in excitement at the mention of the divorce certificate, eager to seize it. However, as her hand reached for the paper, Han Muqing showed no mercy, swiftly kicking her in the chest. What? You wish to tear the divorce certificate? Granny Shui, clutching her chest, rose from the ground and pointed accusingly at Han Muqing. You wretched girl, where did you acquire this divorce certificate? Everyone knows my son has been deceased for 2 years. How dare you produce a false document to deceive me? Ha! Han Muqing scoffed coldly. False? We can easily ascertain the truth at the magistrate's office. Did you not insist on retrieving your daughter-in-law? Currently, my cousin Shurtong is the daughter of the Lu family from Linshan village, not a daughter-in-law of the Xue family. This divorce certificate has been filed at the magistrate's office for 2 years. You can verify it if you wish. Furthermore, you, Granny Xue, have repeatedly called my cousin a barren hen. Do you know your son is, in fact, a good-for-nothing? My cousin has been married into your family for 12 years and remains a maiden. Is that not utterly ridiculous? Upon hearing Han Muqing's words, Granny Xue's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You lie. It is your Lu family girl who cannot bear children, not even a hen. Han Muqing regarded her with a cold stare. Is it really so impossible? You are well aware that your son crippled himself as a child. Did you think that avoiding a doctor and merely applying some ash would suffice for a cure? Truly laughable. My cousin, out of respect for your son's reputation, has endured your accusations in silence. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also dare to wish for my cousin to accompany your deceased son in death. After speaking, Han Muqing did not spare a glance at old Lady Xue. She leaped off the stool and approached the village chief. Village chief, this is Aunt Shudong's divorce decree, which I now entrust to you for safekeeping. Aunt Shutong mentioned that this decree was written 2 years ago when her husband was gravely ill, and it has already been filed with the authorities by the village head of their village. This means the decree has been in effect for 2 years. Aunt Shutong has long severed ties with the Xue family. If they come here to cause a ruckus, we have every right to report them to the authorities or even teach them a lesson before turning them over to the magistrate. The previous hesitance of village chief Lu was due to Lu Shutong still being recognized as a member of the Xue family. A widow wishing to remarry must possess a release document from the Xue family. With the divorce decree now in hand, village chief Lu suddenly became resolute. He didn't even glance at the Xue family members, directing his gaze towards Lu Zhiyong instead. Zhiyong, gather our lads from Linshan village and clear out the rubbish from our courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. The farce was ultimately resolved through force. With the troubles from the Lu family settled, Han Muqing did not forget the primary purpose of her visit today. She first recounted Lu Shudong's situation, then informed the village chief of the issue concerning the outsiders, which made the chief's expression grave. After leaving the Lu household, Han Muqing, accompanied by Chunlan and Xiujuan, made her way to the neighboring Sun family. Old Lady Sun's big yellow dog had given birth to a litter of puppies, since she intended to raise dogs. She did not wish to delay. In the village, dogs and cats do not require a transaction. Any family wishing to keep one can simply take one. And polite households often bring some vegetables or eggs as a token of gratitude. Chunlan had prepared a small basket of pastries, which she had hidden in the Lu family's kitchen while helping out earlier. Upon their exit, she handed 2 pieces to the lucky child and took the remainder to the Sun household. The village dogs were merely ordinary mutts. But the Sun family's dog was not unattractive, merely the most common guard dog in the village. However, she knew that the mother dog from the Sun family was rather fierce. Even a chicken would not dare to linger near their door. With proper training, it would undoubtedly become adept at catching wild chickens and rabbits. Han Muqing selected a yellow one and a black one. Initially, she intended to adopt just one, but Sun Taiju reminded her that with 2 children at home, a single puppy might not suffice. After considering this, Han Muqing agreed. The puppies were at the adorable age of 1 month, making them excellent companions for her children. Having quarreled, fought, and acquired 2 little pups, Han Muqing was in high spirits. However, as they reached the village entrance, they spotted Mo Junin waiting there with a horse. Mo Junin regarded her with a knowing look, seemingly implying, "You certainly enjoy joining the fray." Han Muqing felt that her relationship with Mo Junin was neither familiar nor entirely estranged, which made their interactions somewhat awkward. She chuckled nervously. What a coincidence, young masterly. Han Muqing expected Mo Junin to respond politely. Indeed, what a coincidence. To her surprise, he replied, "Not at all. I was waiting for you. It is indeed a privilege to witness Ms. Han in action against the crowd today." Han Muqing responded with a chuckle. "You flatter me." A few individuals journeyed together toward the foot of the Han family's residence. Han Muqing cast a fleeting glance at Mo Junin, remarking, "Shouldn't Master Li be rather occupied at this hour? Surely, you haven't come merely to partake in a meal at the Han household?" Montak Yun nodded. expressing that it had been quite some time since he had savored Miss Han's culinary creations, and that today he had the perfect opportunity to indulge, while also seeking to inquire about a particular matter from her. Before he could finish his thought, Han Muqing interjected, self-taught and naturally gifted. What? Mo Junin looked at her in confusion. Han Muqing, while petting the little puppy in her arms, continued. You were wondering how I acquired proficiency in the language of the foreign tribes, weren't you? If I claimed that I was exceptionally talented and merely learned it by overhearing a few phrases, would you find that hard to believe? Without waiting for Mo Junin's response, she further stated, in truth, I don't believe it myself, yet it remains the reality. Regardless of whether Mo Junin believes her or not, Han Muqing had to stick to this explanation. She certainly could not divulge that she had learned it in a previous life. With her father, elder brother, and masterly backing her, Mo Junin had no choice but to accept her as one of their own. I believe you, Han Muqing declared. Tomorrow, I would like to invite you to Chuyin Town. We have interrogated that group from today, but their words elude our understanding. Thus, we seek your assistance in deciphering their speech if you happen to be available. Han Muqing nodded eagerly. Of course. While I may not have time for other matters, I certainly have time to witness the islanders receiving their due. Chapter 86, Uncle Y. In the Han household, the two children were utterly delighted by the little puppy. Their tiny hands patted one here and another there. Han Muqing affectionately tousled the hair of both children, saying from now on, this little dog will be part of our family. Do you wish to care for it yourselves, or would you prefer that Aunt Chunlon and Aunt Xiujun assist you? Han Kitchen furrowed his small brows in serious contemplation, responding, Mother, I wish to raise it myself. Upon hearing her elder brother's declaration, Han Xiaoxi eagerly raised her chubby hand, exclaiming, Mother, Mother, I want to raise one too. Han Muqing placed the little puppy on the ground. Very well, then you may each choose one. The children did not compete for the dogs. Han Kitchen looked at the puppy and then at his sister, saying, Sister may choose first. Han Xiaoxi, who had been fixated on the little black dog, shook her head, stating, I am older now, and I shall let my brother choose the dog. Han Kitchen stepped toward the little black dog, and noticing his sister's anxious gaze upon it, he couldn't help but smile. If one were to observe closely, they would note that at this moment, Han Kitchen, teasing his sister, mirrored the expression of Mo Junin, who stood a short distance away, watching the charming trio. The gestures of the two men, one large and one small, were strikingly similar. In the end, Han Kitchen knelt before the little yellow dog and scooped it into his arms, declaring, Then I shall choose this one. It shall be named Dahuang. Han Xiaoxi swiftly embraced the little black dog, saying, I choose the little black one. It shall be called Xiaohong. With their choices made, Han Muqing patiently instructed them on how to care for their new pets. To ensure the puppies thrived, she discreetly provided them with a generous supply of nourishing medicine. That night, Mo Junin chose not to leave, but instead stayed at the Han household. Early the next morning, he awoke. Unlike his previous visits, when he would head straight to the back mountain for exercise, he made his way to the courtyard, where Masterly was observing the two little ones practicing their stances. Han Kitchen wore a serious expression, while Han Xiaoxi seemed somewhat indifferent, the plump little girl nodding off bit by bit. Regarding the matter of children practicing martial arts from the tender age of 3, Han Muqing maintained a neutral stance. As long as the children were willing to learn and the masters were willing to teach, she had no objections. After all, both masters genuinely cared for the children and would not impose overly difficult skills upon them. Mo Junin approached Han Xiaoxi and gently lifted her drowsy little body, suggesting that if she was tired, she could take a little more rest, for a girl should not exert herself so much. Han Xiaoxi rubbed her eyes and looked at Mo Junin in confusion, asking, Uncle, why is that? Grandpa says martial arts must begin in childhood. Grandpa Bai says one should learn medicine and poison-making early. Grandfather says if a child does not strive, they will weep in adulthood. Great-grandmother says the early bird catches the worm. Mother says one must handle one's own affairs. The little girl enumerated her family's advice finger by finger, gazing earnestly at Mo Junin. Uncle, one must rise early and sleep early to maintain good health without medicine. At that moment, Han Muqing and Chunlon Chiochun approached, dressed in practical attire. Han Muqing was even stretching her limbs as she walked. Upon seeing her mother, Han Xiaoxi hurriedly assumed a horse stance, eagerly seeking praise from Han Muqing. "Mother, good morning. Xiaoxi, you are being very good," Han Muqing responded, bending down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Good morning. My dear, you are truly wonderful." Mo Junin found himself increasingly fond of the two children. Suddenly, he recalled what his grandfather had said yesterday. Could it be? He shook his head. No, such coincidences were unlikely. Mo Junin practiced a set of punches in the courtyard, then returned to his room to freshen up, before sitting at a wooden table with a book, pretending to read. Although he feigned concentration, his gaze was fixed on the family of three. Due to his intense stare, the perceptive Han Muqing had already sensed someone watching her. She completed her last movement, stretched her limbs, and concluded her morning exercise. After finishing, she shot a glare at Mo Junin, then turned her gentle gaze towards the two children. "Little ones, let us go wash up and have breakfast. Mother, Xiaoxi is coming." As Mo Junin observed the family's retreating figures, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Little rascal. Master Li, who had been observing his grandson throughout the morning, shot a glare at Mo Junin. "Have you taken care of what I spoke to you about yesterday?" Mo Junin set aside the book in his hands. "Rest assured, grandfather, I have already sent someone to investigate." Master Li huffed. "Young rascal, I advise you not to take this lightly. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Previously, the children were too young to notice, but today you can see for yourself if that little girl resembles your mother. And as for Chunner, both his character and appearance are just like yours when you were young. Upon hearing this, Mo Junin became serious. "Grandfather, rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation." With Mo Junin's assurance, Master Li felt considerably more at ease as he prepared to head to the kitchen for breakfast. Having taken but 2 steps, Master Li abruptly halted and turned to gaze at Mo Junin. "Let me warn you, young man, do not casually venture to Linshan village. Although the capital has seemingly forgotten about you in recent years, what if one day they remember? If you draw unwanted attention here, tranquility will elude you. Furthermore, regardless of whether those 2 children are yours, you must not involve yourself with either them or their mother until your own troubles are resolved. If you recklessly jeopardize yourself, the women will remain unaffected." During breakfast, Mo Junin felt as if he were choking on a bone. However, once he regained his composure, he recognized the wisdom in his grandfather's words. Avenge his mother had always been his steadfast resolve, yet this endeavor was fraught with peril, and he should not place the children in harm's way. After breakfast, Han Muqing bid farewell to her family and led the spirited steed, Flame, alongside Mo Junin as they departed from Linshan village. Today, Flame was particularly exuberant. In Chapter 87, Desire to Thwart Him, Han Muqing gently patted Flame's head, signaling for it to calm down. Once she had soothed the horse, she turned to Mo Junin and remarked, "Flame is yours?" Her tone was assertive. Ever since Mo Junin had encountered Flame at the Han residence 3 years ago, he had spent moments bonding with the horse each time he visited Master Li. Mo Junin nodded. "Once yes, but now it belongs to you." Han Muqing caressed Flame's mane, saying, "If you wish, you may take it. I initially acquired it for its affordability, and I can see the bond you share." Before she could finish her sentence, Flame instinctively stepped away, seeking distance from its former owner. Though the previous owner was kind, he lacked sweet water to drink, while following the current owner ensured a supply of refreshment. Observing Flame's actions, Han Muqing found herself at a loss for words. Mo Junin chuckled. "See? It favors you. Rest assured, I understand your affection for Flame. In the future, there will be no more hurricane, only your flame." Upon arriving at Qian Inn, Mo Junin led Han Muqing into a nondescript room in the back courtyard. He pressed a button on the wall, revealing an entrance with stairs descending before Han Muqing. He proceeded down the steps, and she followed, discovering a spacious basement that appeared to be designed for confinement. The area resembled a prison, with various instruments of torture arrayed in the central space. The group captured yesterday was currently held in the nearest cell. As they approached, Feng Yi was interrogating the man whom Han Muqing had injured the previous day. From a distance, Han Muqing could hear the man shouting, "Surrender, surrender." Unfortunately, he spoke in a foreign tongue, leaving Feng Yi oblivious to his pleas. mistaking them for curses. Han Muqing felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the bloodied man. It seemed Feng he had not tended to his wounds. As the man's pallid complexion suggested he might soon perish, Han Muqing urgently called for Feng Yi to halt. The wind whispered, and he declared his surrender. Let me ask a few questions first. If nothing of value arises, I will continue after you have finished. Could Feng Yi truly operate this way? He had learned well. Feng nodded and retreated to Han Muqing's side, while Feng Yi, ever perceptive, graciously provided a chair for her. Without hesitation, Han Muqing seated herself and, turning to the fragmented man, inquired in their island language, "What is your name?" The man was taken aback by her command of their tongue. "Who are you? Are you one of our Wa people?" Upon hearing the term Wa people, Han Muqing's already aloof gaze darkened with distaste. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that these islanders were the descendants of the Wa kingdom. Thus, the man's reference to his lineage suggested that they were indeed the ancestors of the island nation. She pondered the implications. If she were to eradicate their ancestors, would it not prevent future invasions of our land? Would not her compatriots be spared from bloodshed? Regaining her composure, Han Muqing replied coolly, "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I am the only one capable of assisting you." She glanced at Feng Yi and the others. "They cannot comprehend your speech. So if you fail to provide them with useful information, your fate is sealed. You'll be met with death. Now, tell me your name." After a moment of reluctant contemplation, the man responded, "I am Matsui Koichi." The name sent a surge of anger through Han Muqing, who wished for nothing more than to silence him. Suppressing her murderous intent, she diligently interrogated him. The conclusion drawn was that this group truly hailed from across the mountains, having been dispatched as an advance party by the Wa people. They currently resided on a small island, reliant on the meager bounty of the sea for sustenance. Recently, tsunamis had plagued their waters, leading one of their kin, an adept swimmer, to venture to the mainland. Chapter 88. Unforeseen gains. He discovered that life on the mainland was vastly superior to their island existence, prompting him to propose to the chieftain the occupation of a piece of land, allowing their kin to relocate. With bamboo abundant on the island, they crafted rafts and, under the guidance of this explorer, made landfall on the opposite side of Han Muqing's home. In total, 30 individuals had ventured forth, divided into 3 teams of 10, with Matsui leading one of these small squads. Upon hearing Han Muqing's account, Mo Junan's expression turned grave. Having fulfilled her mission, Han Muqing prepared to depart, aware that 2 more groups of Wa people remained unapprehended. Should they traverse the mountains and reach Linshan village, it would spell disaster. Mo Junan, sharing her concerns, remarked, "Things have been turbulent lately. I will send word for your elder brother to return. As for Minister Han, it would be best for him to remain in Anqing for now. As a civilian official, he cannot aid in these martial matters. By the way, I have a contingent of shadow guards. Select 2 to accompany Chen'er and Shi'er." Shadow guards? Han Muqing raised an eyebrow, pondering the challenge of nurturing stealthy guardians. It seemed rather inappropriate to place such trusted confidence near a child. Mo Junan, feeling somewhat guilty, turned his head aside, insisting that there was nothing amiss. These guardians had yet to acknowledge their allegiance. Thus, they could not be deemed his. Moreover, Han Qingxiang had come at the behest of his mother to assist him. They ought to have been living a life of nobility in the capital, yet the hardships of recent years had arisen solely due to him. Offering her 2 stealthy guardians was a trivial matter, he argued. No need for silver? Absolutely not. Upon hearing that no payment was required, Han Muqing ceased her refusals. To decline such a fortuitous offer would be foolish. "Very well. Since you are so sincere, I shall not decline." Mo Junan indicated that the guardians were not currently in Qian town, but would make their way to the Han residence to find her that night. After expressing her gratitude, Han Muqing prepared to take her leave when Feng Yi called her back. "Miss Mu, these were discovered on one of those individuals. Do take a look at this." It appeared to resemble bamboo, yet not quite. "Sugarcane?" Han Muqing's interest peaked at the sight of the black-skinned sugarcane in Feng Yi's hand. "How much of this do you have?" Feng Yi kicked the tattered bundle on the ground. "Just these few pieces within." Montak Yunnan, intrigued by the item in Han Muqing's grasp, inquired, "What is this? You seem quite fascinated." Han Muqing was in high spirits. for the climate here was exceedingly suitable for cultivating sugarcane. After arriving, she had made numerous inquiries, only to discover that sugarcane was non-existent in this region. Furthermore, the sugar was exorbitantly priced. This sugarcane could serve not only as a fruit, but also as a raw material for sugar production. She gazed at the fresh shoots of the sugarcane, feeling quite pleased. This can be eaten, it is sweet, and can be used to make sugar. Particularly, the brown sugar derived from sugarcane is not only delicious, but also beneficial for health, especially for women. After expressing her thoughts, Han Muqing approached the group of individuals and inquired further. The answer she received left her somewhat disappointed. The sugarcane had been brought over by one of them from an island, and only those few pieces remained in the bundle. Though limited, Han Muqing did not mind. Cradling the pieces of sugarcane, she declared, "Since you will not cultivate this here, you might as well give it to me. Once it is grown, I shall treat you to sugarcane." Mo Junin found her possessive demeanor quite endearing, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. "Very well, if you cherish it, take it. However, when the time comes to produce sugar and establish a workshop, do consider collaborating with me." Certainly, Han Muqing readily agreed. After all, the establishment of a workshop was still a distant prospect. Matters for the future could be addressed later. If conditions were favorable, a partnership was certainly feasible. Chapter 89. Intercepted? Regarding the 10 individuals of the Woku, Mo Junin suggested they be detained for a while, just in case they might prove useful later. However, Han Muqing, before departing, repeatedly instructed that they must be closely monitored, ensuring they could not escape. Once they were of no further use, they must be dealt with decisively, whether by incineration or dismemberment. They could not be allowed any chance of survival. As for other matters, those were beyond her purview as an ordinary citizen. Han Muqing mounted the steed, Flame, and rode forth from Chuyin town. As she approached the entrance where the incident had occurred the previous day, she involuntarily turned her head for a glance. To her astonishment, she spotted the girl from yesterday, standing in front of her home, waving. It seemed she had been intercepted. Han Muqing had a favorable impression of the girl from the previous day, and upon seeing her wave, she quickly tugged the reins to signal the fiery steed to halt. She guided the horse away from the official path and came to stand before the girl. The girl, seeing her approach, ran over with great delight. "Miss, I apologize for taking up your time. I've been waiting here since early this morning, hoping for a chance to express my gratitude. I initially thought I would have to wait a long while. I didn't expect to see you so soon. When you left yesterday, I assumed you had urgent matters to attend to, so I waited until your return to stop you." At that moment, a woman emerged from the house. With fair skin and a gentle demeanor, she looked at Han Muqing and said, "Mir, stop standing there foolishly. Hurry and invite our benefactor inside." Han Muqing did not decline, allowing the girl to pull her into the courtyard. The girl took the reins from Han Muqing's hands, who hesitated for a moment. "My horse has a bit of a temper. I wouldn't want it to kick you. I'll handle it myself." As she spoke, Han Muqing tethered the fiery steed to a tree stump in the yard. The horse was known for its aversion to strangers, and she feared it might react erratically. Once Han Muqing secured the horse, the girl led her to a stone table in the courtyard and said, "Benefactor, my name is Jiang Xiaomi. I am 17 years old. You may call me Xiaomi. If it weren't for you yesterday, my family and I might not have survived." 17? She appeared so innocent and adorable, resembling someone of merely 14 or 15. Han Muqing accepted the water Jiang Xiaomi offered and took a sip. "Then I shall call you Xiaomi. My name is Han Muqing. 19 years old. You need not call me benefactor. Just my name will suffice." Truthfully, even if it had been someone else yesterday, I would have intervened. Han Muqing silently added to herself. It was simply because the adversary was a Japanese soldier. "Sister Muqing, will you be my sister from now on?" the girl exclaimed. "Mother, this just came out of the pot. You should try it." The woman who had called out for Jiang Xiaomi earlier emerged from the adjoining kitchen, setting a plate of pastries before Han Muqing. Jiang Xiaomi grasped her mother's hand and said, "Sister Muqing, this is my mother. Our family consists of just 3, my father, my mother, and me. We arrived in this wilderness when I was 3 years old. My father was once a scholar, quite handsome, and caught the eye of the town chief's daughter back in her hometown. They pressured my father to divorce my mother and marry her, but my father refused. The town chief then fabricated a charge to have my father exiled. Han Muqing paused, sensing a tinge of melodrama in the tale. Wasn't the town chief akin to a county magistrate in ancient times? Did he wield such authority to exile someone on a whim? You girl, are you jesting about your father's plight? A middle-aged man, who had been protecting Jiang Xiaomi and her mother the previous day, emerged from behind the house with a hoe slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing Han Muqing, he appeared unsurprised, gazing at her with respect. Thank you, young lady, for your assistance yesterday. This girl has been standing at the door since early morning, expressing her regret for not asking where you reside yesterday. Fearing she might miss you, she decided to wait at the entrance, believing that if you traversed this path once, you would undoubtedly do so again. To her surprise, fortune smiled upon her, and she indeed encountered you. Jiang Xiaomi proudly raised her chin towards her father, exclaiming that her luck has always been splendid. Han Muqing glanced around and remarked, Uncle Jiang, this area seems rather desolate. What prompted you to settle here? Previously, Jiangsong felt that their location was quite advantageous, being near the official road for easy access, with sparse population ensuring tranquility and comfort. However, after yesterday's events, his perspective had shifted. With so few men in the family, their strength felt insufficient, leaving them truly isolated in times of trouble. Had it not been for the young lady before him, he shuddered to think of the potential consequences. Sighing, Jiangsong reminisced. Alas, when I was exiled, my brothers and friends severed ties with me, fearing the repercussions might implicate them, even going so far as to expel me from the clan. After completing my service, I realized I could not return home, and with my wife lacking familial support, we decided to establish our residence here. Once, this place was bustling with people, but many have since returned to their hometowns or moved to other towns. The population has dwindled, and while I once found this location satisfactory, after yesterday, I believe we ought to consider relocating. At the mention of moving, Jiang Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Father, can we move to Sister Muqing's village? Han Muqing questioned the haste of such a decision. Jiangsong pondered for a moment before inquiring. May I ask where you reside? Young lady? Uncle Jiang, you can simply call me Muqing. We live in Lingshan village, which is over 10 miles from here. The area is picturesque, surrounded by mountains, and the people are quite amiable. The only drawback is the difficult roads and its distance from the town, but otherwise, it seems quite perfect. Lingshan village? Jiangsong mused. Could you kindly inquire with your village chief if they accept outsiders? Han Muqing raised an eyebrow. Are you truly considering moving to Lingshan village? Jiangsong nodded. My wife and I have only one child, and since she adores you, I believe it would be wonderful to live closer. Han Muqing continued. I heard from Xiaomi that you were once a scholar, Uncle Jiang. Jiangsong affirmed. My father was literate and encouraged my education from a young age. I was fortunate enough to achieve the top score, which initially opened further avenues for me. He sighed, but that is all in the past now. The top score? Han Muqing noted his scholarly prowess, and an idea struck her. Uncle Jiang, have you ever considered becoming a teacher? Our village has several children of suitable age, and I have 2 at home as well. If you are willing, I could speak to the village chief about it. She added, of course, whether you choose to teach or not is independent of your potential move to Lingshan village. The chief has mentioned that we have ample land with a sparse population. So if you wish to relocate, you may approach him directly. To be a teacher? Jiangsong pondered earnestly. The family had endured years of hardship, and he was not suited for farming. The meager crops he painstakingly cultivated each year barely sufficed for their sustenance, while household expenses relied on his wife's meager income from sewing. He would gladly embrace the role of a teacher if given the chance. In the past, he had contemplated this path, but his status rendered him undesirable to most private schools. If you would not mind, I am willing to teach in your village. Han Muqing nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I shall discuss this with the village head upon my return today. If he has no objections, I will bring him along tomorrow so that you may handle the formalities at the magistrate's office. Sister Muqing, does this mean we can move tomorrow? Jiang Xiaomi inquired excitedly, tugging at Han Muqing's arm. Han Muqing smiled and nodded. If you are not concerned about the short notice, we can indeed move tomorrow. Not at all. We shall move tomorrow, Jiang Xiaomi exclaimed joyfully, eagerly agreeing. She was so eager to leave that she wished to depart immediately. In truth, She had not dared to inform her parents. The sight of the courtyard now filled her with dread, and she wished to vacate it without delay. Han Muqing, perceptive as ever, sensed a hint of fear beneath Jiang Xiaomi's seemingly carefree demeanor. Considering the events of the previous day, it was remarkable that she had not resorted to despair. Although the foreigner had been thwarted, the incident had nonetheless tarnished their reputation in this feudal society. Han Muqing gently patted Jiang Xiaomi's shoulder, offering her a comforting glance. I will come by with the cart tomorrow to help you transport your belongings. As Han Muqing departed, the Jiang family stood at the door, watching her leave for an extended period. Chapter 91. Privilege upon arriving in Linshan village. Han Muqing did not return home, but went directly to the village head's residence. In the courtyard, Lu Shudong was basking in the sun beneath the eaves. Upon noticing Han Muqing, she quickly rose to her feet. Han Muqing dismounted in haste, neglecting to tether her horse, and swiftly approached Lu Shutong, assisting her back onto the stool. Aunt Shutong, you have not fully recovered yet. Be cautious when rising from a squat or sitting position. You appear much better today. Take good care of yourself, and venture out for a stroll when you feel stronger. I heard from the village head's wife that you enjoy sewing. My mother is quite skilled at it. In a few days, you should visit us for a chat. My mother knows few people here, and it will be lovely for you to keep her company. Lu Shutong understood that Han Muqing was concerned about her being alone and overthinking, thus encouraging her to socialize, engage in sewing, and divert her attention. She smiled gently. Of course, I will often visit your mother for a chat. By the way, Muqing, did you come today for a specific reason? Yes, indeed. Han Muqing nodded vigorously, nearly forgetting the main purpose of her visit. Aunt Shutong, where is the village head? Ah, here comes our dear girl. Just as Han Muqing finished speaking, Lu Chieftain entered from outside, carrying a basket brimming with goods. Han Muqing hastily approved, helping the village head remove the basket from his back. Village head, are you heading to the market? The village chief set down his basket in the kitchen, drank a bowl of cold water, wiped his mouth, and stepped outside. Your Aunt Shuyong returned with the divorce papers yesterday. Today, I went to the Yamen and reinstated her household registration. I was concerned that if her registration remained with the Shui family, complications might arise. Initially, I thought this matter would be troublesome, but as soon as I presented the divorce papers, the clerk asked if she was the daughter of the Lu family from Linshan village. Upon my affirmation, without further ado, he transferred Shuyong's registration back. From now on, she shall have no ties with the Shui family. By the way, as I was leaving, that person subtly inquired about my relationship with a certain guard from the Wangfu. I was puzzled, as I am merely an ordinary citizen and do not know any guard from Wangfu. The guard from the Wangfu? Could that be Feng Yi? No wonder she had just departed this morning. It seems she was off to announce her privileges. It is evident that matters are handled expeditiously at the Yamen. The village chief examined his daughter's household registration closely before carefully putting it away. After securing the document, he turned to Han Muqing. My dear girl, what brings you here today? Do you have something on your mind? Instead of answering directly, Han Muqing inquired, Village chief. Your little Fuwai must be approaching his first birthday this year, correct? The village chief nodded. Indeed, Fuwai is turning 8 this year. Han Muqing continued. Have you considered sending him to school to learn to read and write? Sighing softly, the village chief replied, of course I have thought about it, but it has only remained a thought. There are no private schools in our vicinity. The nearest is in Chuyan town. Not only is it a considerable distance away, but the tuition is also expensive. We, as a humble family, cannot afford the daily commute. If there were a private school nearby, we could collectively strive to send Fuwai. But alas, it is too far. With a twinkle in her eye, Han Muqing proposed, Village chief, if the private school is far, why not establish one ourselves? Surprised by her suggestion, the village chief responded, establish one ourselves? But we lack a teacher and a schoolhouse. Han Muqing assured him, finding a teacher is simple. I can help you with that. Chapter 92. A new member joins the family. The village chief was not easily swayed. Upon hearing her words, he realized she had an agenda. He adopted a serious demeanor and looked at Han Muqing intently. Pray tell, what is the matter? How would a young girl like you know a teacher? Please don't tell me your father or older brother intends to become one. Although I may be older, I am aware that they are individuals of great significance and would not stoop to teaching here. Village chief, Han Muqing said earnestly as she took a seat on the stool opposite him. There are many capable individuals who can become teachers. I encountered one today who was first in his class when he took the Scholar S examination, though he fell out of favor with the wrong people. Han Muqing recounted the situation regarding the Jiang family to the village chief, who found it quite plausible. It sounds promising. I trust your judgment, Qing girl. If you believe he is suitable, then he must be. How about this? We can visit him tomorrow to discuss the matter of his salary. You are aware that the villagers in our hamlet are not affluent, and the families willing to send their children to school are certainly few. Thus, the contributions for the children's education may be meager. After conversing for a while longer with the village chief, Han Muqing bid farewell to Lu Shutong and the village head, as she still needed to plant her sugarcane, a task that directly impacts her future earnings, and therefore could not be delayed. Once Han Muqing returned home, she busied herself immediately. She first procured a large wooden basin, filling it with water to soak several pieces of sugarcane. Meanwhile, she grabbed a shovel and set to work, selecting the plot nearest the river for her sugarcane plantation. This vegetable patch belonged to her family, and she dug a trench alongside it, filling the trench with water. Once the water settled, she carefully arranged the soaked sugarcane pieces into the trench. To encourage the sugarcane to sprout vigorously, it is advisable to cover it with a layer of mulch. Lacking proper mulch, Han Muqing resorted to using some dry straw she found nearby. The area was strewn with ample dry grass, which the two masters had prepared for their beloved donkey to sustain it through the winter. Although the weather in Linshan village is mild and lush green grass is abundant year-round, the two elderly men still diligently stockpiled hay every autumn. Eventually, when the two masters finished their lessons and emerged, they spotted Han Muqing walking in, her face and clothes covered in dirt from her labors. De Huang and Xiao He, who had just accompanied the children to class, immediately scampered over to Han Muqing, nuzzling against her, as if to say, "You smell delightful and delicious." Han Muqing playfully patted the two little pups, instructing them to go play, assuring them they would have a drink later. Upon noticing the mud covering Han Muqing, Master Bai, with a puzzled expression, inquired what happened. "Were you digging a hole?" "Not a hole, but I did dig a trench," she replied. "Today, I obtained a new seed that thrives in moist conditions and requires frequent watering. Thus, I planted it by the vegetable patch near the river, where I have laid the straw. Be careful when you and Master Li take the donkey to the river. Do not step on it, as there is a muddy trench beneath the straw, and I wouldn't want you to slip." Initially, Master Bai was indifferent upon hearing about Han Muqing's new crop. However, when she mentioned that it was an edible fruit, he immediately pledged to take full responsibility for its watering in the future. After getting muddy from planting the sugarcane, Han Muqing washed up and changed into clean clothes before joining the children in play. During dinner that evening, Han Muqing shared the news about the possible visit from the Jiang family with Madame Han and the others. Concerned about the recent troubles with the Japanese, she feared for the safety of the Jiang family residing in that area and contemplated facilitating their move to her location as soon as possible, though the logistics of their accommodation remained a troubling issue. Even if construction were to commence immediately, it would be too late. Han Muqing felt a sense of worry. "Mother, what will we do if the Jiang family arrives tomorrow and has nowhere to stay? Uncle Liu and Uncle Sun will not return soon, and by the time they come back, the new house will be completed, allowing us to move in directly. I intend to tidy up their current residence for the Jiang family. What do you think?" "That sounds reasonable. The house can be offered to the Jiang family." Old Madame Han wholeheartedly agreed. "I just heard that they have an unmarried daughter, and if she has captured your affection, she must be quite exceptional. They have a young lady, while our family has quite a number of eligible young men. Who knows, perhaps one of them may find a convenient opportunity." The more old Madame Han considered it, the more excited she became, eventually laughing to herself. Observing her mother-in-law's exuberance, Su Yunyang couldn't help but shake her head. While her mother-in-law's intentions were commendable, the girl was only 17, 2 years younger than her own daughter Qing'er, and her sons were all of considerable age. The youngest, Yuhu, was not home, and the youngest among her sons, Yulong, was already 23, making him 6 years older than the girl. It felt rather inappropriate to even contemplate it. Unbeknownst to Su Yunyang, sometimes fate cannot be thwarted, and age is a trivial matter. That night, After lulling the children to sleep, Han Muqing sat in her room, poring over medical texts. Mo Junin had mentioned that someone would come that night, but he hadn't specified the hour, leaving her to wait. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the back of the house. Han Muqing raised an eyebrow. "Come in." No sooner had she spoken than two figures flew in through the back window. Han Muqing regarded the two women clad in dark attire with silence, her gaze cold. The women made no unnecessary movements. They simply knelt on one knee before her and declared, subordinates of the Dark 118 reporting for duty. "What are your names?" Han Muqing inquired with a detached demeanor. "In response to our master, we have no names, only numbers." "No names?" Mo Junin certainly has a unique training method, Han Muqing thought, feeling quite satisfied with the two young women before her. Having made them kneel for a while, she noted their composed demeanor, showing no signs of discontent or unwillingness. Han Muqing merely sought to test them. She had no intention of making things difficult. "Rise and respond." The two women stood up and positioned themselves properly to one side. Han Muqing approached the window, closed it, and returned to her seat. Her expression earnest as she addressed them. "We are but ordinary folk residing in a mountain village. If you do not wish to stay here, I can send you back. Rest assured, even if you return, the Wang family will not trouble you." Thud! As soon as Han Muqing finished speaking, the two women knelt once more. "Master, our only master is you." Han Muqing scrutinized them again. "Very well. Since you are willing to remain, then stay. Your task is to safeguard my two children, who are fraternal twins, just 3 years old this year. I have heard from your former master that you are shadow guards. In our household, there are not many rules. Whether you serve as overt or covert guards depends entirely on your discretion." The two women exchanged glances, and one of them spoke before we arrived. "Sir Feng advised us to exercise caution due to the recent incursions of foreign tribes, suggesting we initially act as shadow guards with the possibility of transitioning to overt guards later. However, the specific arrangement will ultimately depend on your wishes." Han Muqing pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well. We shall commence as shadow guards. You do not have names yet, so allow me to bestow names upon you. I have Chunlan and Xiugu by my side. Henceforth, you shall be called Dongmei and Xiaozhu. It is getting late. You should take rest. I will have someone escort you to your quarters." Dongmei, newly named, bowed slightly to Han Muqing. "Mistress, as shadow guards, we do not require quarters." Han Muqing shook her head. "That will not do. How can young ladies forego their own rooms? It is unbecoming to sleep outdoors all the time. Though you are shadow guards, you still deserve time to rest. When you do rest, it is best to have your own quarters for a more restful sleep." As she spoke, she called for Chunlan and Xiugu, introduced the young maids to each other, and instructed Chunlan to lead them to their rooms. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, Jiang Xiaomi was so excited that she could hardly sleep all night. Chapter 93. A sleepless night. In truth, Jiang Xiaomi's insomnia was not solely due to excitement. It was compounded by fear that enveloped her whenever she closed her eyes. Since sleep eluded her, she decided not to torment herself further. Jiang Xiaomi climbed out of bed, lit a lamp, and began to organize her belongings. The following morning, Jiang Xiaomi's mother, Sun Meifang, came to wake her daughter for breakfast. Upon opening the door, she was startled. The once tidy room was now in disarray. The table was cluttered with various bundles, and her daughter lay sprawled atop one of the larger packages, soundly asleep. Sun Meifang approached, gently touching Jiang Xiaomi's forehead and pinching her cheek. Mir, sleepyhead, awaken." Drowsily, Jiang Xiaomi murmured, rubbing her eyes, "Mother, is it dawn already?" Sun Meifang indulgently tapped her daughter's forehead. "Indeed, the sun is already rising." She gestured to the messy room. "Can you explain what has transpired here? Please do not tell me you stayed up all night." Jiang Xiaomi stifled a yawn, covering her mouth. "Mother, I cannot sleep last night. I thought if we were moved today, I would not have time to tidy up. Since I was already awake, I decided to organize my room first, so I could assist you with the other items when we move." Sun Meifang looked at her daughter with concern. "Mir, have you perhaps rushed a bit too much? This relocation will not happen instantaneously. We do not even know if we can go to Linshan village. We must await Miss Muqing's response today to decide. Even if the residents of Linshan village agree to our stay, we still need to find suitable accommodation, whether to purchase land and construct a house or simply acquire an empty dwelling. This process requires time. Upon hearing her mother's words that they would not be moving today, Jiang Xiaomi immediately felt despondent. With her head bowed, she expressed, "Mother, I don't want to continue living here. I am frightened, mother, I am scared." As she spoke, her entire body began to tremble. Sun Meifeng quickly embraced her daughter, gently offering comfort. There, my dear do not be afraid. We shall not remain here. I will speak with your father. If there is no available place in Linshan village, we will take you to an inn." Realizing her oversight, Sun Meifeng reflected on the events of the previous days. Her daughter had been remarkably resilient after that incident, and she had been grateful that she had not overly instilled notions of chastity in her daughter. In a more conservative household, even without tangible harm, a woman might struggle to survive after being partially stripped by a man. Observing that her daughter had not succumbed to despair or melancholy, Sun Meifeng had assumed her daughter was unaffected. Now, witnessing her daughter's distress, she understood that Jiang Xiaomi had indeed been troubled, but had feigned indifference to spare them worry. Sun Meifeng tidied Jiang Xiaomi's disheveled bedding, coaxing her to lie down and gently patting her until she fell asleep. Only then did she quietly exit the room. Outside, she approached her husband, who was busy in the courtyard, and in a hushed tone recounted their daughter's predicament. Jiang Song's expression grew serious as he replied, "My dear, why don't I take a trip to Linshan village? If there is an available house, we will move today. If not, we will first stay at an inn in town." Sun Meifeng had been contemplating the same course of action, and their thoughts aligned perfectly. Jiang Song had scarcely taken the time to eat breakfast, munching on a grain bun as he departed. He was familiar with Linshan village's location, though he had never been there, and, lacking a means of transportation, he set off on foot. Meanwhile, in Linshan village, Han Muqing finished her breakfast and briefed her family before preparing to leave. She rushed to the backyard where Uncle Zhong was feeding the horse, Lian, and asked Uncle Zhong, "Are you available today? I would like to request your assistance." Uncle Zhong looked up from his task, saying, "I am free. Little Qing, if you have something to discuss, please do not be so formal with me." The Han siblings held great respect for the elderly servants, having insisted that they no longer address them as young masters or mistresses since leaving the capital. In their eyes, these elderly individuals were akin to family. Han Muqing reached out to stroke Lian's mane and explained, "Today, I will assist the Jiang family with their move. I fear one cart will not suffice, so I would like to ask you to harness another cart to accompany me. Would that be acceptable?" "That sounds good," Uncle Zhong replied readily, then lowered his voice. "We currently only have Lian as our horse. The two donkeys are the cherished possessions of our masters. Which one do you intend to use?" Han Muqing glanced at the glossy, well-fed donkey in the livestock shed, the large gray one and the small gray one. Chapter 94, When it comes to exerting effort, my brother will certainly take the lead. She then focused her attention on the large gray one, affirming, "It's my brother when it comes to hard work. He will definitely be the first to step up." "Uncle Zhong, here's the plan. You harness the horse to the cart while I take care of the donkey cart," she instructed. Uncle Zhong nodded and promptly went to organize the horse cart. Han Muqing reached into the feeding trough of the horse, Lian, and secretly placed a considerable amount of spiritual spring water there. Upon catching the scent, Lian immediately began drinking joyfully. Han Muqing patted Lian and warned, "We've agreed that you would drink this spring water today. When Uncle Zhong drives the cart, behave yourself and don't cause trouble. If you perform well today, I might give you an extra meal tonight. Otherwise, that extra meal will be canceled for a month." After issuing her threat, she shot Lian a stern look. With the promise of an extra meal, Lian nuzzled affectionately against Han Muqing. After ensuring Lian was settled, she approached the large gray donkey and similarly provided it with a generous amount of spiritual spring water. "You've worked hard today. Make sure you perform well," she encouraged. Once the large gray had eaten its fill, Han Muqing untied the reins and let it out of the donkey's shed. Initially, she intended to sneak the donkey out quietly, but to her surprise, she turned and saw Master Bai and Master Li approaching side by side. Master Bai, upon noticing Han Muqing leading the large gray donkey outside with a mischievous air, immediately shouted, "Disciple, what are you doing with my donkey?" "Ah, Master, you're back so soon," she replied, quickly wrapping the reins around her hand twice more. "I just thought your large gray looked bored, so I want to take it for a stroll. Master Bai regarded her with skepticism. You, a busy person, have the time to take the large gray for a walk? Do you truly think I am foolish? I know you well. Didn't you say you were going to help the Jiang family move today? Hurry up, he added. Let me tell you, my large gray is not very strong, so be gentle when loading the cart. Don't tire it out. If my large gray gets exhausted, you'll be in for it when you return. Han Muqing was taken aback by her master's unusually lenient demeanor, fearing he might change his mind and prevent her from taking the large gray. She planned to harness it to a flatbed cart without a cover, as it was more convenient for moving furniture and miscellaneous items than the horse cart. The Han family's horse cart had a cover, and although they had two small flatbed carts, those had been custom-made for the two masters' beloved donkey. Small enough for 1 or 2 people to take for a leisurely stroll, but not suitable for moving. Han Muqing led the large gray directly to Lu's house. Upon seeing her with the donkey, village chief Lu was quite surprised. "Qing girl, how did you manage to take your master's prize donkey out?" Han Muqing tied the donkey to the livestock post at the chief's doorstep and explained, "Village chief, my master's prize donkey has become too plump. I plan to use it for pulling a cart today. We don't have a flatbed cart at home, so I'd like to borrow yours." Although most families in the village lacked livestock, flatbed carts were still available. These carts could be harnessed to oxen, donkeys, or horses, and families without livestock often pulled them themselves. During busy farming seasons, they were quite convenient for transporting crops and grains. Village Chief Lu retrieved a flatbed cart from the shed and assisted Han Muqing in harnessing it to the large gray donkey. Village Chief Lu gently stroked the sleek fur of the donkey, exclaiming, "Your master has truly cared for this beast. Look at how glossy its coat is. I have never seen anyone cherish a donkey so dearly. Alas, this donkey has certainly enjoyed a life of comfort under your master's care." At that moment, Zhongshu arrived, driving a fiery steed pulling a cart. Village Chief Lu, slightly perplexed, remarked, "Girl, are you planning to directly seize the Jiang family today?" Han Muqing, leading the donkey toward the cart, chuckled, "Indeed, we shall retrieve our master today." The weather was splendid, and instead of retreating to the horse barn, the village chief opted to ride atop Han Muqing's cart. After a light-hearted exchange, Han Muqing turned serious and said, "Chief, I mentioned earlier about the invasion from the foreign Yamato tribe, didn't I? The family that was abducted belongs to the Jiang family. At that time, Chunlan, Qiujuan, my second uncle, and I happened to pass by while returning from town and lent a hand to rescue them. Now, the Jiang family feels that their current location is too desolate and unsafe, so they wish to relocate swiftly. I have a close bond with their daughter, Hiyuan, and we thought to assist them to prevent any further complications. Hence, we aim to move their family today. My home currently has vacant rooms, so they can stay with us for the time being." Previously, the Han household had been cramped since the birth of 2 children, prompting them to construct a row of mud brick huts, making it entirely feasible to accommodate the Jiang family in 2 of those rooms. Chapter 95. Has a thief entered the house? Han Muqing also mentioned her intention to use the old Han residence for Jiang Song as school. Village Chief Lu praised her, saying, "Excellent. I was worried about the lack of a school. However, that building and its foundation belong to your Han family. So wouldn't establishing a school there be a loss for you? Perhaps we should allocate a piece of land from the village and collectively fund the construction of a new school?" Observing that the village chief was considerate of the Han family's interests, Han Muqing felt a sense of satisfaction and smiled gently. "Chief, that is of little consequence. The only priority is that the children of our village receive an education. It is often said that one cannot afford to be impoverished in education. Whether the children aspire to take the imperial examinations or hold official positions, acquiring knowledge and literacy is always beneficial. Currently, the village is facing difficulties, so let the school temporarily reside in the Han family. We can address it again when the village is in a better condition." Suddenly, while driving the cart, Han Muqing spotted a familiar figure approaching in the distance. As the figure drew nearer, she recognized him as Uncle Jiang. Quickly, she tugged on the reins of the donkey to signal it to halt. Zhongshu, who was driving the horse cart ahead, promptly stopped upon hearing her call. Han Muqing leaped down from the cart and looked at the out-of-breath Jiang Song, asking, "Uncle Jiang, what brings you here? Has something happened at home?" Jiang Song paused to catch his breath and replied, "Miss Muqing, everything at home is fine for now. It's just that my daughter, Mer." He hesitated, glancing at village chief Liu. "Miss Muqing, who might this be?" Han Muqing proceeded to introduce village chief Liu, Zhong Shu, and Jiang Song to one another. As Jiang Song observed the village head's arrival, his anxieties eased considerably. "Village head Liu, Miss Muqing, I was just about to seek you in Linshan village. You have no idea how frightened my daughter, Xiaomi, has been since that day when the foreign intruders invaded our home. She has been unable to sleep at night. After discussing the prospect of moving with Miss Muqing yesterday, she was overjoyed. This morning, her mother discovered that she had not slept a wink and had already packed her belongings. Just moments ago, my dear Xiaomi was in tears, and you cannot fathom how heart-wrenching it was for my wife and me. Thus, I resolved that we must move today, regardless of the circumstances. I intended to meet the village head to see if there were any vacant houses in the village for us to rent. If that proves impossible, we will seek lodgings in the town." Having served as village head for many years, Liu had developed a keen sense of judgment. He held a favorable impression of Jiang Song and gestured towards the horse-drawn carriage and the donkey cart beside him. "Master Jiang, look, our dear Qing has even prepared the vehicles for the move. She stated that today is the day for your relocation. Please hop aboard. She has already arranged your new residence. We shall first head to the town to transfer your household registration, and then we will proceed to your new home. From henceforth, you shall be one of us in Linshan village." Jiang Song was immensely grateful and expressed his thanks repeatedly. Before long, they arrived at Jiang's home. As they reached the entrance, Sun Meifong emerged to greet them, while Liu and Jiang Song promptly set off towards the yamen in the donkey cart. Although the Jiang family was not particularly affluent, they had lived in their modest abode for over a decade, and there were indeed quite a few belongings to relocate. Fearing that the 2 carts might not suffice, Han Muqing and the others decided to pack Sun Meifong's items first and load them onto the horse cart, sending Uncle Zhong ahead with the first load. When Jiang Xiaomi awoke from her slumber, she was startled to find her packed belongings missing. Fearing that a thief had entered their home, just as she was about to call for help, she spotted Han Muqing carrying items out from the kitchen. "Sister Muqing, you're here. Are you here to fetch me?" With a gentle pat on Xiaomi's forehead, Han Muqing replied, "Indeed, you little sluggard. Hurry and freshen up. Come help us move the things. Aunt Jiang and I have been working tirelessly." At that moment, a figure stood on the official road in front of the Jiang family home. It was Han Yulong, who had been away for quite some time. He had just ridden past when he noticed a woman bustling about in the yard, and she bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved Qing. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became, recalling the reports of foreign bandits lurking near Chuyan town. He was certain that this family had no ties to the Han clan, and Qing's presence here could not bode well. Without further hesitation, he dismounted and crossed the road towards the yard. At the Jiang residence, Han Muqing was assisting Sun Meifong in packing their belongings. Jiang Xiaomi had already organized her smaller items, but she was unable to manage the larger ones. Consequently, she began transporting the bundles that Han Muqing and her mother had packed outside. Just as Han Yulong reached the entrance, he saw someone struggling to carry a large bundle. And while he hesitated to inquire about Han Muqing, the unwieldy package lost its balance and collided directly with him. Han Yulong noticed the fallen individuals and their burden, promptly extending his hand to lift the package and assist them to their feet. Jiang Xiaomi, still unsteady and on the verge of falling again, initially thought it was her father who had returned to support her. However, upon turning around, she was met with an unfamiliar yet handsome face. Although the visage was somewhat pleasing, the innate fear of strangers surged within her, prompting Jiang Xiaomi to throw down the package and cover her ears, shouting loudly in place. Han Yulong, realizing he had startled the young lady, stood frozen in place, uncertain of how to respond. He pondered to himself, was he truly that intimidating? Meanwhile, Han Muqing and Sun Meifong, who were tidying up inside, rushed out. "Xiaomi, Mir, Qing, brother?" Han Yulong was taken aback to see Han Muqing emerging from the house, equally astonished to catch sight of him outside the fence. Sun Meifong enveloped her daughter in her arms, soothing her continuously. Han Muqing, witnessing the scene, hastened towards Sun Meifong and her daughter, gently patting Jiang Xiaomi's back. Xiaomi, Xiaomi, do not be afraid. That is my elder brother. Jiang Xiaomi lifted her head from her mother's embrace to look at Han Muqing. Elder brother? Han Muqing nodded, affirming, yes, he is my elder brother, my dear brother. Upon hearing Han Muqing's words, Jiang Xiaomi's anxiety began to dissipate. Hesitantly, she turned to Han Yulong and said, Ji, good day, elder brother. I am Jiang Xiaomi, a good friend of Sister Muqing. Han Yulong regarded the timid girl before him, akin to a little rabbit, and felt an irregular flutter in his heart. Greetings. I am Han Yulong, the elder brother of Muqing. I sincerely apologize for startling you. I have just returned from out of town and happened to pass through here. Catching a glimpse of my sister, curiosity compelled me to investigate, and I did not intend to disturb you. And no, it was my fault for not paying attention to my surroundings. I should be thanking you. Had it not been for you, I might have fallen just now. Jiang Xiaomi replied, though a lingering apprehension remained within her despite her stabilizing emotions. Chapter 97. Mo Junin injured Han Muqing observed the mutual apologies exchanged between Han Yulong and Jiang Xiaomi, a smile playing on her lips. She gently tugged at Jiang Xiaomi's arm. All right, we are all family here. No need for further formalities. You should rest inside for a while. Let my brother assist us with these packages. Noticing that the Han siblings seemed to have matters to discuss, Sun Meifong greeted Han Yulong and served them both a bowl of water, placing it on the wooden table in the yard before returning indoors to continue her chores. Han Yulong looked at Han Muqing, puzzled. Qing'er, what is happening? How did you end up here? Han Muqing recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail to Han Yulong. Upon hearing her story, Han Yulong's expression turned sympathetic, tinged with concern as he glanced towards the house. Qing'er, moving is laborious work. Allow me to stay and assist. We shall return together afterward. Han Muqing cast a meaningful glance at her elder brother and said, All right, then it shall be a laborious task for you, dear brother. Please sit here for a moment while I assist Aunt Jiang and Xiaomi in tidying up. Before long, Uncle Zhong, who had already made one trip with luggage, along with Jiang Song and village chief Lu, returned. Everyone moved swiftly, and when they finally took a moment to reflect, the once cozy Jiang family courtyard was now desolate and empty. Nearby villagers, who had not noticed the Jiang family moving in the morning, were astonished to find the house completely vacated by the afternoon, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. When Han Muqing and her companions returned to the Han residence with the Jiang family of 3, Su Yunyang, accompanied by 2 young maids, had already prepared the meal. Sun Meifong and Su Yunyang quickly became good friends, chatting effortlessly over dinner. The Han family welcomed the Jiang family's arrival with great warmth, and the Jiang family was deeply touched by their hospitality. With Han Yulong's return, Han Muqing felt a great sense of relief regarding her family's safety, even though Winter Plum and Summer Bamboo were discreetly protecting the children. However, there were still many vulnerable members in the household, including her grandmother, mother, and 2 old nannies, now joined by the Jiang family. Alas, the situation seemed to be growing increasingly complicated. Upon her elder brother's return, Han Muqing had thought she could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Yet, just as she had drifted off, a sudden knock on the door startled her awake. Rubbing her eyes, she opened the door to find her brother looking grave. Qing'er, something has happened to Princeton. Feng Yi has come to fetch you. Taken aback, Han Muqing inquired, what happened? Is he injured? Feng Yi, stepping out from behind Han Yulong, replied, Miss Muqing, my master has sustained a serious abdominal injury. The wound is large and bleeding profusely. Other doctors dare not treat him. I just want to seek Master Bai, who said you are adept at treating external injuries. Hence I implore you to save my master. Very well, wait for me. I shall return shortly. Han Muqing responded without hesitation, fully aware of her obligation to rescue Mo Junin. The Han family had already aligned themselves with the prince and his household, and should anything happen to Mo Junin, their aspirations for a stable life would be utterly shattered. She first visited the children's room to call away Chunlan, knowing they were still young and unable to sleep without someone by their side at night. With Chiojun around, Han Muqing felt a bit more at ease. Understanding the injury was external, she gathered a multitude of supplies for treating wounds, cleaning, stitching, and disinfecting. She even filled 3 porcelain vials with medicinal liquid from her spatial medicine spring. A small medical box was packed to the brim. Before departing, Han Muqing also handed Feng Yi a jar of the potent liquor she had painstakingly refined. Since Feng Yi had arrived on horseback and was in a hurry to save his master, Han Muqing opted to ride as well, choosing the steed Flame. While Chunlan rode the horse that Han Yulong had brought back earlier that day, Han Muqing felt fortunate that both of her young maids had learned to ride, making it much easier to respond swiftly in times of urgency. Feng Yi, Han Muqing, and Chunlan hastily departed from Lingshan village. In the exclusive chamber of Mo Junin within the back courtyard of Chunin, he lay supine on the bed, the bedding beneath him already saturated with blood. Feng Yi pressed a cloth against Mo Junin's abdomen, anxiously glancing at the perspiring old physician beside him. "Doctor, please think of a solution. What if the bleeding doesn't stop?" The elderly doctor, troubled, surveyed the large, deep wound that continued to seep blood. "The wound is too extensive and severe. It's quite challenging. The hemostatic powder has proven ineffective, and I am at a loss." Feng Yi, exasperated, began to pace restlessly. Mo Junin's complexion had turned pale, his excessive blood loss rendering him weak. Summoning his remaining strength, he looked at the old doctor and then shouted towards the door, "Escort the doctor out." Upon hearing Mo Junin's command, the innkeeper promptly entered and led the physician outside. Just before the innkeeper crossed the threshold, Feng Yi called out, "Check if Feng Yi has returned." Their sole hope rested upon Feng Yi, praying that he would swiftly bring back the esteemed Baishini. However, Mo Junin's thoughts diverged from those of Feng Yi. He believed that his hope lay with Han Muqing. Unlike others, he was acutely aware that the young lady, along with her 2 maids, had mastered the art of cesarean sections with remarkable skill. His relatively minor injury should be manageable. After all, extracting a child from the womb involves a significant incision. Surely, his wound was not beyond her capabilities. What Mo Junin was unaware of was the existence of a dilator, which renders childbirth wounds far less daunting than imagined. Although in the technologically backward Donglin kingdom, a dilator as effective as modern ones was not available, Han Muqing had previously fashioned a rudimentary one. It had been employed during the cesarean section she performed on Sun Tieju's wife. So while the incision on Su Tsuaping's abdomen was not as small as a modern cesarean scar, it remained within Han Muqing's acceptable range. Just as the innkeeper returned from escorting the doctor, he spotted 3 horses galloping towards them. Han Muqing, Feng Yi, and Chunlan dismounted and dashed into the courtyard. The innkeeper, ever diligent, approached and led the 3 horses into the stable. Yet, when he attempted to take the reins of Lai Yan, the horse snorted defiantly, refusing to let him near. Not perturbed by the spirited horse, the innkeeper conversed with it. "Dear steed, I merely wish to lead you inside. Your master is preoccupied, and standing here is unsafe. How about this? I will lead the way, and you can follow me." Lai Yan responded with another loud snort, indicating its agreement to follow. Observing Li Yan's earnest demeanor, the innkeeper couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You are indeed the most spirited and intelligent horse I have ever encountered. Do you know who the last horse with such a temperament was? You wouldn't, would you? It was my master's former steed, Hurricane. Alas, Hurricane became separated from my master. In truth, you bear some resemblance to a hurricane, particularly in your gaze. However, you seem slightly more rotund and less robust than a hurricane, and your fur lacks its neatness." The fiery Hurricane cast a disdainful glance at the shopkeeper. "What do you know? This coat was meticulously designed by her current master. According to her master, it possesses an overly captivating appearance, necessitating a stylistic alteration to obscure its remarkable charm, which is why a unique killing horse style was crafted for it." Han Muqing, perplexed, inquired, "What is a killing horse?" "Killing mat. Killing mat." Chapter 99. Truly the disciple of a divine healer, Han Muqing followed Feng Yi directly into Mo Junin's chamber. Upon entering, a pungent scent of blood assailed her senses. "Feng Yi, fetch me some water," she instructed without pausing to ponder. She swiftly seized the medicine chest from Chunlan's hands, arranging all the items she might require on the table within the room. Just as she finished organizing, Feng Yi returned with a basin of water. Han Muqing accepted the basin and meticulously washed her hands inside and out. After cleansing herself, she poured some liquor from the jar Feng Yi had brought in her palms, rubbing her hands together to ensure they were thoroughly sanitized. Only then did she approach the bed to take over Feng Yi's position. She removed the cloth that Feng Yi had been pressing down, revealing a wound approximately 10 centimeters long, nearly exposing the internal organs. Han Muqing couldn't help but frown. Chunlan, quickly prepare the anesthetic. Upon hearing her command, Chunlan hurriedly retrieved the prepared anesthetic from the medicine chest and stepped outside. Where Feng Yi called for the shopkeeper waiting by the door. Please escort Miss Chunlan to prepare the medicine. Montak Yunan, who lay on the bed in a state of extreme weakness, slowly opened his barely slitted eyes upon hearing about the anesthetic. I heard that Miss Han requires sutures after a major incision. My wound should be considerably smaller. You may proceed without anesthetic. Han Muqing shot Mo Jun in a sharp glance. Young Master Li, young Master Mo, and Princeton, do you believe you possess excessive strength? A person nearly drained of blood should remain still and refrain from directing others. If you wish to preserve your life, lie still and refrain from speaking. After her admonition, she intentionally applied more pressure to her hands. A sharp pain in his abdomen caused Mo Junin to involuntarily gasp. Gazing at the irate young woman, he found her unexpectedly endearing. Han Muqing used the strong liquor to cleanse the wound, then employed silver needles to puncture several acupoints nearby, significantly slowing the blood seeping from the injury. The bleeding has ceased. Magnificent! Feng Yi exclaimed, witnessing the wound finally stop bleeding. After thoroughly disinfecting the wound with liquor, Han Muqing rinsed it with water she had prepared earlier, awaiting the anesthetic's effect to proceed with the suturing. As Chunlan had yet to finish preparing the medicine, Han Muqing seized the opportunity to organize the tools she would require for suturing. Observing 2 remaining porcelain vials of medicinal solution in the chest, she hesitated before retrieving one and handing it to Feng Yi. Give this vial to your master to drink. The remaining one will be used to clean the wound during daily dressings. Feng Yi accepted the medicine and glanced at her master, who nodded without hesitation. The interactions between the master and servant were observed by Han Muqing, who chose to feign ignorance. She was acutely aware that individuals of Mo Junin stature were exceedingly cautious regarding what they ingested. She performed her duties as expected, leaving the rest to their own discretion. Upon receiving her master's consent, Feng Yi seized one of the vials, removed the cork, and brought it to Mo Junin's lips. The porcelain bottle was modest in size, and Mo Junin consumed its contents in just a few sips. To his astonishment, the elixir bore no discernible medicinal taste. It resembled mountain spring water, yet possessed a hint of sweetness. Remarkably, after swallowing the potion, Mo Junin felt a significant alleviation of his dizziness caused by excessive blood loss, and he sensed a warm flow gradually surging from his dantian. This elixir, it seemed, had the remarkable ability to enhance one's internal energy. In truth, even Han Muqing was unaware of the beneficial properties this elixir held for martial artists. Her previous training with Master Bai had primarily focused on lightness skill and poison techniques. Her own internal energy was but a pale comparison to that of Mo Junin. Thus, she was oblivious to the comforting reaction in her dantian following the potion's consumption. At that moment, Chunlan entered with anesthetic, and Feng Yi, demonstrating keen perception, promptly accepted it and presented it to his master. After finishing the potion, Mo Junin lay quietly on the bed. Han Muqing glanced at him and remarked, "Before you drift off, I must inform you that your wound is quite severe. It nearly grazed your internal organs. Moreover, the gash is considerably larger than that of a typical childbirth, necessitating sutures. We will need to stitch it in 2 layers. I will use sheep gut for the inner layer, which will not require removal, while the outer layer will temporarily utilize visible thread. This will leave a scar, but if you have any objections, I have none. Proceed as you see fit. I trust your judgment." Mo Junin interjected before Han Muqing could finish. Pleased with Mo Junin's perceptiveness, Han Muqing paused before continuing. "Once the wound is treated, you may experience a high fever tonight. As long as it is not a persistent fever, you will be fine. I shall remain here this evening. The wound must be dressed daily, and I will return in half a month to remove the stitches. During this period, it is imperative that you refrain from martial arts, avoid vigorous activity, and stick to a bland diet, consuming primarily boiled water. If all goes well, you should recover fully within a month. A month? Both Feng Yi and Feng Er exclaimed, looking at Han Muqing with astonishment. Upon seeing her affirmative nod, their admiration for her grew as they gazed at her in reverence. Miss Muqing truly lives up to her reputation as the disciple of a divine healer. Her medical skills far exceed those of the esteemed healer. Chapter 100. Feng Yi's thoughtfulness regarding their exaggerated praise. Han Muqing merely cast a calm glance in their direction. Noticing that Mo Junin had succumbed to slumber, she promptly instructed Chunlan to prepare for the procedure. She then retrieved a silver needle and casually punctured Mo Junin's exposed wound a couple of times. Feng Yi and Feng Er. From this moment on, he shall never dare to offend a physician again. He has finally come to realize that if a doctor wishes to wield malice, they can truly threaten your life when you are most vulnerable. Particularly someone as skilled as Miss Han, whose medical prowess is unparalleled. It is absolutely imperative not to incur her wrath. Unbeknownst to Han Muqing, who was engrossed in her task, Feng Yi and Feng Er stood there, entranced by the unfolding drama. Noticing that Mo Junin had lost consciousness, she swiftly prepared to commence the surgery. Observing the dazed expressions of Feng Yi and Feng Er, Han Muqing furrowed her brow. I am about to suture your master. Once I begin, there can be no interruptions. If you two intend to remain here, you must ensure that nothing disturbs our work during the procedure. Otherwise, should any peril befall your master, the responsibility will rest on your shoulders. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Feng Yi and Feng Er hastily assured her that they would not interfere with Han Muqing's operation. With that, she lowered her head and focused intently on her task. The wound was rather extensive and lacking precise instruments. Each stitch required utmost caution. Particularly delicate blood vessels demanded reconnection solely based on her instinct. Every movement of Han Muqing's hands was executed with meticulous care. Although it was nighttime, the room remained dim despite the addition of several lights. Feng Yi, light 2 more lamps, she instructed. Upon hearing her command, Feng Yi promptly approached the wardrobe, retrieving a small box and then extracting a pouch from within. As Feng Yi opened the pouch, a brilliant light burst forth. Miss Muqing, is this brightness sufficient? Indeed, it is perfect. Why did you not bring this out sooner? Han Muqing glanced at the glass orb in Feng Yi's hands, astonished to find that the legendary luminous pearl was not merely a myth. Though it could not rival modern surgical lights, it was a significant improvement over the dim oil lamps. With the luminous pearl illuminating the room considerably, Han Muqing's movements quickened. An hour later, as she completed the final stitch, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Her clothing was thoroughly drenched in sweat, and during the procedure, Chunlan had used several handkerchiefs to wipe her brow. Summoning her strength, Han Muqing meticulously bandaged Mo Junin's wound before stretching her aching back. Chunlan, please tidy up. Everything used today must be thoroughly sanitized. After that, have Feng Yi escort you down to rest. I shall take a brief respite before returning to keep watch. My lady, Chunlan protested immediately, displeased at the thought of her mistress keeping vigil. You have already exerted yourself tremendously today. You need proper rest. If someone must watch over him, let it be me. As Han Muqing made her way to the door, she waved her hand dismissively. Finish tidying up and rest well. Should he experience a high fever and convulsions tonight, you may not be able to manage. Rest properly. We shall return home tomorrow. Having spoken, she turned to Feng Yi. Please assist Chunlan in finding a place to rest. Feng nodded slightly, and then glanced at Han Muqing's drenched attire. Do not worry, young lady. The room has long been prepared. My subordinate will escort you to your quarters for some rest. The innkeeper's wife has arranged a meal, fresh clothing, and warm water for your bath. Upon hearing about the food, hot water, and clothing, Han Muqing felt a wave of relief wash over her weary body, as the discomfort of her sweat-soaked garments was quite unbearable. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to Feng, saying, "Thank you. I did not expect such thoughtful arrangements. Do not forget that my dear Chunlan also requires food, rest, in a refreshing bath. Chunlan, following the innkeeper, Han Muqing arrived at the guest house's upper room, where the sight of steaming dishes on the table instantly ignited her appetite. However, she did not rush to eat. Instead, she entered the inner chamber and was greeted by a steaming bathtub adorned with numerous petals. Han Muqing could not help but exclaim, "The innkeeper's wife must be a woman who truly knows how to save her life." After indulging in a comforting soak, Han Muqing donned the elegant robe prepared by the innkeeper's wife. As she gazed into the somewhat foggy bronze mirror, she beheld the reflection of a quintessential classical beauty. Unable to resist admiring her own allure, she noted that the original owner had indeed inherited the finest traits from Su Yunyang and Han Zhongming. Ever since her arrival in this realm, she had been clad in ordinary cotton garments. Thus, wearing the delicate gauze dress felt somewhat unfamiliar. Although the attire was indeed beautiful, it did not match the comfort of her cotton short jacket.